January 9th, more than 2.2 million cases of bottled water, more than 130,000 water filters, more than 287,000 replacement cartridges, and more than 52,000 at-home water testing kits have been distributed to Flint water system customers, according to the press release. Kalinske said in a statement, "Until the water meets quality standards, we will provide water supplies to Flint water system customers at the water resource site." State officials said Flint residents will not notice any loss of water emergency services as the state takes on the additional cost, according to the release. Researchers said testing of more than 170 homes showed lead levels declined by as much as 60% below previous tests. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said on Sunday emergency crews have rescued more than 7,000 people stranded by historic flooding that has killed at least 3 and submerged whole communities as parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast brace for more rain and rising waters. Edwards, who has called for federal emergency relief funds, said residents have been pulled out of flooded homes, swamped cars, and threatened medical facilities in cities and towns across the southeastern part of the state. While the brunt of the storm that brought torrential rains and flooding to the area was moving west towards Texas on Sunday, Louisiana residents should remain cautious, the governor said at a news conference. Edwards said even with the sunshine out today, intermittently, the waters are going to continue to rise in many areas, so this is no time to let your guard down. Some 5,000 people were forced to sleep in shelters overnight. There were not enough beds to house all of those. Many had to sleep on floors. Emergency officials said they were still working on strategies to rescue an undetermined number of people trapped by the waters. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Could dropping bombs on Afghans without warning from terrifying robot airplanes that fly themselves actually hurt America's efforts to stabilize Afghanistan?
It's complicated. No, not at all. Actually, I think we need to stay the course. You don't change horses midstream, and you don't stop firing missiles from unseen death droids soaring high above the clouds just because a couple of schools get blown up.
We have got to find another way to obliterate this population.
What about flaming bulldozers or 50-foot-tall tanks?
Let's do what we can for these civilians. I mean, why not name the drones Billy or Steve to make them seem less dispassionate?
Oh, that is a terrible idea. Billy is a horrible name for a drone.
They're now developing a 40-foot robot that actually looks more like an American soldier and also sprays lasers out of his eyes.
Well, at least that's a step forward.
Hey, look, as long as it fires missiles and bombs with very little accuracy and 0 Americans are at threat, I'm all for it.
Good point.
They should give it funny, floppy arms.
Yes.
Oh, it should spray candy out of its chest a few minutes before it starts shooting everything.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live, and you may join us here. We'll give you the toll-free numbers and Skype username. You can bring up anything that you want to discuss, and of course, there's always a bunch of interesting stuff in the news that we will bring to the table to talk to you about. In fact, starting out tonight, Darryl, you've got a story about the freedom in the 50 states. It's a study that's been done for several years now. And
they've done 6 of them since the year 2000.
Also, it's Ian here and also Melanie joining us. Hey, Melanie.
Hey.
So, have you seen this study yet of the freedom in the 50 states?
No, but I'm pretty sure what it's going to say, and I believe it.
Okay, take a shot in the dark. Number 1, most free state.
New Hampshire.
Okay, and number 50.
Mississippi or Louisiana.
All right. So I actually haven't looked that far down the list. I only looked up at the top of the list, so I don't know who rounded out the bottom this year. But I know previously it was New York at number 50, and I think California was 49 in the previous year. So we'll see.
Okay, that makes more sense.
We'll see if they've done a switcheroo at all or what has happened. And, of course, you're welcome to join us. Our toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733 and Skype username LRN.FM. So you've got, obviously, a lot that you can share here, Darryl.
Yes,
I know you've been digging through the depth of this study.
I skimmed through the 300-page PDF version of the print edition of the 2016 Freedom in the 50 States.
Okay, so this is
put out
2016.
by Jason Sorens and someone from the Cato Institute.
Yeah, I'd heard Cato was involved in this one. I didn't know they were before.
So at the very beginning...
I heard it was the Mercatus Center before that was involved in this.
I think so.
Okay.
At the very beginning of the book, they explain what they're trying to do here. Defining freedom. Freedom is a moral concept. What most people mean by freedom is the ability to pursue one's ends without unjust interference from others. Of course, reasonable people can disagree about what counts as unjust interference, and it is also controversial whether freedom in this sense ought to trump other desiderata. That's a word I've never heard before.
Desiderata? Spell it.
Desiderata.
That's desiderata. I don't know
Is that
what
a
it means.
legal term, Melanie? Any clue what
Not
that
that I
means?
know of.
Such as welfare. These questions cannot be answered in a value-neutral way, but citizens and policymakers must try to answer them nonetheless.
I have it. Desiderata is Latin for desired things.
Okay. So what they did is they calculated 3 distinct dimensions. So they have the fiscal policy dimension that has several variables: state tax revenue, local tax revenue, and of course that's going to fluctuate, somewhat within states. So I think what they tried to do was get an average of what the local tax burdens were. Government employees, government subsidies, and government debt. That's under fiscal. Then they have regulatory policy that has 7 categories: land use freedom and environmental policy, health insurance freedom, labor market freedom, occupational freedom, lawsuit freedom, cable and telecommunications freedom, and miscellaneous regulations that do not fit in one of the other 6 categories. And then they have personal freedom versus paternalism that has 13 categories: incarceration and arrest for victimless crimes, marriage freedom, educational freedom, gun rights, alcohol freedom, cannabis freedom, gaming freedom, asset forfeiture, tobacco freedom, travel freedom, campaign finance, and other mala prohibita and miscellaneous civil liberties.
Okay, this is pretty in-depth.
Very in-depth. The weighted sum of all of the variables is used to produce the overall freedom ranking of the states. The overall freedom scores rate states on how free they are relative to other states. And they rank these from a 1 to a -1. So a 1 would be a perfect score.
Mm-hmm.
-1 would be worst score. 0 would be average.
And presumably they're doing like 0.2 or whatever. There's not. It's just you don't
Correct.
get free choices here.
Right.
Okay.
So they're basically they're using the decimal version of a percentage. Where if you turned it into a percentage, 1 would be 100. 0.89 would be 89%.
Okay.
They're just using it as the 2-digit decimal instead of turning it to a percentage. According to where was I here? According to these data, California, New Jersey, New York, Hawaii, and Maryland are the most progressive states, while Alabama, Mississippi, Idaho, Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, Oklahoma, and the Dakotas are the most conservative. These findings certainly do not beggar belief. The most civil libertarian states are found in northern New England, Vermont, Maine, and New Hampshire, the Pacific Northwest, Washington and Oregon, and the southern Rockies of Colorado and New Mexico. The most civil communitarian, i.e. authoritarian states, Hawaii, California, Missouri, New York, Alabama, and New Jersey. Now,
Louisiana wasn't in there. Kind of surprised by that.
Well, prison incarceration is only one factor. So.
Okay.
The top of the list, you already mentioned
New Hampshire, number one. Which, by the way, it's up on the list. It had been number one previously in previous years, but not last year. It was, what, number two last year?
Number two last year. I think it was number 4 the previous ranking.
Okay, because it was 4 that I had remembered, and I'm glad that we've risen up the list.
Yeah. Alaska, number 2. Alaska being the state that I believe finished second?
No, third in the Free State Project vote for which state would be the Free State Project's destination state, which is a movement of liberty-minded people migrating to one place. New Hampshire was the chosen state for that.
Alaska came in second in the 2016 Freedom in the 50 States, followed by Oklahoma, Indiana, and South Dakota.
Now, I saw
for the top 5.
Alaska kind of jumped up the list a bit. They were not in the top 5 previously, I believe, and they came up all the way up to second place. So that's good for them.
Tennessee and Idaho followed closely behind, both of which in the top 10. New York is by far the least free state, followed by California, Hawaii, New Jersey, and Maryland.
Okay, so do you happen to have the little scores to where we can compare? It says by far, so meaning that there is actually a significant difference between number 49 and 50?
I will pull that up in just a moment.
Okay, yeah, because I always thought that they were kind of neck and neck, but I never looked at the
Yeah, and I should have said New York. I was just being biased.
Since the state freedom scores represent their situation at the beginning of the year 2015, they include changes made by legislatures that in most states were elected in November of 2012. The Granite State began at number 2 at the start of our time in the series in 2000, then narrowly took over the top spot over Tennessee in 2006. It slipped in 2007, 2008, made up some ground in 2009, and improved relative to other states while falling back in absolute terms during the PPACA implementation. That's what most people call Obamacare.
Okay.
The actual term for the legislation is the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act. So, I prefer using the actual term, not the derogatory.
Okay, gotcha.
Because when you say Obamacare, all of a sudden, half of the people that are listening are just going to tune you out because they're, you're conservative, la, la, la.
But doesn't Obama call it Obamacare?
I don't
the
know.
Democrats call it that? Like, isn't that what it's kind of called? I don't know. Maybe
they
not.
may have, adopted it because that's just what people say, but the actual term is PPACA.
When the debates were going on, they were calling it the Affordable Care Act. Whenever I have to talk to people not officially, but professionally, I always type Obamacare /ACA.
Interesting. And you are a professional accountant.
Yes.
They continue. They say, in other words, New Hampshire improved substantially on policies under its own control following the 2010 elections, with further improvements in the 2013-2014 years. The state was able to crown.
Is this Jason Sorens who is writing this?
Sorens and somebody else. So it's credited to 2 people.
So it's 2 people from larger organizations. Sorens is in the Mercatus Center, and then the other guy is from the Cato Institute.
Yes.
It's not just a couple guys who are writing this. There's pretty big organizations behind this. 855-450 free. It's really in depth. We'll get into a little bit more, and you can share your thoughts on the rankings. Free Talk Live.
If you or someone you love is suffering from hearing loss, please stay tuned for a special free offer from the makers of a revolutionary hearing breakthrough called Listen Clear. Listen Clear is precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit the ear almost invisibly, and it can be adjusted to find the perfect way to hear everything in every listening environment. Right now, we're offering absolutely free in-home trials to everyone who calls now. 1-800-721-9369. Call in the next 10 minutes and you'll also receive free shipping and free batteries for life. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so people won't notice when you're wearing it. So again, if you or someone you love is suffering from hearing loss, please give them or yourself this life-changing 100% free in-home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-721-9369. That's 1-800-721-9369. 1-800-721-9369.
Technically, I wasn't invited to this wedding, but you can stroll into any event with a camera and people will assume you're the photographer. This bag's holding more than cameras. It's also got an RFID scanner that's picking up all your personal information. Debit cards, credit cards, even that key to your office. So while the bride's taking his last name, I'll be taking yours. Say cheese.
Do you have a stronghold on your identity? ID Stronghold pioneered RFID blocking technology over a decade ago. For about the same price as an unprotected wallet, you can get a stronghold on your credit cards, license, and other critical data with ID Stronghold wallets, card sleeves, and purses. Other RFID blocking technology simply isn't the same. Check the label. If it's not an ID Stronghold, it's probably weak.
I'm Walt Augustinowicz, founder and CEO of ID Stronghold. Protect yourself from crimes you can't see with ID Stronghold wallets in bifold, trifold, and the popular mini style.
Get the original RFID blocking wallet. IDstronghold.com.
Is spreading the message of liberty and peace around the globe worth 15 cents per day to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as sub-Saharan Africa. Last year, we did a fundraiser that successfully covered the costs of continuing our African channel. This year, we're hoping to raise enough to fund a new satellite signal that will cover Europe, North Africa, and much of the Middle East. You can donate as much or as little as you like via the Indiegogo campaign at fund.lrn.fm. And there are perks available like sitting in on your favorite LRN.FM show, exclusive shiny badges, or even naming a satellite channel. Please contribute now at fund.lrn.fm and help us continue our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. The fundraiser ends August 19th, so please visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. That's fund.lrn.fm. For years, LRN.FM has had a listen line that you can call and listen to LRN.FM anytime. Now we're taking the idea to a new level with the LRN.FM audio on-demand line. You can call 641-793-9660 anytime and listen to LRN.FM's live feed, and you can listen to a bunch of our original shows on demand. Long-distance fees may apply. Just dial 641-793-9660 and choose from the menu. 641-793-9660.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is $3 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 4 cents higher at $19.82 per ounce. Bitcoin is currently trading at $564 US. Here at Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, we've been helping clients buying and selling precious metals for nearly 40 years. To see how we can help you, give us a call today at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live, and you can join us. The toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. We are announcing the results, highlights that Darryl has pulled out of the most recent study on the freedom of the 50 states, or freedom in the 50 states.
Freedom in the 50 states.
And the website is freedomin50states.org. We put a link up on our Facebook and Twitter so you can check out and dig through this. And you said it's a 300. If you want to dig
299 pages, close enough to 300.
300 pages so that you can dig in if you really want to find out their methodology and how they determine the scores of the various different states. Study's been going on for 16 years now. I think you said early aughts.
Yes. They've done 6 of them since the year 2000.
Okay. And they've been every year for the last few years that they've been doing them. And so we're going to go through more of that here in moments. Also, I want to let you know about Liberland. We talked about the migration of liberty-minded people who are moving to New Hampshire. Well, there are also people in Europe that want to go to a more free place, and Liberland has been proposed as that place. It's a 3-square-mile plot of land between Serbia and Croatia, where neither Serbia or Croatia have claimed that plot of land. And so now, a bunch of libertarians went there and claimed it as Liberland. And they recently had recognition proposed by 7 Polish legislators. This is something they're really looking for, is to get other countries in the world to recognize Liberland. In fact, the Chicago Journal of International Laws released a 35-page essay making the case for statehood for Liberland. Now, of course, you could argue that libertarians shouldn't be seeking statehood at all, and I would agree with you there. But in this crazy world where people believe in the idea of states, there's some benefits that could come from having other states recognize your fake idea of a state as well, because it's all fake. It's all just ideas. Just states and nations are just things in your head. Roger Beer is behind it. He's the owner of Bitcoin.com. He's not behind Liberland, but he's supporting Liberland. And about 100,000 folks have requested citizenship so far. So if you want to get citizenship to Liberland, you do have to substantially contribute to the growth of Liberland. So go and learn more over at liberland.org, Liberland, liberland.org. As we continue with you in studio tonight, it's Ian,
Melanie,
and Darryl.
Let's go to your calls and thoughts, and we'll get back into the freedom in the 50 states. First, we've got someone who's far, far away from the 50 states. He's Ian, and calling from China on Skype. Hello, Ian.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, what's on your mind tonight?
Well, this sort of ties into that freedom thing. I applied to get my wife an immigration visa a little over a year ago. And, of course, we're still in a long queue waiting for the embassy in China to approve her moving to America.
Okay.
Would it be easier if I just put her in a burqa, screamed, aloha snack bar, and came over the border?
I don't know why that would be easier. No. I mean, the bureaucrats.
When I was younger, you could marry a young lady, fill out some papers. 3 months later, boom, she's in America.
Yeah, well, it should be easy for people who want to come here and make a better life for themselves. Unfortunately, a bunch of bureaucrats have gotten involved, and now it's costs.
I'm a U.S. citizen. My books are bringing me a very tiny income. My wife has a master's degree. She's a certified English and Chinese teacher.
Yeah.
We own real estate in China. And sure as hell, after jumping through all these hoops with a lawyer, we'll probably be 2 or 3 years in a waiting list.
How much money have you paid so far? Do you mind sharing that?
Paid? What do you mean paid?
Well, I mean,
my lawyer?
Not just the lawyer, but there's application fees with the immigration.
Just under
services.
$3,000.
Now that's just the attorney, or does that also include the application fee?
That's everything.
Okay.
I've got a very good attorney who I did practice with her years ago. She's a great lady. And,
well, maybe for people who are fairly well off, $3,000 may not seem like a lot of money, but for poor people who are trying to come here and make a better life for themselves,
I agree.
That kind of sounds like friend prices anyway.
Okay. Go ahead, Melanie. Go ahead.
That kind of sounds like friend prices to me.
Because you're right; those are friend prices.
What's a friend price?
Would be about. We're
You're
buddies,
my
so
friend. I'm cutting you a break.
Oh, you mean attorney? Yes. You mean for the attorney?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes. I used to work with a guy from Malawi, and he had been going through, at the time that I worked with him 8 years ago, had been going through the process for nearly a decade and had spent, I think he said, about $15,000.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Now, understand, if your Malawi guy married an American, it would be cheaper and faster. Now, in my case, it should be about $5,000, but like you said, Melanie, is it?
Yes.
They cut me a break. She cut me a break. I guess what's killing me is we're planning on where we want to live in America. I'm not tied anywhere especially. Keene, New Hampshire is on our list. Where is Alabama?
Oh, you're asking on the freedom of the 50 states.
Freedom in the 50 states. Yeah. Alabama is at 23 on the list.
So mid-pack.
Just ahead of Michigan, Nebraska, Pennsylvania.
Most of my family are at my age. Most of my family's already dead and gone. Okay. And about 40 years ago, I became a conscientious voter, studying the issues and realizing when I was and wasn't wasting my time. But all of this said, my wife is so gung-ho to be an American and one day be able to vote and so excited. And now she's being told we're sitting in a stack of papers. She got her exit visa. The exit visa took 4 weeks. It cost $100.
From China?
Yeah, to be able to leave. If you're a teacher, a scientist, a doctor, or a high-ranking party member, you need special permission to get out of China. Otherwise, it's a felony punishable by up to 30 years.
Gotcha.
She got her visa. I'm an American. I don't need a visa. And sure as hell, we're just sitting in a pile of papers waiting for some lazy bureaucrats to finally get to our name. You know, they actually questioned. They said, do you have enough money so you won't be a burden on our tax system? By American standards, we're probably, you'd call us rich, I guess. Just my money alone could support 100 families. And my wife's doing very well. Her mother was Chairman Mao's doctor for 6 years.
Wow.
That means she's connected, go on C, which means connection, and she's not poor.
Well, I mean, even poor people should be allowed to come here, though, right? Like, I mean, that's the whole idea with the Statue of Liberty.
I have a poor American friend in China who teaches English at some schools. Chinese wife, they had a baby. Baby's officially American now. He wants to bring her back to America. That dude is on probably a 4 or 5 year waiting list. I got him friend prices with my girl, so he's paying only $2,500. But still, he's not a rich man. My God, he has a master's degree in. Are you ready for this? Yeah, psychology. What a waste of his time and money. So he's got to try to find a job, and the government's saying, we don't trust your ability not to go on welfare.
Wow.
So they put them on this 8-year waiting list.
And no, was it the government that sold him the degree that's supposed to be able to get you a job in the first place?
Yeah.
Who is now saying you're unemployable?
Almost guaranteed to be a state school. Ian, thanks for the call. Good one. Appreciate it. Toll-free number tonight, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We got more on the freedom of the 50 states. Alabama mid-pack, according to the list at number 23. And where does yours rank? Toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. Of course, New Hampshire retaking the number 1 spot.
And how far behind is New York?
It's Free Talk Live.
Hunters, anglers, campers, and survivalists. Get back to nature. Expand your horizons with the highest quality, most versatile, unique slingshots and sling bows on the market at slingbow.com. Sling bow products are compact and models start from just $17.98. They're perfect for your bug out bag or storing in your vehicle. Give yourself and your loved ones the excitement and tradition of sling bow. A new frontier in archery and truly modern twist on this primitive survival tool. Feel the thrill only at slingbow.com. So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective, multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
Okay, nurse, let's get this man to the ER stat.
Right away, doctor.
We see this every day. Heart attack or angina pain due to blocked and clogged arteries. Chelation can remove obstructions or blockages from arteries and help avoid painful and expensive surgery. Now there's Angioprim. It's a liquid oral chelation product that you take with juice. You start to feel the results fast. Angioprim increases blood flow all over the body, and that means more energy and strength to take on the day with less aches and pains. 60 years of research has gone into chelation, and Angioprim is the result. A safe and easy way to unblock your veins and arteries from buildup that slow circulation.
Paging Dr. Jones. Please report to the emergency room right away.
Log on now for a special radio offer from Angioprim. That's angioprim.com/radio. ANGIOPRIM. Angioprim.com/radio or call 877-882-7221. That's 877-882-7221.
Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road Underground Market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org.
The three most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are: 1, share one episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2, buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3, give $5 a month to the AMP program. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same prices with free Super Saver shipping by going to shop.freetalklive.com. Please do your online shopping at shop.freetalklive.com.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper FPP News at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. We invite you to join us here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We're talking about the freedom in the 50 states, the somewhat yearly study that has come out from this time the Mercatus Center and the Cato Institute, looking at how much freedom there is or is not in all of the 50 states. New York at the very bottom of the pack. We'll find out by how much. Apparently, there's a difference between New York and California, the number 49th and 50th states.
There's a huge gap. Huge.
And then New Hampshire at number 1. What was number 2?
Alaska is number 2.
That's right. So New Hampshire at number 1, retaking the number 1 position where it had been previously, but had dropped for the last couple of years and is now back up. And hopefully we can keep New Hampshire at number 1 and have a nice big difference between New Hampshire and the rest of the states eventually, as well as far as the scores go, as we get more liberty-minded people to move here and get active to achieve more liberty in our lifetime. By the way, speaking of states, Bernie Sanders has been invited to go to any state, any city in America.
And he loves the state.
He sure does. To defend the state, to defend socialism versus voluntarism. He's going to be up against Adam Kokesh if he agrees to this debate, where if he participates in this 3-hour proposed debate, the charity of Bernie Sanders' choice will receive $250,000 worth of Bitcoin. Now, Adam Kokesh, the other participant, will also get $50,000 worth of Bitcoin for his favorite charity. The offer has been put on the table by Roger Ver, and so far, unfortunately, Bernie has not responded. So even though Bernie can go to any city in America, he can choose the objective moderator, and all he's got to do is talk about his favorite thing, socialism, for 3 hours in a debate where both participants get equal time. That's all he's got to do, and then $250,000 goes to the charity of his choice. He has not yet responded to the invitation. You can learn more about this what I think would be a really awesome debate by going to bernie.freetalklive.com. He's got till the end of this month to get the $250,000 locked in. That's bernie.freetalklive.com. Let's continue, Darryl, with more highlights that you've selected from the nearly 300-page detail on the 50 states. I mean, you can go to freedomin50states.org and look at the chart and look at the basics.
Right,
on this.
you can download the PDF, which is what I've done. They've also got, you can download the Excel spreadsheet that has all of the data points. So, like all of the information is available. I've parsed through a fair amount of it and trying to deliver the highlights.
All right.
Now, the question was asked about how far behind is New York?
Right.
Behind California. So before I tell you that, let me give you some context here.
All right.
So again, they're ranking the highest score that one could get is a 1. The lowest score is a -1.
Got it.
So basically, they're doing an average sort of, or not an average, but a percentage. So, if you had a 1, that would be a 100%. If you had a 0.89, that would be 89%.
And no one has a 1.
Nobody has a 1.
What is the score, just for reference purposes, of New Hampshire, the number 1 freest state?
New Hampshire and Alaska both have a 0.33.
0.33. So that's not a tie for number 1?
That's not a tie, and I don't know why that's not a tie. It might be something, like a couple decimals
Maybe
below
it's
that.
0.333 versus 0.332 or something.
Could be. I have to look and actually compare all of the numbers for the states to tell you why it's not a tie. But they're not calling it a tie, even though that 2-digit decimal, they're both 0.33. Oklahoma and Indiana and South Dakota, the 3, 4, and 5 spots, all have a 0.28. Tennessee and Idaho both 0.26.
All right.
Let's see here. Texas, which is the number 28 state, has a 0.0.
Wow, interesting.
Meaning that, on that average sort of thing, they're right in the middle as far as, the...
Boy, the Texans aren't going to be happy about that,
1.
man. The Texans just love Texas and think it's just the best thing since sliced bread, and nope, sorry, you're not even in the top 25.
Connecticut and Illinois both have a negative 0.26. And I mention that because Tennessee and Idaho have a plus 0.26.
Okay.
Connecticut and Illinois are the 44th and 45th states in the rankings.
Got it.
So, about consistent as far as the number 6 and number 7 state and the 45, 40, or 44, 45. Maryland is 46. So, like the bottom 5, they would be, the start of the bottom 5 with a negative 0.4.
Oof.
New Jersey, Hawaii, California are then 0.43, 0.49, 0.5.
So California is negative. What you mean is these are all negative 0.5.
Negative 0.5.
Negative 0.5 on the way down to the maximum negative of negative 1.
Negative 1.
And you said there's a huge difference between California and New York.
There's a huge difference. Guess what New York's score is?
Negative 0.8. I mean, because you can buy soda in California still.
Negative 0.75.
Negative 0.98.
God!
Wow.
So they are almost as bad as one can get.
Jeez. So like the North Korea, basically, of the United States.
New York is the North Korea of the United States.
We should do a study on North Korea and see if it's worse or better than New York.
And again,
well, you can escape from New York pretty easily. I mean, all things.
I don't know. It
there was
costs
a
like
movie
$20
about
to
that.
drive out of New York, though.
Well, it depends on which part. If you're already living in upstate New York, you don't have to pay a toll, I don't think, to get over to Vermont or whatever.
True.
Yeah.
And again, these are relative to the other states. So they did this sort of average thing to where a state with a 0 is smack dab in the middle as far as the statistical averages.
I had no idea.
New Hampshire, a positive 0.33. New York, a negative 0.98.
Wow. See, now I've looked at the freedom in the 50 states before, but I didn't actually compare the scores. I always figured California and New York were like neck and neck, duking it out for worst state, but it's not even close.
It's not even close.
I mean, that's several factors less free than California.
Yes. Like California would have to be twice as bad.
Wow.
To be worse than New York.
Wow.
Hawaii would have to be twice as bad.
Right.
And no other state would even touch it if they were twice as bad unless New York improved on freedom.
So if you were going to live in a statist hellhole, you would do much better at the very least by choosing the warmer ones, right? So California and Hawaii are terrible, not so free places to live, but they're nowhere near as bad as New York, which is a frozen tundra by comparison.
Yes.
And so New York not only doesn't have the freedom, it also doesn't have the weather. Because a lot of people are willing to stay in warm places even though they're less free because, well, it's cold up there in New Hampshire, so I don't want to come to New Hampshire. But people in New York, my goodness. I feel so bad for those. It's
right,
like
and
it's like an abuse victim.
Looking at this, the only state that has a temperate climate that is somewhere down on the list is Hawaii.
Wait, what? You mean the bottom of the list?
As far as the worst states, Hawaii is the only one that has decent weather.
California's got good weather.
Okay, and I keep forgetting. Like California also has the mountains, so they get a lot of snow in a lot of the state.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it gets snow, but I know there's some really nice places in California that don't change from 70 degrees all year or whatever.
Right. So those are the two states that have nice weather and are also horrible. Then there's New Jersey, Maryland, Connecticut, Illinois, Rhode Island, Maine.
All cold places.
Kentucky, Vermont, West Virginia, Minnesota, Oregon. And then at number 36, you get Mississippi, which is the one that Melanie originally guessed is possibly number 50.
Wow, that is a real eye-opener. Okay, New York people. So if you actually claim to love freedom and you live in New York, why it is you don't just move a little bit east to... I mean, even if you can't get away from New York that much, you can still move to Vermont and probably do a lot better. Would you recall where Vermont ranked in this year?
Vermont was 40, number 40.
Wow, not so great. All right, 855 450
Better than New York.
free. This is Free Talk Live.
I'm Governor Gary Johnson. Like 60% of you, I'm not impressed by the two-party system. It's a dinosaur. It's outmoded and no longer reflects today's America. Two-party politics doesn't work, and it hasn't worked for anybody but itself in decades. If we the people are wise, we will never again elect another president from within the entrenched, corrupt, co-opted two-party system. The office of president should serve the needs of everyone equally with respect and with fairness. I did it as governor, I'll do it as president. Google me. 60% of you have said you want another choice in 2016, and now you have one in me. We the people have a chance to do something in 2016 that may not come around again in our lifetimes. We have a legitimate chance to elect one of our own to the highest office in the land. Give me your vote one time and see what a difference one election can make.
Our best America yet. Johnson Weld, 2016.
Paid for by Gary Johnson, 2016.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Injury Help Desk is responsible for this advertisement. Principal office, Las Vegas, Nevada. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisements. Services may not be available in all states.
Attention prescription antibiotic drug users. Have you or a loved one suffered an aortic dissection, aortic aneurysm, or abdominal aortic aneurysm after taking the prescription antibiotic drugs Levaquin or Avelox? These popular antibiotic drugs have been prescribed more than 80 million times since 2004, and medical studies show an increased risk of the following injuries: aortic dissection, aortic aneurysm, and abdominal aortic aneurysm. If you or a loved one used the prescription antibiotic drugs Levaquin or Avelox and suffered from aortic dissection, aortic aneurysm, or abdominal aortic aneurysm, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Act now. Time is limited to file a claim. You may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. For a free consultation and free information, call Injury Help Desk at 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com. You can get emailed announcements and participate in contests via our email updates list. Plus, we have a Twitter account that you can follow and a Facebook page where you can become a fan. So visit news.freetalklive.com to get news about Free Talk Live as soon as it's announced and the way you want it delivered at news.freetalklive.com. That's news.freetalklive.com. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
You can connect with the Liberty Radio Network via our Facebook page at facebook.lrn.fm. That's facebook.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up anything you want right here, toll-free at 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. The Freedom in the 50 States for 2016 has been released. Now, of course, it came out in 2016, but it's really looking at data that's up to a few years old. Is that right?
Right. So it's data up to the end of 2014.
Okay. Right, and I heard you say something about 2012 as well, so maybe as old as 2012. Is that right?
No, so the policies that took effect
in
would have been things that were being voted on in 2012 by legislators in 2012. Okay. So that's where the 2012 came into.
So yeah, all the data does trail a little bit just because of the nature of how long it takes to go through all this data and figure out.
Well, not only that, but the nature of government releasing information. So budgets,
sure.
The 2016 fiscal year budget, the fiscal year ended in July or October, depending on which state you're in and which calendar they're using. But that data is not necessarily going to be available until the middle of next year. So, even by the time the data is available, it's outdated.
So, we're going through some of these numbers here. There are nearly 300 pages in the full report. You've kind of dug through that to some extent. You're sharing some of the things you think are interesting, including not only the fact that New Hampshire is number one. That's the biggest, most noteworthy thing about this. But as we just revealed, New York is not only number 50, but it's number 50 by a landslide, if you will. New York at negative 0.98, and the worst score you possibly could receive is a -1.
Yes.
I wonder what thing they did right.
What was the 0.02 that New York got right? Apparently they haven't put up barbed wire fences around the entire state, just like, North Korea.
Well, let me actually go to freedomin50states.org and click on New York on the map, and I'll tell you.
What are the strengths? What are the freedoms that New Yorkers still enjoy?
Well, they, first off, have a net migration rate of negative 11.2%.
So does that mean that 11.2% of the state's population in the last year have left?
I do believe that's what that means, yes.
That's huge.
Did you say it was negative?
Negative 11.2.
Okay, so then that means people are moving to New York for sure.
No. The net migration. So New Hampshire has a positive net migration, meaning people are moving to New Hampshire.
Okay.
New York has a negative 11% net migration, meaning they are losing population. The analysis here says New York is again the least free state in the country.
Wow.
Its huge glaring weakness, its fiscal policy. If New York were to adopt a fiscal regime closer to that of California, New Jersey, or Connecticut, its overall economic freedom score would be closer to theirs. As it is, New York looks set to remain the least free state for many years to come. New York's local tax burden is twice that of the average state.
Now, by the way, before you go on, as things keep getting worse, meaning people leaving New York in droves, as it appears to be, they're going to have to continue increasing taxes if they want to get the same budgets year after year. Because if people are moving out, if houses are empty, then they're not going to get as much in property taxes, and they're going to have to increase them, which, of course, is going to drive more people out. And the only thing that can stop this cycle is if they actually make New York more free.
Yes. They say, however, New Yorkers have ample choice in local governments with 4.1 competing jurisdictions per 100 square miles of land. The state
Apparently
tax
all that
burden,
competition didn't do jack.
It doesn't. But
wait, how is that even competition? Because like wherever you are, you don't have like a choice of what local government I would like to live under. Like I can't be like, well, would I like to live under Keene or would I like to live under Swansea? Like it doesn't.
Well, you
work
can
that
do
way.
that. Yeah, you can.
I mean, you can move, but you
Right.
can't.
Right.
That's not.
That's what
competition.
they're saying. So, there are a lot of people that work in New York City that don't live in New York City. So you can live, in one place, work somewhere else, and then, you're choosing governments of sorts.
This happens to some
based
extent
on your migration pattern.
Look at big stores, like, for instance, the Market Basket here in Keene is actually located in Swansea, which is the town to the south of Keene, and it's literally right next to the line.
Yes.
So the town line is where they built this thing so they could save on property taxes and pass the savings on to their customers. So businesses make these decisions all the time. Homeowners will also make these decisions. We have people who reach out to us here who are considering moving to New Hampshire. They like Keene, but they don't like the idea of paying the taxes in Keene, so they want to get a list of all the different tax rates in the surrounding towns. And turns out some of the surrounding towns are dramatically more affordable as far as property taxes are concerned. You can live outside of Keene, pay less in property taxes, have a much smaller town government, and still get all the benefits that all the taxpayers in Keene are paying for. Parks or whatever it is that people like.
The state tax burden in New York is also higher than the national average, and government spending is almost 4 times what the average state does on subsidies to businesses.
Wait, how many times higher than the national average on taxes, state taxes?
It does not say how much higher.
Okay.
But it just says that it is higher than the national average. Debt is the highest in the country at 31.9% of income. Government employment, however, is slightly lower than average. So that's where they went right.
Wait. Debt, is that personal debt or the state's
government debt?
Okay.
So where
the government's income.
where they went right was they have slightly fewer government employees per average, according to the average.
Okay.
New York is also the
that just
worst
means
state.
They get paid more.
The worst state on regulatory policy, although here it is at least within striking distance of number 49.
God.
Land use freedom is very low, primarily because of the economically devastating rent controls in New York City. Local zoning is actually fairly moderate compared with surrounding states, not named Pennsylvania. Renewable portfolio standards are high. The state enacted a minimum wage in 2013-2014 and also has a short-term disability mandate. Cable and telecommunications are unreformed. Occupational freedom is a bit subpar, but nurse practitioners did gain some independence in 2013-2014.
Wow.
Insurance freedom is a mixed bag, but property and casualty insurers gained some freedom to set rates in 2013-2014. The civil liability system looks poor, but we may underrate it slightly because of the state's large legal sector.
Now, I don't know how easily accessible this information would be, but did New York's score get better or worse between 2015 and 2016? If it's a negative 0.98 now, what was it last year?
I've got the trends, and if you give me just a second, I can look at that.
I mean, I feel bad laughing at the poor people in New York, but come on. This is clearly the worst place to live. Why stay there? Why?
New York actually improved by 0.01.
Wait, so it was 0.99?
Yes. Yes. And that's a change from the 2013-2014 study that they did, the 2011-2012 study. New York had an improvement of something, but I cannot find them on the chart.
You know, when you're getting your butt handed to you by California, one of the most highly regulated and taxed places in the United States, you've got a real bad scene.
I was driving through California because I went over there for a friend's wedding, and they had signs on the side of the road, and it's like farmland, right? Where I was driving through anyway, advocating for basically the legalization of water because it was criminal essentially to water crops because you were watering too much water. So in a place that borders the Pacific Ocean, a resource that covers 80% of the surface of the earth and falls from the sky, they are mismanaging it to the point where they have a shortage and are essentially not entirely criminalizing it, but rationing it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're losing to them.
Big road signs warning people about this.
Well, it wasn't warning people about it. It was...
Or trying to legalize it. Okay.
Yeah, it was like protesting it, basically.
Got it.
And looking at the trends, which are on page 111, showing the overall change from 2000, which would be the very first one that they did, Oklahoma has gained the most freedom.
Interesting.
Gaining 0.27 points. Alaska has gained 0.11. New York has lost 0.13. Illinois being the biggest loser, tied with Kentucky at negative 0.22.
The toll-free number tonight. You can join us here, 855-450-FREE. Also, coming up, an update on Weedman, NJ Weedman. His van has been destroyed by the state agents, and it's terrifying. It's Free Talk Live.
Here's a good idea. When you have a legal matter like creating your will or legally setting up a business with a corporation or LLC, you don't necessarily need a law firm. Use LegalZoom.com. At LegalZoom.com, you answer straightforward questions online, and they take care of the rest. They even review your answers for common mistakes and guarantee your satisfaction. Free Talk Live listeners, you'll get 10% off your order by typing in FTL in the referral box at purchase. Don't procrastinate with these important legal documents. LegalZoom.com.
Free Talk Live has partnered with Amazon, the largest internet retailer. Imagine a department store category, and Amazon has it. Books, electronics, office products, furniture, jewelry, automotive, toys, clothing, sporting goods, and dozens of other categories. Now you can shop and support Free Talk Live by entering Amazon through our website. Go to shop.freetalklive.com, and Amazon will send us a portion of your purchase. You're going to do the shopping anyway, so remember to enter through our site at shop.freetalklive.com. That's shop.freetalklive.com. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. facebook.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 2 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, August 15th, 2016. Silver is trading at $19.82 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,339 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $574. Antiwar.com reports heavy fighting was reported across northern Syria's Aleppo over the weekend as Nusra Front attempted to double down on last week's gains, attacking a pair of government districts in the western half of the city. The main fighting on Sunday centered around a cement factory in the city's southwest. The Nusra offensives began with car bombings, attempting to soften up the defensive positions around the key Jamaat al-Zahra district, which includes the army base as well as a substantial residential district. There was no confirmation of the casualty figures for fighters on either side. As usual, however, it's the civilian bystanders taking the brunt of the casualties over the course of the weekend, with over 180 civilians having been killed, overwhelmingly within Aleppo, where Nusra shelled government districts and the military airstrikes pounded Nusra-held districts. In addition to those killed in Aleppo, another 20 civilians were reported killed in Idlib province as the military pounded Nusra-held areas there as part of a campaign to try to prevent Nusra from getting more reinforcements to Aleppo. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. UPI reports the federal state of emergency in Flint, Michigan expired on Sunday, but city officials are assuring residents free bottled water is still available. Most of the 100,000 people in the city north of Detroit have been avoiding tap water because of the lead water crisis. Captain Chris Kalinsky, Deputy State Director of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, said in a statement, August 14th is just a date on the calendar, and Governor Rick Snyder has said we will make decisions based on science, not arbitrary dates. President Obama issued an emergency declaration in January, paying 75% of the cost of the bottled water, filters, and cartridges. Michigan Radio reported now the state will pick up the entire bill, which is about $3.5 million per month. Since January 9th, more than 2.2 million cases of bottled water, more than 130,000 water filters, more than 287,000 replacement cartridges, and more than 52,000 at-home water testing kits have been distributed to Flint water system customers, according to the press release. Kalinsky said in a statement, until the water meets quality standards, we will provide water supplies to Flint water system customers at the water resource site. State officials said Flint residents will not notice any loss of water emergency services as the state takes on the additional cost, according to the release. Researchers said testing of more than 170 homes showed lead levels declined by as much as 60% below previous tests. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said on Sunday emergency crews have rescued more than 7,000 people stranded by historic flooding that has killed at least 3 in submerged whole communities as parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast brace for more rain and rising waters. Edwards, who has called for federal emergency relief funds, said residents have been pulled out of flooded homes, swamped cars, and threatened medical facilities in cities and towns across the southeastern part of the state. While the brunt of the storm that brought torrential rains and flooding to the area was moving west towards Texas on Sunday, Louisiana residents should remain cautious, the governor said at a news conference. Edwards said even with the sunshine out today intermittently, the waters are going to continue to rise in many areas, so this is no time to let your guard down. Some 5,000 people were forced to sleep in shelters overnight. There were not enough beds to house all of those. Many had to sleep on floors. Emergency officials said they were still working on strategies to rescue an undetermined number of people trapped by the waters. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Inclement weather prevents a liar from getting to work, and a lunchbox is mostly medication. Sources across the nation impatiently reported today that the 24-hour news cycle seemed to be taking forever, telling reporters that the continuous coverage from MSNBC, CNN, and other news sources was simply not continuous enough. Frustrated Americans demanded more panel coverage, around-the-clock bulletins, and breaking reactions from Twitter.
It's like, sure, I have 5 channels of unending news updates constantly flooding my screen, but each one of those only has one slow-moving news ticker. Why not 3 or 4 running at triple speed? Honestly, these networks need to understand that I can't just wait around all day for minute-by-minute coverage.
And in this week's science news, a new report finds that lake ice grows safer to venture out on with each beer consumed. In other news, the beauty industry announces a new initiative to make women self-conscious about their palms. A beautiful cinnamon bun is too good for this world, too pure. And a picky eater is 38.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live. You can join us here toll free at 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. New Hampshire, again, the #1 freest state in the United States, although it looks like Alaska is hot on its heels. So the liberty activists who are moving here to New Hampshire and have moved here, we got a lot of work to do. We cannot rest on our laurels. It's just thinking that #1 is good enough. No, we need to be #1 by far. Sort of the same way New York is number 50 by far. There's a huge gap between number 49, California, and number 50 in the
almost double.
Yeah, in the freedom of the 50, excuse me, freedom in the 50 states study, freedomin the50states.org. It just came out today. You can go there and dig through this. We've been looking through. You've got up to almost 300 pages there, Darryl, that you've been parsing over. By the way, with you in studio tonight, it's Ian here,
Melanie,
and Darryl.
So you look like you want to jump in there.
Yeah, so you had mentioned about Alaska. Alaska actually moved up 7 spots from the last ranking that they did. Oklahoma moved up 2 spots to number 3. Indiana stayed the same. South Dakota dropped 4 spots from #1 to number 5. New Hampshire moving up 1 spot to #1.
Well, New Hampshire, so what was it, a .33?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's 33%. That's a pretty failing grade. I mean, it's better than everybody else. So definitely we have stuff to improve on.
Yeah, we got a lot to do here. So yeah, we should get to work on this, and we are. In fact, there are thousands of people who moved here now. There are multiple migrations of liberty-oriented folks who are coming here. There's the Free State Project. There's the Shire Society. People are just coming here on their own volition because New Hampshire is a freer place. Live free or die. That mentality does exist among many of the natives here, and so I'm so grateful to be here in this place because this truly is the best place for liberty. And I think you could argue it may be the best on the whole planet because when you look at the economic freedom indexes, there's a couple of them that get done every year. I believe the Fraser Institute and Cato. I think it's Cato. No, Fraser Institute and Heritage Foundation, I think, are the two that put out different economic freedom indexes of the world. They look at the different countries in the world and they compare their economic freedom to one another. And I bet you if you put New Hampshire up against the rest of those countries, it would be interesting to see where New Hampshire would end up. I bet it'd be in the top 5 for sure, as far as comparing freedoms between, averaging out the rest of the United States, because the rest of those states, including New York and California and Illinois and all the bad ones, they bring the average down, the average freedom score for the United States. So if we actually broke out the 50 states and included them on that freedom ranking, it really would be, I think, enlightening. The New Hampshire GDP, I believe, is in the top 20 of the entire world. I don't remember exactly which position it's at, but it's fairly high up in the world rankings of GDP. So I think we would be just fine on our own. I think it'd be great if New Hampshire could break away from the United States, which is sort of a completely different topic of secession, hopefully in our lifetime. But the more libertarians, the more voluntarists, the more peace-loving liberty activists that we can get here to New Hampshire, the better off we're going to be. Numbers make a huge difference on what we can possibly accomplish here. And Melanie, you've been here now as a mover to New Hampshire for how long?
Since November, so what is that, like 8 months?
Okay,
like
so
that?
not quite a full year. Looking back, you came up from Louisiana, which was, I think, was it mid-pack in the list? I don't recall.
Yeah, pretty much.
You came up from Louisiana, one of the most imprisoning states, the most imprisoning state in the entire world, or something like that.
Yeah, and I lived in St. Tammany, which is always, it varies a little bit between 3 different parishes of the top 3 of parishes in Louisiana, but
the
the
top
other
3 in what? Imprisonment?
Gotcha. But the other 2 parishes import a lot of inmates, so St. Tammany is still arresting the most people on the planet.
Okay. And you came to Keene, New Hampshire, and kind of looking back on your not quite a full year here, do you think it was the right thing to do?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's definitely better. The people are even the Gen Pop here is kind of minarchisty. The people are nicer. Anarchists are here.
You notice
so
that
that's
too?
Really what I moved
that people
for.
are nicer than down south?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's something I noticed as well.
Not that would be like a huge, standard, but.
Well, it's nice to be around nice people.
Yeah.
That plays into things, right?
Beating the South in that would not be a huge standard.
Well, even the bureaucrats here, I think, tend to be a little bit nicer in my experience. And it can be a little weird, like when you're used to bureaucrats being totally rude in other places, and you come here and they actually make eye contact with you and smile sometimes.
Yeah, it was really weird because whenever you move, you have to go and fill out all the paperwork.
Well, no, you don't, but apparently you did. There's very little that they can do if you don't do that. Like, if you think about it, if you already have a car registered in some other state, then you can just leave the car registered there, and they're probably not going to catch up to you about it.
Well, yeah, but then I would have to renew it in
the other state
there, and
that's right.
Would be almost impossible.
Well, okay.
I'd have to do
depending on the state.
I'd have to do an inspection in Louisiana every 2 years.
Yeah. So different states are different. So like in Florida, there's no inspection. And so you can just re-register via mail. You just send them a check. They send you the updated sticker. So there's no problem there. And of course, some people will actually get a corporation, like an LLC. They'll register their car in the LLC's name in places like Wisconsin or Montana, and then there's no claim that the state of New Hampshire could possibly even have on that. But yes, you're right. Most people will go down to the bureaucracies and update whatever information.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's almost weird to me. Like it's I don't know, and I don't want to say it's a bad thing, but I'm not ready to say it's a good thing either, because it's like, you're robbing me.
That they're somewhat friendly, you mean?
Yeah. And you're being nice to me about it. And I almost feel like that's dishonest.
You want them to be
but
mean.
They don't see it as robbery. They see it as, I'm just doing my job.
I don't care what they see it as. I care
this is what the
doing.
people want. They voted for us.
Right, but no, I'm explaining
Nobody
why they're
voted for
nice.
the DMV.
I'm explaining why they're nice. They don't see it as robbery. So it's different in their eyes than, some mugger in Central Park saying, hey, how are you? I'm going to mug you today.
Well, yeah, but you know what the difference between the mugger and the state agent is? Is that the mugger can only take what you have. The state agent can take more than what you have.
And the mugger will likely never mug you again. I mean, the odds that you'll see the same mugger a second time are fairly slim.
Oh, hey, didn't I mug you yesterday? Wasn't it so nice? Don't I have a nice shiny gun?
Well, and if you read and a mugger kind of has an incentive to let you recover before they rob you again.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, they don't. Also, some common criminals have at least some level of a moral code. They might leave alone small children, for instance, or women. Not all criminals have that code, but
necessarily women. But
but like the mafia, for instance, I believe they do have a code where they will not generally kill women and children if they're going to do some sort of gang style killing. That's my understanding. Now I could be wrong about that, but that's what I understand.
Well, I don't know that much about the mafia. I do know there was a guy a couple years ago who it was a bunch of people mugged one guy, and then they went to look through his wallet, saw that he was a vet, gave him his stuff back, and went and mugged somebody else instead.
Ridiculous.
Now, whether or not that's the standard that we would use, there is some level of weird honor there, I guess, where they feel like he helped them out, so they're not gonna.
He fought for their freedom to mug people.
Now, Let's shift back into the freedom in the 50 states briefly. I know that you pretty much highlighted some of the stuff that you thought was pretty interesting.
Yes.
What was the analysis of New Hampshire? Because they had a really detailed analysis of just how bad New York was. I guess I'd be kind of interested in knowing where are some of the areas New Hampshire needs to improve. I think they did a really detailed breakdown just in general of every state and the different factors that went into the scores ultimately. So where is some of the weak points here?
So New Hampshire has a net migration of 2.2%, meaning that we're gaining population.
That's interesting.
Also gaining income, 1.91% personal income growth.
People are getting a little wealthier in New Hampshire. All right, well, that's good. We'll talk more about some of the good and the improvements needed here. And you can, of course, come and help us out. Start planning your move here to New Hampshire. Get active with the countless libertarians and voluntarists that are already here, and more, thousands more actually planning to come. This is Free Talk Live.
I'm Governor Gary Johnson. I'll be on the ballot for president in all 50 states. If a Democrat is elected president, if a Republican is elected president, in 4 years, we will still be at war. America will be 4 years deeper in debt. We will have 4 more years of rising taxes, bigger government, crony capitalism instead of free markets, and less freedom. How do we know this? Because that's what both parties keep delivering. If you're an optimist, you know that one day America will have its act together. One day we won't be at war. One day taxes will be fair. One day our social and economic challenges will be conquered, not by force, but by cooperation and mutual respect. To the independent majority of Americans who feel as I do, I say, why wait one more day?
Our best America yet. Johnson Weld, 2016.
Paid for by Gary Johnson, 2016.
Earthquakes, political chicanery, extreme weather, impending financial doom. If you haven't gotten prepared, you're just not paying attention. You need emergency food, and you know it. You'll get the most emergency food for your money from Ready Supply Foods. Companies with patriotic names try to sell you 5 or 6 soups, some pudding, drink powders, and rice, but have only half of the calories you need to survive. You really want to try and live on that? Ready Supply Foods sells 23 delicious entrees with none of the empty calories. Enjoy stroganoff, pasta alfredo, primavera and marinara, chicken a la king, Hawaiian sweet and sour, and vegetable rotini. Those are just a few of our amazing menu items. You can buy from the other companies and eat like a peasant, or buy from Ready Supply Foods and eat like a king. We sell you twice as much food for the money than most companies, and it's much better food. Surviving a disaster is hard enough without worrying about starving to death. See how much more food you can get for your money at ReadySupplyFoods.com today.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. Join us on the radio waves. Toll free, 855-450-FREE. We have been talking about the freedom in the 50 states. It is a yearly, well, recently.
Almost.
Yearly. Recently. You said it was only done 6 times?
6 times in the last 16 years.
Right, but recently it's been done every year. And the Cato Institute and the Mercatus Center put this thing together. It just came out today. We've been kind of going over some of the details about it, some interesting things like how bad New York is compared to every other state. Even the number 49th state on the list, California, seems like a freedom paradise in comparison to New York. New York is so bad. At a negative 0.98, the worst score a state could possibly receive is a -1. And so we'll continue here. We've got some highlights about New Hampshire, the number 1 state, so the freest state of the 50 states. Darryl, you're going to share more of that here in a moment.
Yes.
But one of the things that New Hampshire has that is really special is a large Bitcoin community. In fact, Bitcoin.com is your premier source for everything Bitcoin related. You can get help buying Bitcoins or choosing a Bitcoin wallet, read the latest news, or even engage with the community on the Bitcoin forum. You can even find places to spend your Bitcoin or play online games with the cryptocurrency. The source for all your Bitcoin needs and news is Bitcoin.com. In fact, I posted a story recently about how here in Keene, we had there's a new food truck in town. It's a Vietnamese, and I think there's some French items that she's selling as well.
I think she calls it Vietnamese fusion.
Yeah. Well, some of it's just plain old Vietnamese, like pho noodle, which is very, very good stuff. But I wrote an article about how she's now accepting Bitcoin. Actually, she's been accepting Bitcoin from day one. She just opened like a week ago, and it's not actually the first food truck. It's the second food truck in town to begin accepting Bitcoin, which is awesome. And I did some comparisons between Keene, this little town of 23,000 people or so, and San Francisco, which is not a little town. It's one of the largest cities in
couple million, right?
the United States. Well, apparently the metro of San Francisco doesn't have a couple of million. If you actually, or not metro, but the actual city limits. So the city itself of San Francisco has less than a million, but like 800-something thousand, I think it was. And so doing the math, looking at coinmap.org, which is a website that shows you how many businesses in any given area are Bitcoin accepting businesses, I determined that Keene has a higher concentration per capita of Bitcoin accepting businesses than does San Francisco. And San Francisco is generally considered the number 1 city for Bitcoin accepting businesses. So here in New Hampshire, we've got an incredible Bitcoin community. It's not just Keene. There's a bunch of places out in Manchester as well that are Bitcoin accepting. So if you're interested and into cryptocurrency, there really is no better place, especially if you're a libertarian, to be than here in New Hampshire. The Liberty community, the people like us here on the show. I don't want to speak for you, Melanie, but I presume you would accept Bitcoin for your services.
Yes, I do.
Professional services. Do you have any clients paying in Bitcoin? I don't know if that's personal information or business secrets, but we have them here.
I have some people who told me they were going to pay me in Bitcoin.
But they haven't
yet. So
okay, we do accept Bitcoin here on Free Talk Live as well. Darryl, you accept it,
yes,
over at FPP, your publishing company, and
also my lobbying firm.
Yep, libertylobby.xyz. And you can go donate to Darryl's efforts there. In fact, it's probably due to some of your efforts why New Hampshire is doing so well, because you're constantly there in Concord trying to explain the ideas of freedom to many of these state legislators who might be a little confused. But anyway, Bitcoin's huge here, not just within the Liberty community, but it's spreading out from there into the larger community, which is very, very exciting. The lady at the Bitcoin, or not the Bitcoin, the Vietnamese food truck told me that just the other day she had 3 inquiries as to what's Bitcoin. So, of course, I've got her some flyers now that she can hand to her customers. Anyway, Bitcoin.com. Go there if you want to learn more about Bitcoin. It's an awesome decentralized currency. I highly recommend it. So we were talking about New Hampshire. We're going to get back into that. But first, let's go all the way over to Washington State. And, let's just pull up the number here if you don't mind, Darryl. Where did Washington State end up on the Freedom in the 50 States?
Give me one
take your time with that. I'm going to bring Parker.
Pull that up.
Parker's on the line here. He's in Wenatchee, Washington, and he's on via Skype.
Yeah, so where did we fall in to the whole category thing with that while you guys are looking that up?
Washington is number 32 on the list with a negative 0.05.
Yikes.
Holy crap.
So worse than Texas, which had a 0 score. And then, so yeah.
All right. Well, that being said, I'll get into what I was going to talk about. So I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of this game called Red Dead Redemption. I'm sure that maybe some of your younger listeners within my generation or the generation that came right after mine have heard of it and or played it.
I have probably heard the name, but I couldn't tell you anything about it other than the name is Red Dead Redemption.
I have played the game. I have completed the game. It is an excellent open world kind of... if you're familiar with Grand Theft Auto...
Hold on. If it's an open world game, how do you complete the game?
Well, there's a plot. So in an open world game like Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption, where you can pretty much travel to anywhere you want to and do whatever it is you want to do, sort of within the game's confines. They're known for large maps and kind of worlds with people, or in the case of Grand Theft Auto, cars and things like that. That you can rob in Grand Theft Auto. In this game, you are on horseback, and it's set in the late 1800s, sort of with set pieces that literally
1903 to be exact.
1903. Set pieces that literally come directly out of classic Western movies, that if you're familiar with movies like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly or A Fistful of Dollars, you'll actually see those movies sort of reenacted in this game, that you can actually play a role in those. I mean, it's not that blatant necessarily. They're not using the same character names or whatever, but you can
so
recognize
you're not like,
the scenarios.
Doc Holliday or Wyatt Earp.
Yeah, no names like that necessarily, but anyway, great game, really a lot of fun. If you like Westerns and you enjoyed Grand Theft Auto, you'll probably enjoy the hell out of Red Dead Redemption. So it's a good one. Why were you calling about it, though?
Well, since you played the game, we could talk a little bit about that in more detail. I find that the plot of the game is really quite compelling from a libertarian or anarcho-capitalist perspective, where for those who haven't played the game, you've got a former outlaw who split from the gang after a failed bank robbery or some sort of robbery. And after being left for dead, he decides, okay, enough with those guys. I'm going to split off and get on the straight and narrow path. And some years later, the federal government comes by with a couple of agents, kidnaps his family, and then he's forced to do the government's bidding by hunting down and capturing and or killing the former outlaws that he rode with in order to get his family back. And there's a very interesting quote. Ian, you may remember it or you might not remember it, but I'll play it now for you. And
I don't know how you're going to play it. Do you have an audio system hooked up to your phone? Because normally people like playing things on a speaker over the phone doesn't sound very good.
Yeah.
I still am curious as to where you're going or why you think it's particularly libertarian. The toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. Because, interpreting art, when you're a libertarian, you start to see more of what might not actually be there. We'll talk about it.
In these uncertain times, it makes sense to have a sustainable backup method to cook food and boil water. If your current plan includes using a fuel-burning stove or cooking over an open fire, then there's a much better way. The Minuteman Rocket Stove is a biomass-burning cooking stove that only requires small quantities of sticks and twigs for fuel. The Minuteman stove is easy to use, smokeless, portable, powerful, and sustainable. For the finest in survival cooking stoves and fire starters made right here in the USA, go to MinutemanStove.com. That's MinutemanStove.com.
This is Dan Pilla. Do you owe the IRS money you can't pay? Are tax debts crippling you? I've defended people from the IRS for over 30 years. I've helped thousands, and I can help you too. I wrote the book on IRS settlement, and I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a hopeless case. Call 800-34-NO-TAX to finally get free of IRS debt. With the IRS's new programs, there's never been a better time to solve your problem. Call 800-34-NO-TAX. That's 800-34-NO-TAX, or my website, danpilla.com.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit, did your nerves spike? You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is $3 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 4 cents higher at $19.82 per ounce. Bitcoin is currently trading at $564 US. Here at Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, we've been helping clients buying and selling precious metals for nearly 40 years. To see how we can help you, give us a call today at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up what you want. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We've also got Skype at Skype username LRN.FM. Joining you tonight, it's Ian.
Melanie.
And Darryl.
And don't forget, you can join us online over at freetalklive.com. We told you about Bitcoin.com just a few moments ago because, well, pretty much every host of this show is a fan of the cryptocurrency. But the cryptocurrency world is not just all about Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the dominant one by far, but there are some other alternatives to it, like Ether, And now Dash is soon going to be added to Jax.io. Jax is the official wallet of Free Talk Live. And you can go and download it for free. Just go to jaxx.io, or you can go to your favorite Apple or Google App Store. And there's no wallet like it. Not only can it hold Bitcoin and Ether, but more cryptocurrencies are coming. As I mentioned, Dash is one of the next ones they're going to be adding. Plus, there's Shapeshift integration built right into the app. So if you want to change from your Bitcoin into Ether or vice versa, you can do it without even leaving Jax, which is awesome. It was created by Anthony Diorio. He is one of the founders of Ethereum, and it's super easy to back up your wallet with Jax. So if you lose your phone or it breaks or something like that, not the end of the world if you've backed up your wallet. Jax is striving to give you command over your digital life. Its coins, contracts, currencies, identity, and more. They're all coming to Jax. They're not all yet integrated into Jax, but that's sort of the big vision for what Jax will be. It'll be your digital command center in the palm of your hand. You can go and download it now over at jax.io, jaxx.io. It's the official wallet of Free Talk Live, and it's cross-platform, so pretty much whatever operating system you're using, laptop, smartphone, desktop computer, you can have Jax on there, which is awesome. jaxx.io. As we go back to Parker, he is in Washington State, and he is on the line discussing a game and what he says is a libertarian elements of the game Red Dead Redemption, an open world kind of a action game that is similar to Grand Theft Auto in its sort of the game engine that runs the thing. It's actually, I believe, the same company, Rockstar Games, that makes it. Great acting, really well done. You were commenting on the plot earlier. I enjoyed it. I played it from start to finish, and there's also an expansion for it or like a downloadable content thing that turns it into a zombie game. And so they made a cross between a Western and zombie movies, which is something I'd never seen before, and I thought that was kind of well done.
It's kind of weird.
It was fun. So, all right. So you were going to play a clip, and we tested it there during the break just to make sure I could hear it, and it sounded okay. So I'll let you play the clip. You say this is some evidence that you say this is a libertarian game.
I just want to say that, like, in a cut scene or in part of the dialogue in a mission, Jack Marston, the son of John Marston, who's the main character, said that one day he would like to be a government agent or part of the government. And John Marston said, "You know, son, I'd much rather you pick an honest profession."
All right.
That right there sets the bar for libertarianism in the game pretty high.
Okay, cool.
So here's the quote that I want to get to, and then I'll ask you what you think and what that quote could mean in real life in what we're dealing with now.
When I'm gone, they'll just find another monster. They have to. Because they have to justify their wages.
So
I presume he's talking about the government?
Exactly.
Is that the bad guy saying that?
That's Dutch Vanderlyn, one of the former gangmen.
Okay, got it. Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, that's a true statement. That's how the government works. They have to have a boogeyman. They have to have something out there to focus on, to take your attention off the fact that it's actually the government that's oppressing you, that it's not the people in North Korea that are oppressing us. It's not, the folks over in ISIS. It's not, whatever the other boogeyman might have been in the past, the drug dealers. There's always some sort of scare, the communists. There's always some kind of scare out there the government supposedly is protecting you from. So, yeah, that's definitely true. I remember seeing some of those themes as I watched the game, and I thought that's, I always enjoy seeing libertarian themes. Now, of course, the question that I was sort of alluding to earlier when we went out to break was, in some art, it's easy for people to see the things they want to see. Yes. As opposed to what the intentions of the artist were. Now, of course, a good artist, I think a lot of them understand that. They just sort of create what they create, and that people are going to interpret it differently. In the same movie, you can have people who are libertarians and who are statists find things that they agree with and that they like, that resonates with them. Unless the movie was actually created by libertarians, or in this case, the game was created by libertarians, it could just simply be an unintended theme or a few themes in the presentation, that not necessarily that they were voluntarists who were writing this thing.
Right. I'm not sure that there's a statist way to interpret saying that working for the government is dishonest and that the government essentially is a terrorist, which is what that said.
Right. This may have been written by libertarians. I don't know.
It may have also been written by a small government conservative.
Yeah, it could be. All I was saying is you got to be careful necessarily. I'm not saying you're doing this, Parker. I'm just making a general statement that when you see what you believe are libertarian themes in a thing, like let's say Firefly.
There's a lot of people that are like, oh, Jane, he's an awesome libertarian. No, he's a thief.
Well, but also apparently the guy who makes Firefly / Serenity, I guess was the movie version of it, Joss Whedon, is not a libertarian. He was interviewed about some of the libertarian themes, and I guess one of his co-producers or something like that is, but he isn't. He's obviously the driver behind the show.
Well, you guys got to remember that, as I said earlier, the government kidnapped the main character's family and was holding them ransom until the main character did the government's bidding.
Our government wouldn't do those things. So the status could write this off as, that was the Wild West. Of course the government was that way back then. I mean, it was run by criminals. Now we've got a much better government where we elect people and there's rules and it's the rule of law.
And Hillary's such an honest person. I heard the libertarian presidential ticket say so.
Right, but the point that I'm making is, although he is working for the state, it's not on his own terms. In fact, it's non-consensual by any stretch of the imagination.
Although I don't know anything about this game, but I mean, taking that in isolation, that sounds really anarchist to me. But there might be some other, and I don't know if there is or not. There might be some overarching theme where that kind of negates that because, okay, so he was a bank robber, you could write that off as, well, this is, he's not a slave, he's being punished, for robbing a bank, or of course he hates the cops because he's a criminal and he's a bank robber. So they're going to have like a anti-sympathetic, I guess, criminal where he's not, convicted of some victimless crime, he's a bank robber, something we can all agree is bad. So it might just be one character saying something against the government, and it might be a comment about that police force, not the government as a whole being terrorist.
Right, it just depends on how you interpret it. Yeah, it just depends. Right. But although there is a story here, just a quick search for Red Dead Redemption and Libertarian reveals a story posted on Reddit back in 2010, I believe, or actually 4 years ago. Red Dead Redemption, the most libertarian game ever, is what this person says.
There you go.
So, do you think that's true, Parker? Is it the most libertarian game you've ever played?
Is it the most libertarian game I've ever played? Well,
how libertarian are most games?
Well, I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, if you compare it to, say, Grand Theft Auto, which is also made by Rockstar Games, I mean, I'd have to take a fresh look at it because I can't. I'd have to say it is very libertarian.
I remember seeing anti-state themes in Grand Theft Auto as well.
Are there anti-state themes in Mario Brothers?
No, I don't think so.
After all, there is a princess.
There's a Koopa Troopa or whatever his name is. The
but you
bad
rescue the princess.
Right, but it's King Koopa.
Right. Thanks, Parker, for the call tonight. I appreciate you bringing that up here. What are some of the most libertarian video games? Because if you could play through a game and not find anything anti-liberty in it, then I think you could fairly say that it was made by libertarians and it is a libertarian.
There's nothing anti-liberty in Donkey Kong.
I don't think that's. I mean, because you can play Chutes and Ladders.
Okay, but I mean a game with a plot. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the newer games where there's actually a plot going on. The toll free, not the older games. 855-450 free. This is Free Talk Live.
Pong.
Hanukkah, the German Shepherd that I rescued, was stinky, skinny, and scrawny, full of skin rashes and scratching. And I started feeding Hanukkah Dinovite, and he became such a happier, itch-free, stink-free dog that I dug deeper into the website.
DINOVITE.com.
What if, in addition to Dinovite, we do the raw beef and the egg diet and see what happens? Forget all these 50-pound bags of formulated, extruded, processed cereal bits that cost a ton of money anyways. This dog's as close to a wolf as you can get. They're carnivores. With just the raw meat and the eggs and the Dinovite and Super Omega on top of it, it just balances out his body and his mind and his spirit. It's unbelievable. Hey, if you're thinking about rescuing a dog, you got to start them out on Dinovite, DINOVITE.com.
859-428-1000. DINOVITE.com.
Technically, I wasn't invited to this wedding, but you can stroll into any event with a camera and people will assume you're the photographer. This bag's holding more than cameras. It's also got an RFID scanner that's picking up all your personal information. Debit cards, credit cards, even that key to your office. So while the bride's taking his last name, I'll be taking yours. Say cheese!
Do you have a stronghold on your identity? ID Stronghold pioneered RFID blocking technology over a decade ago. For about the same price as an unprotected wallet, you can get a stronghold on your credit cards, license, and other critical data with ID Stronghold wallets, card sleeves, and purses. Other RFID blocking technology simply isn't the same. Check the label. If it's not an ID Stronghold, it's probably weak.
I'm Walt Augustinowicz, founder and CEO of ID Stronghold. Protect yourself from crimes you can't see with ID Stronghold wallets in bifold, trifold, and the popular mini style.
Get the original RFID blocking wallet. IDstronghold.com.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. You may already know about the Free Talk Live audio-on-demand phone line at 641-793-9660. Did you know that not only can you listen to Free Talk Live via your phone, you can also leave a message and have it delivered to Free Talk Live's hosts? To leave us your thoughts, just dial 641-793-9660. That's 641-793-9660. Press 2 for Free Talk Live, and then hit 0 to leave your message.
For Bitcoin to be ubiquitous, people need to use it. For people to use it, they must have it. How can we get Bitcoin into more hands? Tipping. What if you could include a bonus Bitcoin tip along with your regular tip to a server? What if that Bitcoin tip returned to you if unclaimed after 30 days? An attractive business card Bitcoin tip that's easily claimed, gives instructions on wallets and spending, and returns to the tipper if unused. Tip.freetalklive.com. Tip.freetalklive.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
This is Free Talk Live. Join us right here toll free, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We're talking about video games, actually. We'll get back into the topic that we started the show with, which is the Freedom in the 50 States study for 2016 that just came out today. A few more highlights from that still to come.
Yeah, you wanted some highlights and lowlights on New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, the #1 freest state. We'll get into that, but we actually had Parker on the line calling about a game that he has enjoyed playing, which is Red Dead Redemption. And he says that he believes the game is very libertarian. And it's been a few years since I've played through it, so my mind's pretty foggy on all the details. But I do recall remembering some libertarian themes in the game. And also the same thing's true of Rockstar's other game that I played, Grand Theft Auto 5, one of the more recent, and one of the most popular games in the world. Which is great because any kind of libertarian themes in an incredibly popular game is always a good thing. Apparently, their other game, L.A. Noire, is widely considered to have libertarian themes as well. So we were talking about, how do you know the difference between a game or a movie, some sort of piece of art that we consume in popular culture that is actually libertarian or just happens to have some themes that ring our bells? Because when you watch art, it's the interpreter, the person who's the consumer of the art that really, that matters. It matters only how you feel about the art, not what other people necessarily feel.
Right, that actually reminds me of something that I've been seeing float around on Facebook, where it'll show pictures of like the cover of the Hunger Games movies and V for Vendetta and several other sorts of movies, and it says, Americans cheer for these people that take on their government, but yet they proudly pay taxes and comply with all these regulations.
Right, and Hunger Games is a good example of a movie that has some libertarian themes in it, but may not necessarily be libertarian.
Right.
I don't know what the viewpoint of the author of the Hunger Games is. I haven't dug that deeply into it, but I don't want to spoil too much. But without saying what happens at the end of the trilogy, again, I haven't read the books, but at the very end of the movie, at the very least, the trilogy, it's not a particularly libertarian ending. That's all I'll say.
I don't think I agree with that.
The government continues, doesn't it? I'm pretty sure it does.
There is a government that continues.
Yep. I don't want to say, exactly in what manner that happens, which characters die or whatever, but the government continues on under different leadership, does it not?
I feel like that was unclear.
Okay, it seemed pretty clear to me, but maybe I'm misremembering it. If you can, Darryl, do you recall?
It seemed pretty clear to me that there was still a government.
Yeah. So, not a particularly anti-state movie. It was an anti-that-state.
The big giant government sort of collapsed, but there were still governments.
Yeah. It might have been an anti-that-state movie, but I don't know if it was specifically anti-state.
And I was actually, I had conversations with some people about the Hunger Games and anti-state media in general, and we were actually talking about why, because this stuff is all produced in, quote-unquote Hollywood, why they would allow that. And we kind of came to the conclusion that one of the reasons might be that it has like immunization effects, whereas you present the idea, but you present it in like a fiction-y, that's not a word, but like in a fictional setting, where,
it couldn't be real.
Maybe exaggerated, it couldn't be real. And then when you bring these points out seriously, then somebody's like, well, yeah, because you're being silly, like that's a movie theme, like, what are you talking about?
They don't put up barbed wire to where we can't go hunting.
Yeah, and I don't know that that's their goal. But I feel like it's a valid concern.
Yeah,
well,
when it's
Alex Jones claims that the Hunger Game movie is this what's the term that they use for it's preparing you for like basically he's saying that it's preparing people for tyranny and kids fighting each other to the death.
Yeah, but that's Alex Jones and
predictive programming, that's the term.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting.
It's predictive programming. They're trying to show you that they're going to do this.
I feel like I recall them specifically endorsing the idea of democracy too towards the end of that trilogy as well. It's like, oh, this bad state, this is a tyrannical state, but now that things have changed, we'll have democracy, and that'll be a great thing. So really,
see, I feel like that was unclear too. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like too optimistic when I watch movies.
I specifically remember something about voting or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong about that too. Again, I'm not a huge fan of the series.
Yeah, but the way it was presented, I think, was not necessarily in a positive way.
That moving from the completely oppressive state into a state in which there's democracy and voting.
I think that democracy was not presented in a completely positive or in a positive light at all.
All right,
but I might just be watching movies optimistically. But
that's the thing, right? So that's what I'm talking about here. Is you have to be careful to not overinterpret something as though it is more libertarian than it actually is. So now a good indicator that a piece of art, is libertarian is when the socialists say it is, right? So, because normally when you watch a movie or you watch some sort of video game in this case, and you see your themes, well, other people can see their themes that they like.
Right,
but if somebody who's opposite from you sees your themes and is angered by it, that's a good chance that you found a libertarian piece of art.
And there's an article, and I'm not going to get into it, from the UK Telegraph titled, "Why the Left and the Right Both Love the Hunger Games."
Yeah, that's what I think would probably tell us more about that.
It was pointed. Oh, sorry.
If you want to tell us more about that, we can. I also found a story relative to our last caller, Parker's game, Red Dead Redemption, written by Salon.com's John Hartner. where it's the headline, Grand Theft Auto maker, video games hate liberals. Two popular Rockstar titles, Red Dead Redemption and L.A. Noire, are critical of the left. And I believe the word libertarian is actually... No, wait. Libertarian. No, okay, maybe it's not in there. But anyway, this guy's going off on some of the anti-government themes that both of these Rockstar games have, and specifically talks about socialism and how these games are not helping the socialist message or whatever. And so I would say that that's a pretty good endorsement of a game when people who are not in favor of your political philosophy are against it.
Right. I mean, if socialists hate it, it's probably good for at least some reason.
In the end, Rockstar sides with the rebels, but quite unenthusiastically, and the publisher seems to go further, cynically suggesting government can never be representative of the people's interests, no matter the circumstances, no matter how much the masses struggle. This, of course, leaves no room for progressive change. That's the sort of the summary of a longer article about, both of these games that they published, Red Dead Redemption and L.A. Noire. Let's go to Ricky. He's in Pennsylvania. You're on Free Talk Live. Hello, Ricky.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Huh?
And this time...
Call you Huckleberry?
It's legal. That's a movie line, brother. I was listening to your previous caller. I mean, I was going to be talking about New York, and hopefully I got the time, but I think this is a little more important, if I may.
No, you only get one topic, so go with whatever it is that's most important to you.
Fine. That was a movie line, by the way, from Tombstone. That was Val Kilmer's Doc Holliday.
Gotcha.
And you kind of interrupted me there and blew it, but that's all right. No, I was listening to the previous caller, and as you well know, I mentioned before my eyesight started to go, up to 2011, I was a competition class gamer. And, one thing I can first of all say to the young caller is you're right on the ball with this. The guys from Rockstar have, on many occasions themselves, spoken about their games. I mean, if he goes on YouTube, he'll be able to find interviews with them, and he can look into all their past games. And that's what I recommend people do before they start, criticizing others or then jumping to conclusions about something's about. Look into the people who made it. People who develop games develop them for a reason. If anybody ever listens to Dr. Sovereign, he's spoken about this on many a time. And if they look into it, then this isn't Pokemon Go after all. You know what I mean?
Thank you for the call tonight, Ricky. Appreciate it. Toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. Another website here, headline, The Libertarian Propaganda of Red Dead Redemption. So, yeah, I would love to, confirm the rumors that at least a chunk of the production team, because these games are produced by hundreds of people. I mean, they're what are called AAA games. That means that they're very high-budget games coming from big companies. I mean, if you ever beat one of these games, you watch the credits. It's like watching movie credits. I mean, it's just name. Bunch of people are involved in the production of these.
Yeah,
movies
I thought most of the games now were designed to where there was no way to end the game.
Nope. Most games end, I would say, these days.
Okay, so, I guess maybe I'm just thinking of the ones that seem to be really, really popular, like World of Warcraft, Minecraft. Okay. There's no way to win that game. It just goes on and on and on and on forever.
That's true. Okay, you're talking about online games where the Red Dead Redemption is a single-player game. Grand Theft Auto is a single-player. There are some online components to some of these games, but the primary goal of these games is the single-player experience. Almost all of those games have an ending, even though you can sort of keep playing after the game has ended. There's not really much else to do at that point.
For Bitcoin to be ubiquitous, people need to use it. For people to use it, they must have it. How can we get Bitcoin into more hands? Well, tipping might be a great way. What if you could include a bonus Bitcoin tip along with your regular tip to a server? What if that Bitcoin returned to you if unclaimed after 30 days? An attractive business card-sized Bitcoin tip that is easily claimed, gives instructions on wallets, spending, and returns to the user if unused? Tip.freetalklive.com. Tip.freetalklive.com.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.freetalklive.com. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit Free Talk Live when you enter Amazon via shop.freetalklive.com.
We've all heard about blockchain assets like Dogecoin, Ether, and Ripple. Bitcoin isn't the only player in the blockchain game any longer. And for those of us wondering how to get our hands on these digital assets, finally, there's a solution. Shapeshift.io allows you to buy and sell between your digital assets and Bitcoin instantly between your own digital wallets. I've used it with ease. Shapeshift.io. There's no account or email address needed. You send them the crypto you want to sell. They send back the crypto you want to buy. It's that easy. Shapeshift.io.
Free Talk Live has partnered with Amazon, the largest internet retailer. Imagine a department store category, and Amazon has it. Books, electronics, office products, furniture, jewelry, automotive, toys, clothing, sporting goods, and dozens of other categories. Now you can shop and support Free Talk Live by entering Amazon through our website. Go to shop.freetalklive.com, and Amazon will send us a portion of your purchase. You're going to do the shopping anyway, so remember to enter through our site at shop.freetalklive.com. That's shop.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 3 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, August 15th, 2016. Silver is trading at $19.82 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,339 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $574. Antiwar.com reports heavy fighting was reported across northern Syria's Aleppo over the weekend as Nusra Front attempted to double down on last week's gains, attacking a pair of government districts in the western half of the city. The main fighting on Sunday centered around a cement factory in the city's southwest. The Nusra offensives began with car bombings, attempting to soften up the defensive positions around the key Jamaat al-Zahra district, which includes the army base as well as a substantial residential district. There was no confirmation of the casualty figures for fighters on either side. As usual, however, it's the civilian bystanders taking the brunt of the casualties over the course of the weekend, with over 180 civilians having been killed, overwhelmingly within Aleppo, where Nusra shelled government districts and the military airstrikes pounded Nusra-held districts. In addition to those killed in Aleppo, another 20 civilians were reported killed in Idlib province as the military pounded Nusra-held areas there as part of a campaign to try to prevent Nusra from getting more reinforcements to Aleppo. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spend a Bit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spend a Bit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. UPI reports the federal state of emergency in Flint, Michigan expired on Sunday, but city officials are assuring residents free bottled water is still available. Most of the 100,000 people in the city north of Detroit have been avoiding tap water because of the lead water crisis. Captain Chris Kalinsky, Deputy State Director of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, said in a statement, August 14th is just a date on the calendar, and Governor Rick Snyder has said we will make decisions based on science, not arbitrary dates. President Obama issued an emergency declaration in January, paying 75% of the cost of the bottled water, filters, and cartridges. Michigan Radio reported now the state will pick up the entire bill, which is about $3.5 million per month. Since January 9th, more than 2.2 million cases of bottled water, more than 130,000 water filters, more than 287,000 replacement cartridges, and more than 52,000 at-home water testing kits have been distributed to Flint water system customers, according to the press release. Walensky said in a statement, until the water meets quality standards, we will provide water supplies to Flint water system customers at the water resource site. State officials said Flint residents will not notice any loss of water emergency services as the state takes on the additional cost, according to the release. Researchers said testing of more than 170 homes showed lead levels declined by as much as 60% below previous tests. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said on Sunday emergency crews have rescued more than 7,000 people stranded by historic flooding that has killed at least 3 and submerged whole communities as parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast brace for more rain and rising waters. Edwards, who has called for federal emergency relief funds, said residents have been pulled out of flooded homes, swamped cars, and threatened medical facilities in cities and towns across the southeastern part of the state. While the brunt of the storm that brought torrential rains and flooding to the area was moving west towards Texas on Sunday, Louisiana residents should remain cautious, the governor said at a news conference. Edwards said even with the sunshine out today, intermittently, the waters are going to continue to rise in many areas, so this is no time to let your guard down. Some 5,000 people were forced to sleep in shelters overnight. There were not enough beds to house all of those. Many had to sleep on floors. Emergency officials said they were still working on strategies to rescue an undetermined number of people trapped by the waters. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Now Facebook is rolling out their newest feature, LifePoint, which analyzes users' histories to determine exactly when things went wrong. The new feature combs through photos, status updates, likes, everything that you put on Facebook in order to pinpoint how someone irreparably ruined their life. For example, it might highlight your friend's spring break trip in 2003 when she took her first shot, or your cousin's engagement to a guy named Scott spelled with a K.
So, Facebook must have a lot of depressing information to work with. Well, we look for sadness indicators, positive versus negative adjectives and status updates, whether you've liked a corporate entity such as Walmart or Arby's.
One of LifePoint's most buzzed about features is the Life Compare function, which lets you see how your mistakes stack up to others.
Here, I'm overlaying my graph with a graph of a childhood friend. You can see his life ended up much worse than mine, which is great.
Anything with a profile has a LifePoint, so you can look forward to finding out when your favorite bands, TV shows, and companies started going downhill.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live. We're launching into the third hour of the program. We have talked about a couple of different things here tonight. The Freedom in the 50 States 2016 edition that just came out today.
Yes.
And we got some more from that we're going to share here in a few moments. Also, we had a caller in the last hour who brought up Libertarian video games. He specifically recommended Red Dead Redemption, the open world Western game that came out, I don't know, several years ago at this point. And rumor has it they might be working on a sequel or prequel to it or something like that, which I enjoyed the game, so I would be looking forward to it. We found some stories that suggest that Red Dead Redemption may be the most libertarian game ever, but Reason.com actually has a list of games that they published in 2013, so maybe there's been something since then. But they've got 6 video games they say every libertarian should play.
Mario Brothers, Mario Kart, Q*bert, and Donkey Kong?
Nope, none of those games are on the list. I think generally in order to be a libertarian game, it probably has to have some semblance of a plot that could have a libertarian theme, and those games don't have that. So anyway, here's the list for you. Number 1, they claim, Fallout 3. So I'm jumping ahead.
Never heard of it.
I'm jumping ahead of all the setup. They got like four or five paragraphs of setup here. Number 1, Fallout 3, a post-apocalyptic role-playing game set in a bombed-out futuristic Washington, D.C., known as the Capital Wasteland. Warring tribes of wannabe authority figures fight for control. Thugs and scammers try to take your guns and your money at every turn. Super intelligent robots try to re-engineer society, and the whole place is overrun with super mutants. In other words, it's a lot like the Washington, D.C. we all know and love today. Fallout 3 is also one of the most expansive, open, and darkly funny games ever made.
I guess the difference between that setting of DC and the current setting is currently there's not robots trying to reprogram society. It's just, the elected people.
Well, they could be robots. They could be lizard people, right?
Well, no, I mean, but
No,
they could have
okay.
like drone type things.
Are you saying they couldn't be lizard people?
I'm pretty sure barring solipsism, there could not be lizard people.
Barring what?
Solipsism.
What is that?
I don't know what that word means.
It's basically when you essentially you're claiming you don't know whether or not reality exists. So there's like hard solipsism, which is saying that the only thing that exists is your mind because it's the only thing you have direct evidence of. And then there's like soft solipsism, which is kind of like the Matrix kind of arguments where it's like, well, we could all be in the Matrix or we could all be in, an electron of a
You
atom.
could be.
Have
You
you
can't
seen
prove you're
the
not.
fan theory that even when Neo and Morpheus and the others were out of the Matrix, that they were actually still in a level of the Matrix?
Yes, and that actually makes more sense because why would you be able to escape?
To get out of it. Yeah, I've not seen that theory, but it sounds like an interesting one. And then there's the other theory that suggests that Neo, the One, is actually Agent Smith. You seen that one?
That the One who is prophesied by the Oracle is
That's right.
Agent Smith.
Yeah, to be able to
Not
come in.
that Neo is Agent Smith.
Correct. And they make a strong argument for it. It's a fascinating read. So let me continue with the list here. Number 2. By the way, Fallout 3, I've played Fallout 3. It's been a while. I don't remember libertarian themes specifically from the game, and they don't really make an argument for it here. They're just basically saying, ha, 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 it happens in Washington, D.C., and ha, 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 monsters.
I think that it would be really difficult to make an Armageddon-type game or movie without at least having some really subtle anti-government themes because I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't have to be blatant, but that just seems it would be really difficult to have like a explicitly pro-state Armageddon plot.
Well, basically, in Fallout 3, there is no real government. There are warring factions fighting over control. Who
A bunch of different governments.
Yeah, there's multiple governments, like in Somalia.
But and I don't remember all the details of Fallout 3, but I can tell you in Fallout 4, which is the most recent iteration of
That's
the
the
series,
only one I've ever heard of.
Yeah, that in that particular version, the end of that game I was disappointed with because it forces you to choose a faction and basically annihilate the other faction. There was no peace option of I don't want to kill anyone kind of thing, or you couldn't play that game. Like even if you played the game all the way through as someone who only kind of fights in defense or only attacks when attacked, that kind of thing, you can't get through to the end of the game without slaughtering an entire faction of one of the game's factions.
I mean, what would a peaceful Armageddon video game even look like?
It's not a peaceful game. I mean, in no way, shape, or form. There's a lot of violence.
She's asking, what would a peaceful Armageddon look like? So, I'm just trying to kill food for myself. I'm not trying to rape and murder.
I believe there is someone who played Fallout 4 and did not kill anything, and just to see how much he could get in experience, because in these games if you kill things or do things, you can gain experience, and then with that experience you level the character up, and then the character gets new perks and new things that they can do. And they did figure out ways to actually play the game without killing anything.
Well,
and
I mean,
still gain experience.
It's a video game.
levels.
I don't have a problem with the fact that, like, a war video game or Armageddon video game, your character doesn't abide by the NAP. I mean, like, it's a game. You're not
I was only giving that
actually
example.
aggressing.
I was only giving that example because they're claiming Fallout 3 is the #1 most libertarian game here at Reason, and I'm saying, well, in Fallout 4, it was not libertarian in the end at all. You could not choose a non-aggressionist option in that game. In previous Fallout games, you could, if I'm recalling correctly, and so I was kind of disappointed about it.
So what's next on the list?
BioShock at number 2.
Never heard of it.
This one I haven't played. I played a later BioShock, but not the one they're talking about in this case. Players fight their way through the ruins of an Art Deco underwater city set up as a kind of sci-fi anarchist utopia where biological modification is plentiful, looters are treated as scum, and the pursuit of individual desire and accomplishment is treated as life's most noble goal. The villain is clearly intended as a riff on Ayn Rand's super-individualists, but in a mid-game twist, he shows he's not simply a bad guy. The revelation elevates BioShock from satirical action-driven homage to Rand into a clever riff on the perception of individual freedom and the nature of choice. And I do remember people who are libertarians saying that they thought BioShock was a pretty libertarian game. So I might give them that one. Red Dead Redemption, we talked about that one already. Their summary here: the open world Western's anti-government individualism is so strong that it's occasionally accused of being outright libertarian propaganda. And they listed this at number 3 on their list. But what it really offers is character-driven perspective. Players step into the boots of John Marston, a former outlaw who resentfully sells his gun to both the Mexican army and corrupt agents of the U.S. government. Agents help take his family hostage, who take his family hostage. The forces on both sides of the border are ugly, and Marston, a reformed family man, wants no part of any of it. In the end, players take the role of Marston's son in order to extract a years-delayed payback. Red Dead Redemption is a great genre piece about the decline of the Outlaw West, and a surprisingly affecting look at the generational consequences of violence. Number 4 on the list of 6 libertarian games published in 2013 by Reason.com, Fable 3.
Never heard of it.
This one I'm not familiar with either. Offered a vast open world in which nearly everything was for sale. Homes, items, stores, you name it, you could buy it. Better yet, violence and other in-game actions affected local prices, which meant the game acted like a simple economic simulator, encouraging in-game entrepreneurs to buy low and sell high. Fable 3 adds politics to the mix. Players not only participate in a complex in-game economy, but are also effectively required to campaign for the office of king. That means making promises to win over the game's citizens, but winning the people doesn't mean winning the game. After assuming the throne, players must either keep those promises, a task that usually turns out to be difficult, if not outright contradictory, or take the game world in a whole new direction, risking the wrath of an unhappy citizenry.
That's not anarchist at all.
No, it doesn't even. They don't even make an argument as to why that game would be. Well, they don't say libertarian, or they don't say anarchist. They say libertarian.
Well, the market forces. So if there's a violent uprising in the town, that's going to reflect in prices. So kind of, I can kind of understand the argument.
But the goal is to be a good king. That is
that's
very
pro-state.
pro-statist plot. No.
So I'm going with Melanie on this one. I'm not impressed with that description. Number 5, L.A. Noire, which is another Rockstar game. So you got
never heard of that
Red
one
Dead
either.
Redemption, and then this one here. We'll wrap that list up and also get back to the 50 states, freedom in the 50 states. The rankings came out today. New Hampshire, number 1, freest state. New York, number 50, and it's number 50 by a long way.
Yes.
From number 49, which is California. 855, 450, free. Number 2 is Alaska. We'll tell you more about that. Also on the way, you can take control of the airwaves here on Free Talk Live.
Know that sound? That's the sound of trouble for CPAP users. Did you know that just one drop of water in your CPAP system can become a breeding ground for mold and bacteria? Breathe that stuff in and you're battling respiratory infections, allergy attacks, and more. But here's good news. SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It's the healthier way to clean your system because it kills 99.9% of germs in minutes. For a limited time, you can try it risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-951-9693. SoClean makes cleaning your CPAP a breeze. It's completely hands-free. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto, your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Don't let one drop of water wreak havoc on your body. Call SoClean.com now for your risk-free trial while supplies last. 1-800-951-9693. That's 1-800-951-9693.
Technically, I wasn't invited to this wedding, but you can stroll into any event with a camera and people will assume you're the photographer. This bag's holding more than cameras. It's also got an RFID scanner that's picking up all your personal information. Debit cards, credit cards, even that key to your office. So while the bride's taking his last name, I'll be taking yours. Say cheese!
Do you have a stronghold on your identity? ID Stronghold pioneered RFID blocking technology over a decade ago. For about the same price as an unprotected wallet, you can get a stronghold on your credit cards, license, and other critical data with ID Stronghold wallets, card sleeves, and purses. Other RFID blocking technology simply isn't the same. Check the label. If it's not an ID Stronghold, it's probably weak.
I'm Walt Augustinowicz, founder and CEO of ID Stronghold. Protect yourself from crimes you can't see with ID Stronghold wallets in bifold, trifold, and the popular mini style.
Get the original RFID blocking wallets. IDstronghold.com.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Teens radio show. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgoristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agorist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers, and some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any tomfoolery. So go with AgoristHosting.com. And if you want to get your foot in the door with decentralized marketplaces, Agorist Hosting is now offering Open Bazaar hosting. Go to agoristhosting.com, click on the button that says Get Hosted. Agorist Hosting, that's AGORIST, hosting.com.
The three most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are: 1. Share one episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program. It's my firm belief that Free Talk Live's AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented organizations. Support all the organizations you love, but make sure you give $5 a month to AMP at amp.freetalklive.com. There's no better app for tracking the value of cryptocurrencies than CoinCap. I've had a lot of apps for tracking Bitcoin, but none that's ever been able to track 500 digital assets at once. Their best feature is the Altfolio. I love this thing. You enter how many Bitcoins, Ether, Dash, Doge, or whatever else you have, and it tells you how much your crypto is worth. You can watch yourself get rich. If you have crypto, go right now to coincap.io, or you can use the Apple Store or Google Play to get the app. I love CoinCap. coincap.io.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. We invite you to join us on the radio. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We also have Skype. Our Skype username is lrn.fm. And the Liberty Radio Network and Free Talk Live are offering audio on demand via our new Listen line, which you can call up on any phone that can dial long distance. The number 641-793-9660. You call that number and you're presented with a menu. You can choose either the LRN.FM live feed, or you can choose nearly a dozen shows that originate from LRN.FM, most of them, and you can listen to those on demand. So if you want to listen to the latest episode of Free Talk Live, it's right there for you anytime you want. The number, again, 641-793-9660. Plus, while you're listening, if you decide you want to give us some feedback, you want to let us know what you think on some topic or another, you can just hit 0 and leave a message, and then that message will be automatically delivered to some of the hosts' email boxes. So call up 641-793-9660 and try out our audio on-demand listen line. Keep in mind, it is a long-distance phone number, so if for whatever reason you still have a phone plan that makes you pay for long distance, you might want to be careful using this number. If you've got unlimited long distance, you're good to go, and it won't cost you any data on your phone to listen to this. So it's pretty cool. 641-793-9660. As we continue here, and of course, we'll take your calls and thoughts about whatever's on your mind. We ended up going off on this tangent about libertarian video games. We have a Reason.com list that was published back in 2013 of what they consider to be the most libertarian games, or rather games. Let's see here. Games every libertarian should play. So I guess that's different than saying they're the most libertarian games.
That's a slightly different statement.
But they are saying here Red Dead Redemption, very libertarian. In fact, it's been accused of being outright libertarian propaganda. L.A. Noire, they say, offers a down to the shoelaces recreation of Hollywood shortly after World War II. And where many open-world games allow and even encourage players to engage in freewheeling thuggery, this time the objective is enforcing order. Players take the role of an earnest police investigator, moving up the ranks by solving cases. The game's most intriguing innovation is the chance to conduct interrogations of suspects. The challenge is to determine, based on the suspect's behavior, whether he or she is lying. But unlike most video game challenges, there's no trick to mastering it. In the end, it's a mix of thorough prior detective work and subconscious intuition. And even then, it's easy to be wrong. The subjective nature of gameplay highlights the uncertainty of much police work. Sometimes even good players, or cops, make big mistakes.
Okay, that's the biggest stretch I've ever heard in my entire life. That is an entirely pro-state game. You could not
Right, but
possibly...
they said that libertarians should play it. They didn't say it's a libertarian game.
It said that it highlights the uncertainty of police work.
All right, so the setup for this here is from Reason.com saying that, let's see here. Well, I'll pull that up here in a moment. But I did see something which claims that L.A. Noire has libertarian themes. I don't know. I haven't played the game, so I can't speak to it. But yeah, I mean, obviously being a cop, enforcing order.
Yeah, I mean, being a cop is the most pro-state unless you're going to be a central banker. Being a cop is the most pro-state thing you could possibly be.
So, maybe somebody should create a video game where Ben Bernanke is a cop.
Okay, let's go on to number 6 on the list here. Number 6, Deus Ex Human Revolution casts players in the role of Adam Jensen, a grim security chief at a biotech corporation that specializes in human augmentation. Set in a bleak, William Gibson-esque cyberpunk future, the game kicks off when anti-biotech militants break into the headquarters of Jensen's company on the eve of a legislative hearing about biotech regulations. Jensen fends off the attackers but is injured and must be rebuilt with biological enhancements. From there, players must uncover the truth about the break-in against the backdrop of an ongoing debate about the safety and ethics of human augmentation. The game's cast will be familiar to anyone who's followed such debates in real life. Uncompromising anti-science radicals, moderates who favor regulation, self-interested political players, scheming corporate leaders, and apolitical scientists. The noirish story has no heroes, but it does subtly highlight the value of biological modifications. The key to winning, enhancing Jensen and yourself. So far, the only game they're really saying is overtly super libertarian in that list of 6 is Red Dead Redemption and BioShock, I guess, the original BioShock. But if you've got a suggestion as to what you consider to be a particularly libertarian game and you would like to back that up with some evidence why you think that is, we'd love to hear from you. Our toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. As we continue here, we've got Skype as well at Skype username LRN.FM.
So I tried finding an updated list, and the only thing that I found was on some clickbaity website where they don't put the list all on one page. You've got to click through, and I said, screw that. But then I found an article from GameSpot, again, a couple years old, and they do cite the Reason magazine edition where that article did appear in print, where Reason apparently also did a poll and found that there's a correlation between video game players and libertarians.
Okay. That's interesting.
In the magazine somewhere, they say if there's any one trend to take away from the poll that looks at gamers, it's that gamers don't like to be told what to do with their lives. Again, they may describe themselves as liberal, but they do not like government policies that control individual life choices, like what products they can consume. Video games are all about making choices, right? That's one mentality that does carry over into real life.
So you can join us here at 855-450-FREE. Let's change gears back away from art and back into the terrible, terrible existence of the state.
Yes.
50 of them, as a matter of fact, in the Freedom in the 50 States rankings, which shows that of all of the 50 states, New Hampshire is the number 1 most free state. Alaska nipping on its heels there at number 2. Alaska jumping up actually several places in the rankings between last year and this year, and New Hampshire jumping up from 2 to 1. It has been number 1 in the past in previous iterations of the study.
Yes.
It was not number 1 in the last 2 years, however. It was number, I believe, 4 in 2014 and number 2 in 2015.
Actually, the last one they did was 2014. Before that was 2012. So they do this about every 2 years.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I had said it was yearly in the last several years, and I was wrong about that.
Yeah, almost, about every 2 years, it seems like.
Would that be bi-yearly?
No.
No?
No. Because that would make it sound like it's twice a year.
Well, bi is kind of weird like that.
Bi-monthly means you have 2 of them a month, not one every 2 months.
There's some debate about the term bi as the prefix, because it can mean 2 different things depending on the word that it's attached to.
Right, but if there's a bi-monthly meeting, you have 2 of them a month, not one every 2 months.
All right.
But anyway, let's get into the analysis summary that they have for New Hampshire. They say that New Hampshire's state government taxes less than any other state but Alaska, and the survey or the study shows a decline in state taxes as a share of personal income from 3.7% in 2000 to a projected 2.8% today.
All right, hold that thought. We'll continue here in moments. By the way, here's backing up what I was saying, Darryl. The definition of biannual, for instance, can mean both 1, occurring twice a year, or 2, occurring every 2 years. 855-450 free. This is Free Talk Live.
English is a horrible
language.
So
you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
ProPure water filters, making water great again. Taste and feel the difference with state-of-the-art filter technology. Pro 1 G2.0 and Pro Max filters are independent lab-tested to NSF standards. Choose from Gravity, countertop, pitcher, shower, and inline filtration products. There's a ProPure for you. Buy risk-free today. Visit your authorized ProPure dealer for details or ProPureUSA.com. That's ProPureUSA.com.
Is spreading the message of liberty and peace around the globe worth 15 cents per day to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. Last year, we did a fundraiser that successfully covered the costs of continuing our African channel. This year, we're hoping to raise enough to fund a new satellite signal that will cover Europe, North Africa, and much of the Middle East. You can donate as much or as little as you like via the Indiegogo campaign at fund.lrn.fm. And there are perks available like sitting in on your favorite LRN.FM show, exclusive shiny badges, or even naming a satellite channel. Please contribute now at fund.lrn.fm and help us continue our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. The fundraiser ends August 19th, so please visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. That's fund.lrn.fm. Arcade City is a ride-sharing app built by drivers, not a mega corporation. As a driver with Arcade City, you can keep all of what you earn. Sign up now to drive for or ride with Arcade City at arcade.freetalklive.com. Arcade City is connecting drivers directly with riders and has been making headlines for disrupting the ride-sharing industry. Sign up now at arcade.freetalklive.com. That's arcade.freetalklive.com. Did you know you can watch Free Talk Live during our live shows 7 days a week from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern via our studio cams at cam.freetalklive.com? Plus, you can chat with other listeners while you watch, all totally free. Now that our live video stream is hosted by YouTube, our video archives will be online even faster. So be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Listen, watch, and chat all free at cam.freetalklive.com. That's cam.freetalklive.com.
Poor water quality is a major health issue, and it's only getting worse. Municipalities can't keep up. Standards have dropped, and pollutants are increasing. Where does it all end? It ends by keeping the pollutants outside of your home with HydroCare's advanced systems available at Wave Home Solutions. No less than the best purification materials and processes have been developed by HydroCare to provide you with healthy, clean water for drinking, cooking, and showering. HydroCare far surpasses the competition in removing chlorine, odors, iron, lead, chemicals, limescale, and much more. Don't settle for less when it comes to your water. We'll take care of the toughest water problems for you, whether it's from a city or well source. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, call 888-997-WAVE. That's 888-997-WAVE. Or go to bestwater123.com. That's bestwater123.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
This is Free Talk Live. You may bring up what you want by dialing toll-free here. Our number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Tonight, when you go to bed, do concentrate on the position of your head and neck, because if they're not, if your neck and spine are not straight and parallel to the floor, you might be having problems as a result of that. It could be chronic headaches, neck, and even back pain. You could solve it with the right pillow. That's a possibility, and the MyPillow may be the solution for you. MyPillow is designed to fit to the shape of your body and hold your neck in the proper position. I've been using it for months. Darryl, you also have the MyPillow, and I think it's the best pillow I've ever owned. And if you try it for yourself and you don't agree that this is the best pillow you've ever owned, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee. So you don't have to take our word for it. Obviously, everyone's experience is going to be subjective, is going to be different perhaps, but so far I'm a fan, and you can even wash and dry this pillow. I've never seen a pillow that allows you to do that before, where it's designed for that. That is one of the more cool things about the MyPillow, but check it out for yourself. Go to mypillow.com, and again, 60-day money-back guarantee, so you got no worries there. MyPillow.com. There's also a 10-year warranty on the product. You do need to use the code FTL to get the special offer of either half off of one pillow or two for the price of one. Go to MyPillow.com. Use code FTL. That's FTL like Free Talk Live. So back into the story here about the Freedom in the 50 States study that came out today, 2016 edition. New Hampshire back up the rankings at number 1, where it has been in the past, but it was down for a few years there to number 2 and 4, or 4 and then 2, and now it's back to number 1, where hopefully it will stay and we will continue to solidify its rankings. But where are some of the, I guess, the strong points and some points that could be improved with New Hampshire?
Right. So the strong point is New Hampshire, as far as state taxes go, are the lowest in the country, except for Alaska. There's been a decline in state taxes as a share of personal income from 3.7% in fiscal year 2000 to a projected 2.8% today.
Wow.
Not mentioned in here is, what was it, back in 2010, where there was that 11% state budget cut.
That's true.
So that definitely plays a part.
Interesting. I mean, how many other states are actually having a decline in taxes?
I don't think there's a lot, but let me get into the not so good news on taxes. Right. Local taxes have risen from 3.9% of personal income in fiscal year 2000 to 4.8% fiscal year 2012. New Hampshire is therefore a highly fiscally decentralized state, meaning that most of the tax revenue comes at the local level. Granted, staters have quite a wide choice in local government, and this is something we talked about earlier in
with
the
wide
show.
Ranges between tax rates from town to town.
There are 2.5 competing jurisdictions for every 100 square miles in New Hampshire. Government subsidies, debt, and unemployment are all lower than average, and in all of those categories, there have been improvements since the year 2010.
What was that? Government subsidies, debt, and what was the third thing?
Government employment.
And government employment. Meaning there are fewer government employees?
In New Hampshire than the national average.
And there are fewer than the last. You said the number actually went down, right?
And all of those categories have improved since 2010.
So there actually are not as many government employees per capita or whatever.
I don't know if that's necessarily what they mean. It could just be that whatever our number below average.
I see what you're saying.
So
by comparison to the others. Okay.
So it could be, just comparison to other. There could be 3 more government employees now, but the per capita, the way they're doing the average, it's an improvement.
Good.
New Hampshire's regulatory outlook, however, is not so sunny. The primary sin is
corporate taxes.
Exclusionary zoning.
Oh.
It is generally agreed that the Granite State is one of the 4 worst states in the country for residential building restrictions.
Wow.
Although, again, not pointed out
Depends
here.
on where you live, though.
There are some places in New Hampshire that do not have local zoning.
That's correct. Here in the region that we're in, the southwestern region of the state, there's a town called Leominster that has no zoning whatsoever. Yes. And when the busybodies try to put zoning on the ballot, it loses. So the people who want zoning have been trying to implement it in that town for many years, and it's been beaten down and beaten down and beaten down time and time again. Grafton is another town that does not have any zoning whatsoever.
Yes. They say here part of the problem, as far as the residential building restrictions, part of the problem might be the absence of a regulatory taking law, though I'm not sure exactly what that means. However, they say the eminent domain law is very strong. On labor market freedom, New Hampshire is below average, primarily because of the absence of a right-to-work law and of any exception to the workers' compensation mandate, and there is no state-level minimum wage.
That's true.
Telecom deregulation was passed in 2011-2012, but the state has not yet adopted statewide video franchising.
You said it was a regulatory taking versus eminent domain?
Yeah, they say the absence of regulatory taking, but there is strong eminent domain.
A regulatory taking is when they regulate your property so much that even the state admits that they effectively took it because you can't do anything with it.
Okay.
But they don't actually seize it.
So they don't have that in New Hampshire is what you're saying?
Yes.
Got it.
New Hampshire is above average on occupational freedom solely because the health professions enjoy broad scope of practice. The extent of licensing grew significantly during the 2000s, and the state is now below average on most indicators of licensing. Insurance freedom is generally better than average, except for some rate classification prohibitions.
My car insurance went down when I moved from Florida to New Hampshire.
Mine went down significantly. It was like $90 a month to it's just under $20 now.
Mine went down pretty big, too.
The Hospital Certificate of Need law was abolished in 2011, but only took effect in 2016. So it was coded as still being enforced because it was, there when they were taking the data. Otherwise, the state has steered laudably clear of entry and price regulation. The civil liability system is far above the national average. Punitive damages were abolished long ago. New Hampshire is personally relatively free. Incarceration rates and drug arrest are low.
Interesting.
Non-drug victimless crime arrest rate are only about average.
So prostitution, things like that.
Yes. However, the state was one of the first to enact same-sex civil unions and then marriage through the legislative process.
The first one to ever do that through the legislative process.
Right. And again, the only reason it went through the legislative process in New Hampshire is we do not have initiative and referendum.
Correct. And that is something that can be touted as a real positive because, or at least the fact that it happened through the legislative process. Normally, legislators are the hardest people to persuade to change their minds on things or whatever, which is why initiatives happen in most places because it's the shortest route to getting whatever it is you want done. So given that the legislative process is generally a long road and it's hard to accomplish, the fact that New Hampshire, which is by some seen as a conservative state, it's not. It's a mixed bag, purple state, if you will. But without the Republicans, that would not have passed.
Yes.
There was a lot of Republican support for gay marriage here in New Hampshire. And you've got Democrats that own guns. So it's hard to really, you can't make prejudgments about what being a Republican or a Democrat necessarily means for someone in New Hampshire because all of the rules are off.
The civil asset forfeiture law is below average and equitable sharing revenues are above average. Tobacco freedom is below average because tobacco taxes are fairly high and smoking bans are extensive. A liberal tax credit scholarship law was enacted in 2011, raising the state above average on educational freedom, although there is no public school choice and compulsory schooling lasts 12 years.
The toll-free number tonight is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Also, New Hampshire doesn't have emancipation for young people either, as some states do.
And there's a little bit more on this.
Free Talk Live.
I'm Governor Gary Johnson. Like 60% of you, I'm not impressed by the two-party system. It's a dinosaur. It's outmoded and no longer reflects today's America. Two-party politics doesn't work, and it hasn't worked for anybody but itself in decades. If we the people are wise, we will never again elect another president from within the entrenched, corrupt, co-opted two-party system. The office of president should serve the needs of everyone equally with respect and with fairness. I did it as governor, I'll do it as president. Google me. 60% of you have said you want another choice in 2016, and now you have one in me. We the people have a chance to do something in 2016 that may not come around again in our lifetimes. We have a legitimate chance to elect one of our own to the highest office in the land. Give me your vote one time and see what a difference one election can make.
Our best America yet. Johnson Weld, 2016.
Paid for by Gary Johnson, 2016.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from digestive issues like heartburn, acid reflux, IBS, and constipation? Probimune is your answer. Probimune is a brand new probiotic that has been scientifically proven to deliver high quantities of viable good bacteria to your gut to boost your digestive system and improve your overall health. This unique, powerful blend of probiotic strains, coupled with our industry-leading proprietary fermentation process, delivers a maximized bacterial colonization to the gut that no other probiotic can match. Start improving your health today. Visit younghealth.com or call 800-396-9024. Use coupon code DIGEST to receive 15% off first-time orders. Maintaining digestive health is crucial to the body's overall well-being. Don't suffer from negative effects of poor digestion any longer. Order today. younghealth.com or call 800-396-9024.
The Onion looks back at this week in history. On May 6, 1937, the explosion of the German passenger ship Hindenburg brought cheer to an entire generation of Americans in the midst of the Great Depression. The souls of the American people were fleetingly revitalized by the flame-engulfed Zeppelin and the shrill screams of burning passengers leaping to their heartwarming deaths.
Oh my, it's burst into flames! The burning embers and charred flesh are cascading splendidly onto the mooring mast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most terrific thing I've ever seen. Oh, the luminosity, the gaiety!
And on May 7th, 2000, Vladimir Putin became president of Russia after promising citizens he could bend anything they gave him with just his bare hands. And that was what happened this week in history. In the words of the Italian philosopher Niccolò Machiavelli, whoever wants to foresee the future must first look at the past and then imagine all that old stuff looking more future-y and space-like.
For years, LRN.FM has had a listen line that you can call and listen to LRN.FM anytime. Now we're taking the idea to a new level with the LRN.FM audio on-demand line. You can call 641-793-9660 anytime and listen to LRN.FM's live feed, and you can listen to a bunch of our original shows on demand. Long-distance fees may apply. Just dial 641-793-9660 and choose from the menu 641-793-9660.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is $3 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 4 cents higher at $19.82 per ounce. Bitcoin is currently trading at $564 US. Here at Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, we've been helping clients buying and selling precious metals for nearly 40 years. To see how we can help you, give us a call today at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. Moments remain. Enough time for you if you dial us up right now. 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Skype username is LRN.FM. With you here, Ian,
Melanie,
and Darryl.
Don't forget, if you like our show, you like Free Talk Live and what we're doing here, then please get behind our satellite fundraiser. We are down to the last several days here. We only have through the 19th. The goal was set pretty high. I didn't really expect that we were going to hit it. But we do have existing satellite channels that I would like to support. The original goal was to add a third satellite channel. We have one over Sub-Saharan Africa, another one over North and Central America. I wanted to add one over Europe. It's probably not going to happen because we haven't gotten even close to the goal, but we're closing in on 10%. So that might
currently
be a possibility.
At 7.
Yep, so that could be possible. We could hit 10% by the time this thing's done. Maybe we'll hit more. Maybe some big money bags will come in right at the very end. But who knows? Either way, if you support what we're doing here on Free Talk Live and you want us to continue doing satellite outreach to get the ideas of liberty and peace on the air, available free to air over a number of countries. I really haven't done the count, but I bet you there's probably 24 countries at least that we cover with these satellite channels, maybe even more than that. And so if you want people to come across these ideas, then this is one way to do it, because a lot of these countries don't have very good internet access or any at all in some areas. So don't forget, there are 4 billion people in the world that do not have internet access on any kind of regular or irregular basis. So this is a way, this free-to-air satellite is a way to reach those people with the ideas of liberty. Just because they don't have internet doesn't mean they shouldn't be able to hear these ideas. So if you value this concept, then get behind it with $5, $50, or $10, whatever it is you can afford. There are perks available, including Darryl's book, which is available in audiobook and PDF form to anyone who contributes to this. But the minimum perk level is $10, but you can still give less than that if that's what you want to do. If whatever it is you can afford, we appreciate it. It shows interest in that particular aspect of our mission, and I like the satellite outreach. We have definitely reached people that we otherwise wouldn't have reached. We're also feeding some pirate radio setups with the satellite channels, so there are pirate stations that are on the air because we have this satellite channel, because they can't get it on the internet, or maybe with their transmitter there's no internet available there. So please, to contribute, go to fund.lrn.fm. That's F-U-N-D, fund.lrn.fm, and contribute what you can. There are perks for various different levels there, so be sure to check that out. You can learn more about free-to-air satellite and all that, and who's listening and what's on over at fund, F-U-N-D, fund.lrn.fm. Let's go with some more from the New Hampshire summary here, Darryl, of the 50 states, freedom in the 50 states, the study that came out today from the Cato Institute and the Mercatus Center.
Yep. So
New Hampshire number 1.
Going back to the education thing, there is what they call a liberal tax credit scholarship law that was enacted in 2011-2012, raising the state above average on educational freedom. Even though there is no public school choice, there is compulsory schooling for all 12 years, and private schools require state approval. Because the state has only charitable gambling, it scores below average in the gaming freedom category. Cannabis freedom is about average.
Really, only average? I always thought New Hampshire was particularly bad on that. So I'm glad to hear we're just average.
About average. And I think one thing that puts us, a little above where, below average would be is
the medical.
That there was the adoption of limited therapeutic cannabis.
Weak, lame medical program.
However, the governor has dragged her feet on implementation.
Right.
Alcohol freedom is above average, even though the state monopolizes retail liquor.
Yeah, that's got to end.
And wholesale wine, apparently. But the effective tax rate is extremely low. Grocery stores can carry wine, but not spirits. It's one of the best states in the country for gun rights, especially when it comes to the lack of restrictions on open carry. And they say and concealed carry, but there's restrictions on, on paper.
Yeah.
It looks, it's a shall issue state.
Not quite.
It's
not
a shall. No, it says that you have to be a suitable person, and that's up to the discrimination or the discretion of the local police chief.
2 of our hosts, Derek J. Freeman, who's not an active host of the show anymore, but he's living because he's living on the seacoast, so he's not physically here. He was denied his concealed carry permit because basically he's an activist. Because essentially he's a activist who's critical of the police and who has not been entirely cooperative with the police at certain points in the past.
And he attempted to smoke some cannabis in public one time. So he's a quote-unquote known drug user.
Yeah. So they denied him, and they also denied me because I'm under an open drug investigation by the county attorney at the moment. So, yeah, apparently they can deny you your supposed right to conceal carry because you're under an open investigation and or because the police chief doesn't like your attitude.
Right. And then we know other people that for various reasons have been deemed unsuitable. Oh, you were being abused by your spouse, so therefore somehow you're unsuitable.
Really? I don't know if I know that person. Maybe I do, but I just don't know the story.
We hear them testify on it every time the bill comes up.
I thought you meant someone that we knew. Okay, got it. So moving on.
That's it.
That's it. New Hampshire,
although they
#1.
do have some policy recommendations if you want me to go over this.
What should change?
They say fiscal, to get yet further in fiscal decentralization, amend the Constitution to give the legislature the right to define an adequate education, then reduce the statewide property tax and state aid to local school districts. Regulatory, review local zoning ordinances and strike down those that increase the price of new housing beyond that needed to pay for the cost of new infrastructure.
Yeah, I would say get rid of zoning entirely and strike the claim that libertarians, or not libertarians, but that the state needs to provide an adequate education entirely.
The thing is, the state constitution does not say that the state must provide an adequate education.
Okay.
The Constitution says something about, allowing people the right to an adequate education, and there was a Supreme Court ruling that decided that meant the state must ensure that it's provided.
Okay.
There's also something in the state constitution about cherishing the arts and seminaries, but no one is saying that means that the government should fund the existence of seminaries.
I see.
On personal, they say reform asset forfeiture to require a criminal conviction. That's something that liberty lovers in New Hampshire have been working on for several years.
Still only a step in the right direction. The best solution from a libertarian perspective would be to abolish asset forfeiture entirely.
Right, but at least making it to where it's criminal instead of civil.
Right, and conviction required.
Right, so
instead of just we've taken this thing because we can.
Criminal asset forfeiture does require a conviction.
That would be pretty easy because if you just get rid of asset forfeiture and then you could make that part of the sentence, so you kind of deal. I mean, it would be better if the government didn't steal anything at all, obviously, but why you can't just do it that way, the only reason is that you just want a bunch of free stuff.
Well, and the funny thing is, whenever there's the hearing on repealing civil asset forfeiture, the police get up and say, we don't use this, but if you pass this bill, we'll lose money, and we need this bill because of heroin dealers. Well, okay, so either you're lying or you're just an idiot, because
or
if
both.
we pass this, then you would still have criminal asset forfeiture to take money from heroin dealers after you convict them of being a heroin dealer. And if you aren't using this, then how will you lose money if we pass it?
Well, they can't convict someone of being a heroin dealer if they drop all the charges in return for the heroin dealer testifying against a pot dealer.
Yeah.
Which actually happened here.
Also under personal...
Well, I'm testifying against the activists, which was really what they...
Right, that was a part of the story I didn't tell.
Of
it was our friend Rich Paul that they targeted for that. Further recommendations?
Yeah, also under personal, in addition to reforming asset forfeiture to require at least a criminal conviction, they also say end equitable sharing that circumvents state law.
So if you want to help us accomplish these things and more, whatever it is that you want to see happen, whatever freedom, that area of freedom that is important to you, this is the place to do it. Not New York, not California, not Illinois, not all these other states that are in the bottom pack of the list.
New York could get twice as good and still be the 50th state.
Yeah. So stop spinning your wheels in those other places. You're not... there's no traction that you're gaining as libertarians. You're just out there shouting into the wilderness. But here, libertarians actually get attention in the media. we get a lot of attention in the media compared to any other libertarian movement out there. And people know we're here. We're having an impact. The statists are scared. We've been called the single greatest threat to the state as of a few years ago. I mean, this is a place to be. You can go to ShireSociety.com, learn more about the Shire Society, start planning your move to New Hampshire. We'll see you when you get here. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. FreeTalkLive.com.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippies! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you gotta keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
How many lawyers does it take to change a light bulb? None. They'd rather keep their clients in the dark. There are too many lawyer jokes to count. However, there are some lawyers with more noble intentions. At the Institute for Justice, we bring the light to our clients. We are a non-profit public interest law firm with clear values and principles. At IJ, we fight for those whose most basic rights are denied by the government. Visit our website today at ij.org.
The 3 most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are: 1. Share 1 episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same prices with free Super Saver shipping by going to shop.freetalklive.com. Please do your online shopping at shop.freetalklive.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
Is spreading the message of liberty and peace around the globe worth 15 cents per day to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. Last year, we did a fundraiser that successfully covered the costs of continuing our African channel. This year, we're hoping to raise enough to fund a new satellite signal that will cover Europe, North Africa, and much of the Middle East. You can donate as much or as little as you like via the Indiegogo campaign at fund.lrn.fm. And there are perks available like sitting in on your favorite LRN.FM show, exclusive shiny badges, or even naming a satellite channel. Please contribute now at fund.lrn.fm and help us continue our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. The fundraiser ends August 19th, so please visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. That's fund.lrn.fm.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Are you sick of government lackeys who say you didn't build that? Are you tired of elitists who think you need a government permission slip for everything? Everything you do is an A to B conversation, and the government should see their way out of it. Create true free markets by adopting the BIPCOT No Government License. The BIPCOT No Gov license allows use or modification of any product, service, or software except by governments or government agents. Go to BIPCOT.org. That's Bravo, India, Papa, Charlie, Oscar, Tango.org.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. The Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM presents the latest episode of The Voluntary Life. Download it and listen to more at thevoluntarylife.com.
You're listening to The Voluntary Life,
where you can hear ideas for finding freedom in an unfree world. Visit thevoluntarylife.com to connect with the show and hear all past episodes. Here's your host, Jake.
Hi everyone, it's Jake here. Welcome to The Voluntary Life. This week's episode is about productivity, and I want to talk to you about a key technique from productivity called the Someday Maybe list. This idea comes from Getting Things Done, the productivity system and book by David Allen that I've talked about many times before. And this particular technique, the Someday Maybe list, is one that's not talked about much in productivity circles. In fact, some people who write about productivity don't like the Someday Maybe list at all. They just ignore it from the GTD system. Some people think it's a waste of time, but I personally love this technique. I think it's great. And in this week's episode, I'm going to share with you some ideas about how to get the best out of the Someday Maybe list as a productivity technique, what you can do with it, some of the most useful tools that I know for getting the best out of this technique. So that's what we're going to talk about. I've mentioned the Someday Maybe list before in previous episodes about productivity, especially episode 156, which is called Unleash Your Creative Thinking. So I've already talked a little bit about it, but just as a recap, this is the idea of a list of things that you might want to do someday maybe. It's a place for you to park ideas. So it's not the same as a live project that you might be working on, and it's not the same as a deferred project, which you know you're committed to, but you're not going to do any work on it for a couple of months because you're waiting for something else to happen first. This is a place for those ideas that occur to you that you're not yet committed to, but you don't want to forget. And the idea of this technique is it's a way for you to entertain ideas without commitment to them. So here's why I like this idea. I don't want to be distracted by every shiny new thing that comes into my life. My curiosity is constantly being piqued by different things. I notice something, I think of something, and it's very easy for me to go off on a tangent and realize that I've spent the entire afternoon messing around with some interesting looking piece of software or some new automation technique or looking at some other potentially interesting thing, and I've totally forgotten what it was that I was doing with my day. So there's that problem with curiosity, that it's very easy to just get totally sidetracked. On the other hand, I don't want to prevent my imagination from coming up with great new ideas for projects and interesting new things to do. And I do generate a lot of ideas, and I want to support that. So I'm not interested in just sort of disciplining myself to say, no, I must not think about other things. I've got to focus on this project today. I want to be able to support creative ideas that I have, interesting new things that come up, my curiosity. But at the same time, I don't want to get distracted all the time. I do want to focus on projects that are meaningful to me, and I don't want to find out that I've spent the entire afternoon getting distracted by stuff that I was curious about. So this list, the Someday Maybe list, is a way of capturing those ideas that I'm interested in and that I might follow up on, but I'm not committed to. They're not live projects. They're not things that I really want to do. They're things that I might be interested in. So for example, some of the things that I have on my Someday Maybe list are things like interesting apps that I want to try out, or bits of hardware that I want to buy, new bits of software that I want to buy. I have a lot of IT stuff on my Someday Maybe list, because typically I'll be working on something, I'll come across a problem, and I'll try and find a way to solve it, and I think, oh, maybe it would be better if I was using a different app. And then I'll start to look into that app, and before you know it, hours have gone by. So that's one example. But I also have things on my Someday Maybe list like books that I may write. So I have a lot of book ideas on my Someday Maybe list that I'm not fully committed to writing yet, but I'm in the process of thinking about, I could write a book about that. And if I were to write a book about that, what would be the angle that I'd take? Those are the kind of considerations that I put on the Someday Maybe list. I also have ideas for things that I want to do to promote my books or my podcast that I'm thinking about doing, but I'm not yet committed to doing. And lots of other things. I mean, basically, you can put anything on your Someday Maybe list. And the whole idea is it's a way to park these ideas so that you've captured them, you're not going to forget them, but you also don't find yourself being distracted by them when you're trying to get on with what it is that you're focusing on at the moment. So that is what the Someday Maybe list is, and what its purpose is, and what I find most useful about it. And if you want to try this, or if you want to improve your use of a Someday Maybe list, here are some suggestions that I've found really help to get the most out of a Someday Maybe list. The first suggestion I have is try using Evernote for your Someday Maybe list. This is one of the things that Evernote is really the best at doing. It's a great platform for something like a Someday Maybe list. And the reason that I think it's so helpful to use Evernote is that what you can do is, rather than having a literal list with items on a list, you can make a note for each idea in your Someday Maybe list in Evernote. So a separate note for each idea, and you can put a tag on that note of Someday Maybe. And then you can save the search for notes that are tagged Someday Maybe. And what you'll get is a list of notes coming up in Evernote with all of these individual items that are on your Someday Maybe list. And what that allows you to do is add as much detail to any of those individual ideas that you want to, or as little detail as you like. And it's very easy to add new items and to delete items from your Someday Maybe list. So my Someday Maybe list is actually a bunch of notes in Evernote with the tag Someday Maybe, which I then use a saved search. So I just click on a saved search in Evernote and it immediately brings up that list. And it's very easy for me to review the list in Evernote. It's also very easy for me to add notes to that list, because if something occurs to me that I want to put on the Someday Maybe list, all I do is I quickly create a new note in Evernote. I write down the title of whatever it is that I'm thinking of, and then I just tag it Someday Maybe. And the next time I come to review that saved search, that note will also show up in the list, and I'll have it as part of my Someday Maybe list. So that's my first suggestion. Try using Evernote. It's a great platform for a Someday Maybe list. Now, I will say that there are changes happening with Evernote at the moment. A lot of people are concerned about what's happening with Evernote because they've just changed their pricing structure and they're not being very clear with their communication. And a lot of people talking about Evernote possibly not being a good platform in the future. And I might switch from Evernote someday to one of the other note-taking apps that are out there. But I've looked into this, and it's actually not going to be difficult at all for me to get all of my data out of Evernote. There's lots of different ways of doing that. So things are looking a little fishy with Evernote regarding their future. But for the moment, I'm not worried about that because I can just get my data out and easily import it into another note-taking system and start the whole process up again. If you don't like Evernote, you can also use other similar note-taking apps. The key thing that's really easy to do in Evernote is to use that tag of Someday Maybe and then immediately get your list up and add individual ideas as notes. If you choose a different platform, I would just recommend that you do the same thing. Add each Someday Maybe idea as a separate note and then use a tag so that you can get your list by searching by tag for Someday Maybe notes. My second suggestion is, as well as adding a Someday Maybe tag, you can also add additional tags to each of your Someday Maybe ideas. So for example, I also add a tag of IT to all of the IT related projects that I have on my Someday Maybe list. And that allows me to look at just the Someday Maybe IT related projects. And I use that when I'm thinking about what my goals are for the year ahead, the things that I want to do. One of the things I do is query my Someday Maybe list. When I'm looking at each individual area of responsibility in my life, I look at those individual projects related to that area. So that's the power of Evernote again, is that you can add additional tags and use that to order your list in different ways. My next suggestion is probably the most important suggestion of all, and this goes for any productivity system. It's only going to work if you review it regularly. And I look at my Someday Maybe list once a week. And it's actually a really enjoyable thing to do as part of my weekly review. I just look through all of the ideas in my Someday Maybe list. I scan through them. And what I'm doing is I'm just confirming to myself that I've captured these ideas and also confirming to myself that they're still valid Someday Maybe projects. I'm still interested, but also confirming I'm not committed to doing any of them. And that way I know that I've capture all that stuff safely somewhere. I'm not going to forget about it, but also it's out of my mind. I'm not committed to it, and I can focus on what it is that I am doing in the week ahead. That process of a weekly review is really important for all different parts of your productivity systems, and it also totally applies to the Someday Maybe list. You've got to look at it regularly. For me, that's once a week, and I would suggest that's a good time frame to think about this. But of course, choose your own time frame if you prefer. Just make sure that you're not dumping ideas in there and forgetting all about them. Another suggestion that I have for the Someday Maybe list is when you do look through your Someday Maybe list, take notice of the stuff that has been on there for a long time and think about whether or not you're still interested in it. When you do that weekly review, it's an opportunity to get rid of stuff that you put on there because you thought you might be interested, but actually now it's just not relevant anymore. So that's another thing I do as part of my review, is take out those ideas that I'm no longer interested in. And here's a little tip for Evernote. I like to query Evernote by date last edited. When I use that saved search to pull up all the Someday Maybe notes in Evernote that have the tag Someday Maybe, I order that list by date last edited. And what that allows me to do is to see the ones that I've worked on most recently first, and then see how long it's been since I've added anything to any of these notes. And that's a way that I use to see how far down the list things have got, because the things that I haven't changed or edited or updated anything for months and months, those are the ones that I'm looking at them each week, but I don't really have any new ideas about them, and they're candidates for dropping from my list. So when you review your list of Someday Maybe notes, order it by date edited, and take a look at the ones that have been on there for a long time that you haven't edited. My next suggestion for getting the most out of a Someday Maybe list is to add pictures to your Someday Maybe list. This is another great thing that Evernote allows you to do. It's very easy to add a picture to any of your notes. And the reason that I do this is because I want to be able to scan down my notes quickly each week that I review my Someday Maybe list. All I'm doing is really just checking, am I still interested in this? Is this something that I want to keep on this list? Do I have anything to add to it? Any ideas come to mind? And what I find is that when I scan down a list of text, it's quite easy for me to zone out and just not really take in the information. But I think very visually, and so when I see pictures, it reminds me immediately of what that thing is. So for example, if I'm thinking of buying a new app and I've got it on my Someday Maybe list, what I'll do is I'll just search on Google for the logo of that app, and I'll put that logo in the note. And that way, when I'm scanning down my list of Someday Maybe projects, I see that logo, I know immediately, oh, I'm thinking of buying that app. That's what that note is. And so those pictures help me from zoning out when I'm looking at the list. Another example is there's a place that we want to visit in Panama that we didn't get to go to when we were living there. And when we go back to Panama, I really want to visit this place. And I've got a picture of this beautiful beach that we want to go to. And I've put that in the note so I know what that place is. So when I scan through the list, I see that picture and I know exactly what that idea is. And it's just a fast way of reminding myself what these ideas are. And Evernote makes it really easy to add pictures to your notes. And those pictures will also show up in the summary view, which is what you'll see when you search by the tag Someday Maybe. So check it out. Try adding pictures to your list. My next suggestion for getting the best out of the Someday Maybe list is feel free to move any live projects into Someday Maybe whenever you feel like you're not really committed to that live project anymore. There's nothing worse for me than having a live project sitting in my list and just not doing anything on it each week, and it's just kind of not finished yet, but I don't want to abandon it. And this is something that happens, for example, when I create automation workflows for myself. If I script something to work automatically, to speed up the way that I work, to automatically do something to convert some files or some other workflow that I'm working on, whenever I do one of those scripts, there's always more tinkering that I can do to improve the way that that script works. And something that's happened a few times is that I've developed an automation technique, I've got it working, and it does, let's say, 80% of what I want it to do. And the remaining 20% is quite a lot of work to fix it and to work out exactly how to make it work perfectly. And frankly, sometimes I just can't be bothered. I cannot be bothered to put in that final effort to really finish it right now because there's other things that are more pressing for me. But I'd also quite like to do that final bit Someday Maybe. And that's a great candidate for converting what has been a live project into a Someday Maybe. And it becomes this item in my Someday Maybe list, which is about putting on the final bells and whistles to some project that I've basically finished, but not 100% finished. I find that works really well for me. So I recommend anytime you've been working on something, it's a live project, you don't necessarily want to drop it but you're not really getting the stuff done on it, move it onto your someday maybe list. It's a good place to park it, and you can see as you go forward, maybe you'll come back to it, and maybe in a few months you'll just drop it altogether. But that's a nice place if you are not sure what you're doing with it. My final suggestion is, if you build a someday maybe list, feel free still to follow your enthusiasm about a new project. You know, I use this technique to stop myself from getting distracted by every new shiny object that comes along. So I have a place to park ideas, and I have a place to review those parked ideas so that I can focus on the stuff that really matters to me. But I don't always force myself to stick to the plan. If I'm really enthusiastic about something, I trust myself enough to know that now that I've built a someday maybe list, I have a system in place for supporting my concentration and my focus. But I trust myself to think, you know, if I'm really feeling enthusiastic about just doing something today that's come up, that's new, that I'm really interested in, I trust myself to do it. I give myself the freedom to do that. So even though I have this whole system for parking projects that just occur to me, I still enjoy starting projects sometimes just because I feel like it. And if you have a good productivity system in place, then it's great to give yourself the freedom to do whatever you feel like doing, because you know you've done a huge amount of thinking about which projects are most important to you, what it is that you're trying to do, what the other things are that you're interested in. So I just trust myself that if I'm really enthusiastic about doing something today, then I'll do it. So those are my suggestions for getting the best out of this idea of a someday maybe list. I hope you find that helpful. I'd love to know what you think. If you have any other tips that you think I missed, then let me know. Quick message for those who have never reviewed my show on iTunes. If you've been listening for a while and you've never reviewed the show, please take the time to go and leave me a review on iTunes. That would be a big help. That's all for this week, guys. I hope you have a great week, and I'll be back next week with another episode.
Thank you for listening to The Voluntary Life. If you have feedback about the show, please email jake@thevoluntarylife.com. If you enjoyed this program, please share the podcast with your friends or click the donate button on thevoluntarylife.com.
Foodforliberty.com sells high-quality, storable foods from Numana. And right now, take advantage of our summer special. Purchase 2 family packs and we'll send you a Pro Pure Water Pitcher, a $70 value, free. This premium pitcher is ideal for use with just about any water source and removes more contaminants than other brands. And it comes with a filter that lasts up to 2 full years. Whether you need to be prepared in the event of an emergency, you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, Numana is known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, super nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. And with a 25-year shelf life, you can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. Go to foodforliberty.com right now for great-tasting, high-quality, storable foods from Numana. Buy 2 family packs and get the Pro Pure Water Pitcher free. It makes good sense to be prepared. Get it at foodforliberty.com.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. Radio is the most personal of mediums. I exist right now in your head. If you listen to Free Talk Live regularly, you know me. Free Talk Live is on more than 160 radio stations around the U.S. and has been downloaded on every continent around the world. Hundreds of thousands of listeners with ad packages from $600 a month to $6,000 a month. Imagine what we can do for your business, project, website, or idea. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
The latest edition of the FPP, Freedom Minute, is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at fppradio.com.
There's an old saying, the wheels of justice turn slowly but grind exceedingly fine. This is especially true when it comes to the war on drugs, waged initially by Richard Nixon. Normal reports in 1972, the National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse, chaired by former Pennsylvania Governor Raymond P. Schaefer, recommended that the possession of marijuana for personal use no longer be an offense, and that the casual distribution of small amounts of marijuana for no remuneration or insignificant remuneration no longer be an offense, adding the actual and potential harm of use of the drug is not great enough to justify intrusion by the criminal law into the private behavior, a step which our society takes only with great reluctance. The Nixon administration rejected those recommendations and placed cannabis, the scientific name of marijuana, on Schedule 1 of the list of controlled substances. The DEA classifies Schedule 1 drugs, substances, or chemicals as drugs with no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. In 2011, the governors of Rhode Island and Washington petitioned the DEA to reclassify cannabis for medical use from a Schedule 1 controlled substance to a Schedule 2 substance. It took nearly 5 years for the DEA to respond, and the response was a very wordy no. A summary of the response states, DEA has denied 2 petitions to reschedule marijuana under the Controlled Substances Act, CSA. In response to the petitions, DEA requested a scientific and medical evaluation and scheduling recommendation from the Department of Health and Human Services, which was conducted by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration in consultation with the National Institute on Drug Abuse, NIDA. Based on the legal standards in the CSA, marijuana remains a Schedule 1 controlled substance because it does not meet the criteria for currently accepted medical use and treatment in the United States. There is a lack of accepted safety for its use under medical supervision, and it has a high potential for abuse. In the more detailed response, the DEA states, there are no adequate safety guidelines, there are no adequate and well-controlled studies proving efficacy, the drug is not accepted by qualified experts, and the scientific evidence is not widely available. Adding, at this time, the known risk of marijuana use have not been shown to be outweighed by specific benefits in well-controlled clinical trials that scientifically evaluate safety and efficacy. The reasons for this lack of studies on the safety and efficacy of cannabis is because of government interference and prohibition. Because cannabis is illegal at the federal level, it is nearly impossible to get FDA approval for a study on the safety or efficacy of cannabis, which means the studies that are done have a smaller number of participants than is recognized as being scientifically valid. In rejecting the petition to reclassify cannabis, the DEA also announced a policy change designed to foster research by expanding the number of DEA-registered marijuana manufacturers. This new policy will allow additional entities to apply to become registered with the DEA so that they may grow and distribute marijuana for FDA-authorized research purposes, adding, this change illustrates DEA's commitment to working together with the FDA and NIDA to facilitate research concerning marijuana and its components. While some are applauding the DEA on allowing expanded growth and distribution of cannabis for FDA-authorized research purposes, the DEA policies are still out of sync with laws in 25 states and the District of Columbia, which allow for the medical use of cannabis with certain restrictions. Maybe the DEA chief should read the Schaefer Commission report again and again until he remembers the actual and potential harm of the use of cannabis is not great enough to justify intrusion by the criminal law into private behavior. You can support FPP Radio by joining the Fans program. Fans are friends, allies, and numerous supporters. Fans help FPP afford to produce more original content. To learn more or to join the Fans program, visit fans.fppradio.com. Antiwar.com reports the Turkish and Iranian foreign ministers met on Friday in Ankara and agreed that the two nations will engage in greater cooperation on the Syrian civil war, despite being on opposite sides of the conflict. Iran is among Syria's closest allies, while Turkey has been backing the rebellion from the beginning. The two foreign ministers, however, agreed to keep closer contact over the conflict and appeared to have common ground in both backing the territorial integrity of Syria. This is a significant shift, however, and comes immediately after a comparable agreement between the Turkish government and Russia over Syria. Turkey may be well lamenting their previous gamble that the Arab nationalist rebels would quickly conquer Syria and would crack down on Kurdish pushes for autonomy, which has instead left them with rebels controlling half of the Turkey-Syria border and an independent Kurdish faction on most of the rest of it. This has been the FPP Freedom Minute, online at fppradio.com.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
For years, LRN.FM has had a listen line that you can call and listen to LRN.FM anytime. Now we're taking the idea to a new level with the LRN.FM audio on-demand line. You can call 641-793-9660 anytime and listen to LRN.FM's live feed, and you can listen to a bunch of our original shows on demand. Long-distance fees may apply. Just dial 641-793-9660 and choose from the menu 641-793-9660.
This Your Family Today tip is brought to you by Nestle Toll House Refrigerated Cookie Dough. Who would you bake some love for? Find fun and easy baking ideas at tollhouse.com. Kids love doing arts and crafts projects, especially when you join in. Try channeling all that artistic energy into the kitchen and bake up some creative treats together. Think of your art supplies as the frosting, sprinkles, and decorating gels, and use cookies or cupcakes as your canvas. For more tips like these, visit us at parenthood.com/yourfamilytoday.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
The latest edition of Sovereign Tech is next, here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. Download it at SOVRYNTech.com.
Rules. They're built to control us. Designed to keep us in line. Created to dictate what's right and what's wrong. But on this night, we do what we want. We make our own rules. This is our night. This is our show. On this night, we rise.
This is the bleeding edge of science, technology, and ethics. This is
Pollution. Unwilling to submit.
We learn all that is learnable.
Tonight, power shifts. Tonight, we raise our instruments of anarchy.
Peaceful coexistence, encryption, software, secure devices, and our minds.
Tonight, we are unbound by law.
It's time for Sovereign Tech. And now your host, the golden stallion of the tech world, the rated R radio star, Brian Sovereign.
Wahoo! Woo, baby! The Golden Stallion, the man of tomorrow, Savzu, the rated R radio star, ready to go with another Sovereign Tech, baby. Oh, yes! You know, nothing but the best. Nobody does it better. Call it all. Because the hottest tech show in the world is on right now. Woo! Just coming off of the heels of an amazing episode that was really stunned much of the world about Steam It and calling bullshit on the whole thing. Ooh, baby. And it's been a whirlwind of a week. I've been asked to be on a multitude of shows saying, hey, Stallion, we got to have you on. We got to talk about this. What is causing all this? And, of course, they come to the best. Woo! Man, now. Oh, boy. You know, I tell you, I'm my own worst critic, I got to say. If I had any idea how listened to last week's episode 187 was going to be, and how much people were going to look to me to explain Steam It to them, boy, I would have spent a lot more time on it. I really would have in the show, but I had no idea. So, I don't think it was a bad episode by any means, but I'm like, well, I didn't go into all the depths. I didn't cover everything. I mean, I spent all of maybe 15 minutes on this gigantic, incredibly, and notoriously, and perhaps, much to detriment, complex subject that is Steam and Steam It. But if you want to hear me go into far more depth and actually respond to some of my critics, you got to sign up for the Sovereign Tech Patreon. Okay, you go to patreon.com/sovereigntech. Of course, there's a link in the show notes for this episode to find it. You can find it if you go to, just type in patreon.sovereigntech.com. That'll take you there too, or .zog.ninja. That'll take you there. Donate.zog.ninja. That'll take you there. That's also where you can donate with Bitcoin, some real money. And anyway, if I knew, I would have done that, but whatever. I put out the Patreon episode. It's 3 hours long. I included some of my mentions and some of my appearances on other shows in the past week, including being on Free Talk Live. Once again, it had been some time. Of course, I was a co-host on Free Talk Live for every Sunday for about 2 years, maybe a little over 2 years. And I actually used to first chair, which not everybody gets the opportunity to do that, which meant that I ran the whole damn thing, with the other co-hosts, of course, the lovely and hyper-intelligent Dr. Stephanie Murphy and often Mark Edge. It was always a great time. So it was great to be back on there. I am honored that Ian Freeman asked me to be on. It was really great, and getting to hang out with Darryl Perry and all that, and the other hosts. It was something else. It was an interesting episode. It was on Monday. It was August 8th. If you want to hear the whole thing, you can go find that at freetalklive.com. Look for the August 8th episode that I was on. But of course, you could also just become a Patreon subscriber to Sovereign Tech. It's as little as $1 a month. You don't have to do more than that. It's a pay what you want model. I think that's the economy of the future. I've said that for years on Sovereign Tech, and I'm delivering it to you because I have total control over Sovereign Tech. Some other things I do, I don't always, I don't always go pay what you want because of the platforms that it gets put out on there, but I have total control when it comes to Sovereign Tech, baby, and I always will. Woo! So, for just as little as $1 a month, I mean, if you want to do more, some people do 5, some do 10, some people do 15, please, by all means, do that. I'm honored. Thank you. But I make sure you're getting value for value. There are so many episodes up now. I think there's over 7 episodes now that you'll get instant access to. I do a Q&A every week on the Patreon that's only available to patrons. If you really, really want to, become a subscriber and do so outside of Patreon, send me an email. Okay, go to contact.zog.ninja. There's the contact form. Let me know, and I'll try and get something set up with you. I do have a couple people that do that. Okay, and we do have the goals where if we get up to 500 a month, I will do another episode of Sovereign Tech every week, a full official episode that everybody can get access to for free. So anyway, it'd be great. The more people that sign up, there's more people signing up every single week, nearly every day. It feels like that more people have been signing up since I, really ramped up the Patreon page. Even though I've had it for a while, I wasn't doing Patreon and content or Patreon only content up until recently. So if you want to get access to that, there's a lot of it. There's all the Q&A episodes, that you're not going to hear. I mean, and those Q&A episodes, let me tell you, so like I said, some people have been saying some of those are some of the best episodes I've ever done. And often enough, I can only get to 2 or 3 questions, and I'll spend over an hour. I'd like to spend less, but the questions, look, when my mouth starts running, it's hard for it to stop until it goes off the rails and somebody tells me to shut up. Or, actually, most people don't tell me to do that. They just keep listening. Thank you. But regardless, those are out there. I spend a lot of time getting, really knee deep into so many subjects, as to where oftentimes on Sovereign Tech, we can only get ankle deep, and then, you kind of have to go in the show notes and maybe go a little further out. But we have in this week's episode of Sovereign Tech, we have so much to cover here in this episode. A lot of big subjects, some fun, some not so fun. And I want to get into them because I want to take the time with them, especially our lead story, I think, has a lot of interesting turns, we'll say, because it's a fun story. It's not a negative one. This is actually a positive outlook on the future, I think, to some degree. So I want to be able to do that, but there's a good chunk of reading for it, so I want to be able to get into that. So why don't we get right into the random access? Again, if you want to hear more about my thoughts on Steam It, you can, join Patreon, join Sovereign Tech, or, donate to Sovereign Tech on Patreon, become a Sovereign Tech patron, as they call it. And when you do that, then you'll be able to listen to, like I said, it ended up shaping up to be all of like 3 hours. And over half that is unique content. Is content only for that episode, as to where, some of it is from other shows. So please do get your hands on that. Okay. Love to have you on board as a Sovereign Tech patron. In fact, I've been toying, because I just call it Sovereign Tech subscriber content or Sovereign Tech subscribers. I'm kind of, or, if it's on Patreon, the term used is patrons. I've been thinking about creating like a name. I know there's a Sovereignty, there's the Sovereign Rangers. People have thought of that. I don't want to go with that one as much as I love the Power Rangers, and I mean that, I really do. I don't know how I'm feeling about the new movie coming out, but anyway, I'm enjoying the comic from Boom Studios. I'll tell you that. Holy fuck, that's good shit. But I was toying with a name, and it's the Sovereign Tech Tortoise Club. I know you're like, what the hell? Well, I'll tell you why I'm thinking about that, and you can let me know. You can email me and let me know what you think of that name. I would actually be very interested to hear what you think about it. The Sovereign Tech Tortoise Club, it's kind of a fun, kind of cheeky name, I think. But at the same time, the tortoise, I think, is actually a great symbol for personal freedom and for a lot of my outlook on liberty. I know in New Hampshire, the Free State Project has the symbol of the porcupine. And, the idea is that, well, the porcupine's kind of a native animal. And also, if you step on the porcupine, as long as you don't mess with the porcupine, you're completely left alone. But if you happen to mess with the porcupine, you'll get the quills. I get that, and it's a play on the rattlesnake, from the Gadsden flag and all this. And I understand that. But for me, I like the tortoise, because what does the tortoise do? The tortoise, when you step on it or when you go after it, it doesn't start shooting quills at you. All it does is it goes into its shell like a giant shield and just says, fuck you, do your worst, because it's not going to matter to me. And I really more like that symbology, not that you're going to meet force with force, but that you're just going to make force inconsequential, make it meaningless, by just going into the shield, into this shield mode. And so I've always, and this is an old argument, I think even before I was doing Sovereign Tech, I said, I actually, when I cared about the Free State Project more, as an organization or as a thing, not that I, hold ill will towards it or anything now, but I actually was kind of petitioning, hey, could we change the symbol to a tortoise? I think that fits a little bit better. And, turtles in general, especially the more peaceful turtles. I love the sea turtles. Remember the sea turtles from Finding Nemo? I thought those things were so awesome. Just they're really, talk about laissez-faire and everything. They're just like, yeah, man, just go with the waves. They're really cool. And of course they live exceptionally long. So do tortoises. They have really, really long lives. And I would argue that sea turtles and tortoises, perhaps part of the reason they have such long lives is that I'm having fun with the analogy and the concept, but they're peaceful creatures, they just totally peaceful. They don't even fight back. They shield up and they move on. So, I think there's some great analogies inside of those creatures, because I am all about nonviolence, all the way. I'm not against self-defense, but I am 100% on the idea that, force against force just isn't going to fly. Nonviolence is absolutely the way. That's been a mantra of Sovereign Tech since episode 1 4 years ago. Anyway, all right. I got into a side subject and I said I didn't want to do that. Let's get into the random access, because we got some shit to cover here. And here, baby, is some exciting news. And there's a link in the show notes for this for TechCrunch, because they have within the TechCrunch story, they explain everything very well, and they were very respectful to the person that they interviewed, and they have all the pertinent links there. So I thought it was the best place to send Sovereign Tech listeners to. And what TechCrunch did is they interviewed David Irvine. Why? Who's David Irvine? Of course, the head of MaidSafe. It's because MadeSafe, or Project, or, the Safe Network, as it's called, is now in alpha release. Full public alpha release. Woo! Baby, can you get enough of that? Oh, man. We've been waiting for this. I'll admit it, I was getting a little concerned. I was just like, where is this baby? And there it is, the alpha. Now, let's be clear here, okay? As exciting as this is, I guarantee you, throughout its stages, I am going to look upon it with a critical eye. And right now, it is, this is alpha software. They're being very, very clear about that it's alpha. And I think that's fine. TechCrunch did a great write-up on it. Like, I was in awe at how understanding TechCrunch was, and that they really weren't, they didn't insult in any way. It was a fantastic write-up, I thought. And they explained, they break down everything very well, even into a degree of layman's terms. But understand, you're not going to be able to mine SafeCoin right now. You're not going to be able to be a farmer, all that stuff. The vault system is, I think right now MadeSafe's running it through like a DigitalOcean, through DigitalOcean, which is a great company, but they're using their droplets to do a lot of that. So it's not full featured. I haven't installed it and messed with it yet myself. This literally just came out yesterday, that being Friday, August 12th. That's going to be a day to go down in beautiful infamy, in my opinion. Infamy is a good thing when you're in a world run by the state. Infamy is a great thing. Yeah, so I haven't had the full chance to mess with it, but as I understand, you can upload, or you can do blog posts. You can upload some degree of content. You can't. I mean, there's limitations on a lot of that, but this is an alpha again. Remember, it's an alpha. But the beauty here is that, in my opinion, far better. I did take a look, a quick look, far better than the alpha releases of any kind for Ethereum. This actually has a super user-friendly look to it. Super user-friendly. And that is so key. That is so important. And read that TechCrunch article, because some of the stuff that, that David Irvine lays out in that they are precepts of everything we talk about on Sovereign Tech. The idea that privacy and security have to be baked right in. They cannot be an add-on. It cannot be a plug-in, like it is for the internet. It needs to be right in the program. And they made sure that statement went out there, and they highlighted that. There's just a whole slew of great quotes in that. And also even David Irvine saying, look, when it's out there, it's got to be out there, and we need it to be done. And that really, to me, that very much, appeals to, when it's a full release, that because I constantly complain about, the bugs and people paying for beta tests and all this crazy shit, the whole, the way that the alpha testing and beta testing usually works is pretty ugly. But, his idea is that, when it's time to start making money, or at least how I read it, how I understood it or how I interpreted it myself, was that, we're not going to have you making money on this until it's really ready to go, and there's not going to be any issues. Which, again, with Ethereum, when the alpha software came out for Ethereum, all right, and even the beta software, and there was any kind of full release, it was so ugly. You were dealing with a CLI. It was a command line interface that you were fucking with. Are you kidding me? And you're going to tell people this is going to change the world? Baby, deliver me a great looking piece of software before, not that I mind the cleave, please, but that really should be, if it's something for everybody, that should be optional. So MadeSafe is making sure this baby's ready to go, and it's going to be something for everybody. I love it. I was excited to see that. Made my fucking day, especially after all the bullshit that I had to, that I saw with Steam. It was amazing. To have such a classy, in my opinion, alpha release happen here. So anyway, do check that out. If you look in the appendix of the show notes for episode 188 of Sovereign Tech, it's there. It's on. Woo! I said it on various social media. I said, in the mortal words of Shang Tsung, it has begun. Right? Remember that classic Paul W.S. Mortal Kombat movie from 1995? I love that movie. Love Paul W.S. Anderson, too. Second favorite director of all time. Woo! Resident Evil. All right. Which I saw that, too. Oh, man. Okay, so I'm a big fan of the Resident Evil movies. I'm also a big fan of the video games. I actually really hate zombie media in general. Not all of it. There's a couple of interesting, zombie media things out there. Survivor Max and some of that. If you've never checked out Survivor Max, you need to do that. But I generally don't like. I don't like Walking Dead. I don't. I'm not that big a fan of Romero's work, even though I respect how quintessential it is. But the Resident Evil movies were so, ever since high school, and that's amazing to consider. there's been 5-6 or however many that I've been watching since high school. That's remarkable to me. And Mila Jovovich has just been doing great. I don't think people really respect just how, like, here is this incredibly strong female character that has been around for over 10 years doing these movies. I mean, that's remarkable at a time when there really weren't a lot of strong, the only other strong female character I think that you could actually look at pre the release of the first Resident Evil was, maybe Sarah Connor, right, from Terminator, Linda Hamilton, hot as hell. Whew. I mean, there's a lot of respect I think that the Resident Evil movies really deserve. I know they're cheesy. I know they're campy. I like that. That's probably why I like them as compared to other zombie media that I really don't care for, because it's just too damn serious. But anyway, the new one's coming out. Resident Evil: The Final Chapter is coming out January 2017. Now, there was a trailer released in America that played Guns N' Roses on it. Now, look, I love Guns N' Roses, really, but it didn't work. It was a little bit rough. But if you watch the international version of the trailer, the movie looks great, because they get rid of the funny editing of the trailer with the Guns N' Roses song. It's not in it. So do check out the international version of that trailer, and I will be reviewing the shit out of that. And we got a movie review later on in this episode as well during the climax, but I won't spoil it for you here. I'll spoil it for you then. Woo! Oh man, I'm just so excited about this Made Safe Alpha. This is fantastic news. Here we go. Give me the internet I've always wanted. Please. Yes. And you better believe, and in fact, also, something else in the TechCrunch article, they did mention, like David Irvine was saying, okay, we need to get more developers on board. They are going to be doing a crowdfunding. And the stated purpose of this crowdfunding, I largely agree with, because they're talking about the different types of people they need to get on board. They need to get, community outreach done. That is so fucking key. That, how I interpreted that, that's saying, we need to get some marketing, ethical marketing out there. We need to get people involved, to get people on board with this. Okay. And that's how you do it. That's how something gets taken seriously. Okay. Is by really reaching out, spending money, and be open and honest that you're going to put the money in that place. I think that's great. So yeah, let's do that outreach. I think that's awesome. And I'll probably have David Irvine, maybe when they get to Alpha 2 or Alpha 3, because right now this is Alpha 1, maybe when they get to Beta, I will certainly, I'll be keeping tabs on this, and I'll get the people that need to be on the show. They'll be on. I guarantee it. Anyway, let's get on to some other news here. Walmart, this is pretty interesting. Walmart bought this week for $3 billion, Jet.com. Now, if you don't know what Jet.com was came out maybe a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years. It was trying to be a competitor for Amazon. But it was a little weird. It was kind of like, it was a little more upfront in the fact that to take advantage of the website, of the shopping experience, and they said that they would beat any price anywhere, including Amazon's. You had to pay a fee up front. I think it was like $50. Now, that's just the retail tax. That's the same thing that Amazon does with Amazon Prime. Same thing Costco does, that BJ's does, and all that. So, there's nothing like inherently strange about that. But of course, understand you are paying them for the privilege to shop there, and that's kind of weird, right? I mean, it's even weird. Like, I understand, the idea of membership and all this different shit. I mean, $50 I thought was a little steep, and it didn't work out for them, actually, because I think they changed it up to where there wasn't an upfront charge. But anyway, it was the brainchild of Mark Lowry. Now, Mark Lowry is the key here. I think, if you want to know what does this all mean, I'm going to explain it to you quick, why it's even important to bring up Jet.com getting bought out by Walmart. And perhaps $3 billion is a song, considering what they've acquired here. Not that Jet.com was necessarily that successful yet. Of course, it's only been around. It's been around for a short period of time in the retail, especially when you consider, the retail space. A year, 2 years even is a really, really small period of time. But Mark Lowry this is his brainchild. Now, Mark Lowry used to work for Mark Lowry first created Diapers.com, if anybody remembers that. One of the most popular sites on the internet. It was one of Amazon's first buyouts, one of the first things that Amazon bought out. And then Mark Lowry ended up working for Amazon for a while. Then Mark Lowry leaves Amazon at one point, and he goes and founds Jet.com. Now, one could argue that a lot of the brilliance in, especially if you read like the Everything Store and, you know, some of those the books that have to do with the history of Amazon, that's really the main one. Mark Lowry, I think, has, you know, he was a smart guy at Amazon and might be heavily credited for some of their success. You know, I don't want to take anything away from Jeff Bezos, but Mark Lowry was definitely a very helpful acquisition for them. And there's the, you know, I mean, there's the possibility that what Amazon did back then when they bought out diapers.com was really they just wanted to acquire Mark Lowry. And that's what I think Walmart really wanted, is they wanted Mark Lowry because he is a smart guy, especially when it comes to online retail. I mean, he's one of the best, if not the best. And I think that was really Walmart scooping them up because, as we've talked about for years on Sovereign Tech, Amazon is eating the world. In fact, that's a direct quote from This Week in Tech, one of my favorite podcasts. Last week, the episode of This Week in Tech, this is, you know, of course, Sovereign Tech is recorded. This is being recorded on August 13th. So, you know, go back to last Sunday, 2016. Ohm Malik, a lot of bright guys were on the show, Leah Laporte, and they were all saying what I've been saying for pretty much 3 years now on Sovereign Tech, is that Amazon is the company. They are the tech giant. You don't understand. Apple's meaningless. Google's meaningless. Facebook is even meaningless. Microsoft's meaningless. All these different. Amazon is the one. And the direct quote was, Amazon is eating everything. That's what, you know, some very smart guys, including Ohm Malik, who's also, you know, a well-known angel investor and journalist. And of course, Leah Laporte and everybody else that was on there, they were all saying it. Now everybody's saying it. Folks, if you lived, you know, if you're in Sovereign Tech land for the past few years, you already knew this. You knew this a long, long time ago, what everybody's just starting to say now, including Ben Thompson, the Stratechery and all that. Okay, so now, who is Walmart's main competition? I mentioned two companies that are Walmart's really their only competition, or not Walmart, but Amazon's only competition. One is Uber. Uber is setting themselves up to be Amazon's competition. Okay, now I'm just talking about on the American stage. On the global stage, you know, things change a little bit, especially when you get to China. Okay, but Uber is setting themselves up to be a competitor with Amazon. Okay, because again, what's Amazon's plan? To become in my opinion, it's to become a monopsony. Okay, they want to be the sole distributor, not a monopoly where they're the sole producer, but where they are the sole distributor. Uber is, at the end of the day, looking, I think, to get into that distribution business big time. Okay, and there's a lot of evidence for that, and that's their big push behind automated vehicles. The other competitor is Walmart. Okay, Walmart, you know, Amazon.com and Walmart.com, and then, of course, Walmart in the retail space. I mean, those are like the most visited shopping platforms, I'll call them, in the world, but more so, you know, in America. And so that, you know, obviously Walmart is in direct competition with Amazon and vice versa. They are the giants. And so Walmart buying out Jet.com, again, I don't think that, you know, Jet.com didn't even match what Walmart.com does in a day, not even close. So I really think this isn't about acquiring Jet.com. Maybe some aspects of, you know, Jet's, you know, business model or API or something, but, you know, maybe some, I don't know what they have for APIs, but really, I think this is all about getting Mark Lowry so that Walmart can take on, you know, really take on Jeff Bezos with his, you know, against his own protege, perhaps, or his equal. You know, I think this Jet.com deal is a big fucking deal. You are watching, you know, I was going to say the Thriller in Manila, but I mean, you're really seeing quite the battle going on here, I think, between two massive companies. And Amazon, like I said, is the tech giant that matters. It's really the only one. Very, very interesting. So there you have it. That's the Jet.com deal. What else we got here? Speaking of Amazon, this is interesting. This is showing a little more of their what I call the Amazon World Domination Tour that we've been talking about for years and been keeping track of. Twitch, which is the very, very, very popular game streaming and you know, video streaming platform that Amazon bought out like a year ago or so. And, you know, everybody's like, well, what are they going to do with it? Largely, they've been leaving it alone, just letting people create their content, do their game streaming and all that stuff on there that everybody see, or that a lot of people seem to enjoy. Now, for the first time, the Tick, there's the pilot being made for the Tick, and there's other Amazon pilots, all for Amazon Video, you know, Amazon Prime Video, that will be streaming on Twitch. And here it is, folks. You know, this is where Amazon takes on, now with Amazon Prime Video itself, they're taking on Netflix with original content, and the shows are very popular and all that. With Twitch, now, having this conjunction with with shows very popular, say on Amazon Prime Video, is going to take on YouTube straight up. And so, this is major. Okay, this is a major move for them to do that, to turn Twitch into their YouTube, effectively their YouTube, and then to have Amazon Prime Video as their Netflix. They're, people don't see it coming yet, but or some are starting to see it, like we mentioned, but it's a little too late. All these pieces are getting put into place, and oh man. So anyway, though I will admit, there's another contender, I think, coming in the whole game streaming space anyway, even though really the story I mentioned about the Tick being aired on Twitch is more about the fact that is turning into a YouTube competitor. But Microsoft is also making plays in this video content thing. Now, they released like some kind of business version of their own version of YouTube. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, or I can't think of it off the top of my head, but they created that for businesses particularly, which of course right now their concentration is take over the enterprise space, which I understand that, and it's not the final frontier. We're talking about businesses, okay? and that then they bought out Beam, Beam is a service not heavily used right now, but it's growing. And I think it's probably going to grow a whole hell of a lot now that it has Microsoft owning it. But they bought it for I forget what the exact price was, but it was really, really cheap in comparison to a lot of the acquisitions you hear about today, that are regularly in the billions of dollars, kind of like Jet.com with Walmart. Or, Walmart with Jet.com, I should say. And Beam, what it does is, I've never used it, but apparently it's really good at live streaming more directly and allowing for more interaction between the people watching the live stream of gameplay, and the person doing the game playing and interacting with the game and everything. Like it gets really integrated. This is a huge move because, of course, Microsoft has the Xbox One, or the Xbox platform in general, which again now are just simplified Windows 10 machines. But you have Project Scorpio that we talked about coming out later. Well, that'll be in 2017. You have the Xbox One S. You have all these things, and then you have the UWP platform on Windows 10. So Microsoft has a major gaming platform that is popular. Both ends of those are popular. Windows, and it's all Windows 10 really now. Again, even with Xbox. And so plug in Beam directly make it Windows 10 exclusive or Xbox exclusive, and oh baby, what an experience you have. Because even like PlayStation 4, sure, PlayStation 4 has a lot of social components built into it, including the use of Twitch. But that's the problem, is it's not Sony's own in-house system being used there. They are running off of Amazon. And so effectively, if live streaming is such a key component of the social aspect of gaming, Amazon holds the keys, perhaps, to the PlayStation 4's success. Now, the PS4 has great games going for it. There's no doubt about that. And they're going more towards VR and all this. So I'm not saying Sony's necessarily in trouble, but let's understand that there are serious advantages to owning your own game streaming service when you also have a console and PC gaming business going for you, which Microsoft does. So I thought that was actually an interesting, just a quick side note there on all of that. But speaking of Windows 10, we're rolling right through all this. Speaking of Windows 10, the anniversary update. Last week, or maybe it was the week before, I said it's like, this is largely coming out with no flaws. Well, apparently I was wrong. I've been hearing lots and people having tons and tons of flaws with when Windows 10 updated to the anniversary update. Some people lost their Wi-Fi. There's been quite a few different issues, but then there's people who said they've had zero issues no matter how many machines they installed it on. The only issue I had, and I mentioned this last week, was that Cortana disappeared from my desktop. Not that I really use Cortana, I was just testing it out, but it's important to bring up because this is as I understand it, it's a known issue at Microsoft that on a lot of machines that did update to the anniversary edition of Windows 10, they did lose Cortana. It's just gone. And that's so central. Like, it's just the interface, of course, the meat and potatoes or the bones of Cortana is still there because it's baked right into Windows 10. But yeah, so this is a problem, and it has yet to be resolved for me. So if you're missing Cortana, it's not just you. A lot of people are having that issue. So not as rosy a rollout as I initially had thought that it was. People have been talking about that. I guess McAfee antivirus, nothing to do with John, also has been having issues with the anniversary update. It won't work. There's been all this stuff. Folks, I hope Sovereign Tech listeners that's not even a thing. Because, like I said, there's, antivirus software I think is worthless today, especially with Windows Defender and a lot of stuff let Microsoft handle the fucking antivirus and all that, all those different aspects, on your system. If you really wanted to use one, maybe I could still recommend Malwarebytes, but that's different. That's not really an antivirus. That's more for going after, malware and spyware and all that stuff. But I think antivirus software on Windows machines today is just, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't really do anything, and it can't actually keep up with the 0 days. It can't really do its job. If you're going to get fucked, you're going to get fucked. The obvious solution, of course, is run to, BSD or Linux or something like that. But there's problems right here in River City, okay, with Windows 10. Actually, let's, before I get into the last bit there, this was another thing that was found out with Windows 10. And it really proved a lot of what we talked about on Sovereign Tech, and that a lot of security experts have been discussing for some time. There was a, Black Hat was being held over the past week, the Black Hat conference, where everybody kind of shows all their, not their wares, but all of their exploits, all their famous exploits. And it was revealed that, and this was apparently already to some degree solved. Again, when you find out about a lot of these either viruses, malware, exploits, whatever, when you find out about them, usually the companies that really need to do something about it already started doing something about it months before. Like this problem where apparently you could, the keys, what's called in the security world, kind of the golden key, to get past the secure boot for Windows 10, it was leaked. It was crazy. So secure boot really failed, and it failed because there were keys set up. There was a system put in place to allow developers to work around secure boot. Now, secure boot is this is a part of the UEFI, which UEFI replaced the BIOS, of course. And secure boot was supposed to make sure that when you boot up, you are booting into whatever operating system you had installed, namely Windows 10 in this case. And in that way, nothing, no rootkits or, you wouldn't have any, anything at that level, at the kind of the startup level, being able to enact on your machine. This has not worked out very well. So because Microsoft created, these back doors effectively, or as they're called, these golden keys, to be able to get past all that. And the claim is that it's for developers. Was it for the NSA? Well, the NSA did, it is well known that since Windows 7, the NSA has, worked on the boot up process of Microsoft's operating systems. So, did the NSA do this? Well, but anyway, this is the problem when you build in backdoors, even if it's benign. The fact is that once somebody, figures it out, then, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of systems are vulnerable to the worst kind of, security attack on your computer. This is a huge issue. This is why you cannot build in backdoors. Honestly, even for the best of intentions, you should not build in backdoors into anything. And yet this is what governments constantly want. We need backdoors into your software. We need backdoors into your apps. We need backdoors into your phone. We need backdoors into your ass. Boy, they got those with taxation, don't they? But when you create backdoors, well, this is what you get. And again, this was known 2 months ago. Microsoft has already released patches for the problem. So, there's nothing for you to do right now about it. But it just really proves the point of the danger of having even what would be considered positive backdoors and all this. It's a real problem. And if anything, you should be very, very open about it if you do, even if it's like something, say, for developers to be able to take advantage of. It's insane. And just to show a little more government stupidity, and while we're talking about Windows, holy fuck, there was a story that was making the rounds that apparently the London Metro Police, the entire department, is still running 27,000 computers using Windows XP, an operating system that support was ended for April 2014. What the fuck? Now, of course, they're already planning on addressing it, and they plan on addressing their use of incredibly antiquated, computer systems that are, obviously they're not getting security updates, no matter what, that hold data, sometimes very private, very personal data about citizens, quote unquote. So how are they going to solve this? What's their plan? Are they going to finally, it's like, okay, good. Well, then we got 27,000 machines. Why don't we update everything? Let's get everything up to snuff with Windows 10. Nope, they're going to go update to Windows 8.1. One of the worst operating systems next to Vista ever devised. Well, I mean, it's not one of the worst. It's not like terrible, but it's just also not very intuitive. It has in my opinion, it has a terrible UX. Holy fuck. There's a comfort in it, right? That governments are this stupid and that they're using such antiquated technology, but at the same time, they are claiming to be, protecting you. Folks, they can't do that when they're using operating systems that are, especially ones that aren't open source and that, or whatever, that are 15? When did Windows XP come out? 2001? And we're in, 2016. Let me just double check my watch to make sure that that's actually the year. Holy shit. Where are your tax dollars going in Britain? Anyway, like I said, there's a small comfort in the fact that obviously they're muprons. But, oh, man. Here's one last story that I want to get on, and then we will get into our main story because I think it's a doozy. I just discovered this. There is a battery status API that has been built into Firefox, Chrome, and Opera. Okay, now this API is something it's designed obviously for mobile and really laptops as well, to where a website with this API running can tell what your battery status is and can thus feed you either ads or other relevant data on a website. But we also know that a battery status can be used to track you. And battery status, this battery status API can actually read a whole ton of things about whatever device or machine you happen to be using. And do you know who came up and who approved and thought that this battery status API was a good idea? W3C. This is the company that's setting up all the web standards that, we're so big on open source. In fact, I remember the head, or at least a representative of that organization was speaking at a Bitcoin conference a few years ago saying, oh yeah, we're going to get Bitcoin into all this stuff. We're on board with, privacy, security and all this stuff. And yet you're putting in the stupid fucking ass battery status API that, whoa. This is why the Free Software Foundation makes IceCat. Firefox really is, there is ugly shit that Firefox is doing here and there. I'm not saying stop using Firefox. I'm just saying be aware, okay, of this stuff getting plugged in. It's nuts, how just the web browser alone, and various websites using, through the web browser can track you just by going to a website. So anyway, I heard that. And it's only Firefox, Chrome, and Opera, as I understand it. Microsoft Edge and Safari are not affected. At least as far as I know, Edge isn't. Maybe I know IE isn't. And I would envision that IceCat and I don't know SeaMonkey has it or not. But hot damn. Admittedly, I feel somewhat comforted in the fact that I've always recommended that if you are a Mac user, use Safari, all day long. It's a fine web browser. Hey, well, anyway, kudos to Apple on that one. But let's get into, all right, let's do the main story here. Because I think this is really, really interesting. And then, we're going to have some fun during, Tech Roulette. But let's do this. And this story, I'm going to, and I think this might shock some people, but I'm going to talk very kindly about Apple, the company. This story is an ode to the iPod Classic by Lindsay Salads. And the underscore here is what the click wheel taught us about listening to music. And I want to read the story, but I'm going to take this in places that I don't think she intended. Okay. Because I think the click wheel might have taught us a whole lot more. But I'm going to start reading here. This is really worth listening to, this is really great stuff. So I'll read on. Wow, a man said to me recently on the subway, I haven't seen one of those things in years. He gestured toward the scuffed yet still sleek aluminum-colored rectangle in my hand, a 160 gigabyte 6th generation iPod Classic. I blinked for a moment. We were not talking about, say, a quill pen, a monocle, or a bottle of Crystal Pepsi, but an electronic device I had purchased in 2010. I knew what he meant, though. Technology moves at hyperspeed. Apple has created and helped universalize a particular kind of planned obsolescence. Its products have to go out of fashion and or break every few years to ensure you'll buy a newer one. And as a result, in the eyes of the general public, last year's model has never looked like more of an antique. The Museum of Modern Art recently hosted an exhibit called quote, Making Music Modern, Designed for Ear and Eye, end quote, which showcased the successive innovations in music players over the past century or so. As I strolled through, the piece that stopped me in my tracks and made me think, wow, look at that dinosaur, was an old Victrola, or a bulkily primitive jukebox. But, it was not one of those, but a first-generation iPod circa 2001, complete with a clunky, pre-touch click wheel. And, get this, a FireWire port. Of course, FireWire's Stallion breaking in. FireWire has been long dead, huh? As hard as Apple tried with that one. Quote, nothing in the world, end quote, writes Bren Lerner in his 2014 novel 10:04 o'clock, quote, is as old as what was futuristic in the past. End quote. Boy, isn't that's an insight for the world. I'm going to stop for 1 second here before I read on with the story. I had my 6th generation 160 gigabyte black or space gray iPod Classic really up until I think I got rid of it maybe a year after, so like in 2012 or whatever, but I had it for a good long while, or for a while. I mean, I kept it even while I was in New Hampshire. I still used it, even though I had a nice Android phone and all this stuff. I was still using the iPod Classic. I love that thing. So I can totally relate. And I sold it. And equally, this is interesting. It being a few years old, I still traded it into a GameStop for like $70. Yeah, they ran about $250, to get one. But I mean, that's high value, in this world. I mean, people want these things. So anyway, I'm going to read on here more with the story, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. Quote, reading on the story, on September 9th, 2014, Apple announced that it would no longer be making the iPod Classic. For a seemingly all-powerful corporation, its reasoning was uncharacteristically defeatist. Quote, we couldn't get the parts anymore, not anywhere on earth, end quote, Apple CEO Tim Cook later explained. Quote, it wasn't a matter of me swinging the axe, saying, hey, what can I kill today? The engineering work was massive, and the number of people who wanted it, very small, end quote. Well, relatively small. Stallion breaking in here. So, understand, the reason the iPod Classic was stopped getting produced wasn't because they just wanted to kill off the product, perhaps. Even I may have thought that at the time when I heard about it, because I thought it was really sad that it was going away. But it was because they just couldn't get the parts for it anymore. And I guess it just wasn't that profitable enough to make it themselves, to open up their own plant. And I can understand that. But it really speaks to just how, I think, perfected that device was. I mean, the iPod Classic, its last generation, was sitting around for years and years, and they must have been doing sales. It was just the fact that, they couldn't get the parts for it. Reading on, he was not wrong about the low sales numbers, especially when compared to a product like the iPhone, which essentially ended the need for a separate mobile music player. But in the weeks after Apple killed off the Classic, something unexpected happened. Used iPods started selling for double, triple, even quadruple their original retail price on eBay. By December, a characteristically melodramatic Daily Mail headline enthused, quote, iPod Classic, which is 3 years old, is Apple's hottest item this Christmas, end quote. The Apple Watch never stood a chance. Stallion breaking in again, let me read a little bit more here. Who would fork over up to $1,000 or more? A factory sealed 7th generation is listed for $16.99 on eBay right now for an old, obsolete MP3 player, except a stick in the mud Luddite, resistant to our inevitable progress toward a cloud-based future. I'm not sure, but I think these people were onto something. So I'm going to stop for a second. This is not the first time that this has happened with an Apple product either. In fact, I think it was the 5th generation, if I remember correctly. The 5th generation iPod Nano was this device, very slim. It looked like a much slimmer iPod Classic. They eventually went to a different model where it was more squarish, and like it had the little touchscreen and everything. But there was the one that they released, I think it was the 4th or 5th generation, that had a camera built into it, and that had a whole video editing suite that had like filters and all this different stuff built right into the iPod. That iPod, which normally would only cost you $150, was even like just a couple of years ago, and perhaps even today, those will still sell for $300, $500, crazy amounts of money, because people loved having this, really great little camera, video camera at that, with only 16 gigabytes of storage, but also had this really intuitive, very nice, and I loved it, this very nice little movie editing suite in it. Oh, just amazing. That little device. The iPods were really the thing. I've said it before, and I'll read on more with the story, but I've said it before. The iPod was the revolutionary product. It is what brought on the mobile revolution. It was not the iPhone. It was not smartphones. It was the iPod that brought on that personal nature. That's what really gets everybody, the personal private nature that everybody gets excited about with the mobile revolution. That's what really brought it on. Because everything was right between your ears, baby, with that music. So anyway, let's read more of the story here. Quote, when I'm searching for something to listen to on Spotify, quote, when I'm searching for something to listen to on Spotify, I feel like I end up listening to the same albums and artists again and again, end quote, my friend Becca wrote in an email after I asked a handful of acquaintances about their post-iPod listening habits. Again, this is in the story. Quote, my brain by itself isn't good at cataloging everything I love, end quote. The psychologist Barry Schwartz has written, or if you don't have too much time on your hands, has a TED Talk about a related phenomenon he calls paradox of choice. The notion that, and we've talked about that on Sovereign Tech before, the notion that although we tend to think of freedom of choice as an inherently good thing, too much choice can leave us feeling paralyzed and anxiety-ridden. Quote, with so many options to choose from, end quote, he says, quote, people find it very difficult to choose at all, end quote. I personally have proven this theory many times over in the past few months when I've stared for a few moments at the infinite void that is the Apple Music search bar and decided, quote, I guess I'll just listen to Pablo or Lemonade again. Those are albums, end quote. Another friend I emailed summed up the paradox of digital music listening succinctly. Quote, with device-bound listening, I absolutely feel limited by storage space. With streaming, I feel limited by my own memory, end quote. Now, I'm going to stop there for a second. I want to talk about this aspect of it, the paradox of choice. I understand the importance of curation. And that's really what limited storage kind of allows for. It allows for curation and even kind of creates an inherent value because, well, I can only put so much, so I really better put on what I really love or what I really want to explore that's new and things like this. I understand that. But at the same time, let's not take the paradox of choice too far and say we need to remove choice. Okay, choice should still be there. Choice, as in general, is like it said, is a good thing. But is it okay to have devices and technologies that allow for curation? Absolutely. But you need to be able to opt into those. You shouldn't have to systems shouldn't come out where you remove choice completely or you remove options. So the paradox of choice, some people take that a little too far. Don't do that. Okay. Because choices are freedom, that is the literal definition, in my opinion, of freedom, choices and options. So anyway, but I get it. Curation is a good thing, and having a device like an iPod really kind of forced you to do some personal curation. Well, not forced, but yeah. I mean, you were limited in storage space. Reading on, Catherine Moore, an adjunct professor who studies music technology and digital media at the University of Toronto, agrees with this assessment. Quote, people just don't know where to start, end quote, she says of listening in the streaming era. Moore also pointed me to Harvard Business School professor Anita Elbsworth's much discussed 2013 book Blockbusters, which explores the business decisions behind massive entertainment hits. Quote, her findings showed that this enormous proliferation of choice has actually made big, giant hits even bigger, end quote. Schwartz's theory posits that there's a sweet spot. Quote, some choice is better than none, but it doesn't follow from that more choice is better than some choice. There's some magical amount. I don't know what it is, end quote. Streaming services are currently on a quest to find that magic number. Think of the new fixation on discovery, curation, and tastemaker-created or algorithm-created playlists. Last month, The Ringer's own Victor Lucasen wrote a piece about Spotify's popular Discover Weekly feature, noting that the company, quote, initially tested a 100-song version of the feature, but found that combing through that many songs was exhausting for users, end quote. It took off once Spotify whittled that down to a more manageable 30 songs. In terms of device storage capacity, I think the magic number was, for me, 160 gigabytes, the size of my iPod Classic. Large enough that I was never worried about running out of room, but small enough for my device to feel manageable and personally curated. Ryan, another friend who I emailed, remembered iPod libraries as, quote, great conversation starters, end quote, he mused. Quote, it was nice to feel like you could showcase your curated collection of music to friends via an iPod. Often someone had a Neil Young rarity or a friend's unreleased record, so each one seemed pretty intimate and personal, end quote. I'm already dipping a toe into the realm of nostalgia and sentimentality, so let's just dive in. My still functional iPod bears the grubby fingerprints of the person I was from roughly 2010 until the end of 2014, when my old laptop kicked the bucket and I stopped updating my device. It contains 323 songs by the Mountain Goats, 153 by Pavement. She goes down a list of everything that she listens to, blah, 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 blah. Sure, our phones might hold some of this sentimental junk, but unless we've sprung for one with a massive amount of storage space, we're constantly having to clear them out to make room for the new. And in a larger sense, we're now fully immersed in the Snapchat era in which our digital footprints are becoming more and more ephemeral, if only to make room for the humongous amount of data we will generate in any given day. At the risk of sounding like a total geezer, I can't help but feel that we've long since crossed the threshold of that magic number into the realm where there's simply too much music, too many tweets, too much stuff out there to feel anything but overloaded and paralyzed almost all of the time. That is a huge quote to keep in mind right there. Let's read a little bit more. The best thing about the iPod was that when I was listening to music, that was all I was doing, end quote, wrote my friend Miriam. Quote, when I'm listening to something really beautiful on my phone and it fades out for a phone call, I get a little upset at whoever, end quote. Boy, I can feel that one Stallion here. Oh, you know, when it pauses, you know, and it's just about to rock out into like David Lee Roth's Just Like Paradise, fuck, I get pissed off. Anyway, there is, of course, the iPhone's Do Not Disturb button, but in my experience, that can be flicked off just as easily as it can be flicked on. In the tech world, everything is moving toward multifunctionality. This shift, in some sense, is physically liberating. If your smartphone can play music and send and receive phone calls and texts, get you a phone that can do both. That's an iPod, but one more device, what's an iPod but one more device weighing down your bag? At the same time, the shift makes immersive, distraction-free listening feel more and more like a thing of the past. A few years ago, Pulp frontman Jarvis Cocker observed this dynamic in an interview with The Guardian. People still listen to music, end quote, he said, but quote, but it's not as central. It's more like a scented candle. It sets the mood. I think people like things that just make the right kind of noise, but leave your brain free to do something else, end quote. Moore says something is lost in this shift. Quote, it makes it harder for new music, especially new music that is a little unusual, to get people's attention, end quote, she says. Listening on multifunction services or multifunction devices favors repetitive, unchallenging songs that you don't need to use much of your brain to process. Cocker's scented candle music. Moore, though, notes that it's more challenging, less predictable music that over time provides listeners with the greatest rewards. Quote, often of those types of songs, people will say that when they first listened to it, they didn't get it or didn't particularly like it. But then as they listen more, it becomes their favorite song, end quote, she says. End quote, those songs take some concentration, end quote. Boy, I'll tell you, Stallion breaking in here on that one. This is so true. I remember this was even pre-iPod. Back when Motley Crue's Generation Swine came out, the album, what is that, 97? Yeah, because there's the Shout at the Devil remix, 97. I love that. And it took me, I bought it because it's Motley Crue, and I'm like, no, I'm huge Motley Crue fan, sight unseen, I'll buy it. There's got to be something there that makes it worth it. So, $20 down, all right, take it home. It took me like 5 times to listen to it, but thankfully, because of the nature of the thing, I don't know if I want to say thankfully, I could, I wanted to. It's like I put money into this, and I don't have a whole bunch of, well, actually, I had a lot of other albums, but, I had a limited amount of music. I was like, no, I'm going to keep giving this a shot. I want to listen to that again. I want to try that out again. What were they thinking? And you have to have that, you really have to have some degree of confidence in the artists themselves, I think, to even be able to do that in the first place. So that's an important part of this, as well as having confidence in, either the artist or perhaps in the person that recommended this to you, which, why would you trust an algorithm? I certainly wouldn't. And I've yet to find a need to, even though some people claim they do. But anyway, I listen after about maybe the 5th time going over the album Generation Swine. I recognized its brilliance. Then I suddenly got it. I started to feel it. I felt the attitude. I felt the overall gist of the album and all this. And, we can get into arguments about whether or not albums in and of themselves are good things, or that like they are a natural, the natural best way to transmit music, like maybe EPs are better or singles are better or something like that. That's a separate conversation that I'm willing to have at some point. But regardless, like, yeah, if you don't give, I mean, sometimes, a person will see a 7-minute song and they'll be like, well, I'm not going to listen to 7 minutes. What the hell? Or they want to shift. I mean, I know a lot of people, they can't even listen, they can't even listen to a full song anymore. A minute and a half. Okay, I got the gist. They move on to the next song and take something else in. Yeah, that idea of too much music, I wonder. But anyway, there's a lot more I want to cover on this. So here we go. When I listen to my iPod these days, it gives me the small but subversive thrill of going against the grain, not only rejecting the hectic, multitasked rhythm of smartphone life, but also pushing back against the digital marketplace that's trying to instill in me loyalty towards certain streaming services rather than the music and the artists themselves. When I'm listening to my iPod, I am, at least for the moment, opting out of the streaming wars, which, as services like Apple Music and Tidal compete for exclusive songs walled off to subscribers off their competitors, increasingly feels like a losing game for the listener. Let's conveniently put aside the fact that I gave Apple Music's parent company a couple $100 to buy the device in the first place. It would have seemed insane to suggest this in the early aughts, when the iPod seemed like an emblem of our cultural overload, 1,000 songs in your pocket. But using an iPod in the age of the smartphone almost feels like an act of meditation. I'm slowing down, tuning out, placing my life for the length of an album or even a single song in do not disturb mode. To plenty of people, the desire to do what will seem silly, absurd, even old-fashioned, or to plenty of people, the desire to do that will seem silly, absurd, even old-fashioned. Fair enough. In my brief survey, I noticed that the ones who expressed the most nostalgia for the iPod Classic were, and this is a term I use with both love and self-identification, the music nerds. Friends I made at my college radio station, as well as other people who make, listen to, or write about music for a living. And unless Tim Cook stumbles upon an elephant graveyard of unused iPod parts anytime soon, this niche group will be the ones who still evangelize the iPod long after its death, and even pay through the nose for new or refurbished ones when their own needs replacing. The iPod Classic is now becoming that what vinyl was a decade or two ago. Not when vinyl became cool again, but during the CD era, when it seemed obsolete to everyone but collectors and music snobs, which is to say that the iPod's quote-unquote vintage resurgence is probably inevitable. Rest in peace, sweet iPod Classic. See you at Urban Outfitters in 2036. So that's the whole gist. I thought that was a fascinating article on a bunch of different levels. Okay, and I definitely get like that the iPod Classic is sort of the symbol of the music snob in all this. I mean, I think there's some truth to that. The curation aspect of it, the limited, options that you have, of music to, how much you can fit onto the device, that's an interesting aspect. I'll admit, when the iPod was still a thing, like, I was wanting that 2 terabyte iPod because I had that much music. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, give me a 2 terabyte iPod and I'm on board with it, baby. Let's do this. And even when the iPhone came out, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, come out with come out with an iPhone that has as much storage as the iPod, or as the iPod does, as the iPod Classic. And then, yeah, okay, fine, I'll get on board with the iPhone. Now, 2 things have happened. I think there's an aspect of this nostalgia, of this love for the iPod Classic, that I don't think is getting discussed here. I largely kind of agree with the statements as far as the music goes in that article, so I don't necessarily need to touch on that. But one thing that's changed is that what I think people are also feeling as far as the nostalgia with the iPod Classic was the pre-iTunes 11 versions of iTunes. Because iTunes used to be great fucking software. I mean, really, really good. It used to be your home for your podcast and your music all in one. And there were so many great features. Some of the features still exist, but the presentation and the design and the UX of iTunes is so terrible now. It's so fucking bad. And the other thing I think that they're missing is also the iPod, could store some movies. I mean, this was a big deal. People using the iPod Classic to go watch porn in the bathroom at work. Oh, fuck yeah, I did that. I mean, why not? Be a homemade or stuff that you downloaded from wherever. Then you have, the pictures. That was another thing, that you could show off pictures with it. There's so many little things you could do with the iPod. The other nice thing is that you could actually partition off a part of the iPod to be a portable hard drive. And a lot of people miss that it was used for that as well, to connect to your PC. I would even use it often enough as my, to run portable apps from portableapps.com, say on a Windows machine at work or something. That was one aspect of it. So I think there's also a nostalgia for when iTunes was actually great. When the software itself was great. And it wasn't so much about Apple Music, and maybe even it was great outside of whether or not you were ever going to buy any music on iTunes even, So there's that aspect of it. The other aspect that I think that's going on with the iPod Classic, and this is what I really wanted to touch on here, is the click wheel itself, is the feel, the motion, the fact that there's like a hardware button, and also the weightiness. I think this is the other thing that people miss about the iPod Classic, is it had a certain amount of weight to it that no smartphone really has. Smartphones generally are very lightweight, but I think when something feels lightweight, I know they want to put that out as like, oh, this is a great and wonderful thing. And of course, I guess, considering the amount that people use their smartphones, it probably does feel like a good thing, doesn't it? Because you're holding your arm up that long. But when something has weight to it, it feels more valuable. Like it feels more real, more tangible. Like there's something, really that really means something in your hand. So I think there's that aspect of it. And then like the fact that the click wheel, like, you feel the satisfying click, as to where, touch, there's no satisfaction to the touch. The music is all ephemeral now because of streaming. The UI, I think, feels very ephemeral because of touch screens. And I think we might be forgetting something based upon the touchscreen, because the entire screen is itself a user interface. I think we're losing the fact that there are clever ways to operate something. There are clever user experiences, user interfaces, I should say, not experiences, but user interfaces that we're forgetting about. I'm reminded there's an episode of Star Trek Voyager where it's a time travel episode. It's really fun, and they're aboard the USS Relativity, which is the ship from like the 27th or 29th century, whatever. And it's a Starfleet ship from way in the future. So they had, how do you make and it was a really great challenge, because how do you make Starfleet, especially with after the Next Generation and so on, already looks so advanced. How do we make this look more advanced? And what they did is that the controls, like say at the ops center on the Relativity, on the ship, the Relativity, the controls were all circular. And I'm sure they got that off of the iPod Classic. Like everything that they were doing, they would make like these circular motions and everything. But based upon what they were doing at the time, and what they were controlling, it made a lot of sense. It wasn't just cinemagenic. Like it made perfect sense based upon the actions that they were taking, doing these circular motions. And I think, so, honestly, like missing the iPod Classic, I think we're also missing an ingenious user interface, that being the click wheel. And we're missing that at our detriment of that, now, talk about the paradox of choice. When you can touch anywhere, anything, on the screen, well, what am I going to hit? What do I do? And all this. I mean, like there's so much missing in that with the controls that are a failure. I mean, this is a big deal in the gaming space as well. It's where touchscreens will just never, ever be, for traditional gaming as we know it, will never, ever be good at that. I just don't think that's going to happen, no matter what Apple does with 3D touch or whatever. The iPod Classic was so much genius, that was so much brilliance. That's what saved the company, the iPod Classic. And I get it why they're not making any more, but damn, are we missing something? And I'm sure eventually there's going to be like a retro, I don't know, on a 20th anniversary of it or something. Maybe Tim Cook will release, a retro version of the iPod Classic, which I could believe it. I could believe that that'll come out. And I kind of hope it does. And yeah, I think we're, with everything going to touchscreen, we're losing out on some potential brilliance in the space of user interfaces. And I think there's still a lot of brilliance in the click wheel, and that needs to be looked at again. It was an amazing device, just an amazing, amazing device that we don't give enough credit to, and that I think quickly gets forgotten. Honestly, I wish I never sold mine. I really do. I wish I never sold it, because I love that damn thing, even though I'd have to contend, well, it could work with other, didn't just have to use iTunes, even though I'd have to contend with that perhaps. Oh man, those things are so good. And in single purpose devices, that's another thing that's just going by the wayside that is so key. When you pick up an e-reader and you read on that compared to reading on your phone or tablet, it's night and day, man. And you know it and you feel it just because of that single purposeness of it. You really love that. So anyway, maybe these kind of devices will continue on, and they'll always be sort of niche, but they'll be there. I just hope they're there. That's the choice I want, is that these things still exist. Give me the ability, give me the choice to choose my music. Right. Anyway, we got a doozy coming up in Tech Roulette. I'll be back with more Sovereign Tech. Hey, okay, real quick. Look, if you want to get your hands on something that actually lasts and doesn't require parts from Apple or anybody else really, and that has one hell of a history and has definitely been value in the hand for a good long while, I want you to get your hands on some gold and silver, maybe in some platinum and palladium from Roberts & Roberts Brokerage. We are so honored that they are a continued sponsor of Sovereign Tech. Tim Fry there believes in what's happening with this show and the message that we're getting out there, and securing things down. And, precious metals, that's one way to secure your wealth, baby, to secure your value. So I want you to get on board with that. They'll also, understand this. They know that Bitcoin is the real deal. They know it's real money. If you want to buy some of that with your Bitcoin, believe me, Roberts & Roberts wants your Bitcoin, okay? They are Bitcoin preferred. I don't know any other precious metal dealer that is absolutely Bitcoin preferred. And they are fast, very fast shipping. In fact, they will buy, gold and silver off of you as well. This is a one-stop shop for precious metals. You want to follow them. They're keeping track on all the prices on everything. They're just absolutely great. You can follow them on Twitter, actually, at Full Meta Liberty. Full as in Full Metal Liberty, but only one L, Full Meta Liberty. But go to gold.zog.ninja. That'll take you there. You can get your hands on great prices for gold and silver, platinum, palladium, coins, all the stuff, all the good stuff that you want. Let's get back to some Sovereign Tech. Thank Roberts & Roberts for being sponsor. Pixel, I'm being chased by assassin bots. I need an exit. Pixel!
Brian Sovlin, come with me if you want to leave.
Who are you?
I'm Adelaide. I'll tell you more later. Get in the vehicle.
Get in a car with a scantily clad and beautiful woman? Guess it's been my first choice before. Let's go.
First Choice.
It is time for First Choice, where I cover the stories that get sent in to me through the various channels available. Of course, really now it's kind of down to only 2 channels. Last week, I did a serious pruning, and Twitter and email are really the 2 ways to get in touch with the show. Or if you're a Sovereign Tech Patreon subscriber, you can get in touch with me through Patreon itself. Patreon has a private messenger there, and I always respond to those right away. As quickly as I can anyway. So those are the ways to get in touch with the show if you want to send stories for me to cover. And of course, that's the way also to ask questions, which I don't get to questions in the main show generally anymore, unless maybe I do it special for the climax if it's a big deal, or maybe even I'll do it for a lead story or something. So you can still ask, but if you really want to get in on the Q&A part of things, you want to become a patron. So anyway, Sovereign Tech, or patreon.com/Sovereign Tech to find out about that. But let's get into this week's Tech Roulette. This is another one where we're going to have some fun. I thought that the story about the iPod Classic was a lot of fun because it does show, there's a whole lot of thought and brilliance, especially when you're creating a new category or entering a new category like Apple did with the iPod. It's really that. I think that's an amazing story, and I think eventually one day we might just end up going back to that sort of thing, and it'll just be amazing at, people get to rediscover music again, all over again, because admittedly, podcasting, has kind of killed the radio star to some degree as well, because a lot of people listen to just podcasts now instead of before, perhaps, where they would listen to music here and there, and that doesn't happen anymore. So, but I do really recognize people don't, really digest and take in albums any longer, or even, single songs for that matter. But anyway, that wasn't the main thing I wanted to talk about. I was more interested in the UI and the design of the iPod itself, which I think was just an absolute masterpiece. But let's get in. We're going to go way into left field now. Okay. And this could have made for one hell of a fun Hacksec segment of the show. But instead, I'm going to do it right here because a listener had brought it to my attention. And I have mentioned this before, but I never went into too much depth with it. I had mentioned this before on Sovereign Tech, but I think it's worth getting into, a little deeper. And what this is about Gary McKinnon. Now, if you don't know that name, that's okay. After you listen to me, you'll probably never forget it. But Gary McKinnon was a sysadmin. He's Scottish, lives in London, or lived in, he's still in London because it ended up becoming a very, very famous hacking case. And what happened was that in March of 2002, He was doing this between February 2001 and March of 2002. He was, kind of cracking or, hacking into DOD, Defense Department, U.S. Defense Department servers and websites and all this stuff. And as I understand it, he was really just using a Perl script. Now, we know that he was doing this because he got charged for it. like a case, the U.S. government for years and years and years was trying to extradite him from Britain, to the U.S. I mean, that's how serious this was. In fact, it's still considered, I think it's still the largest, quote unquote, hack against U.S. U.S. government or military servers ever committed. But now the interesting aspect of this, and what's really interesting is what he claims to have found on there. But the interesting aspect of it is that there was very little security on any of these websites and on these servers. So it was very I think Gary McKinnon will be the first to tell you he's not that smart of a guy, or he's not that, great with, with pen testing, to have been able to do this. It was just it was the falling behind. I mean, we mentioned earlier in the show how, speaking of London, the London Metro Police Department still has 27,000 computers running Windows XP. So, I mean, governments are buffoons when it comes to a lot of this technology stuff, unless they hire people that aren't buffoons. But anyway, so this, none of this was, it was all kind of out in the open. Just you had to know how to look and just go look for it, which Gary McKinnon was. Now, admittedly, part of the reason I think that this case was taken so seriously is that, again, February 2001 to March of 2002, 9/11, right? It was happening during 9/11. So this got a lot of attention because, oh man, DOD servers were, or at least, military servers were getting hacked into. Ooh. So why was Gary McKinnon doing it? I want to tell you that. And then, this has been a case that's been dragged on for like more than a decade. But then I want to, play a news clip for you as far as like what happened at the end of the case, because I mean, this guy was going to be seeing decades of time, much like, some other people that were really just looking for information. And that's what Gary McKinnon was doing, is he was trying to find out. I mean, and, we've debunked a lot of these free energy stories, these 0 point energy stories on Sovereign Tech in the past. But he claims that he was trying to find information on free energy, on this idea that the government already has all this technology and that they already know how to produce energy, at no cost, and, using all these 0 point systems and everything, cold, I forget what the term is for that, but there's that like reverse cold negative capacitance or whatever. Anyway, so this case finally, I want to talk about what else he supposedly found, but fortunately this case had come to a close a couple of years ago, and he's not getting extradited. But why don't I go ahead and just play the news clip here that succinks it a little bit better.
Let's get straight back to our breaking news for you here on RT. Britain, Gary McKinnon, who's accused of hacking into the Pentagon, will stay in the UK after his extradition to the US was blocked. Let's now talk to RT's Polly Boyka, who's standing by for us live in London, joining us now live. Polly, good to see you. The extradition has been blocked. What is next for Gary McKinnon?
Yes, well, waterboarding of the mind. That's what Gary McKinnon's mother has called the 11-year wait to know what's going to happen to her son. The experience of waiting all that time from when he was arrested back in 2002 for hacking into U.S. military computers. All that time, the U.S. has wanted him to go on trial there, where he could face a potentially 60-year sentence. Now, it's a massive sigh of relief for McKinnon. He now knows that he's not facing extradition. Theresa May said that it would be because of it would be a breach of his human rights to send him there, because Gary McKinnon, as many now know, he is mentally ill and he would be at a massive risk of suicide if he were to go to the States. Now, there's been a strong line of pressure from the United States to send him over, so this is very much a difficult decision for the Home Secretary that she had to make today. However, she has now made it. It now means that Gary McKinnon stays in the UK, and prosecutors here are going to decide whether or not he should face trial in the UK.
Well, certainly, Polly, you talk about the tough decision for the British Home Secretary there. Not exactly a kowtowing to what some say is the bullying weight that comes out of Capitol Hill, of course, in Washington, D.C. She's also said, though, that the Secretary there to commission a review, ultimately, of extradition laws themselves. Any changes we can expect, Polly?
Yes, so it's a wider repercussion from the decision on Gary McKinnon today that's interesting to a lot of observers, because a lot of people in the UK have spoken for a long time now about how unbalanced and unfair the UK-US extradition treaty is. It's seen 9 times more Britons go over to the US in the past 10 years than UK citizens come back to than US citizens, come over to the UK to be tried. So what the Home Secretary has suggested is that there is now going to be a forum bar for anybody who's wanted by the United States. That means, in plain terms, it means that anybody wanted by the US is going to first have a hearing in the UK where judges will decide whether or not it's fair to send a suspect over to the States.
All right, RT's Polly Boyker there live in London. Thank you.
Now, if only Kick-Ass Torrent's alleged founder Artem Volin could have that deal that they were just talking about, where there's a forum bar where they, need to actually try them first. Of course, he got arrested in Poland and is supposedly getting extradited to the United States. But I'll save that story for later on during HackSec. So that is obviously from 2013. Gary McKinnon was, fortunately relieved of, or, at least he's not getting extradited as far as anything that has happened to him. As far as I know, he's walking free and getting interviewed and doing whatever in London. So, no charges being held against him there, thankfully. So, and I don't think hacking is a crime. Cracking is a crime when you're doing something malicious to go harm some people. But I don't think hacking itself is in any way any kind of crime. I mean, if anything, why can't we know what the U.S. military is doing? Well, that's the interesting thing, is that his claim is that there might be a very good reason why the U.S. military doesn't want you to know what they're doing and why there isn't a whole lot of openness in government, because he claims to have found, and he is not, recanted against a lot of these statements, even though it's interesting if you heard in that RT news clip there, the claim is that he's very mentally ill. Now, that's probably just a lawyer thing. I mean, maybe he is. I don't, I can't say. I've never met him, not that I'm a psychiatrist, to lay out those kind of, ideas or, those kind of judgments anyway. But it's interesting that he was claimed to be mentally ill because, well, you might think he is, based upon what he claimed to have seen. And that's what I want to discuss right here. In the various, things that he found, he claims that he did find what he was looking for, about free energy technologies, 0 point technologies and all that. But then he also claimed to have found pictures around Building 8, not Building 7, Building 8 at Johnson Space Center. Okay. Building 8 at Johnson Space Center that supposedly shows there were cigar-shaped UFOs, ships that were there, that were kind of photoshopped out, apparently, of other versions of the picture. He saw all this, of course, based upon what he was using. I don't know, it was Flash or Java-based and, a Perl script running, all this stuff. He was not able, apparently, to get screenshots of this. That makes it a little bit questionable. But what's interesting about him having claimed to have seen pictures of cigar-shaped ships is that, if you remember a few episodes ago, of Sovereign Tech, where we talked about some of these stories from a few hundred years ago, like particularly the one in Germany where it was on the woodcut, which woodcuts were the very serious newspapers of their day, where they talked about that everybody in this, in this city or this village in Germany saw, or, in Europe anyway, saw this like these cigar-shaped ships fighting in the sky, battling in the sky and all this, and one of them even crashes. So really, really interesting that, that these claims correlate. Of course, Gary McKinnon could have heard about those woodcuts the same way I did. He could have read about them or saw them in a documentary or something. But his claim is, it goes much further, is that he started to find like Excel spreadsheets on these servers, on these military, servers that were referencing terrestrial deployments and non-terrestrial deployments of soldiers and ships. What does non-terrestrial mean? Does that mean the water? But that's not his claim, because apparently the, some of the names of like the officers and soldiers and servicemen, whatever, on these spreadsheets didn't match up on any other service records. And so where, that he also found on that. So like where exactly, where are these guys? Why are they only on this list and they don't exist on any other lists, as to where everything I kind of on the terrestrial papers, do seem to match up with what's on Earth? Does that mean they're not on Earth and that there's ships with very odd names, like USS whatever. That wouldn't be it, but that aren't on Earth, but they're actually ships in space. Ooh. So that's the claim. That's what gets interesting about Gary McKinnon's story, is that it is a fact that he did hack into military servers. The question comes down to the legitimacy of what he, apparently of what he saw. And like there are transfer orders between these ships that don't exist. Now, some theories, the theories outside of them being spaceships, as in United States spaceships, the theories that exist outside of that is that, well, McKinnon, maybe it was just some kind of simulation that he caught wind of, some war gaming of some kind with, made up ships and made up officers. Like it was all perhaps some kind of, video game that, military video game that he ran across. And that's what he was looking at. That's one of the claims. And honestly, that does make a degree of sense, because we do know that the military and other alphabet soup organizations, actually, we talked about this on Sovereign Tech maybe a year ago, where they have that entire system where they're literally creating an entire virtual reality, of everything on Earth and everybody on Earth, and they just keep plugging all of the data, into the simulation that represents, our reality. And what they do with that, well, that's a whole other ballgame. But anyway, so it's entirely possible. Things like that we know do exist. Those kind of simulations would be run and would have been done. So maybe that's what it's all about. But he starts claiming that, oh yeah, Roswell, there was an alien ship crash. He's more or less saying, yes, there are aliens. They visited the Earth. There's another concept that's actually kind of pushed. It's not him alone, but kind of pushed by Joseph P. Farrell, which is the idea of breakaway civilizations, in that, like, his Farrell's theory goes, and it lines up with McKinnon's, because McKinnon's work gets used a lot by UFOologists, right? Is the idea that, there's entire, like, literal civilizations on other planets in the solar system and maybe even beyond, that Americans and everybody, a lot of different military people, they end up working, going off into space and doing their own thing. And so that there's this full-on secret space program that exists. And there's whole civilizations up there. There's a base on Mars. There's a base on the moon. Now, part of the reason that these claims come up is because, and the idea that, like, we've already talked to UFOs and that we're using their technology and all that, all of which fall under McKinnon's, various claims, depending on who he's getting interviewed by, how far he wants to go with those. There is some historical precedent for some of this stuff. In fact, recently, there was what was the name of it? I think it was the Chang'e 2. The Chang'e 2, it was a probe sent to the moon by China. And if I'm pronouncing the name of it wrong, yeah, it's the Chang'e 2 orbiter. This is in 2012. You can look it up, and it has pictures, and some people look at these pictures from the Chang'e 2 orbiter, from the Chinese orbiter on the moon, and they say that that's a military base. And it does look a little strange, when you look at these shots. And, you say, well, come on, wouldn't there be some kind of documentation somewhere that, wouldn't there be some kind of balance sheet, just something that would possibly hint at the idea that the United States government would have been taking an interest in building a moon base of some kind? Well, guess what? There is. Okay. And I'm going to wrap it up, as far as my own thoughts on all this. I'm just laying out to you what a lot of these people, describe. I'm not saying I necessarily believe all this, but I'll tell you in a minute, or, in a few minutes here. So what you have with, this idea of a moon base is you have Project Horizon. And what this was a concept done back in the 50s, 1959, I think, where the U.S. government was absolutely researching the idea and the importance of having a genuine military moon base. And you can read, you can read both volumes on, what they talked about with how the moon base would work. They were going to use a Saturn A-class rocket to be able to, to get there and deliver the payload and everything for it. At all times, you'd have like 16 astronauts kind of running the whole base, going back and forth. And then it could kind of grow from there. But you can read both documents on that. They are, freely available. And the question becomes is, did they ever actually do anything with Project Horizon? Werner von Braun was on the board for this. It is a real thing And what happened with it? Did they decide to go forward, with Project Horizon at any point? And did the Chang'e 2 orbiter from China, did they happen to catch a shot of this base somehow? And maybe does it look fuzzy because the base has some kind of natural or not natural, but some kind of built-in camouflage, but, the orbiter just got a lucky shot. Raises an interesting point. And, and then that kind of bolsters a lot of what McKinnon claims to. He said he found an entire like kind of naval space Navy program. And so there's this base on the moon and all this different stuff. And now, but then to get into his claim about, there's alien technology and we've already talked to aliens and all this stuff. Now, some people say it's like, well, how are you going to prove that one? And wouldn't you think, wouldn't there be some kind of Project Horizon for this idea of, what happens if we encounter aliens? What do we do about that? Wouldn't there be some kind of government thing? Because there seems to be a government answer to just about anything, even if they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They always write up something. They're like crazy people that write up all these goddamn stupid white papers, and that they write up, they do their own versions of that where, okay, well, what if this happens? Okay, we'll do this, and that's why they pay all these think tanks and you have the CFR, and all this different stuff, right? I'm not getting conspiratorial on you because anything I want to lay out to you is either something that has been claimed and documented and at least, is based off of something that actually did happen, or it is something that, that was actually written down that you can find within the government's own papers. And that leads us to, how does the government handle, say, when an alien, some extraterrestrial, they encounter some extraterrestrial force or extraterrestrial entity? Well, come to find out, there's a paper about that too. And some of this stuff I've mentioned on Sovereign Tech in the past, but I want to make a full picture here. There is the Brookings report from the 60s. And, particularly 1961. This was brought before Congress and all that. And the Brookings report is, the full name for it, Proposed Studies on the Implications of Peaceful Space Activities for Human Affairs. So this whole report in the 60s is about, so how are we going to do things when we get into space? Like, how's this all going to go down? What's going to happen? And the more interesting aspects of it, there's a lot of different aspects of it, but one of the more interesting ones is when it talks about what happens if you do encounter some kind of extraterrestrial entity. And here's what it says. I'm going to read it for you. Okay. Quote from the Brookings report, from a government document. While face-to-face meetings with it will not occur within the next 20 years, unless its technology is more advanced than ours, qualifying it to visit Earth, artifacts left at some point in time by these life forms might possibly be discovered through our space activities on the Moon, Mars, or Venus. Anthropological files contain many examples of societies sure of their place in the universe, which have disintegrated when they have had to associate with previously unfamiliar societies espousing different ideas and different life ways. Others that survived such an experience usually did so by paying the price of changes in values and attitudes and behavior. Since intelligent life might be discovered at any time via the radio telescope research presently underway, and since the consequences of such a discovery are presently unpredictable because of our limited knowledge of behavior under even an approximation of such dramatic circumstances, 2 research areas can be recommended. Continuing studies to determine emotional and intellectual understanding and attitudes and successive alterations of them, if any, regarding the possibility and consequences of discovering intelligent extraterrestrial life. Historical and empirical studies of the behavior of peoples and their leaders when confronted with dramatic and unfamiliar events or social pressures. Such studies might help to provide programs for meeting and adjusting to the implications of such a discovery. Okay, what they're touching on is the idea of predictive programming, where you in entertainment and other cultural narratives, you get people prepped for something really dramatic that you suddenly discovered. Reading on. Questions one might wish to answer by such studies would include: how might such information, under what circumstances, be presented to or withheld from the public? For what ends? What might the role of the discovering scientists and other decision makers regarding release of the fact of discovery? I mean, this goes on. There's tons here, and I want to, there's Keith Woodard, kind of did a kind of made it all very succinct and said, the Brookings report did raise the possibility of withholding information, but took no position on its advisability. Questions one might wish to answer by such studies intone the report would include how much such information under what circumstances be presented to or withheld from the public for what ends. What might the role of the discovering scientists and other decision makers regarding release of the fact of discovery. These two sentences comprise the report's entire commentary on the subject of covering up the truth. So in the Brookings report, there is would seem to be the precedent. Again, like the person said, there's no, or like the commentator said, there wasn't like a suggestion of what you should do, but there is the idea that, hey, we might really want, if we ever did encounter aliens, we might really want to cover this shit up. We might not want to tell anybody because it could upend the very foundations of society, civilization and all this. Now, as I've said many times, I hope people didn't say, oh, this Golden Stallion, if you're a new listener, say after last week's show, I hope you didn't go, this guy's nuts. Like he believes in, conspiracies and alien conspiracies and all this different stuff. No, I don't. I want to get this out of the way fast. And I'm kind of hinting at what I'll be saying after, but I do not believe for a second that aliens have visited the Earth, at least not from very, very far away. I do not, I just don't. In fact, I think there is I totally buy into the Fermi paradox that while sure, alien life must have happened somewhere else in the universe, where is it? We don't see it. And I think that the conditions that are required for for sapient, intelligent life to develop, I think are so extreme and so, crazy and so mathematically improbable that I think there are very few habitable planets in the entire universe. There's very few, or not just habitable. There's probably a lot of habitable planets, but there's very little intelligent life out there. That's where, like with the Drake equation, supposedly there's millions and billions of, alien races probably out there. No, I don't think so. Okay, so I'm not one of these, conspiracy guys in that way by any means. All right, I have a different tack on that. But, for people that look at what Gary McKinnon said, and said that we got this technology, free energy and all this different stuff from, crashed alien landings and all this stuff, and then to say, it's like, well, why would the government cover this stuff up? Well, here's in their own documentation with the Brookings report. Of course they would, or to say, it's like, well, don't you think there would have been some evidence that they were planning a moon base if there's some kind of moon base or if there's some kind of, space program out there? Well, according to Project Horizon, absolutely. Congress was totally listening to the idea of let's build us a moon base. And the best, quote unquote, the best scientists that we had were on board, as in Wernher von Braun. So there's evidence to there's some degree of evidence. There's some degree of precedent. Maybe not evidence is the right word, but there is some precedent that what Gary McKinnon was talking about, if he, if the idea is that non-terrestrial personnel and equipment and ships was referencing starships, that, yeah, there is some precedent that could be a thing. Now, there's other cases, too. There's Alternative 3, if you want to look into that. That was a kind of a hoax documentary from 1980 that claimed there was a Mars base, a joint Russian and American, Mars base in 1969. Okay, but, supposedly it was a setup, but some people say that it wasn't just a setup. It was well, not controlled opposition, but it was getting that, I forget the term for that, but that it was kind of a psyop to get people, into throwing off, perhaps the evidence that did exist, maybe at the time, that there was this secret space program going on. So Gary, this all makes for a very interesting case is that, in fact, I think it flies in the face of a lot of the flat Earth theorists. Governments were totally on board, with a lot of this stuff. Like the bulk of the conspiracies seem to lay out that it's not that space isn't real or that, the Earth is actually flat and all this stuff. And those planets, there aren't actually other planets. Everything existence is just the Earth, blah, blah, blah. It's not like that. But that they are, people have been to space. It's just that a lot of the, like the messed up pictures on the moon's like, oh, well, this picture looks photoshopped, or this looks like it was on a stage or was added in or something was, whatever. That it wasn't actually that they were faking the moon landing. It's that they were hiding something that they found on the moon. And that's also in the Brookings report, that, we might find artifacts of something else out there. So, in this, again, the Brookings report came out before we were heading to the moon. This is 1961, compared to the late 60s. So, was the U.S. government planning on finding something? Were they expecting it? Because it's a very interesting conclusion to come to in the Brookings report. or, you know, a very interesting like subject to even bring up. So as far as my take on the whole thing, you know, is Gary McKinnon, like I said, well, he's mentally ill. So does that, you know, invalidate everything that he's ever said? Is he mentally ill because of, you know, the stresses of potentially getting thrown in jail for 70 years or however long, you know, by the U.S. government and blah, blah, blah? I mean, you know, is that what made him mentally ill? Maybe. Did he find something? You know, I'll lay this out for you. I am open. I think we're missing a lot of history on this planet. Forget about anywhere else in space. And I don't think, you know, that I'm a huge believer in space travel, you know, and I think we absolutely should be doing that. I don't think we're ever going to get further than our solar system. But there's a lot to do in our solar system. So let's get up there and let's get fucking doing it. Longtime listeners of Sovereign Tech know that about me. But I think, you know, maybe I think there are pages of history that have long been lost. I'm going to be very broad on this. If you want me to talk about, if you're a new listener, you never heard me talk about this before, feel free to email me and maybe I'll go into it in some depth, you know, in a future Sovereign Tech. But there are pages of history that have been lost. And perhaps some of those pages of history, and I use that term as an abstract, have been found again. And maybe there are technologies like anytime. I mean, this is long before I was, you know, really like researched, looked into some of this stuff, or was even, you know, interested in science and all this before. It was that, you know, anytime I heard about a UFO, I'm like, nah, it's not aliens. It's probably just like some government secret plane. I don't think the idea that there's government secret planes, maybe even space planes, is that odd of an idea. Like you have the X-24 space plane program that ended the dinosaur as in D-Y-N-A, right? I mean, all these things are very legitimate. So I could believe that there are space planes and that there might be other different types of things that have been developed over the years you know, maybe that's what McKinnon was stumbling upon, or that there are black operations of some kind, maybe just on Earth, that he stumbled upon, or maybe it all just was a video game. Maybe that's the deal. But you know, there's a book. Some of it gets a little wacky. Well, it gets very wacky, but there's some interesting points in it. There's a book called Dark Mission by Mike Barra and Richard Hoagland, who's famous for The Face on Mars, which has more or less been debunked, you know, due to new orbiter imagery around Mars. But it's called Dark Mission, The Secret History of NASA. And there's some really interesting stuff on that. And their claim is that, yes, you know, we went to the moon. You know, these are full-on conspiracy, you know, you could say nuts if you want to. I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but I'm just, you know, for the colloquialism. But their claim is that absolutely, you know, humanity went to the moon, but when we went there, we found a bunch of shit and we hid it. You know, like that's why there's all these discrepancies in photography. That's why people stopped, you know, manned missions to the moon have stopped, blah, 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 you know, all of this. And I'm a little more intrigued by that third option. There's always that third way, right? And I kind of wonder about that. And, you know, when I'm saying that there's missing pages of history, yes, I am claiming perhaps there were advanced civilizations, human civilizations, not alien whatsoever, in the past, you know, that we no longer have a record of. And where is all their stuff? Where did it all go? Well, maybe it went up. It's fascinating concepts, interesting things to think about. What Gary McKinnon found deserves exploration, consideration, and thought. Maybe it was all just a video game. I'm open to that. You know, I don't think it was aliens, I'll tell you that much. I sure as hell don't think it was aliens. But maybe it all comes down to just some form of human ingenuity that he stumbled upon. It's fascinating to think about, that's for sure. Anyway, don't hesitate to go wild looking up Gary McKinnon. I'll be back with you. Hey, all right, another live read. I'm just going to be a few seconds. You know, if you want to learn about some history stuff, I actually do dramatic performances with my own original music of a lot of ancient texts. I have a couple out there already. I have the Dream Stela of Tutmos IV. I'm going to be having the Epic of Gilgamesh coming out very soon. I've been planning on releasing that for a while. But I have the Descent of Ishtar. And you can grab all these. I want you to go to audiooftheancients.xyz. Audiooftheancients.xyz. Get your hands on a copy of these great albums. I think they're great. Anyway, let's get back to Sovereign Tech. Whoa, hey, you want to slow down?
I don't do slow. I move fast.
Okay, well, so you're French.
Everyone in the future speaks French.
Wait. The future?
from $20.99. Permanent autonomous zone, Osiris-1. You've been there.
Oh, this isn't happening. It only thinks it's happening. How do I know you're from Osiris-1?
RGP fingerprint Omega 746566666.
Okay, you're legit. Hey, really, be careful. You drive like you're playing a video game.
That is how you programmed me. Game Talk.
It is time for Game Talk, where we talk video games and we break away from, well, we'll still have a little bit of fun stuff, but actually there's some very sad stories to talk about during Game Talk. Folks, I mean, with what I was just describing with the Gary McKinnon case, I mean, in some ways, I want to leave it to you. I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm here to express what I think. But come to your own conclusions with a lot of that stuff. It's amazing. These claims are amazing. And some of some parts of these stories are absolutely legit. And even if you just look at those parts, there's a lot of questions to ask that don't have very good answers. Doesn't mean you have to go saying, you don't have to be, Tsoukalos, you don't have to be George Tsoukalos, saying aliens or anything, because I sure as hell will never say that. Or at least, anyway. But there's questions that deserve exploration and answers. So that's all I'm presenting to you here. But let's get into stuff that isn't questionable at all. Well, it's questionable, but there aren't any questions. They are fact. An interesting release this week, No Man's Sky. This is a game that a lot of people have been looking forward to, myself included. It finally came out. It got released on the PS4 earlier in the week, and it officially got released, I believe, yesterday. That would have been August 12th, 2016 for PC. And this is a game where, it's supposed to be very open world. It's like Minecraft in space with ships, and not in 8-bit. And you're supposed to be able to do whatever you want, go explore, do all this good stuff. Yeah, it's popular amongst people that believe in simulation theory being that, humanity and our entire existence, certainly isn't a flat earth. It's actually not even real. It's all just a simulation in some advanced species computer or something, right? And so No Man's Sky often gets, laid out as, okay, yeah, you can do this because in this game, it's so massive, that in 100 years, you couldn't even explore 4% of the procedurally generated universe that the game creates for itself. Not to address on that, I don't believe, I don't agree with simulation theory for very simple reasons. But regardless, No Man's Sky has kind of been a flop. It seems to, the reviews I'm hearing, I have not played it yet, but the reviews I'm hearing is that a lot of the stuff seems very rushed, are very basic. The game took years to make. It's a very small team, Hello World. But apparently it is, a lot of reviewers are not very impressed with what's going on. It's not that exciting of a game. Maybe it's not meant to be exciting. Some people take that tack, and I can respect that completely. It's just a different style of game. But yeah, I'm not going to be rushing to play this by any means. Now, other things I would be rushing to play are games that have come out that I want to get to. But first off, well, this is kind of two-part. The Internet Archive. This part of the story is great. The Internet Archive, archive.org, the greatest site on the fucking internet. It absolutely is, or on the web, I should say. The internet is more than just the web. The archive.org now is hosting on there. They have emulation where you can play various DOS games and all this different stuff. Now they have 10,000 Amiga games available there. There's a link in the show notes for this for you to go check it out. Oh man, the Amiga. If you don't know about the Amiga 500, all of which are sequels to, one of my favorite computers of all time, and the first one I ever really remember messing with, the Commodore 64, man. I put links in the appendix where you can read. Ars Technica did a great history of the Amiga, and you can read all about that. It's just a fascinating subject. If you want to go knee deep, I also put in links for for Amiga Forever, which is a project to do perfect emulation of the Amiga systems. You can go to AmigaForever.com. You can also go to C64 Forever if you want to do the Commodore 64 version of that. All of that's in the appendix of the show notes to be able to do it, but you can play 10,000 games right in your web browser at archive.org. Again, link in the show notes for that. Admittedly, some of the classics like Wings and some others are not there. And also a lot of those 10,000 games, or at least a good chunk of them, are just like demos. They're not the full-on games, but the King's Quest games are there. I mean, there's a bunch of real beauties that you could get on board with and play that I think are just wonderful, wonderful games. The Amiga, oh man, Commodore, the Atari computers, the Commodore, computers, VIC-20, all that, the Amiga systems, were such brilliance. In fact, Jay Miner, who, if you've never heard of Jay Miner before, that's a history to look into. This guy worked for Atari, and worked for Amiga, worked for Commodore and Amiga, all that. And he designed a lot of these great machines that were really the progenitors to everything you do on computing today. Just, maybe each device kind of did a little something different. And it showed just how important gaming, brought forward a lot of the, a lot of the UI, a lot of the UX that people expect in computers today. And the Amiga was certainly a huge part of that. All of Jay Miner's work was a big part of that. Look into him, man, what a story. Just a hell of a guy. Brilliant. But anyway, so you can play those. But now last week, I believe it was, I told you about how also at archive.org, there were hundreds of issues of Nintendo, or at least over 100 issues of Nintendo Power made freely available for you to go read. And they were beautiful to read. Nintendo has requested that they be taken down, and archive.org has taken down those issues of Nintendo Power. That is no longer possible, unfortunately. I mean, you're gaining an incredible library from Amiga of games, so that's a great thing. But it is pretty sad that all of that was taken down. But it's been a hell of a week for Nintendo with takedowns, and that's kind of our main thing for Game Talk this week. They also took down a Metroid game. It was a fan-made game, which there's a lot of these for a lot of different classics. But this was a remake, a fan remake called AM2R, and that stands for Another Metroid 2 Remake, because there's been a few of them. But this one is beautiful. It's so fucking good. AM2R is this gorgeous. Metroid 2 originally, of course, came out for the Game Boy. It has never been really re-released. The only way you've been able to play it was through emulation, or maybe if you had the Super Game Boy cartridge for Super Nintendo, and you could add a little color to it or something. It is it's a fun game because it's really like playing the original Metroid, from '87, just with a bunch more levels. It is a really well done game. It sold along with Tetris. It sold a lot of Game Boys back in the day because it was that great of a game. And Nintendo had it taken down like within a couple days after it was released. And so the only way you can get your hands on it right now is through torrenting. Now, Nintendo's reasons for both takedowns of AM2R, of the Metroid 2 remake, and of all the Nintendo Power issues is, quote, "The unapproved use of Nintendo's intellectual property can weaken our ability to protect and preserve it, or to possibly use it for new projects." Excrement, in my opinion. That is all horseshit reasoning. They are worried that they're not going to be able to make as much money off of it. They are probably also worried about the fact that somebody might make a better version of the game. I mean, it all does come down to money. Now with Nintendo, I think things are a little different. Anybody willing to lay down money on Nintendo isn't going to care what some fanboy does, or what some fan does as far as a remake or as far as releasing Nintendo Power. Whatever Nintendo comes out with, they will buy. All right. Like Nintendo knows that, okay, that they are absolutely a cult company. And I don't mean that really as an insult. I will happily insult them over being so heinous over their IP. And they've been this way for a long time. In the late 90s, there was the start of the emulation scene where people could play Nintendo, NES games and Super Nintendo games. And of course, not just Nintendo, but also Genesis and others on their PCs. There was the very famous site, I think it was ihor.com or something like that, or ihor.org. It was the International House of ROMs. That's what ihor stands for, IHOR. And ROMs is, that's the digital version of the cartridge. They took that down in a heartbeat. I mean, you'd think they'd learn by now that they just can't stop these things. But it's such a pity what they're not paying attention to. And it's so sad because what they should really be doing, and I have one more game I want to get to, what they should really be doing is saying, oh, there's a market for this. People want this stuff. They should be hiring the people making these remakes. I mean, because like I said, AM2R is a gorgeous fucking game. It's one of the best Metroid games you can play, in my opinion. I've played them all. Man. So they should be getting on top of it. They should see the market signals for this. And it would be huge if they brought on the guy that developed AM2R. I mean, it would be this major boon to say, oh yeah, we want to bring you in, and they could. I just think it's ugly when companies do this. I mean, intellectual property is a nonsense idea in the first place, but this really left a bad taste in my mouth. And if you wanted to boycott Nintendo, I would totally understand, you wanting to do that. Now, there is a solution to, there is a community, perhaps you could say, solution for the fans, to get around all of this, because all that they generally do is they say, okay, take it down and we won't take you to court. They don't just like lay out the lawsuits and say, all right, fuck you, you did this, we'll see you in court, buddy. I'm not saying that what they're doing is okay. I am not saying that at all. I'm just saying it could be worse. But there's a very simple solution to this, and it's interesting. And the solution is peer-to-peer. Not what you're thinking, though, because some people are already looking for AM2R and perhaps the issues in Nintendo Power on torrent sites. The solution comes from a game, and I think they thought this out ahead of time. Maybe I can get these guys on for an interview. But there is a Pokemon game released this week as well. Not Pokemon Go, but I'll tell you, in my own opinion, it delivers more of what I want out of Pokemon. So I kind of find it to be, it offers more for me than Pokemon Go does. So I've been checking out the crap out of this. And it's called Pokemon Uranium. Now, I put a link in the show notes to the Twitter account for these guys, because that's where you're going to want to follow them. Because, maybe their whole site will get taken down at some point. But what happened is actually hours before I started recording this episode of Sovereign Tech, this game, which is a souped up version of Pokemon games as you have, known them. And it's really, really good. All the different features they have, and they've like thrown in all the Pokemon. It's so cool. So today, August 13th, 2016, they supposedly willfully took it down. By their own volition, they took down the developers of Pokemon Uranium. They took it down. Now, all week long, they were having server problems. They had to keep changing where the download link was, because everywhere that they put it up on, it was, like they were crashing the servers, or they were, exceeding their limits that they paid for. And that's a great problem to have. That shows how popular this is and was. But now they have gotten rid of any download links. And they said they have claimed on their Twitter account that it was not because Nintendo came after them. They claimed that, they did it for their own reasons. They're not giving very good reasons at all. Maybe, there's a chance that it was just cost prohibitive because it was so popular. That people wanted to get on board with it, especially with, with the Pokemon Go craze going on. A new Pokemon game of any kind coming out, especially for free, that looks good and plays good and has a bunch of new features. Yeah, people want to jump on that, right? But here's the clever thing that they did. And so I kind of wonder if this was some kind of test bed by the entire fan remake community, perhaps. They had a built-in patcher system that, that's an exe that you can, and they said they were planning on releasing this, I think, for Mac, and maybe they said they were going to do it for Android, that they were going to release it for that, but that was on their Twitter account. You can look into that. But anyway, there's a built-in patcher, okay, into the game itself, where you can, update the game to different versions, to newer versions, 1.01, 1.02, and whatever. Now, granted, that's a little annoying, because one of the things I love about Nintendo is that when they put out, especially a Pokemon game, holy fucking shit, when Nintendo puts it out, not Niantic like with Pokemon Go, when Nintendo puts it out, it's done. And any bugs there, just become a part of gaming history, but generally there aren't any, or if there are, they are exceptionally few. So I don't like this constant updating thing, but to some degree, for the fan remake aspects of it, I get it. So, but what they said is that they have not stopped, even though they took the game down from their website, they have not stopped development. They've left it to, you're going to have to get it through some kind of peer-to-peer option, torrenting, whatever. And they are going to continually develop the game, but they will just give you new developments through the built-in patcher. Now, this is interesting because, what can Nintendo do about this? Nothing. You can hide where it's getting developed. You can say it's getting developed, somewhere where it's out of their reach. And, Nintendo believe me, they're not going to do this. They cannot sue everybody that, was crashing the servers or whatever, they can't go after everybody that downloaded a copy of this game. And good luck trying to put a stop to the torrents. Yeah, you can close down sites, but, peer-to-peer is more than just torrent sites, folks. I think this was damned clever. And I think more fan remakes need to take heed and do so likewise. Okay. Go ye therefore and do likewise. By having these built-in patchers. Now, of course, there is a security concern that, you are downloading something from a server that, might be questionable because do you know who these, developers are, blah, blah, blah. I understand that. I'm putting that out there as a disclaimer. Okay, but if you love the game, and I love Pokemon, the uranium version of Pokemon, this is great. I'm good. I have a copy of it, and I'll be getting updates all the time. Now, the main moral of the story here is that any time an announcement about these remakes come out, say Polygon talks about them, or whatever website, I don't know, Kotaku or something talks about it, you better go download them quick. Even if you're not going to install them right away or whatever, go download it fast and just hold on to the zip file or the exe or whatever. That way you have it, okay? Because as we're going to get into in our next segment, well, there's I hate to use this term, but there's a real war going on against peer-to-peer. I'll be back with more Sovereign Tech.
Tonight, Knight Rider crashes into your living room.
I don't believe this.
Well, you'd better believe it. A lone crusader for justice drives this crime crasher.
The world's most fantastic car.
And together they can do just about anything.
After all, we're only human. Don't press your luck.
And now, buckle up for action with the fastest show on television, Knight Rider.
See Knight Rider online today. And now back to Sovereign Tech. Pixel says it should be this panel.
We need to hack into the control center to shut down all of those assassin bots.
Well, you're the android. Can't you just jack in?
Oui. But the way I connect is more like a jack off.
Was that a joke?
Hacking is no joke.
Directly connecting certainly beats doing it with the keyboard.
You're notorious for your love of cyber sex.
Okay, now that was a joke. Just get hacking.
A quick hack solves everything. Hacksack.
It is time for Hacksack, where we talk issues of hackers and security. And boy, I can recommend it absolutely. If you can get your hands on Pokemon Uranium version, do so. It does kind of throw up into question whether or not there will be a Mac version, even though I love that clever, patcher idea. Not that that's like new for other software, but I think for this style of game, that is a very new, or, for this genre, I think that's a really clever idea, as far as fan made, IP ridden games. But anyway, I said that there's a war going on against sort of peer-to-peer and really torrenting and file sharing and all of that. I don't like to use that term, but I'm not exactly sure how else to describe it. I'm going to read to you some headlines from this week. I'm just going to read you some headlines. We've talked for a couple weeks now about Artem Fallen, of course, with kick-ass torrents, him getting extradited to the U.S. from Poland, and the Polish government arresting him, no problem. I mean, they, just on the whims of the U.S., unbelievable. And things have really been crazy since then. So we already have kick-ass torrents, which is the largest, really it was the king of the roost. I mean, it was the top of the heap as far as torrent sites go. And now it is gone. But I want to read you some other headlines just from this week, from past maybe week and a half. Court, uploaded.net failed to prevent piracy, faces damages. What that's about is there's uploaded.net, which is kind of like a media fire. Has, according to German courts, they're going to have to start paying stuff out. It could end up being in the millions. That uploaded.net is going to be in trouble. And they're not just for, explicitly file sharing. I mean, or, at least that's not even torrents. That's more just file sharing in general. It's more of a media fire, cloud service. But they're in trouble. Let's see. Next one. Rights Corp threatens every ISP in the United States. And now this is talking about what are they threatening with? Because BMG, the music company, they just won a case in the U.S. to get paid damages of $25 million from Cox Communications. Because BMG's claim was that Cox isn't doing anything. Their claim is that Cox is being a bunch of cocks by not doing something about pirated music and whatever else. And the U.S. court said, yes, Cox, you are totally liable. When really the only cocks here are BMG and not that Cox is a great company, but BMG and of course, the U.S. legal system. I mean, it's just crazy. Now, Rights Corp, if you don't know who they are an entire company built around, like they make web crawlers and all that, which as far as how viable these things actually are that they lay out, that's up to debate, I think. But they have web crawlers that are just constantly checking, torrent sites for copyright violation, for copyright violators. And I mean, this is really crazy. And I don't know that Cox is necessarily the good guy in all this. I think this is really, Cox is happy to pay out $25 million if this court case against BMG could really get used to pass the buck, as it were, onto Cox subscribers and users of their ISP service, to say, well, look, we have to put in, bandwidth limits. We're going to have to charge you for bandwidth because, we're losing out on this $25 million, and this will prove that, and they'll think that putting out these bandwidth limits, limitations on price will stop pirates perhaps from downloading so many terabytes and upon terabytes of, of data and everything, every month. So I think that there's really something behind that. But the bottom line is that because BMG won against Cox, Rights Corp is, getting saucy now, thinking, oh, we can start going after the ISPs, and then, even though we have such a hard time going after the actual downloaders and uploaders of the content. But even then, there's other aspects of this that are getting shut down. PIPQ, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but that's the Britain's police intellectual property unit. It's unbelievable that there's an intellectual property unit in any police force. Talk about victimless fucking crimes. And I mean that. Okay. Wow. Anyway, they did a raid, and there's not a whole lot of information on this, but PIPQ had raided at least a couple pirate TV streaming operations. There was 3 arrested, 3 people arrested in the case, but these sites, whatever they were, no one's exactly clear what they are, but apparently whatever it is has been shut down. But people have been arrested over the streaming, video options of pirated content or whatever. Maybe it's like showing. I know some of the case that is known is that they were showing off content from various BBC channels, which generally, as I understand it in Britain, you have to pay a kind of a tax for, to be able, you have to pay a tax on your TV, right, alone. So that was, and that's how the BBC is funded, right? Apparently. So, that was getting cracked down. Even streaming sites were getting cracked down. This is all this week. Everything I'm telling you has been in the past 7 to 10 days. The next one, Russia plans social media piracy crackdown. What's that about? Well, there's the Facebook of the East called VK. That's VK.com. I don't recommend using it, even though it used to be run by an anarchist, that being Pavel Durov. But VK, a popular thing that people do on there is they upload entire songs, quote unquote copyrighted material. Again, folks, I think IP is bullshit. I think, intellectual property is a nonsense idea, and it requires a surveillance state to even have. So just on that basis, it's unethical. All right. But, Russia's going to crack down on that now. And is that because of what's happening on VK? Most likely. So that's not even necessarily, a site that is designed for torrenting or streaming. That it's a social media network. It's just like Facebook, but they're probably going to feel the squeeze on that, along with many other sites in Russia. Here's another headline: Facebook removes ExtraTorrent page, deletes user profiles, and flags links. ExtraTorrent was one of the popular recommendations that I made. Aside from when Kick-Ass Torrents shut down, people are asking me, where can I go? Well, extratorrents.cc is one of those sites, and now Facebook has completely removed ExtraTorrent's presence from Facebook. Who told them to do that? You think Facebook did that? No, there's probably tons of users. A lot of people go to social media to keep abreast of the status. Is a torrent site down at this time, or are they up? What's a new release? Things like this. So there's a lot of user engagement there. You'd think Facebook will want that up there, but obviously maybe the MPAA or the RIAA or whoever, whatever government said, get rid of this stuff. This is all happening in this week. Here's another headline: Ninja video uploader featured on Interpol's wanted criminals list. So the uploader to, Ninja Video, you get put on Interpol now just for being an uploader of content, for sharing information. Here's another one: Torrents. That's torrent with a Z at the end. Torrents shuts down. Largest torrent metasearch engine says farewell. Torrents was one of those ones that I recommended when Kick-Ass Torrents went down, and it's a meta search engine. They don't even host the magnet links for you to get access to torrents. They just told you could. They just searched all the different torrent sites and you can go after it. They shut down, and they've been in operation since 2003. Holy shit! So, but they've been totally. I mean, the MPAA, the Motion Picture Association of America, and the RIAA, which is the record version of that, the music industry version of that, they have this out-of-cycle review of notorious markets. Okay, and this is like the list. If you're on this list, you must be doing something right, and I mean that seriously. You are doing something right, and Satan bless you. Okay, torrents had been on that, many times on notorious markets. Now suddenly they shut down after Kick-Ass Torrents. Here's another one. This one's very concerning. Breen, that's BREIN, that's a Dutch anti-piracy group, settles in court with prolific Usenet uploader for 15,000 euros. That's a lot of money. Okay, and that's unique because they went after Usenet, which that was another thing I recommended when Kick-Ass Torrents went down, was run to Usenet. They're not going to go after it. I was wrong. At least in Denmark, or in parts of Europe, they are absolutely going after Usenet uploaders. This is a concern. Here's the next one. Kick-Ass Torrents. Anyway, that's all the headlines. That's enough headlines. All of that. All of these site shutdowns, all of these court cases coming to an end or heating up and starting up inside of like 10 days after Kick-Ass Torrents goes down. This is a shitstorm. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is a huge problem. In fact, another one, kickasstorrents.website. That was one of the recommendations that I made for, where you could find a mirror of everything that was on Kick-Ass Torrents, shut down. And a lot of the other mirrors, I wouldn't trust them. Right now, my only recommendation is the Pirate Bay and demonoid.pw, and I still think Usenet is worth going after. Again, most of the legality falls around the uploader, not the downloader. If you were just downloading, they're like you're kind of in the okay through various legal loopholes today. But if you're an uploader, there's some issues there. But this is crazy, and it is so apropos that MadeSafe announces their alpha of the Safe Network this week, because that's something. Good fucking luck trying to get us on there, baby. At least that's my hope. ZeroNet is out there. There's a lot of alternative technologies coming out there that people need to look into. In fact, even one of the original founders of the Pirate Bay was saying he really wants the Pirate Bay to just shut down, to just end it. It's over. It's a shell of what it used to be. He said, torrenters, file sharing needs to go to the next level. They need to start innovating again and, using services that are far beyond what existed 10 years ago. I don't have a problem with things that existed 10 years ago, but I get the point, is that there needs to be, there needs to be advancement in file sharing. There's RetroShare. I'm a huge fan of RetroShare. I've been on board with that for a long, long time. That's a technology that I think needs to be looked at. Okay, so we have the MadeSafe Alpha coming out. So, I mean, that's still going to be a little while probably before we're into beta and doing a whole lot of stuff and even getting out of beta. And that's fine. There's ZeroNet, which you could try, check out, start using. There's RetroShare, which I think is fully ready, for some kind of file sharing, but you kind of have to create your own little circle, to be able to do that. But man, not good. And in fact, they're even trying to bring back Kick-Ass Torrents. Mr. Gunnar, who's one of the major site admins there, were doing a GoFundMe, and that GoFundMe disappeared the other day. So, I mean, even the attempts to revive Kick-Ass Torrents, and I put the link in the show notes. There's like the community aspect of Kick-Ass Torrents, which was a powerful aspect of it, the forums have been put back up, and that's at catcr.co. That's the web address. You can find it for episode 188 of Sovereign Tech if you want to check that out. But I mean, it's not good. It's not, understand, they're not going to stop this thing. But like, as far as anything that we've relied upon, as file sharers, as torrenters, as copy-meists, if you want to use the old Pirate Bay, quasi-religious term, the ways are gone, and it's time to embrace some of the new. I mean, you can still use some of the old Usenet, IRC to do file sharing. I think those are totally valid and legit things, but everybody's got to start upping their game on how we go about this. And, certainly getting the fuck away, away from Apple and Facebook to do it, considering what happened with Artem Volin. If, again, he's the alleged runner, if he was the runner. I mean, and if he's not the alleged runner, the case is 10 times worse. It's just as bad anyway. Things have got to change. new technologies need to be developed, and people need to start buttoning up their suits, as it were, because they're coming after everybody.
The reviews are in, and Babylon 5's a winner. The New York Daily News says Babylon 5 could make Star Wars look like a walk in the park. The Chicago Sun-Times calls it a welcome addition to the sci-fi universe. Impressive, perfectly scaled for TV, raves the LA Times. And the Kansas City Star says Babylon 5 is one space station you're likely to want to visit frequently. See for yourself what everyone's talking about on Babylon 5.
Babylon 5 is available for download on your favorite torrent site. See it now to experience the greatest show in television history, Babylon 5. Adelaide, why are we stopping?
In the future, we have a custom.
What's the custom?
After a successful mission, a team usually is love, a ménage à trois, or orgy.
Yeah, there's only two of us.
I already contacted the others to come join us. I love women too.
Whoa, Adelaide, you're beautiful, but you're an android.
I am fully functional. I am programmed in multiple techniques, a broad variety of...
Wow, I guess so. You did say you move fast. Adelaide, the future is going to be so good.
The climax.
It is time for the climax where, woo, baby, I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. And you know, I can't leave the show on such a sour note. Again, the real message is hope. It's just, we've got to do something. Okay. Anybody that's interested in file sharing and torrenting and all that, you know, in that whole, you know, file sharing culture and peer-to-peer culture, we've got to do something. We got to start using these new, you know, these new developments or go back to the old ones that aren't being watched so much or whatever. Okay. It's a call to action. If you're interested in that. If you're not, well, don't worry about it. But I'm not going to leave it on a sour note. And just to make it even more appropriate, more appurtenant, as they say, I want to talk about during the climax here, and we're running long. I'm sure, you know, my affiliates already figured that out. But I want to talk about a movie that I downloaded that is not out on home video yet. And, well, I mean, I had it before it left theaters, but I finally got around to checking it out. And the movie is Warcraft. And, oh, yes, I might have briefly mentioned, you know, kind of how I felt about it and, you know, that it was a little lackluster and all that. And that's still true. The movie was a little lackluster. Came out in May 2016 of this year. And it is based around, of course, the very popular Blizzard Entertainment or Activision, video game series, which I've been playing forever. Like I even played Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2. Oh boy. Warcraft 2, as far as hours played, might be the game I've spent the most. No, SmackDown 2 probably takes that title, but it's pretty close. It's one of the games I've spent the most amount of time playing. It is such a fun game, including its expansion pack, Dark Portal. Was just awesome. And the movie itself, you know, and I play Warcraft 3 to death, Frozen Throne. That it's one of the greatest games ever made, regardless of platform. It should be in people's top 10. It is so good. I even considered it better than StarCraft 1, and that's saying something. I played World of Warcraft for a little while as well, for a few months, and then I realized, oh, no, I don't like where this is taking my life. so I stopped. It's fine if people want to play it. It's a different way of living. It's a different lifestyle. You know, do it, whatever. It's not for me. So I'm a big fan of the entire franchise. I read the comics, read the books, all of that good stuff. I absolutely love it. Been an integral part of my, of my personal evolution, I guess you could say, through life, or at least has been a part of, my going through the years. Anyway. So the movie, let's get to it. The movie made by Duncan Jones, who I actually like as a director. I thought Moon is a phenomenal film. Just top notch. If you want a great science fiction film that amazingly all gets done by, really one actor, Sam Rockwell. I mean, there's other people, briefly in it, but he carries the whole thing. That is the movie to see. I mean, it's got such a great feeling, very 2001, very Star Trek the Motion Picture feel to it, but has some genuine comedy in it and just has a great hook. It's an awesome movie. So I like Duncan Jones. Of course, he's also the son of the late great David Bowie. Rest in peace. And Duncan Jones, I like his style. I like what he can do. Unfortunately, this movie probably isn't going to bode well for his career. Now, should that really matter in the grand scheme of things? No, because even Ridley Scott has made some bombs here and there, or some things at least that I don't enjoy. But Warcraft, and I'm only going to give you one spoiler alert if you haven't seen it yet, because I recognize it's still not out in home video in the States. Yeah, there you have it, because I might break into that. I thought, overall, so I can love a movie for being for style, like without substance. I can really enjoy that. And this movie had style in spades. I enjoyed seeing a lot of the different characters and, just seeing Azeroth, and all in the orcs and everything, seeing all of that finally come to life. And the effects were phenomenal in this. I think, and the orcs, I thought they looked pretty good. Well, I can't picture them looking much better. I really can't. I thought all that was just fantastic, and it was so cool to really see. And I mean, Duncan Jones, to his credit, because he also co-wrote the movie, really paid attention to a lot of fan service, a lot of the details from the games, not just World of Warcraft. I mean, there's a lot of Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2. In fact, this largely takes place kind of pre-Warcraft 1, leads into Warcraft 1 a bit, whatever, where you're dealing with the birth of Thrall. That's kind of what the whole movie, really kind of sets up. And Thrall, of course, is the famous enemy / ally at times, for the Alliance, for the human Alliance. My only, I think, so I have a couple complaints about this. First off, they had Garona in it. Garona, of course, is the half orc, half whatever version of Warcraft you're listening to. In this case, she was explicitly, I think, half human. And she looked, pretty good. They did that obviously to have a sexy female character. I don't think there's any debate on that. But in the actual Warcraft canon, she's half Draenei. And that was one of the things that I missed in this. Is I love the Draenei, especially in World of Warcraft, where they're like, it's kind of as a science fiction element where they have starships and they have this crashed starship and all that, and on the west side, that I think is really cool. So they really dropped the ball on not having her be half Draenei for one, but also you do see the Draenei briefly, on the orc homeworld on Draenor, but you don't really get the Draenei, with their big crystalline hammers and all this stuff, and a lot of their high tech, abilities. You don't get all that, which I understand why. I'm just saying that my overall concern is that not that the presentation was bad. Some of the acting choices I think were rough. Some of the jokes didn't hit right, but that this sort of proves, because they started really at the beginning in many ways. They start with, the birth of Thrall and how all that, that backstory. Of course, they give him a different name, like it was like Gunal or something in it. But anyway, it sort of proves why, if the story is to be believed, that George Lucas had a 9-part series made for Star Wars. Why did he start in the middle? Because that's where all the action was. It kind of proves him right. That you do want to start in the middle of the story. And so my main concern with this is that I think this could have been a lot bigger, which granted in America, in the United States, it did very poorly, box office wise, but in China it did gangbusters. In fact, we'll probably get a sequel. I hope we get a sequel, because the movie wasn't great, but it was good enough to where I want to see the other ones, kind of like Independence Day Resurgence. Okay, all right, yeah, I know there's rough spots with this film, but please make that third movie. Please make that next film. I want to see that next film, because the next film you're setting up looks amazing. And I think this is true for Warcraft as well, to where the next film getting set up looks amazing. So, yeah, so I think the point kind of gets proven is that you want to start with, people just aren't into the origin stories. And I think origin stories might just be very tough to do with cinematic exposition. Like I think, you have Batman Begins that it worked there amazingly, but partly it worked there because with Batman, he's so well known, you don't have to be too explicit with, you don't have to do too much exposition with the origin story. As to where with things where you're trying to get a bunch of new people, new viewers, new eyeballs on it, whatever, it's tough when you've got a lot of history to lay out. Usually a book or, even a paragraph does better than a movie can. So I think making these origin stories is really questionable in and of itself, unless it's such a well-known property, or unless you just have like a really, really brilliant writer and director team. And I'm not saying Duncan Jones isn't, but this was his first time with a blockbuster. And, maybe it was too much. I mean, no disrespect towards Duncan Jones on that. Maybe it was just too much for him. But overall, I mean, the score was, the music was great. There was really nothing wrong with the film other than sometimes, the jokes didn't land right, and I would have done some different actor choices. We didn't get to see more of the rest of the other species of the Alliance. Like you got to see boomsticks, from the dwarves, but I would have liked to have seen a lot more of the elves. You briefly see them. You briefly get a little bit of a cleavage shot too, but I mean, it's all very, very brief. I would have loved to, of course, seen, gotten more into the Draenei and all that. I think if they did the story of Warcraft 2, or if they just went on to, the Burning Crusade or whatever, somewhere deeper into World of Warcraft and just brought that to life, I think that would have been like the place to start. And then you could work your way backwards, since you're already so heavily in the CGI aspect with creating the orcs, just work your way backwards then. Because a lot of spoiler alert, a lot of the characters in Warcraft kind of have to die off, except for, Lothar and, and Garona and all that, they live on, which Garona, like if they kept her half Draenei and she had the glowing eyes, like that would have been great, because then you could have had, other actresses playing her in future, future entries or in previous entries, because you'd have the glowing eyes, and I think that could mask a lot of what was going on. But it was just really so cool. It was such a beautiful film visually, and it was so cool to see. Like they paid very close attention to the the armor of the humans. Azeroth looked picture perfect, I thought. There was so much cool stuff to see. So I think it's worth watching. I'm hoping for sequels. It has flaws, but overall, I'm shocked. Like. I thought it was pretty good, but I mean, there's points of it that really suck. Like I won't deny that. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this episode of Sovereign Tech. If you want to donate.zog.ninja. That can also get you to the Patreon page to get all those exclusive Patreon episodes, like the big 3-hour extravaganza I did about Steam It. Woo! You want to get on it? Carpe Lucem, everybody. I'll see you on the other side. Yeah, baby. Woohoo!
You just experienced Sovereign Tech. Go to sovereigntech.com, that's SOVRYN tech.com, and connect with us there. Find links from today's show and catch our podcast feed. Sovereign Tech is copy heart. Copying art is an act of love, and love is not subject to law. So please share the show however you like. Welcome to the evolution.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your AMP will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you AMP Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com. DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit the Liberty Radio Network when you shop at Amazon via shop.lrn.fm.
Are you a political activist who does things that the government might not like? Then this free ebook may save your life. Rats is your guide to protecting yourself against snitches, informers, informants, agents provocateur, narcs, finks, and similar vermin. Rats was written by OG Libertarian Claire Wolfe. Rats is a short book, easy to read, and available free in many formats. Download Rats free at rats-nosnitch.com. That's rats-nosnitch.com.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
The latest edition of Lions of Liberty is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at lionsofliberty.com.
I asked him a question. I said, are you telling me what I can and cannot say in my own classroom? At which point he shut down.
Welcome to the Lions of Liberty podcast. Here is your host, your guide, your shining beacon of liberty, Mark Claire.
Welcome back, my Liberty Lemonheads, to the Lions of Liberty podcast. As always, your home for great conversations about the ideas of liberty. And guys, I am truly, truly, truly excited about today's episode because I have a guest for you today who I've been looking to have on for quite some time, and we finally made it happen here in the 236th episode of this program, which of course means you can find the show notes page for today's episode featuring links to just about everything we discuss over at lionsofliberty.com/236. The show is sponsored today by our good friends at Health Excellence Select, who have put together the ultimate free market solution for your healthcare needs. Find out more at lionsofliberty.com/health. My guest today is the author of A Renegade History of the United States, a book I had been hearing the buzz about for quite some time and finally got around to reading recently. And it really is a fascinating look at American history from a perspective you quite literally will not find anywhere else in contemporary literature, and certainly not in the majority of our universities. He teaches history and philosophy at Willamette University and is the founder of the soon-to-be-launched Renegade University, which he describes as the School for Dangerous Ideas. I am pleased to welcome in Mr. Thaddeus Russell. Thaddeus, are you ready to roar?
I'm always ready to roar.
Awesome. That's what we like to hear here at Lions of Liberty. And we're going to talk a little bit more about your work on what you would call renegade history in a little bit. But first, I want to get to know you a little bit better. So why don't you just start off telling us a little bit about your earlier life? You know, where'd you grow up and what kind of influences did you have that eventually led you to pursue a career in academia?
Well, I was born and raised in Berkeley, California in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And so, of course, I was surrounded by, you know, the cream, I suppose, of the American left. My parents were radical socialists to the extent that they actually took jobs they were middle class, well-educated people who took jobs in industry and factories, steelwork. They were steelworkers and truck drivers and clerical workers so that they could organize the proletariat for revolution. And we lived about 4 blocks from the Black Panthers national headquarters.
Did they literally go into jobs like that with the idea of sort of organizing their fellow workers and actually kind of creating socialism within their working places? Is that something they actively pursued?
Oh, yeah. So absolutely. So that was actually the strategy of many revolutionary socialist organizations through the 20th century. I don't know if they still do that, although I bet some of them do. But yeah, I mean, as of the 60s and 70s, that's what they all did, really. All the revolutionary socialist organizations. And then, of course, they were all, you know, middle class.
Freedom Fiends Live is up next. after the news, here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, August 15th, 2016. Silver is trading at $19.82 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,339 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $574. Antiwar.com reports heavy fighting was reported across northern Syria's Aleppo over the weekend as Nusra Front attempted to double down on last week's gains, attacking a pair of government districts in the western half of the city. The main fighting on Sunday centered around a cement factory in the city's southwest. The Nusra offensives began with car bombings, attempting to soften up the defensive positions around the key Jamaat al-Zahra district, which includes the army base as well as a substantial residential district. There was no confirmation of the casualty figures for fighters on either side. As usual, however, it's the civilian bystanders taking the brunt of the casualties over the course of the weekend, with over 180 civilians having been killed, overwhelmingly within Aleppo, where Nusra shelled government districts and the military airstrikes pounded Nusra-held districts. In addition to those killed in Aleppo, another 20 civilians were reported killed in Idlib province as the military pounded Nusra-held areas there as part of a campaign to try to prevent Nusra from getting more reinforcements to Aleppo. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. UPI reports the federal state of emergency in Flint, Michigan expired on Sunday, but city officials are assuring residents free bottled water is still available. Most of the 100,000 people in the city north of Detroit have been avoiding tap water because of the lead water crisis. Captain Chris Kalinsky, Deputy State Director of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, said in a statement, August 14th is just a date on the calendar, and Governor Rick Snyder has said we will make decisions based on science, not arbitrary dates. President Obama issued an emergency declaration in January, paying 75% of the cost of the bottled water, filters, and cartridges. Michigan Radio reported now the state will pick up the entire bill, which is about $3.5 million per month. Since January 9th, more than 2.2 million cases of bottled water, more than 130,000 water filters, more than 287,000 replacement cartridges, and more than 52,000 at-home water testing kits have been distributed to Flint water system customers, according to the press release. Kalinsky said in a statement, until the water meets quality standards, we will provide water supplies to Flint water system customers at the water resource site. State officials said Flint residents will not notice any loss of water emergency services as the state takes on the additional cost, according to the release. Researchers said testing of more than 170 homes showed lead levels declined by as much as 60% below previous tests. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said on Sunday emergency crews have rescued more than 7,000 people stranded by historic flooding that has killed at least 3 and submerged whole communities as parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast brace for more rain and rising waters. Edwards, who has called for federal emergency relief funds, said residents have been pulled out of flooded homes, swamped cars, and threatened medical facilities in cities and towns across the southeastern part of the state. While the brunt of the storm that brought torrential rains and flooding to the area was moving west towards Texas on Sunday, Louisiana residents should remain cautious, the governor said at a news conference. Edwards said even with the sunshine out today intermittently, the waters are going to continue to rise in many areas, so this is no time to let your guard down. Some 5,000 people were forced to sleep in shelters overnight. There were not enough beds to house all of those. Many had to sleep on floors. Emergency officials said they were still working on strategies to rescue an undetermined number of people trapped by the waters. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm. You can help new minds find liberty. Chip in at lrn.fm.
According to a report released this week, people who paint themselves silver and pretend to be statues earn, on average, $10 million per year. The Onion sat down with economist Mark Cosgrave to learn more about the money-making potential of this highly lucrative employment path.
There's no more profitable career at the moment. If you compare these positions to other high-paying jobs, say physicians or mechanical engineers, you'll find that those individuals who have outfitted themselves with silver-painted boxes and can move their limbs stiffly as if they were a robot are making literally hundreds of times as much. At this point, I would say that the only job that offers anywhere near that kind of earning potential is dressing up like Batman and allowing people to pose for photos with you. And those guys who play paint buckets like drums have historically done well for themselves. But honestly, the recession hit these professions pretty hard, and a lot of them are only making something like $800,000 a year at this point. It's barely even worth their time.
This is the Onion News Network.
You can connect with the Liberty Radio Network via our Facebook page at facebook.lrn.fm. That's facebook.lrn.fm. LRN.fm. Now.
Why? Hello. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there.
I didn't see you come in. This is the Freedom Beings, broadcasting from Family 2C, a mile above peak level at Astro Plane Studios. We twist your pineal gland by squeegeeing your third eye with psychedelic mycelium. This alters your consciousness to a trippy and deep-fried 25 degrees lysergic to keep a sin flood of ego out of your head. Can you feel it? Is it working? Do you need more vitamin C?
My pineal gland. It's pineal. I think when you go to the Strip tonight, you should ask for a pizza with pine and pineal.
And, of course, the Freedom Beans is covered by BIPCOT, no government license. It allows use by anyone except governments. You can learn more at bipcot.org, which actually technically is state governments, right?
It's all governments. There are no don't start that again. Isn't shooting pineal gland extract something that Bill Clinton and all the other elites do on Child Rape Island where they go vacation? I heard that somewhere. I don't think it's true, but it could be.
Isn't that the Bohemian Grove thing that everyone's freaking out about? I don't know.
Bulk me up Grove. Yeah, human pineal growth hormone in the woods.
Yeah. Adult molestation.
Injected into your third eye. And then they wipe your memory like the Men in Black when you're done.
Yeah. Speaking of terrible government, I had actually, I guess it's not a pre-order. It's an actual order. I got the shipment for it, but by the way...
Shipment? Can you say that on air? Speaking of which, you know what I was doing up until 2 seconds before we went on was... You know that ad we made tonight that we can't speak about for that thing that's going to happen
Sunday? I don't know
Sunday,
what you're talking about.
That everyone should stay home Sunday for. And I'm not saying like stay home Sunday like it'll be dangerous outside. I'm saying like stay home Sunday because something good is probably going to happen. You're going to want to be in on the ground floor on the interwebs on Sunday. So, but that thing, I was making that, and I listened to it, and I'm glad that I was listening to it while you were doing your kitchen tasks or whatever, and singing from Pirates of Penzance in your kitchen. I heard you. And, I didn't see you there. I was just, yeah.
I didn't see you come in.
I'm just a modern schoolgirl. So, yeah, I was listening to that thing, and I'm glad, first of all, that I made it a little extra trebly because it makes it easier to understand that I'm saying the one thing and not the other thing. But there was one part where I said that we now take blank for stickers and buttons, but it sounded like I take it in the other way, the old way. So I had to find one place I said it and then cut it in, and it was hard because it was one of those, like, I didn't really, the part I cut from was distinct, but the part I was cutting into kind of ran into the next word. But I made it work because I'm just that good.
Yeah, the other way is a lot funner. Maybe not for them, but for you indeed.
All will be revealed on Sunday, probably.
Yeah.
Not a guarantee.
So, not a guarantee.
Say it, Jim. Say it again.
Not a guarantee. Not a
Thank
guarantee. Not a guarantee. You should just play that MP3 or just keep repeating it over and over again.
I should just play it on radio for 2 hours if I ever don't have a host.
Yeah. I wish I could get this book that I ordered with whatever this thing we're not talking about.
Oh, yeah.
But we can't. We can't. So, but I ordered Ben Stone's new book that just dropped. Was it Sunday? Was it yesterday that it dropped?
Yeah. Well, I know that Derek Slopey, coming back from Jackfest, that we're going to talk about tonight more.
Cool dude.
Yeah, very cool dude. He stopped at Ben's on the way. It was really funny because he was like all these people were posting on Facebook, like, oh, you guys, yeah, stop in and see me. You know, I'm in Casper. I'm in Albuquerque. I'm in Houston. Like, no, look at a map and remember again that he said he has to be to work on Monday. And he's driving a full-size ambulance, pulling a trailer. And he has his wife, his 2 kids, his buddy, and a dog, and like a 1/4 ton of electronic equipment. And the trailer hitch broke in.
It broke?
In New Hampshire, and they got some Free State friend of theirs to drive out and weld it for him. That's cool. That's anarchy.
They also got stuck in the mud when they came out. Like the first thing they did was get stuck in the mud at Jackfest, and they had to pull them out because it was almost like silt.
Not nice.
It was like clay.
But,
no,
yeah.
it was nice to watch. It was
nice to watch them getting out of the mud. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they also brought a little sample copy, I don't know, or proof of concept of Ben Stone's book, which looks amazing. It's about how you can dismantle the state. I guess it's almost kind of like a condensed version. I don't know. I haven't read it yet because I'm still waiting for it to come. But I guess it's supposed to be like Moulin Labe's. Is that supposed to be like a condensed version of that, or is it something
Moulin Labe is a fiction work with sort of a how-to hidden in it as a dog whistle, a bunch of how-tos. I think Ben's just throws away the dog whistles and just does the how-to. Okay. And Ben actually, he's sending me one. Oh, anyway, I was going to say Derek got an actual copy of it when he stopped at Ben's.
Right,
so,
and it was in the raffle at Jackfest.
Yeah.
So
I think what they raffled was a proof, but Ben actually has the books, and he's selling a bunch of them because there's Ben has hardcore fans, man, and Ben has kind of disappeared from doing live radio and even doing recorded podcasts because I don't know, it's something with his brain, but I guess his brain works in book writing. Book writing's a whole different deal because it's there's a guy in my movie DIY or Die: How to Survive as an Independent Artist. Bingo. It should be on the bingo. It should just be Michael's Movies instead of Selby. Who are you talking to? What are you doing?
No, I was talking to my bingo card. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My shoes are done.
Where's my dauber?
You ever see The Simpsons where they go to Homer Palooza and Peter Frampton's playing Do You Feel Like We Do? And one of the bullies goes, hey, man, that dude's guitar is talking. And then Otto, the bus driver, is tripping, I guess, and he looks at his shoes and says, that's nothing, man. My shoes are talking. And they're like, and the only thing I've ever seen edited from a Simpsons is that. I just think it was too much that the guy driving the kids in the bus takes acid. It's okay that he smokes pot all the time, but...
Yeah,
they
had an episode where Homer was smoking weed and he became Otto's best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. But the thing about writing, this guy Steve Elliott, who's a writer who's in that movie of mine, said something that I really like a lot. He said, writing comes from the desire to speak to people and be alone at the same time. Which is kind of like solo podcasting in a way, I would imagine. I've never really done... I don't think, I've done there've been almost 1,000 Fiends episodes. I've been on probably all of them except 80 of them. I've done a bunch, I did the kittyfeet.com, Anarchy Gumbo podcast. I did a podcast with my wife before that. I did something called Clone the Homeless that I did 50 episodes of. I think I did a couple other podcasts for a minute. So I've probably done like 2,000 podcasts in my life, and they all have good audio. But I don't think I ever did a solo one. Oh, I guess I did some audio books of a couple books I wrote. So, yeah, that's sort of like that. But that's reading something, you know?
Yeah, I had a Blog Talk Radio, which I have erased all evidence of, except for me admitting it just now.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to go look for that right now on the way back.
No,
machine.
it's gone. It's gone. I don't think they have. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, I haven't done that in a while, and I haven't even had my co-host drop off. Knock on wood, where I had to fill in the blank until they. So. Anyways, so I'm really interested in getting this book. I pre-ordered it. He gave me a tracking number that doesn't work.
Yeah, I got one too. It does work. Well, USPS, like UPS and FedEx tracking numbers work to the minute. Like I've actually woken up when I'm expecting something, like wake up in the afternoon early, you know, for me, 1 in the afternoon, like I search the thing and it's like, you know, delivered left at doorstep, and it has a time, and I look at the time, and it's like 2 minutes before the time I just logged on the computer, you know, and like I go out there and it's there. Like the post office one though, it's usually a day or two behind, and the estimated date of delivery is sometimes a couple days off, and after it's delivered, sometimes it doesn't say it's delivered for like a day. It's good for is if something gets lost, trying to, you know, prove to the person who sent it got lost.
Because every time I send out stuff, because I sell stuff, by the way, Lulberts.com, Libertarians Against Humanity.
Yeah, check it out. Good stuff.
Yeah. And every time I send stuff out, I always scan it with my app, and I have like a little package app, and I scan the barcode to get the tracking number off of it. I don't send it to them because I'm lazy, but I have it, so I know when it. So I make sure
full of those.
And and it's always really kind of responsive. Even using the self-service kiosk, it's been pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really looking forward to reading it. I have a copy of Kokesh's book, and I've just been like trying to force myself to read it because I'm just like I really can't be bothered. Kind of reading 101 stuff, but whatever.
Yeah.
So Jackfest. I guess everybody was talking
Freedom
about
Festival. It's better than Porcupine Freedom Fest. It's far better than Pork Fest.
And it's spontaneously organized. It's you show up in the woods and everybody else comes.
And nobody's banned.
Yeah.
He who cannot be named could even go and probably be a good time. And they really don't throw you out unless they really have to throw you out, and they really had to throw someone out, and it involved duct taping and hog tying him and delivering him to the state. We're going to talk about that a lot in the second after this, but tell me a little more about Jackfest.
Yeah, I wasn't there when that happened, like right after we left, but we got to see like some of the catalyst for it. But no, yeah, so
it's your fault. You built that.
I halfway built that. We'll talk about that.
No, we won't. Not about that. We'll just say it now.
Anyways,
people can wonder what it means when we talk about how he was on something.
Yeah. Oh no, I had so much fun there. I met actually some met a YouTuber that I watched on.
You met some potatoes. I've always had a problem with that word. Like even when I was writing that book, helping co-write that book with some YouTube star called YouTube, an Insider's Guide to Climbing the Charts. Bingo. And YouTuber, like I kept trying to work with him and this is like way early on in YouTube, and I was trying to work with like him and my editor to come up with a better word. I hated YouTuber. It's like you potato. It's kind of fitting though. I mean, you know, if you're sitting in front of a screen all day making videos,
some of those
you
people
potato.
A lot of those people are potatoes, especially the really popular ones.
Yeah. And they're not necessarily fat. They're just potatoes.
That's their favorite color.
Potato. Because potato.
You and the hamster in your brain are listening to Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and his weird friends.
So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective, multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
Are you worried about your mom or dad living alone in their house? Hi, I'm Joan London. Listen, I know how difficult it is to find senior care for someone you love. That's why I recommend a free service called A Place for Mom. They are the nation's largest senior living referral service. Call A Place for Mom today.
To receive free information on senior living communities in your area, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-704-6182.
A Place for Mom offers free one-on-one advice from local advisors and a personalized list of senior living communities you can visit. If you have questions about senior care for your mom or dad, there's a place for answers, A Place for Mom.
Call A Place for Mom in the next 10 minutes to get your free ebook on financing senior care as well as free information on senior living communities in your area. Call 1-800-704-6182. That's 1-800-704-6182.
ProPure water filters, making water great again. Taste and feel the difference with state-of-the-art filter technology. Pro 1 G2.0 and Pro Max filters are independent lab-tested to NSF standards. Choose from Gravity, Countertop, Pitcher, Shower, and Inline filtration products. There's a ProPure for you. Buy risk-free today. Visit your authorized ProPure dealer for details or ProPureUSA.com. That's ProPureUSA.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Injury Help Desk is responsible for this.
LRN.FM.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveatpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is $3 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 4 cents higher at $19.82 per ounce. Bitcoin is currently trading at $564 US. Here at Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, we've been helping clients buying and selling precious metals for nearly 40 years. To see how we can help you, give us a call today at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Found alert. If you lost a USB house key, come to Lefty's tent. We'll get that right to you.
Don't eat the brown Bitcoin. Don't accept the brown Bitcoin.
We're going to take him back, man, and give him some vitamin C. He'll be all right, okay? Just
vitamin
come by
B12.
in the morning. Yeah.
It's vitamin C for Bitcoin, but go on.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as Bitcoin. Hey, can I get Bitcoin on my Fiend phone? You got Fiend phone in my Bitcoin. I'm melting. Sorry, go ahead.
I was really tempted to get like just the blotter artwork. If there's no drugs on it, just the blotter artwork of coin and just send it to people. Like when they order stuff, they'll try to dose on it and there's nothing happens. But...
Yeah, I didn't want anything to do with that. You wanted to send me some of that, and I'm like,
and then I was like,
people get arrested for that. It's actually considered paraphernalia. I mean, you could probably hire a lawyer and not go to prison, but you got to hire a lawyer and maybe spend some time in jail. Who wants to do that for art?
Yeah. And I know that when it came from whatever address it is, I'm going to be on some sort of watch list.
More a couple tiers up from the watch list you're already on for being on this show and such.
Yeah, so I passed on that one, even though I thought it would be funny.
Starting Sunday, everyone is going to go on another list at a higher level. I'm going to help get you there, people, in a good way. It's a good thing. It's legal, sort of, maybe.
Yeah, and you'll get stickers and jerky. By the way, I have a recipe
stickers
for
and jerky. What's that?
I have a recipe.
Jerky?
No, I have a jerky recipe that you can use for yak, too. So, Nick, call me. Anyway, so Jackfest.
Show me on the doll where Gandalf touched you.
All right, so what
Gandalf?
happened was we had our own little kind of camp going on at the guy who had his little fire pit and free wood for everybody was a guy named Lefty. And he was not a lefty. It was just his nickname.
Is he communist? Or is he left-handed?
No. I think he was left-handed. Anyways, he's a really cool guy. And one of the people there was a guy we nicknamed Gandalf because he had a big walking stick. And he would walk everywhere with his dog, We Go. And which is kind of funny if you hear someone yelling "We Go." That's also an inside joke too. But as regards to this, so apparently he got a hold of some a combination of psychedelics. Allegedly, we're not sure. This Gandalf fellow, and he
was drunk on God.
Yeah, he may have been drinking on top of it, so that's usually not a good thing.
I think he was a government plant, but I'm burying the lead.
No, he's a really cool guy. He really was. Anyway,
most government plants aren't really cops. They're people who are cool, who are busted, and have to go do horrible things like raise hell and make all the anarchists at the anarcho nobody in charge event start to say, wait, I think we need someone to deal with this situation. We didn't plan for this. Let's take a vote. But go on.
Anyways, allegedly, that's what had happened. And so Adam Kokesh was giving his speech talking about how he's terrified of giving speeches while giving a speech. And of course, our buddy.
Mr. Shy.
Yeah, our buddy showed up and was like laughing and, kind of interrupting his speech. He thought it was funny, but everyone was just like, okay, Gandalf, come on.
The future president of anarchy is speaking. Shut up.
Yeah. So we escorted him back to Lefty's camp, and he could still hear him screaming, "We go!" which is the name of his dog. Yeah, we go, we go. And, it just kind of ruined his speech, but it was kind of funny at the same time.
Nice.
Yeah, it made standing next to Mark Stevens more tolerable. Anyway,
wow.
So we packed up our camp. I think it was that night or that afternoon, or maybe it was the next day. I forget. And he was going all day. And after we left, there was some talk that Gandalf, I guess, started getting worse. And was going from just yelling funny things and walking around in the woods aimlessly to attacking Lefty. And it took him
not
basically...
Lefty.
Yeah, not Lefty. Oh, not Lefty.
I already like Lefty so much from this story. I really do.
I know. He's a really cool guy. Yeah, really sarcastic, funny guy. And then so it took the community, I guess, to tackle him. And
it takes a village to tackle a tripping, violent hippie.
Yeah, and they hogtied him, and he broke out of the hog tie, and they ended up tying him to a tree. And it kind of presented an interesting kind of question, like if in a place
without the government, who would tie up the Gandalfs? Now, I have no problem with this happening. I just think it's kind of interesting. I want to talk and get back about the ramifications of insta-government that happens and then dissolves, or not government, but force, a force of force, like a police force.
You're listening to Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and his weird friends, tasing you with liberty since 2011. Learn more at freedomfiends.com.
Are you tired of stinky socialists trying to take over America?
And are you also tired of theorists talking about the free market as a cure-all for every problem with no first-hand experience of how the market actually works?
Well, the Truth, Justice, American Way app gives you wall-to-wall shows by hosts who not only understand the market, but tell you how they make money in a variety of patriotic endeavors.
The Truth, Justice, American Way app for Android is 24/7 streaming audio content on the topics of finance, liberty, self-defense, and technology.
All the hosts are all American Americans from all over America.
And the app is made in Wyoming, the cowboy state.
Because you should buy American, even with free Android apps.
Truth, Justice, American Way. Useful information, compelling personalities, and superior American audio quality.
Go on the Google Play Store or the Amazon App Store and search Truth, Justice, American Way.
God bless each and every one of you, and God bless America.
Are you one of
LRN.FM.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit, did your nerves spike? You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com. Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that tenth of a calorie it takes to click on something. Facebook.freetalklive.com.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
Are you tired of governments around the world killing innocent people? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin is money that cannot be inflated or controlled by any state. By continuing to use their money, you're perpetuating the killing. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available to you now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. It's Bitcoin.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
So square. I mean, I love it, but it tells you what. I mean, we have atomic clocks that are to the second.
Yeah, I should probably take away that. She's still jumping around. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, so the big question is, without the government, who would hogtie the Gandalfs? That was brilliant, by the way.
Did you come up with that, or did I? I don't even know.
No, that was you. That's all you, man.
You can have that one.
Yeah, you can have that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it kind of
and you found Gandalf.
Questions.
You found a picture of Gandalf blotter acid that we're going to use as the show image.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it kind of
allegedly.
raises an interesting question. Yeah, allegedly. If allegedly someone did something, would there allegedly be an instant government that forms to solve a problem and then dissolve immediately after the problem is taken care of? That's the big question. Actually, no. I think in a libertarian social order, there will actually be institutions which you would not call governments, but I would say that they are polycentric governments, which would be more than one.
See, the interesting thing is, like, okay, the discussions of how things would work without a government, like, I hear this all the time, and it generally turns me off. And it's what a lot of talking about libertarianism is, especially from newly minted libertarians, and especially from libtubers, you know, the ones that just live on the internet and just talk like have never been to a libertarian event. Like you were until recently. Well, actually, no. You got tired of waiting around for one, and you started your own beer hall pooch every month. But that's cool. So
yeah.
But the thing that's I actually like this discussion. I heard Ernie's show. Ernie and Drew Phillips talked about it for about 2 hours, and I felt like I was there. Like they talked about the whole thing, what people did, how problems were solved, how he became the sheriff reluctantly. And then the thing is, though, with something like this, too, it's kind of ad hoc. Like the sheriffness dissolves as soon as the party's over. You know, it doesn't carry on and become an institution that kills people all the time. So I'm actually interested. I'm not that interested in discussions because they seem so academic and so pedantic of like how things would work in libertarian paradise without the government. But
here's
I
how
like
it
hearing how it actually happened. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is also an interesting one because it's not like who will build the roads, man. Like things that have been well tread over and over and over and over. This is something that's kind of new. Like, what if someone does a hippie flip and and freaks out on Lefty? I mean, that's a very kind of isolated thing. It probably may not happen. It may happen. Drugs affect people in different ways. So. How would this happen if someone freaks out and attacks someone while they're on drugs and they're what is it, sex nuts and retard strong, and breaks the loose of a hog tie. But yeah, that's kind of interesting. I would be very interesting if I was there and I actually know how to deal with people who have cognitive dysfunctions, even temporarily, and how to talk to them and calm them down and de-escalate the situation. But I don't know. I wasn't there, so yeah. So I guess the answer is tie them to a tree and wait and hand them over to an actual government. I don't think that's going to help.
That sounds so harsh, man.
Yeah.
But before we call that way too harsh, man, tell me a little bit more about like really what this guy was doing and why you couldn't just say, "Get out of here, man," or just go over there and sit, Also, he hadn't had water or food in about 24 hours, and they were trying to give him water. And I was trying to picture, like, what do you do when somebody that you're sort of suddenly in charge of is dehydrated in the high desert and needs water and is flipping out. I mean, basically the only thing I can think of is force them to drink water. So you've come to a whole other level. Now we're waterboarding Gandalf. That's how he'd see it, you know.
Who will waterboard and hogtie the Gandalf?
Who will Okay, Scott, you can add that in. Who will hogtie and waterboard without the government? Who will hogtie and waterboard the Gandalfs? Yeah,
yes. There you go.
Long but good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really just a quick correction. It wasn't in the high desert. It actually is in the woods, and it was raining most of the time.
But it was hot, wasn't it?
Not really. It was sunny. It got really. I think the highest it got, it was somewhere in the mid 80s. But I got sunburned, but it wasn't because of the heat. It was because of a lot of the direct sun, and it got to the point where I was kind of burnt so bad I was standing in the shade. There was lots of shade.
Cool.
Lots of trees, and it was so much fun. By the way, you should go next year and bring your oxygen tubes. Really long.
I'll need them. Tubes. That's a higher altitude than where I live, and I'm a mile up.
Yeah, but yeah, it raises an interesting question, And then the other thing was there was a rave that happened in the part of the camp that was known to be the quiet area of the camp, because we were kind of the more rambunctious one. We had the camp that was going all night long and people talking all night long.
Gandalf me, baby, all night long.
And the other side was supposed to be the quiet area where the Ernie's geodesic domes were. That was supposed to be the quiet area. Well, this year, one of the tribe, the Indian, the Navajo, it's the Navajo and Hopi guys came out and was cooking.
Have a beer with Navajo. Navajo.
The Navajo tacos were great, by the way.
Navajo.
But one of the people that was with that kind of group had their own rave, and it was going from noon to 6 o'clock in the morning every night. And that bass traveled throughout the whole entire area.
Wow.
So the question is, what do you do when, I guess it's a violation of non-aggression principle, right? Because you're sending sound waves across people's borders.
That's a wobbler right there.
Yeah.
That's a wobbler. There's a thing I really like. Ron White is pretty funny comedian, but he can be really statist. But when he's not really statist, he's almost libertarian, if that's a thing. He's, given what he's got, he's doing a lot with it towards being a libertarian. He doesn't like
statism and statism light.
Yeah. But he talks about this when he lived in, I think it was Houston. He said that there was a paper factory there that smelled like, wet rats, the way paper factories do. They smell horrible. And he said that, when the wind was just right, 750,000 people could smell this paper factory. And he said, if it were a sound, they'd make them turn it down. If 750,000 people could hear it loud, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they ended up, everybody got together, all the parties involved and everybody else around, and they all decided it would be the best to everybody get together and help this person move out of the noise-infected area. Because there was only one person that was complaining. Nice lady, though. But, she didn't expect it. She went over there specifically because it was quiet, and it turned out to be the loudest part. And so they moved them off-site almost a little bit. But everybody was happy. And it kind of was like, what do you do without a government? Ask Ernie Hancock.
Yeah.
That was the solution. It seemed like, which I don't know. I think he should take a step back because everybody's going to start thinking he's organizing the thing, which he's not. Jack is, and I don't know Jack. You don't know Jack either.
That's the joke. Jack doesn't exist. It's Jack Fest, Jack Low Freedom Fest. I don't know Jack. Who's in charge? Jack. Where's Jack? I don't know. I don't know Jack.
I don't know. I think he was here earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably funny the first 40 times.
Yeah. But, for a lot of the first timers got a giggle out of it. I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what would you do without a government? Yeah, hogtie people and move their campsite.
That sounds horrible. That sounds like... Oh, did you explain yet that people, instead of doing anything about the noise and making them turn it down, you moved your campsites further away from it?
Yeah, we helped them move. Well, I didn't help them. I watched.
Yeah, Ernie said there was some young lady who wanted to be moved, and all of a sudden there were 10 strong young men helping her move. And I was like, they wouldn't help me move, and I'm sick. Young men are so dumb, young, and full of bum. It's just, it's disgusting to me. I was never like that too. I never.
She was not. She was an older lady. She was not young at all. I don't know where.
Okay.
Well, it was maybe young for Ernie.
Okay.
Yeah, she's probably.
Yeah, Ernie's a couple years older than me.
Somewhere there.
All right. Well, even so.
Yeah, but I don't know.
People are nicer to women than young men are nicer to women than they are to men generally.
Yeah, if it was us, they would have been like, "Man up, move your tent."
Yeah, I know. Strap on your oxygen tank and move that tent. Pretend you're climbing the Himalayas, and it's time to leave base camp.
Into the sea.
Yeah.
Just have someone dangle that line above you.
Yeah. What do I have in common with someone who's in such great peak physical shape that they can climb the Himalayan mountains? We both need oxygen tanks to move things.
Yeah. You also need a Sherpa, but that's not happening, right?
Yeah. Basically, I've heard the thing about Mount Everest. Everyone's impressed that what's his name? Gary Johnson has climbed Mount Everest twice. I mean, it's kind of impressive. Like, if I ever met him, I'd talk to that. I'd want to know about that, not about politics. But the thing about climbing Mount Everest is it's kind of gotten to the point where, like, you don't really have to be much of a mountain climber to do it. Like, you can almost pay Sherpas to carry you up there. Not quite, but it's like they go up before climbing season and, like, they put up ropes, to hold on the inclines, and then they put up literally ladders for the really steep climbs. Like, you don't need, to be pounding spikes into walls anymore. As a matter of fact, I don't think you're supposed to, because so many people do it, it would just make the stones crumble. So basically, you pay $70,000 and you can't climb it without a lot of money, too. It costs money to climb it, and it costs money to, have a team help you. But, yeah, they'll just pull you up there, basically. Basically, if you can walk, if you're healthy enough to walk, you can climb Mount Everest.
Yeah. If you can walk for a long period of time, that's pretty much
There's harder mountains to climb in America.
Yeah,
this
one's like a tourist event anymore.
Yeah.
Which is funny, by the way, because there was a vegan who climbed this thing to prove that vegans can do anything. And died.
Did he die up there or died?
I don't know.
He died up there. She died up there, right?
Yeah. Is she going to be the mummy now? Is she?
Yeah. If you die up there, you stay up there. There's like 150 bodies or 300 bodies up there, and they kind of like shuffle them out of the way and put them in little coves so you don't see them, so you don't trip over them. Have to see them, but you see them from what I've heard. And Davi and I did a show about that. We called it "Take Nothing But Pictures, Leave Nothing But Corpses."
See, if I went, I wouldn't be interested in doing all that stuff. I would just want to go take some selfies with the mummies.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't want to go to the top. I just
everyone wants to get to the top. The thing about the top too is like in climbing season, like you get about a minute up there, and then someone else goes up. Like you can't hang out, have a picnic. You'd also die having a picnic up there, but I want a Bipcot flag to go up there. Who wants to take it? Worms.
You're listening to Freedom Fiends. Go to freedomfiends.com to help keep it drone-proof.
Tired of those old Freedom Fiends buttons? Well, the Freedom Fiends have new button designs.
As always, it's only $10 for 10 buttons, and you get these nifty designs. By sheep, for sheep, on sheep.
State speech is hate speech.
2 designs for Guns and Weed, the road to freedom.
Fiendbot 3000.
Fiendbone.
Bipcot no gov.
Bad audio is a hate crime.
A Freedom Fiends Worms button.
And ask me about my worms.
Go to freedomfiends.com and click on the link at the top that says Buttons.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's antiwar.com.
In these uncertain times, it makes sense to have a sustainable backup method to cook food and boil water. If your current plan includes using a fuel-burning stove or cooking over an open fire, then there's a much better way. The Minuteman Rocket Stove is a biomass-burning cooking stove that only requires small quantities of sticks and twigs for fuel. The Minuteman stove is easy to use, smokeless, portable, powerful, and sustainable. For the finest in survival cooking stoves and fire starters made right here in the USA, go to MinutemanStove.com. That's MinutemanStove.com.
We use mobile devices right against our bodies every day, but growing scientific evidence has emerged showing serious health risks associated with exposure to EMF radiation emitted from these devices. The solution is Defender Shield, the most effective mobile radiation shielding ever developed. Defender Shield blocks virtually 100% of EMF radiation from cell phones, tablets, and laptops, and starts at just $64.99. Buy now at DefenderShield.com. For 10% off, use promo code GCN. DefenderShield.com, the worldwide leader in mobile radiation shielding.
To a professional trader in precious metal. LRN.FM.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
In Survivor Max 2, School Bites, Max must scavenge through a wasteland swarming with the undead. Desperate to find the medicine he needs, he discovers a community of survivors at his former school. Has he finally found the safe haven he's been looking for, or will he discover that school bites? Look for Survivor Max on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, and read Chapter 1 at SurvivorMax.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media, and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free, at apps.lrn.fm.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends radio show. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgoristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agorist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any tomfoolery. So go with AgoristHosting.com. And if you want to get your foot in the door with decentralized marketplaces, Agorist Hosting is now offering Open Bazaar hosting. Go to agoristhosting.com, click on the button that says Get Hosted. Agorist Hosting, that's AGORIST hosting.com.
Dueling cats. I have some news you can use. And that is that if you'd like a refreshing and inexpensive drink to enjoy during the summer, try ice water with about an inch of lemonade in it. You ever do that? It's really good.
I just put lemon in it.
Yeah, same idea, but easier and less messy. Yeah. Sure does. Suck. Good. Sucks
I'm all about that Arizona. In fact, I'm iced out right now. I'm so iced out that it's winter.
You know what I hate about Wyoming? Nothing. Except the internets are retarded. So, you know how when you're moving a website from one server to the other and you change the DNS servers, you know how that goes, Jim?
Oh, yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
Yeah. And, I mean, generally, it propagates around, it used to be like 24 hours. Now it's like 30 minutes for most of the world. Like if you Google DNS propagation tool and you put in a website that you've been moving, it'll tell you from they have servers all around the world. They're like 100 different, like 30 different cities on every continent, 30 different cities altogether, cities on every continent, servers on every continent. And, it'll tell where they're propagating. And the funny thing is it can be everywhere in the world usually is seeing it. Like something weird happens with Wyoming. Like in Wyoming, yeah, you can see it on the new site in 30 minutes. And then you start making changes and updating on the new site. And then at some point it switches to the old IP address and you're editing the wrong site. It's really frustrating. And the only places that happens, like when I look at the servers on here, it's like Afghanistan, Detroit, and Wyoming are usually 20 hours behind the rest of the world in their internet caching, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've never been to Wyoming.
Yeah.
I like mine to vet. No, I take that back. I've been to Yellowstone.
Yeah. That's not Wyoming. That's the federal government. I mean, it is Wyoming, but you see some Wyoming driving to it, and it is Wyoming, but it's put it this way: if you murder somebody there,
man.
and it's not that corner in Idaho, you'll be facing a federal jury.
Wasn't there a story about there being a little area of land that's you can murder people?
It's BS.
Oh,
well, it's not BS that. It's questionable as to who the jurisdiction would be state-wise. However, you can't get away with murder there because the federal government rarely prosecutes people for murder. It's almost always states, but they can, and they do. It's usually just killing a federal judge or something. But no, if you lured someone to that place in Yellowstone, it's they're not really sure if it's Montana or Idaho or Wyoming and murdered somebody. You're on federal property anyway. You could go to, be a federal trial.
We know what would end up happening. It's just Ernie Hancock would come out there and figure out what to do.
He'd ride in. He'd be one of those circuit judges from the Old West. He'd ride in
on
a
his
big
ATV.
Duster on a horse. Yeah.
Oh, no, on an ATV. That's what he was riding around at Jack Fest the whole time. just come in and be like, "Here's my thing. We're gonna take this guy out back and take care of him too, and bury him together."
He was talking about glamping, which I had to look up. I'd never heard the term glamorous.
I don't know
camping.
what that is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had an awesome setup. He took the highest point of the whole entire place where you can have this beautiful view of the whole entire valley, and you had to get a 4-wheel drive to get up the dirt road that's up there because it's so gnarly. Walking up it was pretty gnarly. And then he had a hot water shower. He had a tent, a full kitchen, and they even had the little pots and utensils dangling off the ceiling and stuff. It was come on, man.
Nice.
And he was like, if anybody can build a tent better than me, I'll give you $1,000. But you got to at least have the stuff that I have. It's well, we're gonna go out there and build a wood oven. So when it comes pizza time, it's gonna be you know what? It's gonna cost you $1,000 for this pizza.
Well, I'm gonna go do some work on the secret thing that's probably launching on Sunday, maybe. And we'll be back in about 8 minutes.
Make fun of Morgan Spurlock too.
Spermlock, yeah, that guy. Such a Democrat redneck. Rednecks for Hillary. All right, I'm going to go. I'll be back at 5 after Worms. Good worming with you there, Jim. See you soon. Worms.
This show survives on donations from fiends like you. We put that money back into our show and Liberty outreach and donate most our ad space to Liberty organizations that make a difference. We're also a teaching hospital, educating the next generation of Liberty talkers on the skills needed to keep the radio flame of truth burning into the future. Put your money where your heart is and make a donation of any amount to the Freedom Fiends. Please go to freedomfiends.com and click on the spinning coin on any post.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends radio show. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgoristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agorist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, go with AgoristHosting.com.
Are your Google search results killing you? Unflattering content in blogs, news articles, online reviews, social...
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at LRN.FM. LRN.FM. Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm. You're listening to the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. More Freedom Fiends Live is coming up next, after the news, here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, August 15th, 2016. Silver is trading at $19.82 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,339 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $574. Antiwar.com reports heavy fighting was reported across northern Syria's Aleppo over the weekend as Nusra Front attempted to double down on last week's gains, attacking a pair of government districts in the western half of the city. The main fighting on Sunday centered around a cement factory in the city's southwest. The Nusra offensives began with car bombings, attempting to soften up the defensive positions around the key Jamaat al-Zahra district, which includes the army base as well as a substantial residential district. There was no confirmation of the casualty figures for fighters on either side. As usual, however, it's the civilian bystanders taking the brunt of the casualties over the course of the weekend, with over 180 civilians having been killed, overwhelmingly within Aleppo, where Nusra shelled government districts and the military airstrikes pounded Nusra-held districts. In addition to those killed in Aleppo, another 20 civilians were reported killed in Idlib province as the military pounded Nusra-held areas there as part of a campaign to try to prevent Nusra from getting more reinforcements to Aleppo. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spend-A-Bit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spend-A-Bit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. UPI reports the federal state of emergency in Flint, Michigan expired on Sunday, but city officials are assuring residents free bottled water is still available. Most of the 100,000 people in the city north of Detroit have been avoiding tap water because of the lead water crisis. Captain Chris Kalinsky, Deputy State Director of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, said in a statement, August 14th is just a date on the calendar, and Governor Rick Snyder has said we will make decisions based on science, not arbitrary dates. President Obama issued an emergency declaration in January, paying 75% of the cost of the bottled water, filters, and cartridges. Michigan Radio reported now the state will pick up the entire bill, which is about $3.5 million per month. Since January 9th, more than 2.2 million cases of bottled water, more than 130,000 water filters, more than 287,000 replacement cartridges, and more than 52,000 at-home water testing kits have been distributed to Flint water system customers, according to the press release. Walensky said in a statement, until the water meets quality standards, we will provide water supplies to Flint water system customers at the water resource site. State officials said Flint residents will not notice any loss of water emergency services as the state takes on the additional cost, according to the release. Researchers said testing of more than 170 homes showed lead levels declined by as much as 60% below previous tests. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said on Sunday emergency crews have rescued more than 7,000 people stranded by historic flooding that has killed at least 3 and submerged whole communities as parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast brace for more rain and rising waters. Edwards, who has called for federal emergency relief funds, said residents have been pulled out of flooded homes, swamped cars, and threatened medical facilities in cities and towns across the southeastern part of the state. While the brunt of the storm that brought torrential rains and flooding to the area was moving west towards Texas on Sunday, Louisiana residents should remain cautious, the governor said at a news conference. Edwards said even with the sunshine out today, intermittently, the waters are going to continue to rise in many areas, so this is no time to let your guard down. Some 5,000 people were forced to sleep in shelters overnight. There were not enough beds to house all of those. Many had to sleep on floors. Emergency officials said they were still working on strategies to rescue an undetermined number of people trapped by the waters. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Interesting new ad campaign from Applebee's, which is encouraging customers to visit the restaurant ironically.
They're designed to attract young people to Applebee's by inviting them to ridicule its food service and atmosphere. Here, take a look.
What do you guys want to do?
We could go to Applebee's. No, let's seriously go to Applebee's. Look, guys, it's grilled.
It's just like my neighborhood restaurant, only completely geographically non-specific.
Yeah, nothing like a wild time at Applebee's, right?
Applebee's. Wouldn't it be funny to go to Applebee's?
I like
Isn't that
it.
persuasive?
Yeah.
But, you know, they're not resting on their laurels. They're adding new menu items designed to be ridiculed outright, like the fajita cordon bleu and the chicken strip explosion.
Those sound ridiculous.
I know, but, you know, so far this has been so successful that Applebee's is actually prepping a second series of ads aimed at customers who enjoy making fun of annoying young people who do things ironically.
This is the Onion News Network.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm. LRN.fm.
This is the Freedom Beans broadcasting live from the Amy Gala of Liberty. We activate your mirror neurons with spooky sounds of the serotonin splash at a distance, secreting seditious sounds from the flaccid fiend bone of Liberty. We give you crypto chiropractic crack to strengthen your spine against the revolving wire traps of tyranny. This is the first time I'm reading this. I can tell. And, of course, the Freedom Fiends is covered by a BIPCOT, no government license that allows use and reuse by anyone except governments. You can learn more at BIPCOT.org.
You know, I was wrong.
I was wrong.
I said the other night that garbage pickup from the private garbage pickup people you can use in Los Angeles County was $30 a month. I said that yesterday. It was actually $30 every 2 months. That's pretty darn cheap. So without the government, who would pick up the garbage? I guess in L.A., the people that the city lets you pick from. But they let you pick from 4 people. It's better than you must pay the city or die.
In Kansas, we had to pick from 3 people. And then our homeowner association decided, nope, it's 1.
Yeah, I hate HOAs. I went on a rant about them last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Homeowners associations will be nice in a libertarian social order.
No, they wouldn't.
Only
maybe.
Yeah, you have to actually sign it every time they do it.
Yes, because it's a social contract. It's a voluntary social contract. An HOA is a voluntary contract that can change at any time. It's more like a software contract.
It's a voluntary government.
Yeah, it's like for people who, don't have enough government with the federal, state, and local and want another level of government running their lives. So I was wrong about that. And I also want to say there was no episode 977, someone pointed out to me, of the Freedom Fiends, but that's because there was two previous episodes a couple weeks ago that had the same number. Something messed up, and so yes, I made up with it. So we're still at the right number of what is real now, because there's going to be a big party when we get to 1,000. And the crickets at Jeremy's house speak in binary. 00101001002. Yeah. Did you know that in the CryptoNote code,
it's even a 2.
And somewhere in the CryptoNote code, there is like a number that's mostly zeros and ones, but has a 2 in it, and there's a comment in it that says Bender's nightmare. But the thing is, and Bender would know this, there actually is a form of binary that has zeros, ones, and twos, and it's like something that's used in AI, and the 2 is a maybe. Do you know about this?
No.
Yeah, because
I don't know what that is.
Well,
does it pass the Turing test?
To pass a Turing test, for computers to really, not in the way they used to back in the 60s, where you're typing at a terminal and for the first 10 answers, it seems like there's someone on the other end. But I'm talking about where your sex bots can have extended conversations about philosophy with you, and you can almost believe it or believe it. That requires a form of AI it's got yeses, nos, and maybes, because people don't think in absolute yes or no's. They think they do, but they still don't. And the maybe, even example of statists who want less government, but that's not a yes or no. It sounds like a yes absolute or a no absolute, but there's the maybe of they like more government for their thing,
Are you saying that only robots think in absolutes?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that an absolute?
Yeah. Can I get Big Strong's on the blockchain? A blockchain, not the blockchain, but maybe soon a blockchain.
Yeah. Yeah.
The crickets can, the audio is so good on the show that we use crickets. We train them to speak to Alpha Centauri over the crickets.
I think that's what they're really interested in listening to anyway, because everybody else is talking about how they're going to vote for Trump or Hillary. And we're the only ones saying, no, they're both terrible. They're all terrible. And then they're like, wait, hold on. Forget about the crickets. What was that? we got to go rescue these people.
Well, I also said last night that 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 billionaires didn't have a soul and millionaires can. And I said there's some arbitrary cutoff. It's probably around 20 million. And actually it's around 50 million, I think. Because 20 million is the new 50 million. 50 million is the new 20 million with inflation. But it's also 50 million is the point. There's a designation, a socioeconomic designation of something like the ultra rich or something, and it's like $50 million. And I just don't think you can get to that point without, having a few people killed or doing something horrible with the government. Like even Elon Musk, everyone says he's such a libertarian superhero, but no, he's totally selling carbon credits. Do you know about this? He's totally playing this government. Not that you can't somewhat play the government game if you're that big in manufacturing, but he's a welfare whore, as well as being a genius.
From what I understand, Tesla can't exist without the government. It's all subsidized to heck and back.
Yeah.
From what I understand. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Not to say that in a libertarian paradise he'd be, living in a ditch pushing berries up his nose. He's a really smart guy, but
no, he'd go back to making PayPal again for Bitcoin.
Making PayPal. Yeah. He didn't make Bitcoin. He's not.
I'm saying
are you trying to say he's Satoshi?
No, I'm saying that he would make the BitPay.
BitPay.
He didn't make BitPay either, but I'm saying he would make PayPal for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
Well, I think I think there would be I think in Libertarian Paradise, not necessarily would all exchanges be over Bitcoin that used a commodity. I think that there would be fiat currencies, and I think there would be private fiat currencies, and I think there would be private backed, made up currencies. Well, all currencies are made up, really. I mean, even two people trading, berries to put up your nose for a glass of water from the well. I mean, that's making up a currency. But I think in Libertarian Paradise there would be banks. They just wouldn't be as heinous as they are now, and you'd have a big choice.
In Libertarian Paradise, I'm very sure there's going to be large cities that will try to work out anarcho-Keynesianism, and they will be inflating their money supply, and they'll be having bus cycles.
But you'd have a choice.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You could do the Ernest Hancock. Did we talk yet about at Jackfest how people got away from the rave by just moving? We did, right? So
yeah.
So in Libertarian Paradise, if you didn't like your neighbors, there'd be conflict resolution stuff. But there's also
you can get out.
You also could get out a lot easier. I mean, you could definitely, I have an ultra minarchist saying that changing your nationality should be as easy as changing your phone company.
Mm-hmm.
And
decentralization is so important, and even if you're going to be for a state, like I can't understand the whole idea of a federal government. Well, yeah, there's some trade things, but the trade thing could be easily solved. You just said no tariffs.
Well,
just let people trade. If goods don't cross borders,
the nation state, if it ever had a use, is way past its usefulness, because the nation state was based in a time when it took 3 weeks at least to get a letter across the ocean, and it took 3 weeks to get a letter across America, across this continent. And that kind of thing, it made a little more sense to have like an overbearing, national control of all of it, some kind of administration, let's say, of all of it. But the distances are so...
Did it really? Because Spooner kind of solved that problem. He competed with the government, with the post office.
And he put him out of business.
They legislated him out of business. He was actually going to put them out of business because he was able to mail letters cheaper, faster. He was like,
I'm not saying that
cheaper.
I'm not saying that the nation state is a good idea. I'm saying that it came out of a time when there wasn't instantaneous worldwide, not only communication, but shipping. I mean, I can get I'm a lowly serf. I'm not a king. I'm a lowly serf, and I could leave right now and go to the all-night FedEx place and put down some money and, send a package that would be, in Australia within 2 days. And, would be in New York City tomorrow night. That didn't exist. And that's kind of like, put it this way, if the world had always been, like if humans had just been plopped down in this like blockchain, email, FedEx kind of world, I don't think nation states would have evolved. I think some kind of like attempt at use of force would have evolved, but it wouldn't have been on national levels. It'd probably be like, more like Mad Max with technology. It'd be more like, what was the movie? I don't know.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. I hate the cliche of anarchy, like Mad Max. No, I think more like, what's the movie with the replicants?
Replicants? I don't know what that is.
It's robots that almost can pass the Turing test. Rutger Hauer movie.
No.
Oh no! It's Blade Runner, man. You've seen Blade Runner?
Oh, Blade Runner's great.
Yeah, it's like the future in that. Like, I don't know. The 70s and 80s had all these movies where like governments were replaced by like world corporations too, which is what a lot of leftists think would happen without a government.
So basically, so would my job be basically like talking to old people and trying to see whether or not they're just a malfunctioning robot or someone with Alzheimer's?
Yeah. Although I think there'd be the suicide machines like in Futurama too. The booths on every street corner. Yeah.
It would clear up a lot of the riffraff, I guess. Anyway.
There'd be like three screens. Like, are you really sure you want to do this? Are you positive?
Yeah, then you have to put your thumbprint and get like 2 forms of ID.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be basically like a voluntary government going to the DMV to the waiting line.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the sloths are working there, of course. So, in Libertarian Paradise, what would happen if someone was impersonating the cops on Face Beef?
All right, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this great American. What's this great American patriot's name?
I had it pulled up.
Good guy.
Anthony
Good guy.
Novak. Anthony Novak, Ohio man arrested for impersonating police offering free abortions, that's a very misleading title, because if you actually look at it, it's like, okay, clearly he was making a parody page, and it was clearly a parody page. Maybe some people wouldn't get the Poe's Law. If some Poe's Law would probably apply, that's kind of the dumb people, but he was impersonating the cops, making jokes that he was offering free abortions, and got arrested. And I guess now something happened to him, and we'll tell you what happened.
The blockchain could solve that, because you can sign something digitally to prove you're you. A blockchain, not the blockchain.
You're listening to Freedom Fiends. So much truth, it hurts.
Do you ever feel like you're being watched? Like someone or some company is tracking your every move online? I know I do. That's why I trust Private Internet Access VPN to keep me safe when I'm online. I use it to encrypt my traffic and use an anonymous IP address. Private Internet Access keeps your internet traffic safe from unwanted eyes, so you can finally feel safe. $40 a year for peace of mind is a no-brainer. Sign up today at privateinternetaccess.com. Once again, that's privateinternetaccess.com.
Are you worried about your mom or dad living alone in their house? Hi, I'm Joan London. Listen, I know how difficult it is to find senior care for someone you love. That's why I recommend a free service called A Place for Mom. They are the nation's largest senior living referral service. Call A Place for Mom today.
To receive free information on senior living communities in your area, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-704-6182.
A Place for Mom offers free one-on-one advice from local advisors and a personalized list of senior living communities you can visit. If you have questions about senior care for your mom or dad, there's a place for answers, A Place for Mom.
Call A Place for Mom in the next 10 minutes to get your free ebook on financing senior care, as well as free information on senior living communities in your area. Call 1-800-704-6182. That's 1-800-704-6182.
Wait a minute. Don't spend a dime on emergency food storage until you visit ReadySupplyFoods.com. If you're interested in getting the most high-quality food for your money, then see our comparison page where we list all the companies and rank them by value for your dollar. You'll see that Ready Supply Foods sells 50% more food for your money than any other company. GMO-free, 25-year shelf life, great tasting, and free shipping. Make an informed decision by going to ReadySupplyFood.com today.
Warning, if you're drowning in debt, LRN.FM.
Is spreading the message of liberty and peace around the globe worth 15 cents per day to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. Last year, we did a fundraiser that successfully covered the costs of continuing our African channel. This year, we're hoping to raise enough to fund a new satellite signal that will cover Europe, North Africa, and much of the Middle East. You can donate as much or as little as you like via the Indiegogo campaign at fund.lrn.fm. And there are perks available like sitting in on your favorite LRN.FM show, exclusive shiny badges, or even naming a satellite channel. Please contribute now at fund.lrn.fm and help us continue our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. The fundraiser ends August 19th, so please visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. That's fund.lrn.fm.
The three most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. You likely buy all kinds of things online.
Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same great prices, and LRN gets a cut. Please do your online shopping at shop.lrn.fm.
Arcade City is a ride-sharing app built by drivers, not a mega corporation. As a driver with Arcade City, you can keep all of what you earn. Sign up now to drive for or ride with Arcade City at arcade.freetalklive.com. Arcade City is connecting drivers directly with riders and has been making headlines for disrupting the ride-sharing industry. Sign up now at arcade.freetalklive.com. That's arcade.freetalklive.com.
All right, so I think I've boiled this down. Every ad ever, including all the ads that I've ever made.
You know, before I interrupt you, let me tell you one thing that's kind of like funny about how I'm interrupting you. Because I learned something tonight about you, and that is, what are you eating? Stop it. Bad audio. I hear you crunching or something.
I'm crumbling.
Unwrapping, crumbling. All right, so, yeah, stop vaping that crumble. The thing I learned about you that's interesting is that you're not on speed all the time, all day, every day. Because
I didn't even know you thought that.
That's funny, because and it's kind of a compliment. One of the first conversations you and I had, it was probably like the third time we talked after I realized you were not True Shibes. And I became friends with True Shibes.
I can only dream of being that cool.
I know. True Shibes is a woman. And, yeah, so you are not a woman, and you're almost as cool as True Shibes, though. But
yeah,
you're going to be the True Shibes of the next weird cryptocurrency. Like, I don't know what the name of it'll be, but it won't be
Steam Coin.
A dog. No, beyond Steam Coin. No, that's already passe. So you told me, you were talking about that when you were a kid, you were on Ritalin because you had ADD. And I have so much ADD. I'm not on anything except caffeine, but I have so much. I don't have ADD, but I have, like, problems paying attention, and I multitask a lot. So I was probably, like, editing a blog page or something while you were telling me this on Teen Phone. And I thought you said that you were currently on Ritalin for ADD. So every time you do anything, the whole time I've known you, the couple years I've known you, I have tempered it in my brain with, oh, well, yeah, of course, because he's on speed all the time from his doctor. But the fact that you're not, and I just found that out, is kind of a compliment, because basically you just have so much energy and, like, spark that I thought you're on speed all the time.
Is that a compliment? You sound like you're on meth, Jim.
Yeah, because you grit your teeth and your hair falls out, and you dismantle your car all night.
Yeah. Picking my arms for bugs.
Yeah. No, the good times, but back when it was good, before it ends up like that.
Yeah. No. I did take Ritalin in my youth. I had a problem with taking all that stuff later on, Adderall and this stuff. Yeah. And it was mostly because my sister, who, she's great now, but she kind of went down that meth road for a few years. And she was really into it bad. And I was like, I don't want to go down that route, even if it is, medically okay. And I'm getting it to a doctor and they're doing tests on my liver.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
They're giving speed to kids, people.
Yeah.
It's funny because schools give speed to kids, and those are the same schools that, like, if they find you with 1/8 of a quarter gram of crystal meth in your locker, they'll call the police and ruin your life. But those same schools have psychiatrists and psychologists that are, like, pushing people to get their kids on speed because it makes them more malleable for the teachers.
Yeah. I'm not one of those anti-psych people. I think there is a role for that. It just seems to be like the easy solution, and they also, I think they get kickbacks. Don't quote me. I think they get kickbacks from drug companies to kind of favor doing that.
They get nice lobster dinners. That's what doctors get. They don't get cash, but they get vacations. They get flown to a convention where they're told, like we're going to fly you to Miami for a week of golf, all expenses paid. oh, and you're going to have to spend this like 1 hour, hearing about our new medicine. Yeah.
And the bad part about it is that it creates this myth that ADD doesn't exist. And, it ends up hurting me because it makes me look like I can't really pay attention. Like, oh, no, you'll grow out of it. It's like, no, I can't grow out of it.
Well, you have a job.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you
have a
pay
job.
attention.
I have a job, but
you have a job with a lot of responsibility, like with people's lives in your hand, because you're medicating people too, right?
No, I'm not.
You're not doling out. I mean, there are pills and stuff. You don't dole them out.
No. That's not my. That's
you're
none
nurse
of my
adjacent.
Business. Yeah,
that's none of my business.
No, but it ends up hurting me because in the end, people think that I really don't have something that I need to solve, and I do have something I need to solve. I self-medicate with caffeine, high doses of caffeine, because I don't want to mess with anything meth related. And the drug that I want to take is still
meth with meth.
Yeah, it's still owned by the drug company, and they're charging obscene amounts of money for it. But it goes generic next year, so.
Well, it's something that's not a stimulant for ADD,
it's
right?
Not it's the only one that's not a stimulant. I think it's called Stratera. Yeah, and I used to take that for a while, and they were marijuana makes me worse. But that was my excuse when I got my medical thing.
So you think I don't have ADD? You told me that.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, though, so I missed all this getting medicated in school by 3 years, 3 or 4 years after I was, in middle school, they started medicating kids. I missed that by 3 years, and in the other direction by about a year, I missed being a thalidomide baby.
The Freedom Fiends, and I'm beaming these words into your cerebellum.
My fellow sheep, election season is upon us. Are you one of the 12% of Americans who still approves of our government? Then we need your help to force the other 88% into compliance. Our democracy depends on it. We're an organization called Citizens Against Too Much Unfettered Freedom, or CATMUF. CATMUF is a bipartisan flock of sheep whose goal is expanding government until nothing else remains. Because the government is here to help you. How can you help CATMUF help you? By only voting for candidates dedicated to expanding government. It's easy. You don't need to study the issues. No matter what a politician says when running for office, they're all dedicated to expanding government. And make sure you tell all your friends and family to vote for more government. Here at CATMUF, we don't care if you vote Democrat or Republican, as long as you vote for candidates committed to growing our federal family. CATMUF, because folks just aren't smart enough to handle real freedom.
Dr. Otto Warburg, want to know?
LRN.FM.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Work with your doctor when taking medications. Make Protovite part of your healthy lifestyle.
HealthForLiberty.com is your source for Protovite, a powerful nutritional supplement that's a true breakthrough for your health. Poor digestion makes it nearly impossible to absorb the nutrition your body needs. Protovite is a liquid multi-nutrient formula with patent-pending absorption technology and the highest quality ingredients to nourish every cell in your body.
My name is Sandra White. 6 weeks ago, when I started taking Protovite, I was on 14 medications, from everything for blood pressure to fibromyalgia. In the first 10 days, my blood sugar dropped 50 points, and my fibromyalgia pain is gone. And so was 12 of the 14 medications that I was taking. I'm 66, living life and loving it.
Go to healthforliberty.com right now. That's healthforliberty.com.
Thank you, Protovite, for giving my life back.
I love My Magic Mud. I drink a lot of coffee. I had stains on my teeth. Then I found My Magic Mud, and I was told it would remove stains. So I paid attention when I brushed the first time. My Magic Mud is black tooth powder, and the difference it made in my teeth in one application was noticeable. With 4, my teeth were as white as you normal folks out there. Please go to mymagicmud.com and buy a jar. There's 150 applications for $25. You can use Bitcoin, mymagicmud.com.
Did you know you can get news updates about what's happening with the Liberty Radio Network delivered in the way you prefer? You can sign up for our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. Plus, you can stay in the loop by joining our Facebook profile at facebook.lrn.fm or follow us at Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm. It's all free, so sign up now at updates.lrn.fm for news updates delivered to your email box, facebook.lrn.fm to follow our Facebook page, and twitter.lrn.fm to receive our tweets.
Well, today was an historic occasion in Pennington.
That's right, Diane. The entire town turned out to honor Paul Webster, the area's one gay man, with Pennington's first ever Gay Pride Parade. Paul, a 33-year-old hardware store owner, was too shy to ask for a parade, but that didn't stop almost 2,000 residents from showing their support for his homosexuality. Mayor Sue Hallinan organized the parade and even chipped in some of her own money to pay for decorations.
Well, I was channel surfing one day, and I came across a program about the Gay Pride. Next time I went to the hardware store, I said, Paul, we're going to throw you a parade. And he just said, oh, please don't do that. I don't want that. I beg you. He just didn't want us to go to the trouble.
He doesn't want to ride on the penis float. He gets motion sickness, so we're going to have him hold the reins instead. And Penningtonians have already decided on a fairy tale theme for next year's parade.
Oh, that'll be great.
And if Paul has a boyfriend, they can both be dressed up as kings.
Terrific idea.
This is the Onion News Network.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is $3 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 4 cents higher at $19.82 per ounce. Bitcoin is currently trading at $564 US. Here at Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, we've been helping clients buying and selling precious metals for nearly 40 years. To see how we can help you, give us a call today at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
This is Freedom Tunes where I'm too busy arguing with a guy who has ADD, trying to tell him that I probably do have ADD to do talk radio and not notice when we're out.
You probably do.
Well, here's the thing. When I was a kid, I was diagnosed as being hyperactive by the school psychiatrist, and by like every teacher agreed with me. And I've always like drummed my fingers and I'm like kicking the chair right now. It's bad audio. I should stop. But, you know, yeah, you're just throwing caffeine cans across the room. So I don't know. I don't know why you think I don't have ADD or AHHD or whatever doubled hard drive. What's it called? Adult onset. No, what is it?
No, that's ADD.
ADHD.
Adult
attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Yeah.
I think I have that.
I don't remember what it was, but I remember you telling me something, and I was like, "Oh yeah, you don't really have it. You're just hyperactive. You're just a weirdo.
Yeah,
you just don't pay attention."
Well, I don't want to have it. I don't like want to be in the same club. I'm not saying like, oh, I want to be cool like Jim.
We thought we could hang out together at meetings.
We can.
Wednesday. Okay. No, yeah. I don't remember exactly what you said, but I remember you telling me something, and I was like, no, that don't sound right. I think you were just misdiagnosed. Because there's a lot of misdiagnosis when it comes to ADD and ADHD.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's an easy solution. Kid don't pay attention to school. Well, it can't be the teacher being boring. It has to be the kid.
Yeah.
So we're just going to sign this off. And then that way I can definitely get my retreat in the Bahamas next week when Eli Lilly has their big event this weekend.
My good friend Eli. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were talking about ads, and I think you finally figured out ads or something.
I figured out the formula of like 90% of all ads, including the ads that I wrote, which is...
Yeah, me too.
I guess.
Do you have a problem? We have the solution.
Here it is. Are you tired of ads asking you if you're tired? Do you have a problem? Well, we have a solution. Solution is great. You can get solution in timely fashion. Now you have solution for next time the problem arises. And hey, this other minor problem is solved too with a built-in other solution. For free information about the solution, call 800-NUMBER. That's 800-NUMBER, or check out our website at www.website.com. That's pretty much the vast majority of most of the ads and they work because that's how people kind of think too, right?
Yeah.
Like, I have this problem. I don't think about problem. But when a radio ad says, hey, you have this problem, like, oh yeah, I was just thinking about that last week. Now, solution.
I think you're actually overanalyzing it, and or at least you're beginning from a place that is too complicated. Like, really, all radio ads are 30, 60-second radio ads and TV ads are pretty much. Do you have a problem? We have the solution. That's it. Although, really, you could say it's a little bit more than that. I mean, basically what it is it's like 3-act format, but it's really 2-act format. But there's actually kind of 3-act format, too, because there's generally kind of redemption in the third act. But in a 30 or 60-second ad, it's often just telling you
free shipping.
And that name is, here's how to contact it. The name is, let me spell it out, Bravo, India, Papa, coin, whatever. So it's, like you said, it's really who, how, when, where, why. It's like the 5 W's of news. Who, how, when, where, why, and how much, and give us your money. But the thing is, a lot of ads create a problem that you don't necessarily have. Like a really classic one that's going back to the 40s radio ads and definitely the 50s, 60s, and 70s TV ads is like, your husband will leave you if you don't buy our product. That's basically what it came down to. Like, the one I remember, they actually parodied this in the movie Airplane, which is how old this trope is.
I need to go back and watch that again. That was
it's great. It was one they could never make today. To the PCP police would destroy it.
Oh, the jive thing was brilliant.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, I speak jive. Yeah, and it's June Cleaver. That's the irony. Yeah, it's all one-liners and just kind of goofy jokes. But there's a thing in there where the waitress, the stewardess, comes by and says, anyone likes refills on their coffee? And the man's like, well, yes, I would. And you hear the woman's thought, like, kind of reverberating in her head, like, he never asked for a second cup of coffee at home. And that was a TV ad. It was for Sanka or something, Yeah. Like, oh, yeah, if you don't get Sanka, you're a bad wife, is what that's saying. There's a Dead Kennedy song I really love called Trust Your Mechanic. You ever heard it? It's basically 3-act format.
I've heard of
the audience. I'm saying to you, have you heard it, so I can tell it to the audience. So it's basically 3 stanzas, I think, and it's like, trust your mechanic to make things, to fix your car. You see an awful lot of him lately. He tightens and loosens a few spare parts. One thing's fixed, another falls apart. That's the first line, this stanza. The second stanza is about TV ads. Like, it's something like, never look right again unless you grease your skin, got you coming back for more again and again and again, gonna rip you off. And that's the chorus on all of them, is got you coming back for more and more again and again and again, gonna rip you off. And the last one is trust your psychiatrist or your shrink to make you well. You see an awful lot of him now. Right when you hit your neurosis roots, he confuses you. Messes your head up worse, got you coming back for more, again and again and again and again, going to rip you off. So it's basically about professionals that, should be just doing a service, but turn into, an addiction because they screw up as much or more than they fix, which happens.
That kind of sounds like Steam It. Did you hear about Steam It?
I'm so bored of Steam It that I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Yeah. You can. I'm just going to
No. I'm so done. What a garbage thing. No, but yeah, the whole overdrugging of kids.
Price is going down. Steam It is falling. Look at the Steam It charts, by the way.
It's
falling like a rock.
You are doing visual humor on the radio, so you better.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Google it, people. I have the documents. If you want them, Google it. Steam It sales charts or Steam It valuation.
Yeah, looking for. Anyway, so
ads. Like basically an ad, a good ad is kind of like a little play. Like that's another thing too that was a real cliche back in the day, and they actually make fun of it on The Simpsons, is the one where it's like a husband and wife or a man and a woman like yammering back and forth about the problem. Like, oh, have you heard? No, I haven't heard. I have that problem. Or, there's actually a Simpsons on that where Homer goes to pay someone to write a jingle for his product. And the guy, Homer's like, "Are you any good?" And he's like, "You know those radio ads where you have a man and a woman yammering back and forth?" And Homer's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I invented those." And Homer punches the guy. And he's like, "Yeah, I get that a lot." I wish I invented that.
I think the skit ones are pretty funny, especially the ones from the 60s. And I remember the ones you were talking about, but I saw one that were way more extreme in the 60s where, like, they were saying, like, "Oh, I'm going to divorce you. Like, your coffee's so bad it could kill me." And, like spitting it out and dumping their coffee. Like, it was just like, wow. This was a thing back in the 60s.
You know, I'm wondering, too, if, I could imagine, like, Gen X-y, like 10 years ago or 8 years ago, that there could have been ads that were, and probably were, but I didn't see them, that were like a takeoff on those older ones that would be like, "I'm going to divorce you and take your children and kill you if you don't make better," like really making fun of those hard with like scary stuff, like mean stuff. But does that kind of humor even work anymore? Like, I would imagine that that's getting like politically corrected out to where like you couldn't even have an ad that would be that edgy in America.
Nah, I think that kind of that thing is kind of falling out of favor. The PC thing. It happened in the 90s too. There was a big to get everybody to stop to be more PC, and then there was a big backlash against it. And then the 2000s were kind of edgelordy, and then it kind of came back. And now it's kind of going away again. That's why we have someone like Donald Trump running for president, because everybody hates PC culture. And they did a whole season of South Park, about it, which was brilliant, by the way.
You know why Hillary's running for president? I know.
Because anybody else who would get in her way is dead.
No, because well, there's maybe that, but no, because it's what she was promised as her reward for not leaving Bill over Monica and over going to Rape Island all the time.
By the way, have you seen Monica now? She's pretty.
I'd hit it.
She's pretty milky. Yeah.
I would have hit it back then, but I'd hit it.
Yeah. She was a little bit more cushion back then. But
have you seen this? There's an awesome Twitter account I want to recommend. It's called the word you can't say on radio that rhymes with city and starts with an SH. It's that and then future. Google that or look for that on Twitter.
You mean city future? But
no, not city with a,
Yeah. That's the radio-friendly version. No, what is this?
It's all like pictures. Okay, if you Google the word I'm talking about and in future and in Twitter, it's the first thing that comes up, and it's twitter.com/thatword_future. And it's a fairly new account, but it's great. I looked through the whole thing the other day. It's all pictures and videos of like robots and AI and things gone bad, like modern stuff. Like I'm looking at it right now. Like here's a picture of a guy taking a selfie with himself and like some venomous snake about an inch, 3 inches from his head. and one of them, and they're not all horrible. Some of them are really funny. And one of them was there's a couple of them that are like what I called I'd hit it bots, like where someone's taken a drill and put some kind of like finger type thing on it, and they've got it like hitting on it like yes, like swiping left or right, whatever it is on what's that dating site?
It used to be
Tinder.
Hot or Not, but now it's Tinder, yeah.
Yeah, that's what inspired it. Did they ever sue Hot or Not, or Hot or Not ever sue them? I mean,
I don't know.
But
it was supposed to be the straight grinder, but it didn't work out because people don't like to hook up. But we've learned that I'm not interested in hooking up means I'm interested in hooking up.
Yeah. Well, this one is actually.
I just don't want to talk.
It's actually like this. Somebody made, like, there's a bunch of low-res bots, like 2 or 3 on there, where someone has taken a drill and, like, made something that just swipes yes over and over and over on every girl. And it's a video of that happening with someone's phone. But, then there's a lot of, like, I don't know, like sex bots gone wrong and some things from the 50s, but a lot of stuff from now. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty
By the
good.
way, have you seen the new CNN show?
Here's one.
Morgan Spurlock.
Here's one. This is a Craigslist ad from Malibu, California. It's come do can't say it on radio. Come F my robot. Women for Man. Hi, I'm an engineer who's built an AI with a vag. I need someone to come do my robot and let me watch. I can't do
You're
it.
listening to the Freedom Fiends, an invigorating alternative to those other shows.
The Central Scrutinizer is a Soviet-style Leviathan trying to keep track of all you do. That's why I use a VPN, or Virtual Private Network, from Bola VPN. Bola VPN is inexpensive, secure, and will allow you to use your computer without leaving a trail. Bola VPN is now also offering torrent seed boxes for safely sharing media with the world. And if you open a support ticket saying you heard about them from the Freedom Fiends, they'll add 3 extra days free. That's Bola VPN at BOLEHVPN.net.
Are you sick of seeing peaceful people being locked away for victimless crimes? Instead of trying to get out of jury duty, consider taking it so you can do the right thing. A single juror with a conscience can send someone home to their family instead of to a jail cell. If there's no victim, how can there be a crime? And if the judge or prosecutor are keeping you in the dark, what are they trying to hide? You can vote your conscience instead of being a pawn of the state. For more information, Google jury nullification or check out the Fully Informed Jury Association at FIJA.org.
This is Dan Pilla. Do you owe the IRS money you can't pay? Are tax debts crippling you? I've defended people from the IRS for over 30 years. I've helped thousands, and I can help you too. I wrote the book on IRS settlement, and I'm telling you, there's no such thing as a hopeless case. Call 800-34-NO-TAX to finally get free of IRS debt. With the IRS's new programs, there's never been a better time to solve your problem. Call 800-34-NO-TAX. That's 800-34-NO-TAX, or my website, danpilla.com.
There is an affordable alternative to the high cost of healthcare that offers freedom from insurance while providing compliance with the Obamacare individual mandate. Imagine having access to quality, affordable healthcare that allows you the freedom to choose your doctor and hospital. Members can share up to 100% of necessary medical expenses, including some alternative treatments. Find out how you and your family can contain healthcare costs without giving up your freedom. Go to libertyoncall.org. That's libertyoncall.org.
To a professional trader in precious. LRN.FM.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippie! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you gotta keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road Underground Market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm.
A congressman recently revealed that legislation totaling 2,900 pages and involving more than $1 trillion was available to members of Congress for less than 48 hours to study and consider. That's over 60 pages of legislation per hour. Do You think anyone read the entire bill? I'm Jim Babka with DownsizeDC.org. Consider a proposal buried in a 3,200-page, $388 billion bill, which would have empowered committee chairmen or their agents to examine Americans' tax returns. When this horrible provision came to light, no one claimed to know how it got into the bill. One congressman questioned said, "I didn't write it, I didn't approve it, I wasn't even consulted." If your attorney represented you this way, he might be disbarred. But this is how Congress represents you every day. That's why DownsizeDC.org has created the Read the Bills Act. You can force Congress to read their bills before they pass them at DownsizeDC.org.
Before you go to Merlin Spurlock, did you like City Walk Future? We're gonna link it and show it. I thought you'd love it. You should look through it all. It's only.
I just saw the first picture and it was brilliant. The Pokemon Go thing.
Yeah, I mean you can look through all of it deeply in a half hour. It's pretty new. So Moreland Spurlock, yeah, he's a faux redneck. He's a social justice warrior filmmaker. He's kind of like the new Michael Moore. I mean, he kind of had a great idea.
Funny.
With he does skits. He does life skits. Like he did that 30 days thing where he ate nothing but McDonald's for 30 days and nearly died.
Yeah, but that was all kind of garbage. Because he was eating, the amount of calories he was eating every day would not be something like if you and I ate at McDonald's every day, we would not be consuming that many calories. Like he was gorging himself, like not getting the supersized thing.
He wasn't getting the salads either much.
Yeah, well, he had to eat everything on the menu, but he was also like the only way he could achieve that is if he was getting not only meals but like multiple things on top of it, including like getting a bunch of snack pies and all that other stuff on top of it. And he won't release his food logs. There was another guy who made a documentary where he
released the food logs.
Yeah. He made
the food logs.
He ate McDonald's for 30 days and lost weight. And he was just like, I'm just not being an idiot about it. And when they asked me if I want to supersize it, I know how to say no.
Yeah, it was called Supersize Me. And he had that TV show where he would like live with a Muslim for 30 days or live with a transgender or something for 30 days. And
an atheist in a Christian household and vice versa.
Yeah.
30 days. But he has a news show on CNN and it's horrible, and I got to see it kind of on and off while I was at work the other day, and it was basically like everything in your house is going to kill you. Your iPhone is going to microwave your brain to death, and all of it was just nonsense. Like, there's plastics, and plastics have like this chemical, and it could lead to emasculation. Yeah, well, in high doses, I don't think your kids are going to be eating the toy. And then like the radiation coming from your phone is microwaves, but it's like they don't mention that the microwave waves are small enough that they can't knock off photons, which cause cancer. That's what causes cancer with microwaves. Though that kind of and your phone doesn't do that because the waves are too big.
I liked his movie, The Greatest Movie Ever Sold. Do you ever see that?
No.
Except it's a movie he did about the advertising world, and basically the kind of like the skit he's doing in the movie is trying to sell the movie while he's making it and trying to get a sponsor for it. It's really, there's really funny stuff in it, but then like he kind of gets to his conclusion and he's talking about, I forget, it might even be Venezuela. It's some Middle Eastern, some South American country that, like 8 years ago or 6 years ago when this film was made, had outlawed outdoor advertising. And he was showing it as a paradise of how things should be. Like he's basically saying that, the punchline of this movie is we should outlaw advertising and make it illegal. Whereas I think in my ideal world, there'd probably be advertising everywhere.
Yeah.
But, except private property.
I'm all right with that. I'm all right
with that. But I kind of think it is Venezuela, maybe. That's kind of scary. Like, how's that working out for you, Morgan?
I love how you can always go back and find all these people who are going like, oh, Venezuela is so awesome. There's a communist YouTuber, and when that whole thing was going down with Venezuela, I looked at his press videos, and he had a video where he was praising the economy of Venezuela. Like, oh, it's brilliant. Like, they've gotten all these people out of poverty. He's like, how's it been working now? I don't think anybody's seen it in that long because, whatever. Anyways, but Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Morgan Spurlock. I went and saw Super Size Me in the theater when it came out because I was still a liberal, and I had seen a couple of responses to it, and I was kind of like, okay, well, forget this guy. This guy's a moron, and he's deliberately dishonest. And it's not kind of like Michael Moore where you can kind of say, oh yeah, he's probably doing that for comedic effect. No, he's doing this deliberately because it's not funny. There's not supposed to be funny. There's no wiggle room around it. At least Michael Moore he'll make a joke about it so we can fall back on that. Oh yeah, I was lying just for comedic value. Oh, I know you couldn't get a gun inside of a bank, but we just did that because you can get value.
I know a grandma, a 68-year-old grandma here who goes to the bank open carrying a loaded revolver. So you can get a gun into a bank legally somewhere, but in a small town in Wyoming where they know you at the bank only, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Good show, man. Good show.
The redemption is don't pay no mind to Morgan Spurlock or Michael
and his ilk. Yeah,
his ilk.
Those guys probably make sweet, sweet love together. They're so of the same cloth.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to see that, actually. All right, worms.
Nice, y'all.
Worms. The Freedom Fiends now have a free app for your Android phone, tablet, phablet, or other Chrome robot turd, available now from the Google Play Store, Amazon, and freedomfiends.com. Lovingly handcrafted by head hamster Michael W. Dean, the artisanal Freedom Fiends radio app allows you to listen live, keep up with the podcast, chat directly with other fiends, get discounts on bigger buttons, brainwash yourself with a 24/7 random episode, and so much more. You know the Freedom Fiends is the best libertarian radio show in the world, but when the fiends aren't live, you can use the app to listen to LRN.FM from anywhere. The Freedom Fiends radio app is like having a virtual libertarian re-education camp in your pocket. It's your gateway to the exclusive high-demand group that is the Freedom Fiends. Install the Freedom Fiends radio Android app today. It's free, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. And get ready for Lit Pair with the Freedom Fiends radio app for Android. Worms.
The investment world isn't fair. A precious metals trader buys gold and silver at spot price. You pay his.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm. LRN.fm. If you enjoy LRN.fm, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm. You can help new minds find liberty. Chip in at LRN.fm. This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.fm.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, add yourself to the Shire map at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com. For years, LRN.FM has had a listen line that you can call and listen to LRN.FM anytime. Now we're taking the idea to a new level with the LRN.FM audio on demand line. You can call 641-793-9660 anytime and listen to LRN.FM's live feed, and you can listen to a bunch of our original shows on demand. Long distance fees may apply. Just dial 641-793-9660 and choose from the menu 641-793-9660. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. The latest edition of FPP Radio News is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at FPPRadio.com.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, August 15th, 2016. Silver is trading at $19.82 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,339 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $574. Antiwar.com reports heavy fighting was reported across northern Syria's Aleppo over the weekend as Nusra Front attempted to double down on last week's gains, attacking a pair of government districts in the western half of the city. The main fighting on Sunday centered around a cement factory in the city's southwest. The Nusra offensives began with car bombings, attempting to soften up the defensive positions around the key Jamaat al-Zahra district, which includes the army base as well as a substantial residential district. There was no confirmation of the casualty figures for fighters on either side. As usual, however, it's the civilian bystanders taking the brunt of the casualties over the course of the weekend, with over 180 civilians having been killed, overwhelmingly within Aleppo, where Nusra shelled government districts and the military airstrikes pounded Nusra-held districts. In addition to those killed in Aleppo, another 20 civilians were reported killed in Idlib province as the military pounded Nusra-held areas there as part of a campaign to try to prevent Nusra from getting more reinforcements to Aleppo. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. UPI reports the federal state of emergency in Flint, Michigan expired on Sunday, but city officials are assuring residents free bottled water is still available. Most of the 100,000 people in the city north of Detroit have been avoiding tap water because of the lead water crisis. Captain Chris Kalinsky, Deputy State Director of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, said in a statement, August 14th is just a date on the calendar, and Governor Rick Snyder has said we will make decisions based on science, not arbitrary dates. President Obama issued an emergency declaration in January, paying 75% of the cost of the bottled water, filters, and cartridges. Michigan Radio reported now the state will pick up the entire bill, which is about $3.5 million per month. Since January 9th, more than 2.2 million cases of bottled water, more than 130,000 water filters, more than 287,000 replacement cartridges, and more than 52,000 at-home water testing kits have been distributed to Flint water system customers, according to the press release. Kalinsky said in a statement, until the water meets quality standards, we will provide water supplies to Flint water system customers at the water resource site. State officials said Flint residents will not notice any loss of water emergency services as the state takes on the additional cost, according to the release. Researchers said testing of more than 170 homes showed lead levels declined by as much as 60% below previous tests. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said on Sunday emergency crews have rescued more than 7,000 people stranded by historic flooding that has killed at least 3 and submerged whole communities as parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast brace for more rain and rising waters. Edwards, who has called for federal emergency relief funds, said residents have been pulled out of flooded homes, swamped cars, and threatened medical facilities in cities and towns across the southeastern part of the state. While the brunt of the storm that brought torrential rains and flooding to the area was moving west towards Texas on Sunday, Louisiana residents should remain cautious, the governor said at a news conference. Edwards said even with the sunshine out today, intermittently, the waters are going to continue to rise in many areas, so this is no time to let your guard down. Some 5,000 people were forced to sleep in shelters overnight. There were not enough beds to house all of those. Many had to sleep on floors. Emergency officials said they were still working on strategies to rescue an undetermined number of people trapped by the waters. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power.
Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com. DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit the Liberty Radio Network when you shop at Amazon via shop.lrn.fm. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
The latest edition of the Jason Stapleton program is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at jasonstapleton.com.
More violence in Milwaukee last night as the governor called out the National Guard for what can only be described as another false narrative for the Black Lives Matter movement. Well, welcome back, everybody. This is the Jason Stapleton program, broadcasting live here from the Random Walk Studios, deep in the heart of America, and I'm so glad that you are here today joining me. We're going to talk a little bit about politics and economics, a little bit about current events, anything and everything that's interesting to me. And I have a couple of different articles that I want to read to you. Well, actually, one of them's an article. The other one was a Facebook post, but it was written kind of like an article, so we're going to treat it as such. Both of them are from folks that you could describe as intellectuals. One of them a self-professed libertarian, the other one the president of a major college. And I titled today's episode, A Rebuke of Elitist Ignorance. Because what I find many, many times as I am reading and talking with people, or reading articles and talking with people, is that there's a sense of inferiority that many of us have. Maybe I don't have it because I never went to college. So I have never had this. I've never been in contact with people that I felt like, oh, these guys are so intellectually superior to me. I can't possibly talk with them, or I can't possibly have a discussion with them because they'll destroy me. I've always just simply looked at the way things are and tried to find a better solution if one existed. But I think that a lot of people look at resumes, they look at folks who are who run in intellectual circles, and they see them as someone who is more articulate, more intelligent, more well-educated, and therefore above rebuke, above reproach. And I want to clearly illustrate today that those people are no smarter than you. They're no more capable than you. They might have more education. They might have a few extra acronyms after their name. But it doesn't mean that everything that comes out of their mouth is truth. And we're going to demonstrate that today. But before we do that, I thought I'd talk just briefly about this Milwaukee thing. You know, this whole thing started in Milwaukee over the killing of a guy by the name of Sylville. I think it's Sylville, Sylville, Sylville K. Smith, 23 years old, after he fled police at a traffic stop. Now, the officer who shot him was also black. That doesn't seem to matter. He's obviously an Uncle Tom. And now the protesters are out furious that this black man had been shot in Milwaukee. And you say to yourself, well, okay, what are the events surrounding the case? Well, the police point out that during the brief chase, Smith turned towards the officer with a gun in his hand, and Smith has a lengthy arrest record and had 23 rounds in his gun, authorities said. So what the officer is saying is, we have camera footage. The camera footage clearly shows that there was a credible threat to the officer when this young guy was shot. Black officer, black suspect. And the officer says at some point during the event that Smith, the dead, the recently deceased, turned towards the officer with a gun, and that gun was later found to contain 23 rounds of ammunition. Now, this is akin to this outrage, this anger over the death of this Smith may or may not end up being justified. Clearly, right now, we don't have enough information to know. What they are doing right now, the outrage that they are showing, is akin to the hands up, don't shoot. Don't have any information. We're speculating wildly about what happened. All we know right now, black cop killed black 23-year-old. And I think the cop was only 24, so they were basically the same age. And now you've got protesters who, according to reports, are largely black, out burning down police cars, looting the town, destroying businesses. They actually burned down a couple of businesses. And just like in Baltimore, I say, why would you do that? If your goal is really reform, why would you burn down some local Joe's barbershop or barbecue? I mean, if you're really angry, why didn't you go burn down a police station? I'm not suggesting you do that. I'm just saying that would be a well-placed anger. That would be, you could at least make the connection there. Hey, I'm angry at the police for brutalizing black Americans, and now we're going to get ours. We're done with this. We're tired of black kids being shot in Milwaukee, and so we're going to go and we're going to go get the police station. No, they don't do that because the police station's well-armed. It's full of cops. And so what they do instead is they go to some place that isn't well-armed where they can also get free stuff, where they can rob and loot and pillage and burn. And they can take their anger out on someone who has nothing to do with the situation that they find themselves in now. And what's even more aggravating is that you have representatives in that district, Alderman Rainley, who represents the district where this boy got shot, who said early Sunday that the city's black residents are, quote, tired of living under this oppression. Well, whose fault is that? You're in charge. You mean you haven't fixed this already? The entire community has been set back and witnessed how Milwaukee, Wisconsin has become the worst place to live for African Americans in this entire country. Really? Milwaukee is the worst place you could possibly live as a black American? Whatever. He goes on to say, now this is the warning cry. Where do we go from here? Question mark. Where do we go as a community from here? Well, I don't know, because your protesters keep burning down the town. They keep looting and pillaging all over the city. So exactly where do we go from here? How about you do the right thing, and instead of getting out and inciting more of this stuff with your verbiage, how about you lay some calm down? How about you say, hey, folks, whatever our problems are, whatever issues we have with the city or with the police, it doesn't make sense to burn down the local 5 and dime. That doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help our cause. It doesn't help the dead black kid. It doesn't help the next dead guy. It doesn't help anyone. But no, of course, he doesn't do that. You know, you look at all of these places where supposedly racism is rampant and cops are abusive and government is oppressive against the minorities or against the poor, where you have a ghetto slum. And I'll tell you what, everywhere I look, you show me a ghetto slum in America, I'll show you a Democrat who's in charge. Show me a slum, show me a ghetto in America, and I'll show you a progressive who's been running things for the last 20 years. Yet who do they always blame? That's always the other guy. It's never me. I'm the one who's trying to make some actual change in this city. No. It's the greedy rich. People who are stealing your money, who are stealing your jobs, who are holding you down. I got a deal in the stack today where they Darren, do you remember when they talked about the felon checkbox, that they wanted to get rid of the checkbox for felons so that employers couldn't ask whether you had a felony?
Yeah, I remember covering that.
So this was about a year ago or something like that. And we now have a report here, if I can find it, that the ban on criminal history question for U.S. job seekers reveals deeper issue of racism. So now, several new studies on so-called ban-the-box policies that block employers from discriminating job applicants with criminal records have revealed another, even more extensive problems: deep-seated employer discrimination against African Americans. So let me kind of bring you guys up to speed if you haven't heard about this before. Of course, if you've been listening to the show, you would know that this is something that we've talked about. We brought to your attention when they first started this program. You see, in 24 states, it is against the law for you to ask whether someone has a felony or had a felony when they apply for a job with you. Now, you might ask, what could possibly be the benefit to anyone by doing that? Well, by doing it that way, what they do is they get away with, they protect people who have felonies who might be discriminated against because of their past history. So you see, in a progressive's mind, what you did yesterday should have absolutely no bearing on whether or not you get a job today. And while I will admit to you that when someone has served their debt to society, as someone has paid that debt, whatever it is, that they should be allowed to pursue their own self-interest again, at the same time, the decisions that we make have consequences that last sometimes a lifetime. There are a lot of girls out there who at 13, 14, 15, 16 years old ended up getting pregnant, and for the rest of their life, for the next 20 years, they have a responsibility now that they didn't otherwise have. They're now bearing that burden. See, our decisions follow us, even after we've turned the corner and done the right thing. Well, in 24 states and the District of Columbia, that is not all that important to lawmakers. They thought that by simply removing the checkbox that they could get more felons employed. Now, this really wasn't about employing felons, because it was just white felons, nobody would care. But you see, 1 in 5 black Americans has been through the legal system, has been to prison and for some crime. 1 in 5. And so they recognize that these black men are getting out of prison and they're going to apply for jobs, and they're not getting callbacks, because on that little check form they have to check, yes, I was a felon. Yes, I have a criminal history. And now they don't get the callback. And so they removed these check boxes, hoping that more African Americans would end up getting jobs, even though they have serious criminal histories. It says the studies released over the past few months have reached a similar conclusion that black Americans may be profiled as criminals. Another released in June sent out 15,000 fake job applications in states with ban-the-box laws, New York and New Jersey, before and after their respective laws took effect. So they started testing this stuff. They sent out applications before the ban-the-box rule went into effect, and then after. The authors found that while a number of people with criminal backgrounds received more employer callbacks overall, the disparity between those given to whites and blacks had increased, with a 7% difference before versus a 45% difference after. So they made the problem worse. They were trying to get rid of the discrimination, and what they ended up doing was making it worse. Now, Darren and I had a conversation about this before the show, and we are assuming that these are accurate studies. Now, Darren was very skeptical. He said, well, I'd have to go look at how the study was put together, and he's absolutely right on that. You would not be able to know whether or not these numbers are even accurate, but let's assume by their own admission that these studies are 100% accurate. That means the government, in an attempt to make life better for African Americans getting out of prison, instituted a law that ended up making things worse.
See, that is very easy for me to believe.
Yeah.
Regardless of the statistics, it's very easy for you to convince me that the government created a mandate or created a new law that actually ended up making the problem they were trying to solve worse. That's easy to believe.
Now, not shocking at all.
No.
Right. Now, Professor Jennifer DeLuke of the University of Virginia and Benjamin Hansen of the University of Oregon suggest in a paper earlier this month that by removing data about the criminal histories of job applicants, employers were more likely to make assumptions about these people's backgrounds. Well, no kidding. If you remove information that an employer uses to make decisions as to whether or not to hire, because you see, nobody wants to hire felons. Listen, that if we have the choice between a felon and a non-felon, all things being equal, we'd rather not have the felon. Now, prior to this check-the-box rule coming into effect, there was only a 7% difference between callbacks. It was negligible. It's now increased to 45% in favor of whites. Now, why is that? Because despite all of their efforts to make things equal, to force things to be equal, in the back of their minds, employers know the statistics. We talked about this before. Until you can keep 50% of violent crime from being committed by 5% of the population, you're going to have problems. You may be able to erase information from this employer's decision, but you cannot remove the statistics from the back of his mind. And as long as he knows that 1 in 5 black men between the ages of 18 and 40 have been through some sort of the legal system over the course of their life, he's going to default to the safest possible outcome. And who is that? Middle-aged white Americans. And yet, these studies are shown as or given as evidence that Americans are inherently racist. And therefore, government must get involved to protect those who are trying to get jobs, to create an equal playing field for everyone involved. And that's what I really want to talk about today.
That's why I'm extremely skeptical of the studies. Because to me, it seems like another attempt to try to say, yeah, you know what? We tried to pass this law. Okay, we tried to allow private employers to make good decisions. But what we found is that you guys are just too racist. And so what we need to do is maybe we just need to get a little bit more government involvement. Maybe we can enact some quotas. So you need to have 30% of your workforce needs to be black, 15% needs to be Hispanic, and then, they can kind of start to influence people's hiring practices where they're not able to do that right now.
It is an attempt to legislate morality. We're saying you are immoral because you have internal racism that you may not even know you have. We're not calling you a racist because that would just be too aggressive. But what we are saying, we won't call any individual racist. We'll call the collective American racist. We'll call the collective business owner racist. We won't call any individual owner a racist. What we will do is we'll have to fix your innate racism by coming up with laws. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. And there was a gal by the name of Alicia Dern. You guys may know who she is because she ran for vice president of the Libertarian Party this year, right before she bowed out at the last minute to throw all of her support behind Weld, wrote an absurd post on Facebook that reads like an article. And what I'm going to do is read it for you, and it piggybacks off of this discussion about banning the ban the box deal and the inherent racism in America and what she thinks we ought to do about it and how screwed up she thinks libertarians are. But I got to read something to you first. These days you can get practically anything on demand. You can get, we're now getting clothes on demand. We are getting our seats for the live events or the concerts on demand. We're getting, what else are we getting on demand?
You can get this show on demand.
Yeah, you can get this show on demand anytime you want it, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You decide when you consume the content. But there are places in America today where you still have to work off somebody else's schedule. It's insane. Like going to the post office. Now, really, is anybody here like going to the post office? It's like, does anybody here like a root canal? Do you like the DMV?
I like paying my taxes.
Yeah, you like paying your taxes? No, the answer to all of those questions is a resounding no. And we got a solution for you. You can go to stamps.com right now, and you can get everything that you need to do all of your shipping, all of your letter mailing, all of the stuff for your business or your home right from the comfort of your own home or your business. No more going to the post office, no more standing in the lines. Anything that you can do at the post office, you now can do from your office or your own home by going to stamps.com. Here's what I want you to do. Right now, sign up for a stamps.com account using the promo code Stapleton, and they will give you not only a 4-week trial absolutely free, but they're also going to give you $110 in bonus offers, including postage and a digital scale. I mean, this is an outrageous offer for those of you guys who are looking to rid yourselves of one more government institution that you have to go and frequent on a regular basis. No more of that. It's a thing of the past at stamps.com. Go to stamps.com, and before you do anything else, click on the microphone in the top right corner of the homepage and type Stapleton. That's stamps.com. Enter Stapleton for a 4-week free trial at stamps.com, and they will send you a scale and $110 worth of bonuses for free. Even if you don't decide to use Stamps, you still get to keep all that stuff. It's incredible. Stamps.com, upper right-hand corner, click on the microphone, enter Stapleton, and save yourself a ton of money and a massive amount of headache. And never have to go to the post office again. All right, Alicia Dern. I thought long and hard about how to do this, and I decided what I would do is I would just read for you what she wrote and then retort. So, Alicia, this is for you. She starts off by saying, libertarians who think that anti-discrimination laws are against libertarian ethics are wrong, and they need to re-examine their thinking. The core of libertarianism is that we are free to do as we please so long as you don't hurt others. So let's start with that definitional premise. Now, I will accept that as a definitional premise, that we don't hurt people, we don't take our stuff. That is the overriding principle of libertarianism. She says, we know empirically that discrimination based on immutable characteristics like race, gender, ethnicity, religion, age, disability cause harm to the victim. Now, let me stop right there for a minute because she used some big old lawyer words that I need to define for everyone listening to the show. Not all of us are college educated, and not all of us spend our time as a trial lawyer, like Alicia does. She says empirically, We know empirically that discrimination based on immutable characteristics cause harm to the victim. What empirically means we know through observation, just simply by looking, and through scientific trial and error testing, we know that this type of discrimination causes harm to the victim. And she uses the term immutable characteristics. So that would be characteristics that one can't change. So if you read this in normal, everyday, high school educated English, it would read like, we know simply by looking that discrimination based on things that people can't change, such as their race, gender, ethnicity, religion, age, or disability, causes harm to the victim. The harm is emotional and physical. We evolved to be social animals, and social rejection is a type of assault on the victim. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that last sentence is the crux of her entire argument. Everything else that we will discuss after this is based on that underlying premise. You must accept that we evolved to be social animals, and social rejection is a type of assault on the victim. So, if I reject you socially, if I choose not to associate with you, I have assaulted you, according to Alicia. Now, do we see any problems with this? If you've been listening to this show, or if you're a logical, rational human being who's never heard this show before, you would answer with a resounding yes, because that is utterly absurd. But let us continue. She says, the harm cannot be mitigated by the victim because the characteristic is intrinsic. Jeez. Like you ever read legalese? It's just, I mean, yeah, most people read it in 8th grade level. And so when you read that, the harm cannot be mitigated by the victim because the characteristic is intrinsic. It's designed to get you to just glaze over, or for somebody to act like they're smarter than they really are. She says, the harm cannot be mitigated by the victim because the characteristic is intrinsic. So you are fundamentally dehumanizing them when you discriminate in this manner. So when you reject them socially, you are fundamentally dehumanizing them. The emotional human manifests in real ways, including physical symptoms. Discrimination is not victimless. It is a key fact that libertarians who are against the Civil Rights Act fail to perceive. Libertarians understand you cannot commit torts, battery, false imprisonment, no trespassing, and no infliction of emotional distress. Discrimination is so similar to infliction of emotional distress that most discrimination suits include it as an additional legal claim. So she is wrapping emotional distress and this term emotional distress in with battery and false imprisonment. Now, I think that we can all agree that tort law is one legal area in desperate need of reform precisely for this reason. To lump emotional distress into the same category of battery is akin to making all of us liable for how we make other people feel. Not by our intentional or unintentional actions that actually resulted in harm that one can show, but simply by feeling a certain way, we can be in violation. It is akin to hitting them in the face.
Think about how terrifying that statement is in the world that we live in today with safe spaces.
Think about it in any terms, right? So can you imagine being sued for reprimanding a subordinate for poor performance? You see, if that causes emotional distress, according to Alicia, that is akin to punching him. You might as well have just walked right up to him and punched him in the face, especially if you did the wrong thing and you actually reprimanded them in front of others. This was something I had to learn the hard way. On occasion, I've been known to reprimand someone in front of others. I try not to do it anymore, but I think we can all remember times when Jason's got a little excited and he might have said something in public in front of others that would have best been said behind closed doors. It's because where I come from in the military, that's just the way you did it. Like, there was no hiding. If you screwed up, everybody was going to know about it, and you just learned, hey, that was part of one of the reasons you didn't want to screw up is because you didn't want
It was typically by design.
Yeah,
because you were a training tool, and you wanted everybody else to know. Don't screw up like Sergeant Stapleton.
That's right. You didn't want to be Lance Corporal Stapleton who screwed up, because everybody was going to know about it, and everybody was going to know what a screw up you were, and then nobody would want to work with you. You had a bad reputation, and then your whole life would suck. So you made a constant, diligent effort to not be a screw up. But it took me a long time to realize that most people in this world have to be handled with delicate gloves. But can you imagine being sued for reprimanding a subordinate, or worse, for firing someone for cause? Certainly this would fall under Dern's emotional distress standard. Complaining to a support person on the phone because of bad internet speed, declaring your preference for Trump over Hillary, simply writing the wrong name in chalk sends some people running for their safe space. Is Miss Dern suggesting each of us bear legal responsibility for how we make others feel? Yes, in my opinion, that is exactly what she is doing by claiming emotional distress is the same thing as battery. She goes on to say, some discrimination is harmless, not all is tortuous. For example, some business owners may legitimately choose only to serve people who can pay on demand. That's a victimless and reasonable discrimination. But categorically refusing to serve a black man or a Jew or a gay man is not harmless. Therefore, it violates the NAP, the non-aggression principle, and the core ethic of libertarian philosophy. Now, how is one harmless and not the other? This is my question to you, Ms. Dern. Certainly those with poor credit should not be made to feel inferior. Some of us know all too well the humiliation of finding out we're not eligible for financing or must pay a higher rate due to a third party's opinion of our creditworthiness. Why would this type of discrimination not fall under the same emotional distress umbrella as the former types of discrimination? To this, there can be no reply. Because if emotional distress is the standard, if by casting you out socially, by refusing to cooperate with you or to bring you in, I am somehow harming you, and that harm is completely dependent and is solely reflective on how I feel, then literally anything that one person does to another could be considered a battery. This is Alicia. Keep in mind, Alicia is a trial attorney. This is what she does. This is her best legal argument, the best thing she could come up with for the defense of Gary Johnson's position, because that's really what this is. She continues, by the way, some situations are not that cut and dry. That is why the law allows for a balance between rights. So, for example, amusement parks may refuse to allow a pregnant woman to ride on their roller coasters. Whew. Not something I would do. It's a discrimination created by an immutable physical characteristic, but has a basis that is not harmful or evil at heart. Further, the amusement park has a right not to be forced to endure foreseeable liabilities. So when rights compete, you must balance. Not everything has an easy answer. Now, here, of course, Ms. Dern is just showing that she lacks even a basic understanding of what rights are. Are we to consider the evilness of an individual's action before determining their guilt? Oh, well, that type of discrimination, that's just evil. That just makes you a terrible person if you discriminate in that way. But this way over here, well, that's just you trying to eliminate, not have to endure a foreseeable liability. The park owner, this is the reality, folks. The park owner has the right to refuse service to the pregnant woman because it's their park and it's their ride. It has nothing to do with the park owner's right to be forced to endure foreseeable liabilities or not to be forced to endure foreseeable liabilities. This is really bad legal argument is what it is. She's bringing up some legal terms about foreseeable liabilities and trying to pretend as though this matters, trying to complicate the matter for you, when in reality, it's very simple. If you own the product, If you first own yourself and then you later own the product that you create, and Walter Williams did an incredible speech on this back in 1991 that I just got my hands on. And for those of you who are patrons of the show, I'm going to post that to the private group so you guys can watch it. But it's incredible. And he talks about this. He says, not only do I own myself, but in order for that to have any value, I have to own what I produce. So if I own the park and therefore own the rides inside of the park, then I have the right to allow whoever I want to use that or not. To say otherwise is to suggest that I don't own my own stuff. Let's continue with Ms. Dern. He said the law accounts for freedom of association and religion already. If your religion thinks that homosexual relationships are immoral, you don't have to participate. Have an employee bake the cake so you don't have to if you're that sensitive. The Federal Civil Rights Act doesn't kick in until you have at least 15 employees anyway, so actually you don't have to participate personally. Now let me ask you, from a moral perspective, if you really care about the morality of it, if it is truly an assault on someone to reject them socially, if it is truly a violation akin to battery, then how do you in turn make the argument, well, it's all right because the Federal Civil Rights Act, it doesn't even kick in until you got 15 employees. So you're perfectly fine to assault someone as long as you got less than 15 employees. That's the argument that she's making here. She goes on, but I'd also like to point out that baking someone a cake is not the same as condoning or participating in gay sex. You aren't going to hell for baking a cake for someone who may be a sinner. You probably already do that every day. Hang on, what is it? You aren't going to hell for baking a cake for someone who may be a sinner. You're probably already doing that every day and not knowing it, I guess. Now, here's my response. Mrs. Dern has simply wandered off into opinion here. When an employee takes an action in my business, it is a direct reflection on me. In some cases, I can be held liable for my employee's mistakes. This is reasonable since it is my company and ultimately my responsibility. Dern's opinion on what qualifies for a trip to hell has no bearing on the freedom each business owner should have to associate or cooperate with whomever they want. See, this is not about racism. This is about liberty. It's about the freedom to go and choose to do business with whomever you want. Once you start making arguments like the one Dern is making here, it's wide open. There are now no limits. There really are not. If by simply rejecting someone socially, you are harming them, and that harm is akin to or the same as battery or wrongful imprisonment, think about what that means for us as a society.
I'm kind of confused because she talked about immutable characteristics, and she mentioned religion being one of them. And so we can't discriminate somebody based on that characteristic, right? Or we can't harm them emotionally because of where they fall based on their religion. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So by her own definition, would someone demanding that I bake a cake for them in violation of my religious beliefs, wouldn't that person, in fact, be not accepting of their immutable characteristic and therefore causing emotional distress to the employer?
I get what you're saying. You're absolutely right. You're a half a step ahead of me as usual. And that comes in the very last paragraph, where she says, and to Gary Johnson's point that apparently people keep missing, religion is sometimes used as a smokescreen for harmful bigotry. It wasn't that long ago that the KKK cited the Bible as proof that it was okay to be violent towards black people. A real Christian would bake cakes for lepers and prostitutes. Don't be a jerk. That's how she closes it out. Now, to suggest...
Would she say that a real Muslim would do the same?
I don't know. Here's the bottom line, is that to suggest that we should support forced servitude to reduce the risk of people being mean is insulting, because that's what she's saying. Well, you know, sometimes religion's used for meanness. Okay. And so we should protect people against people who are mean. Now, clearly being forced to do something that you disagree with either morally or religiously, would put one under a great deal of emotional distress, as you just pointed out. Here's the bottom line. You don't have a right to compel someone to act. Being a racist, sexist, a homophobe, or otherwise makes you a terrible person. In my opinion, makes you a terrible person. But it doesn't make you a criminal. Don't be fooled by Miss Dern's resume or her celebrity. It's flawed logic like this from legal minds inside the libertarian community that muddy the waters of truth, spreading confusion among the followers of liberty. There is only one truth, ladies and gentlemen, and we have it on our side. Miss Dern's argument here is without merit. It is not even worth refuting other than the fact that she has a little bit of street cred. Had it come from anybody else, I wouldn't have even mentioned it. But she's someone who ran for vice president of the Libertarian Party. This is what she believes. She, along with Gary Johnson. I've said enough about Gary. I'm not going to say any more, but these are the type of people who are watering down the principles that guide us as libertarians and as liberty-loving people. We have to challenge this. It doesn't mean we can't cooperate where we find common ground, but we have to stand up and say, no, your position on this is just flat out wrong. It doesn't make sense morally or ethically. It doesn't even make sense logically. And it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from or how high up the chain you are. This is bad. I don't know. Bad something. But I got to take a break. When we get back, we're going to talk about a president of a college who thinks that whoever the next president is, they need to completely wipe out all student loan debt. We'll talk about that when we get back. Why the next president should forgive all student loans. That from Leon Bostein, who's writing in the New York Times. He is the president of Bard College in New York. And this is an interesting piece that I'm going to get to in just a second, but I need to tell you about something first. Next month, in the end of September, it's actually kind of the middle of September, we're all going to be going up. Darren and I are traveling up. We're going to be driving up, and we're going to be going to Davenport, Iowa, where we will be attending one of the coolest shooting events you will ever take part in. We are basically going to take a bunch of guys and gals who are interested in learning how to protect themselves, how to protect their homes, their families, their churches, their communities, and we're going to teach them, or we and I don't mean me personally, because I'm going to be going through the training with you guys, but my friends at Pulse, some guys I used to work with overseas, have started a training program designed to help individuals, it's very libertarian in its idea, help individuals protect themselves, to help them cooperate with the police and fire and emergency response, but to be in a position to actually prevent crime rather than waiting on the police to show up. It is designed, the training program is designed to teach you skill that you can then take back to your own community and teach to others. It really is a very, very cool program. It'll be the first time that I've ever gone through training with them, but I've taken a look at the program and I've done enough of this that I know exactly what it is that they're doing. And for most people, this will be the coolest training that you've ever done. I mean, we're talking situationalist stuff, learning how to clear a room, learning how to shoot, don't shoot scenarios, lots of stuff like that happening. And you're going to have the opportunity to do all of it. So if you're interested in that, I have 4 spaces left, just 4 in the second group. We got 2 groups, one coming in the first part of the week and one in the back half of the week. All the information is at jasonstapleton.com/pulse. That's P-U-L-S-E, Pulse. jasonstapleton.com/pulse. Go there and check it out. I got 4 spots left. I am going to be going through the first training, and then I'm going to be hanging out until the second training starts so I can meet all of you guys who are coming in during the second wave. But the first training is already full, but the second training, another 3-day training, is coming in right behind that, and that has 4 spots left. So if you are interested, go to jasonstapleton.com/pulse. You need to sign up now because it's time. We need to close this thing out and get everything set up. I'm already sending out information with gear lists and hotel information, and all that stuff has already been sent out. So make sure that you're going and checking that out today. So, President Bard College offering some bold advice to the next U.S. president. He says, one of the most critical financial and social problems currently facing a generation is the student loan crisis. Now, why is that? But again, before we talk about anything else, let's talk about the why. Now, correctly identifying a problem is the easiest part of the equation. Yep, that's broke. Even I can tell you when my engine in my car is broke. Now, once that hood comes open, the best I can do is say, yep, that's an engine. I can't go anywhere beyond that. Identifying something is not working correctly is the easy part. Knowing why it's not working, knowing what caused it and how to fix it, very difficult. Years and years of study and training in order to be able to do that and be consistently correct.
But I'm already confused because wasn't it like just 2 weeks ago that the White House published a report about how good all this student loan debt is?
Yes, they did.
Okay, but now he's going to tell us why it's bad?
Well, he has to tell us it's bad now because he wants the government or / you, the taxpayer, to just comp everybody's debt.
Because it's so good?
Yeah, because it's so good.
Gotcha.
Well, see, even though it's good and over the long term it's going to be good, right now it's hampering the economy.
Okay.
So we're far better off just eliminating it. The logic is sound. It's solid.
Yeah.
As solid as Alicia's is. So you just
excellent.
Yeah. Just wait for this one. But we all know why there's a crisis, right? Or at least those of you who have been listening to this show know why there's a crisis. There's a crisis because the government has made it incredibly easy for students to borrow money. And because these universities know how easy it is for kids to borrow money, they're able to increase their tuition prices. Doesn't everybody want to charge as much as they possibly can for the product they provide? Absolutely. Colleges are no different. And if the government makes it really easy for you to borrow money really cheaply, and they'll give money to literally anybody who wants it, it makes it incredibly easy for colleges around the world, universities, to raise tuition prices. So this is a problem that exists because of government interference in the free market. Let us not forget that. He says, first of all, outstanding student loan debt should be forgiven. Second, a new loan program should be created that is tied to incentives for college graduates to choose careers in public service and which indexes repayment to income. Now, he says nothing about actually reducing the price of going to college because he really likes all that money. He doesn't want to reduce the amount of money that he's getting. He doesn't want to make it harder for kids to go to college by making it more realistic in terms of what their interest rate would be and what they would have to pay and what the repayment plan would be. No. He still wants all his money. What he wants to do is he wants to create a system whereby students rack up massive debts that they could never pay off, and then the government forgives that debt so they don't ever have to pay it off. Let's explain how he's going to do that. He says, the average debt at graduation has skyrocketed from $10,000 in 1993 to more than $35,000 in 2016. Furthermore, the federal government has set interest rates on student loans at twice the current market rate for other types of loans. Now, he doesn't define what other types of loans are, but what he means by that is, say, home mortgages.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
And there's a reason for that, and he knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he is the president of a college. There is no possible way that the man does not know the difference between collateralized loans and uncollateralized debt. Collateralized debt, like a home mortgage, you get a lower interest rate because you're buying a property and that property is the collateral.
So if you don't pay, the bank still has an asset.
Has an asset. That's exactly right. So if you choose not to pay your mortgage, well, you had to put 5% or 10% down on the mortgage when you got into the house. They had an appraisal done. They know the house is worth at least what you're paying for it. And they know if you default on it, they're still getting a property back that's worth at least the loan amount that they've given you. Not so is the case in student loans, because if you default on the student loan, there's no way for them to come back and get their money out of you because you have no collateral. You have no education. In fact, the thing that you've been paying for, you didn't actually get. So because it is uncollateralized debt, it carries a higher interest rate than, say, a mortgage. Now, even though that's the case, the government is still slashing the rate that people can borrow money at. It's still way below where it should be in a free market. But because the government now essentially runs the entire loan program for college tuition, they've been able to keep it artificially low. But he starts out just simply lying to you, or not being truthful. It's not that he lied, it's that he wasn't being completely honest with you. He talks about the increasing cost of going to school. That is a byproduct of government. And then he complains that the government has higher interest rates on going to school than buying a house, in the hopes that you won't understand the difference between collateralized and uncollateralized debt. He says, by forgiving student loan debt, which is largely held by the government, a tremendous economic stimulus would be generated. Those beneficiaries are people, not banks. And this is the common. This is we're talking about loan forgiveness or bankruptcy or whatever the case may be. The argument is always protecting the lowly consumer, the guy who's been left impoverished. It's never about protecting the guy who loaned you the money. He talks about, oh, well, if we just forgive all this debt, then all these people, all these young kids who are getting out of college who've been shackled with this debt, they're now going to be liberated. They're going to have so much more money that they're going to use, of course, to spend. And we've been talking about consumption side economics, right? Keynesian-driven economics, consumption side economics. What his general argument is, oh, well, what are they going to do with all this money? Well, they're going to buy homes and they're going to buy new cars and they're going to spend that money. And that's going to make the economy come roaring back in a way that we never thought possible. But let me ask you a question. And this is the question that he doesn't ever bring up, he doesn't ever talk about, is what happens to the money that got loaned to them? You see, when the government loaned them that money, because he admits most of this debt is owned by the government. Well, the government doesn't own it, you own it. You, the taxpayer. You see, the kid going to school, he didn't borrow the money from the government, in quotation mark, because the government doesn't have any money. He borrowed that money from you with the promise to repay it. And because the government doesn't have any money, where do you think they got it? They went and borrowed it. So not only is the government paying interest on the money that it turned around and gave to the college student, what this Bard college president wants to do is he wants to forgive the debt so that the student doesn't have to pay it off. He doesn't have to make good on his commitment. And in turn, stick the American taxpayer with the debt, with no chance of recouping the investment. Now, Clinton and Sanders, he says, have argued that the high cost of higher education cannot continue to be passed on to the individual consumer. I would argue, why not? The individual consumer is the one who borrowed the money. If you borrow money to go to school, it's your job to make sure that you're getting into a career that you know you can make your debt payments on. In the same way that if you borrowed money for a car or borrowed money for a house, that it would be important that you understood you could make the mortgage payment. Yet children give no consideration to this when they're 18, 19 years old and going to school. What's even more upsetting and frustrating is you have men like Mr. Bostein, who is advocating for kids taking on as much debt as humanly possible. Why? So that he can then have the government wipe it out. He says, once having wiped out existing debt as an investment in our nation's human capital, we need a new loan program for current and future students. It should include a structured forgiveness provision. As an incentive to recruit the best talent into public service, loan holders who work in key public sector fields from teaching to law enforcement should receive a forgiveness benefit. After 20 years of being a public school teacher, for example, one's debt should be marked down to zero. So you see, and this is important, and I know I'm over my time, but this is important that we talk about. So because he made a couple of points in there that are critical. The first thing he wants to do is he wants to tie your payment to your ability to pay. So if, for example, he doesn't want to reduce the money that he gets, doesn't want to reduce the money coming to the college. No. That should be as high as, we should be able to charge whatever we want to for that. But what we want to do is, if you're going to be a school teacher, clearly it doesn't make sense for you to go and get a degree in education and rack up $35,000, $40,000, $50,000 worth of debt, because you won't ever be able to pay that money off. So what we want to do instead is we want to tie your payment to what you can afford to pay based on your salary. And then after 20 years of paying, whatever you got left, we'll just forgive it. Now, we talked about a lot last week about incentive and cause and effect. Now, what do you think the incentive is going to be if someone realizes now that, hey, they don't really have to worry about what college costs, because the cost to them is always going to be tied to what they can afford to pay. And after 20 years, regardless of how much they've paid off, the government is going to eliminate all of the rest of their debt. What do you think colleges are going to do to tuition prices at that point? Do you think that they're going to have any incentive to keep the cost of going to college low? No. They're going to continue to raise it higher and higher and higher. There'll be no limit. Why would there be? Because the student who's going there doesn't care how much it costs, because their cost is always going to be the same. The government, of course, doesn't care how much it's going to cost, because ultimately they're the ones who are just going to forgive the debt anyway, and they're just going to borrow the money. In the end, you, the taxpayer, are the one who's going to be stuck with the bill. You're the one who's going to go bankrupt. This man is as corrupt as any banker I've ever met. And what's funny is he actually attacks bankers in this article. This is an advocacy article to give him the power to raise his tuition prices as high as he possibly wants to make millions off the backs of a taxpayer who will never be repaid for the loans.
That, and he wants to eliminate the risk-reward consideration for students that are going to go make the decision to go to college.
Yes.
Because I think this story is an economic indicator, because he's looking at it and he's saying, hey, things aren't looking good in the economy right now. There's not a lot of jobs. The jobs that people are getting out of college, they're not making enough to repay these payments. And so the more we see this continue, the more new kids coming out of high school are going to look at this whole economic circumstance and start to question, is this whole, $60,000, $100,000 in debt I'm going to incur in college going to be worth it? And he doesn't want people making that consideration.
That's exactly right.
And so what he wants to do is eliminate that factor. Don't worry about making a whole bunch of money to pay off this debt. Just go to college, rack up the debt, and if you don't end up making enough money, then we'll just forgive it.
We'll just forgive it. That's exactly right.
It should be a terrifying signal of what their confidence level is in the economy moving forward.
Well, it shows there is absolutely a disparity between the value of the education and the price being paid.
Right. But he doesn't want to change that.
He doesn't want to deal with that issue. He doesn't want to
continue to ride that 300% gravy train that's been going on.
He wants to continue to see a 600%, another 600% increase over the next 10 years of the cost of going to school. He just realizes, hey, in order for me to get mine, I'm going to have to figure out how to push this burden off onto someone else, because kids can't continue to pay these prices to go to school.
And I think people are starting to become aware of that.
Yeah. And what's sad is that kids today, far too many of them, align themselves with this idea that this is a great plan. Because, again, they're all seeking out their own self-interest. And there are not enough people to stand against it. There are not enough people who will walk you through and talk to you about this stuff. I mean, did you guys learn something really cool today? We learned a couple of really cool things. And hopefully you've got a little ammunition now to take out when that Bernie Sanders supporter or that Hillary Clinton supporter starts talking about making college free for everyone. Hopefully now you have a little bit of ammunition and you can say, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. You can start asking them some questions to clarify and say, what's going to be the incentive? What do you think is going to happen? This is terrible, not just for the kids who are going to school, because eventually those kids are going to be in the workforce when the bill comes due. I was listening to Counter Krugman yesterday, and his last episode, Tom Woods and what's the other guy's name? I don't remember. He's the economist. And they're talking about Krugman's latest article where he's suggesting that they take on a whole bunch of debt because interest rates are cheap. And he uses the same kind of argument that the professor the president from Baird used, which is to basically fudge the numbers. He says, 30-year debt is really low, but the American government doesn't borrow debt on 30-year term. They typically borrow it on 2 to 10-year term. The average U.S. debt rolls every 6 years. And all it's going to take is a very small increase in interest rates in order to balloon our debt payments beyond our ability to pay. And yet there are a lot of people out there who think what we need to do is just borrow a little bit more money. And unless you stand in the breach, unless you bring the truth to light, unless you are willing to go out and share what you've learned and to share the knowledge with others, they're going to continue to live in ignorance. It's not about winning arguments. It's about converting people. Winning the argument is a Pyrrhic victory if you create an enemy. You have to be willing to go out and preach the message and to convert those folks who are falling into this trap time and time again. Guys, the best way you can do that, download and subscribe to the show and share it with a friend. And if you do all that, you do those two things, I'll be back here tomorrow. We'll do this all over again. Until then, be safe, be good. Talk to you soon.
I just heard the best sales pitch I've heard in a long time on an airplane. The flight attendant announced, "If you paid more than $75 for your round-trip ticket, you overpaid." This is brilliant because everybody on the flight paid more, and I was struck by how all the road warriors stopped typing and reading and working and looked up. The announcement invited us to apply for the airline's credit card, and the sign-up bonus, enough frequent flyer miles for a free round trip. Talk about turning lemons into lemonade. With some banks offering free credit cards, $75 is an outrage for an annual fee, but a bargain for airline tickets. For more tips on communicating more effectively, hit survivalspeech.com, where you can see how I got the CEO of another major airline to shower me with freebies. I'm Holland Cook.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm. The latest episode of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
Peace, Love, Liberty Radio version 4.0. Prepare for launch.
OTC is go.
Packabus is go.
PTC is go.
LPS is go. Houston flight is go.
Malaga. STM is go.
Safety is go.
STU is go.
LRD is go.
SRO is go. CDI is go. Launch Director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston.
Consequences so severe, so pull your trigger quickly, dear. Our patriots are acting up, let's punish them with fear. Hey, hey!
Hey, welcome to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, online at fppradio.com. I hope you listened closely to the intro because that's the last time you will hear it. At least the last time you will hear this particular version of the intro. That's because the very next episode, Wednesdays, Ask Me Anything, is episode 350. And that means that I have updated the music beds, or at least the intro, and made a couple tweaks to some of the other music beds and the outro. So I'm shaking things up a little bit, if you will. I am your host, Darryl W. Perry, the uncut cocaine of libertarianism, and I still love that moniker that I forget who it was, but some author of some article. It was basically a hit piece sort of article, but hey, you know what? I really like it, so I'm going to go with it. And, you know, because this is version 4.0, and as I mentioned, things are being shaken up a bit on Wednesday with a slight upgrade, if you catch my drift. This will be the last episode of version 4.0. That doesn't mean that the focus of the show is going to change. No. Peace, Love, Liberty Radio is still going to be, in the version 4.0 mode, where it's going to be a focus on self-help, personal growth, relationships, things along those lines, helping you become a better version of you while I become a better version of me. I'm just going to stop calling it version 4.0 because, well, it's pretty well entrenched now. But again, look for that slight upgrade, and I'm giving you a hint as far as what's going to happen with the intros on Wednesday. So let me jump into the article that I have here. I've actually got a couple that I hope to get into today, but you never know. Sometimes I get off on these weird tangents, and then I barely finish getting through the article that I start the show with. So let me jump into this. Again, it's an article from lifehack.org. 5 positive ways to shake up your life. Sometimes they say a life that is peaceful, calm, and uneventful can unexpectedly end up feeling stressed. You might feel a void because you're not accomplishing anything new. You might even start to feel worried about your current situation and wonder what disaster is around the corner. Some people are fine with the mundane, but for those of us craving some excitement or personal growth, certain major life changes can give you a valuable lesson to create a permanent positive life shift, making you a happier person. According to Psychology Today, the only way positive change can happen in your life is to make choices. And as I've said before, the lack of choice, or rather the failure to choose, is by its very nature a choice. Because at some point, you no longer have the option. So let's just say that you're in a restaurant, and the waiter comes by and says, "Would you like a drink?" And you're like, "I don't know." And he comes by a few minutes later, "Would you like a drink?" "I don't know." Comes by a couple minutes later, "Would you like to order some food?" "Yeah, I'm not sure." At some point, the restaurant's going to close, and your lack of a choice on what you wanted to drink or what you wanted to eat becomes a choice to not eat or drink. Let's say that a cute girl asks you out, or a handsome guy, well, whatever your preference, Maybe both. Maybe a cute girl and a handsome guy. Maybe you're into both. But whatever. Somebody that you find attractive asks you out. And you're like, I don't know. Like, I've kind of got a thing that same day, and maybe I can change my plans. I'm not sure. I'll get back to you. And a couple days later, you get back. Oh, hey, so, I'm free on that day. Oh, well, sorry, I made other plans. I didn't want to wait on you. I'm trying to figure out some plans. You didn't give me an answer, so I made another choice. So your lack of making a choice became a choice, if that makes any sense. Yes, there are always risks involved with every decision you make, but the payoff comes in the accomplishment you feel during the journey, even if the outcome is not exactly what you anticipated. As outlined in this article, and they link over to another article that I will wind up putting in the show notes. They say, as outlined in this article on how to conquer fear and make a change, going after something new is as much about the process as it is about the results. And what's the saying about, life is as much about the journey as it is the destination? Same thing goes for here. It's as much about the process as it is about the results. If you feel like you're in a rut and you're looking for a positive way to add depth to your life, here are 5 ideas. Number 1, they say you can further your education. If you've always dreamed about getting a new degree, it may be more within your reach than you think. Online educational programs make it much more manageable for professionals to study on their own schedule. Many employers will even fund at least part of a higher education if it pertains to that role, and studying something completely new may lead to career changes that are more rewarding. You'll also connect with potential new friends and learn a subject you may have never considered pursuing. This may lead to new discoveries or life decisions that help you attain more personal growth. And, furthering your education doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to try to get a bachelor's or a master's or a doctorate degree. I'll delve into this just a little bit more in the next segment before continuing with the list of 5 positive ways to shake up your life. When her plush and comfy life suddenly and unexpectedly fell apart, Brooke and her dog Cloud set out to defy the odds. If this is a man's world, as they say, living on the streets is no place for a young woman. One day she awoke in the redwood forest and realized she had become a hobo, and would ultimately come to know exactly what it means to survive. How to Be a Hobo by Brooke Willett is available from Amazon.com and all major bookstores.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up in any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com. That's getcell411.com.
You're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio with Darryl W. Perry.
So you want to learn something new. You want to further your education. That does not necessarily mean pursuing a bachelor's, a master's, or a doctorate. Doesn't even mean pursuing an associate's degree in a completely different field. It could just be that you go to the local community college and you say, hey, let me see a list of your continuing education. Let me see a list of your adult education classes. Let me see a list of all the classes that you have going on that are one night only. Because those things happen. I get things in the mail from one of the local community colleges where they're like, hey, here's all of the classes that we have that, 3 consecutive Tuesdays, learn about digital photography. 3 consecutive Thursdays, learn how to cook a meal. 3 this time, or, twice, or 1 class, whatever it is. So, you've got all these different options to where you can go in and you can learn something completely new. And it doesn't have to be that you're, getting some sort of degree. You're just learning something new. You're meeting new people. You're putting yourself in a new environment. And, okay, let's say you're one of these super introverts that you never want to leave your house. Now, I talked last week about the introverted extroverts and the extroverted introverts, and for the most part, I don't leave the house. It's not that I don't want to. I just don't really have anything to do. Like, I'm not just going to, go to Target and walk around Target because I can. I have no purpose of being there, so I'm not going to do it. So, no, I'm not going to just, leave the house to be like, I'm not at the house. I'm not doing anything, but I'm just, doing nothing somewhere else. That's completely pointless. If I'm leaving, I'm going to go for a hike in the woods. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to work out. I'm going to go, enjoy a meal with some friends. Drink a glass of wine, play bar trivia, something along those lines to where I'm, doing something. It's not that I'm just doing nothing in a different environment. So you can further your education without being, in this full committed, you've got to take all of these classes to get this special piece of paper. No, you can go 3 times and just learn a new skill. It happens. Trust me. Just go ask your local community college for the list of their continuing education, special classes that they have. They'll know what you're talking about. Tell them, the thing where I can, learn a digital photography and it meets 3 times and it's $100. Well, one of those sorts of things. Yeah, that. Next on the list, they say go on your dream vacation. Now, I don't know what your dream vacation is, but my dream vacation is one that I don't know if I will ever actually wind up getting to go on. And the thing is, it's not just I want to go visit Paris, or I want to go visit the pyramids of Giza. I want to go visit Paris, the pyramids of Giza, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Taj Mahal, Kuala Lumpur, all of the ruins in Peru, the pyramids in Mexico. You name it, I want to go see it. My dream vacation is to travel the entire world as many times as possible. And I know I know what you're thinking. Darryl, you're crazy. That's never going to happen. I know it's probably never going to happen, but that is my dream vacation, to just be a permanent traveler and not necessarily a hobo. Obviously, hobos are permanent travelers, but hobos don't necessarily leave the country. They will oftentimes, travel back and forth coast to coast, but they don't necessarily leave the country and travel the entire world. And that's what I want to do, but that would be incredibly costly, which is why I say it probably will never happen. But here they say travel is one of the best investments you can make in yourself. And I talked last week about traveling alone and how I absolutely love traveling. And again, I would do it permanently if I could. Traveling exposes you to new places, new cultures, and new people that make you more aware of your personal qualities and how you interact with others. It also teaches you to be thankful for your current home base and the abundance you have been blessed with. Traveling to your dream destination does not have to break the bank. You can even stay somewhere for free with a service like Couchsurfing. Before you hit your destination, look into deal sites like Groupon to score discounts on restaurants, excursions, and research free activities such as nature walks and festivals. Next on the list of 5 ways that you can shake up your life, face your fears. And again, already mentioned that they link earlier in this article to 7 ways to get over fears and make big life changes. But here they're just jumping into a couple of the benefits of facing your fears. They say stepping outside of your comfort zone is essential to achieve growth and transformation. Facing your fears provides many benefits, including a sense of accomplishment, courage to go after new goals, and lasting increased confidence. Some fears maybe even hinder you professionally. I know for me, the biggest fear that I deal with, and again, without getting, too personal as sometimes I do, and I really don't know if that's something that you like. I don't get a lot of feedback on it of, Darryl, I hate hearing your stupid personal stories, or Darryl, I love hearing your personal story. Like, well, whatever, I'm just going to say it. The biggest fear for me is rejection. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, wait a second, Darryl, that makes no sense. You just ran for president and you were soundly rejected by the Libertarian Party. You can't be afraid of rejection. Well, that's a completely different type of rejection. That's not a rejection of Darryl the person. That was a rejection of Darryl as a candidate. And when I say Darryl the person or Darryl the candidate, like those are two distinct sort of entities. And when I talk about fear of rejection, and maybe this is just the way my brain works, I don't know, but like when I think about asking someone out on a date, and I honestly couldn't tell you the last time I did it, but when I think about it, and I think, if they say no, they're rejecting. Are they rejecting me as a person, or are they just saying that they have other things they would rather do? Like they would rather pass a kidney stone than be with me, or they just have important work to do? Like, I really don't know. I don't know. But we'll talk about facing fears here in just a moment. During the 2013 Porcupine Freedom Festival, Davi Barker presented an idea for a renegade psychological experiment. Since then, he has refined his idea and put his plan and research into writing. He explains, "We aim to show the world beyond a shadow of a doubt that power corrupts absolutely and corrupt authority deserves no obedience." Authoritarian Sociopathy is available from Amazon.com, all major bookstores, and now available as an audiobook. Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at weusecoins.com. That's weusecoins.com.
You're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, online at fppradio.com.
Before I get back into discussing facing fears, I want to make sure that I tell you about something that you need to have bookmarked in your browser. But of course, you only need to bookmark this specific site if you advocate for free market money and promote Bitcoin as an alternative in this fiat-centric world. That website is Spendabit. Spendabit.fppradio.com. What is Spendabit? Spendabit is a search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Spend a bit. Use my affiliate link, spendabit.fppradio.com. And if you're a Bitcoin accepting merchant, ask about their merchant suite to reach even more customers. That's spendabit.fppradio.com. That's spendabit.fppradio.com. So, talking about facing your fears. And again, my biggest fear is rejection. And as I was saying, when I ask somebody out on a date, and again, I honestly do not remember the last time I did so. But when doing so, and then I'm turned out, no. Are they rejecting me as a person? Of, Darryl, you are not a good enough human being for me to spend time with. You are below me. You are a lesser human. Is that what they are saying? Or is there some other message that they're trying to send? And that's a genuine question. That's not, me playing dumb. Like, I honestly am curious of when you turn someone down for a date, what exactly are you turning them down as a human? Or are you just turning them down as a potential partner? And that's something that I think, people with fear of rejection really need to understand. And I'm one of them. Like, am I being turned down as a human being? Of you are not enough of a person. You are not good enough of a person for me to spend my time with. Or you are just not someone that I think I'm a potential match with. Getting back to what they have written here on lifehack.org about facing your fears, they say some fears may hinder you professionally. For example, a fear of public speaking may make you less likely to go after an executive position that requires talking to groups, even if you would excel at all of the other parts of the role. In such a case, try taking a public speaking course to help you conquer that fear. To push the boundaries of what you think is capable in your life, perform the activity you fear, such as skydiving or bungee jumping if you're scared of heights. So what activity should I do to face my fear? That's a serious question. And if you have any thoughts, send those to thoughts@fppradio.com. Number 4 on the list of 5 positive ways to shake up your life. Number 1, being further your education. Number 2, go on your dream vacation. Number 3, face your fears. Number 4, move to a new city. Whether it's a change in climate, population, size, scenery, or culture, moving away from your home helps break the monotony of daily routine. If you have a job where you work remotely or do much of your work online, you may be able to stay with your company and make the leap. Some countries, such as Australia, have extensive work holiday visa programs that are welcoming to new residents for up to 1 year. Having an employee who works in a different country allows a company to potentially add a new exotic location to their list of global offices. Talking about your dreams to move somewhere else may be seen as beneficial to your job, so don't be afraid to share your thoughts with your supervisor to see what your options are. And of course, this is not something that's necessarily, an option per se for everyone. But I have moved, not countless number of times, but I've moved more times than I could probably rattle off without having to sit and think tremendously. Some of those were moves within a city. Some of those were moves within, like a county area. Some of those were moves across the country. And I've moved what would be considered across the country several times. I've probably moved what I would consider to be across the country more times than most people move outside of like a citywide area or a county metropolitan area. And I know you might be thinking, oh, Darryl, you just love to move. I hate moving, but at the same time, I get bored in the same location too long. And I realize how paradoxical that sounds, but I think that's one of the reasons that I like to travel so much, is because then you get to see new places and you don't necessarily get bored with any one place because you're always going somewhere else. Number 5 on the list of things you can do to shake up your life: volunteer. There are so many worthy causes to donate your time, from working at an animal shelter with cute animals to helping disadvantaged youngsters as a tutor. Now, one thing that I want to mention about the animal shelter thing, I read something not too long ago that apparently animal shelters are now in some places renting out their dogs. I'll explain that and continue telling you about the volunteering thing here in the closing moments on Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, online at fppradio.com.
Are you sick of government lackeys who say you didn't build that? Are you tired of elitists who think you need a government permission slip for everything? Everything you do is an A to B conversation, and the government should see their way out of it. Create true free markets by adopting the BIPCOT No Government License. The BIPCOT NoGov license allows use or modification of any product, service, or software except by governments or government agents. Go to bipcot.org. That's Bravo, India, Papa, Charlie, Oscar, Tango.org.
In 1999, Darryl W. Perry began a search for traditional values, which led him down a path to the ideas of liberty. He tells the story in A Rebel's Journey, My Path to Liberty. Of the book, Dr. Brian Sovereign says, sometimes it's funny, and sometimes I think it's crazy, but it's always authentic. Find A Rebel's Journey, My Path to Liberty by Darryl W. Perry on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, ask for A Rebel's Journey wherever books are sold, or visit arebelsjourney.com.
Hi, this is Davi Barker from ShinyBadges.com, and you're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio with Darryl W. Perry.
Hey, welcome back to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, online at fppradio.com. I am your host, the uncut cocaine of libertarianism, Darryl W. Perry, and this is the final episode of version 4.0, but do not fear, there are some upgrades coming on Wednesday. And as always, I do a weekly Ask Me Anything. You can send those questions to ama@fppradio.com. Going through a list here of 5 things you can do to shake up your life, further your education, go on your dream vacation, face your fears, move to a new city or possibly a new country, and volunteer. Under volunteering, they say volunteer with an animal shelter. That's one of the possibilities. Now, I read something not too long ago that apparently some animal shelters are having a unique situation to where, with the Pokemon Go craze that started up about a month ago, apparently some people were a little scared, if you will, to be seen just walking around playing Pokemon Go on their phones. So they called up local animal shelters and said, hey, can I borrow one of your dogs? Can I come in and, borrow one of your dogs and go for a walk and then come back and return the dog? And apparently the animal shelters started renting out these dogs. And again, I don't know if this is true, but I've seen posts on Facebook and other places making this claim. And apparently the animal shelters are actually bringing in, according to the claims, are bringing in sizable revenue from renting out dogs, and they're actually not even having to hire volunteers to walk the dogs because people are, basically paying to do the job that somebody was doing for free because, I want to play Pokemon Go, but I don't want anybody to know I'm playing Pokemon Go, so if it looks like I'm walking a dog, then it'll be okay, right? Well, again, that's one possibility of things that you can do to volunteer. I know here in Keene, there's the soup kitchen, and there's also the homeless shelter. There's a privately run homeless shelter that is open the 100 coldest days of the year. And both of those places are always needing volunteers, and I'm sure there's something similar where you live. I'm actually not going to be able to continue telling you about the volunteering here, but as always, the link will be in the show notes. And again, every Wednesday I answer your questions. Send those over to ama@fppradio.com.
The podcasts of FPP Radio are licensed under Copyheart. We believe that copying is a form of flattery and do not abide by the copyright laws. Those laws serve to restrict the flow of ideas, which no one can really own. Copying is an act of love. Love is not subject to law. If you enjoy the show, consider joining the Fans program and get perks like ad-free versions of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio and FPP Radio News. To learn more or to join the Fans program, visit fans.fppradio.com.
Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and his weird friends.
Mr. Michael Dean, and this is my show, Freedom Fiends.
I love that.
I hope you like it. If you don't, I don't really care. I don't make it for the masses. I make it for the cool weirdos who are up late at night. Insomniacs, swing shift workers, the homeless. Yeah.
People in other countries.
People in other countries who are at their day job that's 9 to 5. Good point. Good point. The unemployed, the underemployed, the worried.
Okay, y'all. Now, if y'all are feeling a little worried tonight and you've got a hamster running around in your brain, we have a solution for you. Just put your hands on your computer or your telephone, and the spirit of the fiends is going to come rushing right through, and it's going to heal you.
Listen on LRN.FM Monday through Friday, midnight to 2 a.m. U.S. Central Time, and weekends, noon to 2 p.m. U.S. Central Time.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. facebook.freetalklive.com.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is $3 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 4 cents higher at $19.82 per ounce. Bitcoin is currently trading at $564 US. Here at Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, we've been helping clients buying and selling precious metals for nearly 40 years. To see how we can help you, give us a call today at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
The latest edition of Lionel is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at lionelmedia.com.
I concur wholeheartedly. The Great Sun House. Just listen to that. Why didn't I understand this as a kid? I didn't get it. It's those wonderful moments where you just see something for the first time. You wake up, so to speak. Those of us in the business, those of us from our political point of view, our worldview, always speak about waking up, providing smelling salts to people. Wake up, look what's around you. Not learn, not go back and see what happened, but see what's happening now. My friends, I admit, and I make no bones about it, and this may be the very first time you have ever listened to what I am saying. It's going to be different, because what I am is I'm an alien, feeling like I don't belong, as a great Atlanta Rhythm section sang, Sir Donnie Hammond, I believe. I don't fit into this, and you probably don't either. And my day starts off pretty much the same for the most part. My wife and I just peruse. We start taking in, like, what happened since we were last awake. Overnight, what happened? And it's one distraction over another. One, what's the word? And this, by the way, is based upon mainstream media. Let me just stop right there and say, mainstream media, it is there. But bless the gods. and bless the beats and the children for the YouTubes and the Google and all of that to provide something else that is just wonderful. I was reading a wonderful article. I'm using the word wonderful a lot. How about marvelous? From Sputnik News, a Russian, that's right, a Russian publication. Publication, it's online. And it says, huge slice of the market, why China bashing prevails in U.S. politics. And just as an example of that, it's a wonderful piece written by my friend and colleague, Caleb Maupin, who writes this fascinating piece on China. And it's titled, Ahead of the Upcoming Presidential Elections in the U.S., New York-based political analyst Caleb Maupin shares his vision on some of American foreign policy issues, such as relationship with China. He is convinced that no matter who wins, the president-elect will be assigned the task of intensifying the confrontation with Beijing. Absolutely, positively brilliant. There is hope. There actually is hope for our country. You see, that's one of the things which I, in my leadership, in my cause, this is where I try my best to force and to cajole and to wheedle and to invite everybody to say, come forward and look at this. All right, enough of the prefatory stuff. Enough with the proems and the prolegomenons and the praeses and all of this stuff. Let's talk about what's going on. Where would you like to begin? Well, let me tell you what is bothering me among many, many aspects of our country. And that is the sad story of Brendan Dassey. Now, Brendan Dassey, I want to begin today's treatise by giving you a little bit of Brendan Dassey and the notion of habituation. Habituation is one of my favorite concepts. And the reason why it's one of my favorite concepts is that when I was a young man and studying my psychology, I absolutely enjoyed this one particular class I took called Perception and Awareness. I believe the professor's name was Tram Neal, if I recall correctly. This was a while back now, mind you. And what I remembered specifically about this one particular class, it was called Perception and Awareness. This must have been, oh my God, this was 30 plus years ago, I would imagine. In any event, and the idea of perception and awareness, two completely different concepts. Being aware of something, when something breaks through that threshold where you are sentient, when you are able to say, yep, that's happening, that's here, that's now, that's in whatever particular form it is. That's what's happening to me right now. This is it. But perception is what I think is the history of everything. Everything I've ever done. Everything in terms of whether it's trying a case or whether it's talking to somebody, whether it's dealing with relatives or I'm on radio or TV, or I'm dealing with the perception and working through all of the modalities of perception. And one of them, which is the most important to understand, is the notion of habituation. Habituation is a very simple concept. When a novel stimulus becomes not so novel, when something becomes so old, used to, repetitive, conditioned, whatever the particular phrase is that you would like to use, when something, a novel stimulus becomes not so novel, when you put on a watch at first and it seems clunky and it seems to be heavy and it seems that you'll never get used to this again, the next thing you know, you don't even recognize it. Perception without awareness. When you're driving for long periods of time on a highway and you're driving, and all of a sudden you realize, oh my God, I've been driving, and it hits you. Oh my, how long have I been driving? I don't even remember driving. Oh my, we're at the 12-mile marker now. I don't remember the 15th or the 20th mile. Oh my God, was I asleep? No, you weren't asleep. Your perception without awareness kicked in. You, in order to not belabor the point with ridiculously repetitive stimuli, in order for you to be able to recognize that which is novel, what happened was you habituated. You kind of tuned out. It's like when your computer screen goes black, when you haven't been at the computer, when you reserve and maintain power, when nothing's happened. Are you still on this site? Should we log you out? Are you still here? Are you still with us? Are you still, that kind of thing, right? Now, what's very interesting to note as well is that when news becomes repetitive, when news and information, good and bad, becomes provided to you in such a way that it becomes repetitive, when it becomes over and over again, you realize, wait a minute, I'm not paying attention to this. I'm not aware of it. Is this new? Why am I supposed to react to this? More racial unrest. Another person released from prison who didn't do what he did. Am I supposed to react? I'm so used to this. My God, this is the same old thing that happens all the time. Am I supposed to react? I don't know what to say anymore. I guess it's, gee, that's terrible. I guess it's terrible. I guess it's bad. I guess it is. I didn't even realize how much a part of this mob psychology we're in, this mass propaganda. I mean, this if you think about it, there's institutional mass propaganda, there's not so institutional, there's just inadvertent. Sports always seems to divorce itself from any of this. Sports is so interesting because sports, as much as I kind of laugh at it because I think it's just inane, this tribal, and it's such a masculine thing too. It's such a masculine. I hate to say this, but men who especially fancy themselves as being macho men and not gay by any stretch of the imagination, they borderline on the homoerotic more than anything you would ever imagine, by virtue of the fact that they just sort of don't, they don't realize how male and how, because not everything that's homoerotic has to do with sex, but how men are constantly walking around like the preening and chest thumping gorilla. Look at me, sports, Mets, Yankees. I mean, think about it. It's and yet they know more about sports than anybody knows about news. It really is something. My God, this weekend and last Friday was the end of A-Rod, or A-Royd, or A-Fraud, or whatever particular pun you want to use. And Alex Rodriguez, who of course was using steroids or cheated. He's a cheater. Well, sports is about cheating. They should let everybody use anything they want. They don't care at all. I love this about the very fact that people's brains are being scrambled through CTE. They don't even care whether Hillary Clinton's brains are being scrambled because of whatever her particular affliction is. Medical's weird. We don't really understand that. We have an obesity problem in this country because Americans don't understand that obesity is like smoking. You have to stop smoking. You have to stop eating this. Obesity is killing you. It's not a cosmetic thing. So, make a long story short, these people show such monumentally complex analytical skills as to Alex Rodriguez and what he did, and he's a fraud, and comparing it to the past. They know the history of baseball, records, seasons, trades, what it means, the front office, the back office, the field, the media. But when it comes to world events, they become habituated to that. Not sports, but they do this. Because they just kind of, I don't really know. And mass propaganda really started, and I want you to do some research here. Look up during Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson's when things really changed drastically. Look at the Creole Committee. Look at this. This was an actual, deliberate, specific office of propaganda. American propaganda. Remember that great line, American propaganda, South African lies? Well, they'll force me to take up arms. That's my enemy's pride, and I won't fight by his foolishness and his ignorance is going to do him, and nobody's going to cry because his children they are throwing up and playing, and they tire of putting up with bigots in the silver cup. They're fed up. They might throw up on you. All right. One of the greatest songs by Stephen Stills ever, before I even knew what hip-hop was, called Word Game. And, of course, you didn't understand a word that I said, and that's not the point. But propaganda. It was the end of the left. It was the end of, the Wobblies and the Alien and Sedition Act. And it was, it was this notion of using crowd psychology. Chris Hedges writes about this beautifully. He talks about Gustave Le Bon. Not LeBron, Le Bon. Wilfred Trotter, Freud, Bernays, and other people who suggested that people are moved collectively by that which attracts not to their reason, but through their emotion, through the emotional manipulation. That is what this is about. That is what elections are about. That is the basis and bases for that which most Americans feel when it comes to politics in the world. It's emotional. Sports is different. Sports is, it's emotional, but it's fact-based. Oh, my God. And everybody's more of an expert than somebody else. Everybody's a sports expert. Everybody. Oh, you think you know I know more about the Yankees than you do. No, I do. Oh, I've been rooting for the Yankees. You've been what? I've been rooting. Rooting? You mean like foraging? No, not rooting, but I mean supporting. Really? Do they know you're supporting it? Well, they don't know it. Do they care about you? No. Do they know who you are? No. If you needed a kidney transplant, will they help you? No. So basically, you're just in love with this team because you're part of this homoerotic passion that you have, this tribalism, which is fine and it's human. But the notion of Eugene V. Debs, remember WEVD in New York, Eugene V. Debs? This is a guy who ended up in prison for, in essence, opposing World War I. And what happened was, after the war, many of these same people, these individuals, then went off to Madison Avenue. We still use that phrase, Madison Avenue and Wall Street. Wall Street may not be Wall Street anymore. It may be Silicon Valley, it may be Beijing, it may be London, but we still use these terms. These, what are they called? Not eponyms, not geonyms, but in any event. What they did was they took and I use this term and I love the way Hedges writes this, they upended traditional American values of thrift and self-effacement and replaced them with the cult of the self, hedonism, and consumption presented as an inner compulsion. Wow. Now, what you're seeing there, what is represented there, what is provided there, is something that will never even be remotely approximated in the real world today, because the degree of sentience, the degree of awareness, and the perception that we know and appreciate in life are all affected by a series of factors. Let me jump to a different concept. Remember every now and then there'll be like a National Geographic, and somebody will say, this tribe in Papua New Guinea have never seen a white man. These people in Papua New Guinea have never known a white man. These people here for the first time have seen their first man, white man, black, anybody. They've been completely devoid and chopped off and kept from that which is what we call media. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. You got it? Terrific. That's what we are. We're a group of people who are laboring under the delusion of saturation of information. Whenever somebody tells me, I'm a news junkie, I'm a news junkie, that means translation, they don't know shit. Whenever I hear a news junkie, not too long ago, I had the chance of, quote, debating. This was as it was presented to me, debating someone who was saturated in the news, a news junkie. And by the way, this is offensive to anybody who's been a real junkie, because believe me, there's no junkiedom involved in this whatsoever. So anyway, I debated this news junkie, and within 30 seconds, I realized he, she knew nothing. Nothing. And I always think to myself, okay, should I go in for the kill or not? Should I ruin my friendship with these people by making this person out to be the fool that he is? Because I'm not suggesting I'm a sports junkie. See, I have no problem by saying I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about this subject or that. That's not my thing. I don't know. I'm constantly asking my wife, who's that? It's an actress. I don't know. I just do not know certain aspects of pop culture, who's in, who's out. I just don't know. There are aspects to hip hop I know nothing about. I wish I knew more, because it's an important aspect of our history, just like blues and everything else. So to make a long story short, there's a lot of stuff I don't know, and I don't pretend to purport or imply that I know anything about these people. I don't. And I tell people this. I'm saying, I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about these people. You don't understand. I don't know anything about these. It doesn't look. But this news junkie that I met, this person who was propped up because he's got his entire family conned in that he's the news junkie because he's bigger and louder and more boorish and churlish than everybody else, and they have no idea how little he knows. So as I'm talking to this news junkie, I realize, my God, he knows nothing. And he is representative of this entire country of ours. Right now, during what happens to be the most important part of our electoral cycle, president. Well, theoretically president. Okay? Every single day, I'm still peeling apart. I'm going, oh, I see something else. I'm not even remotely close to actually feeling like, yep, I understand it all. Not even close. Not even close. Every day I come a little bit closer, because there are so many avenues and trajectories. Let me give you an example by analogy. Years ago, somebody asked a question, is light a particle or is it a wave? And the answer is yes. It has a little bit of everything. Is cancer is it environmental? Is it genetic? Is it mutational? Is it, yes. Yes, it is. All of the above. It's a variety. It's a hodgepodge. It is an amalgam of vectors and influences that converge, and you will spend the rest of your life finding how complicated it is or how little you know. That's the world today. That's what's going on. And what is incumbent upon our American media news folks is to keep people dumb and kind of complacent. Let me give you an example. There was a scene I saw recently of Christine Quinn. Christine Quinn is a woman who wanted to be, she was a speaker of the city, speaker of the, city council, city council. And she was recently on a show. She's a lesbian, LGBT. She was an up-and-comer. I mean, she was really scheduled for a trajectory to mayor or something. And what her end was, what her demise was, what her the end of her career was when she voted. I don't want to get too much into New York stuff, but she voted for a third term for Mayor Michael Bloomberg, El Bloombito as we call him. Now, she recently was on with Kayleigh McEnany, MC capital ENANY on CNN, and she melted down. Boorish, churlish, rude, frothing, seething, angry, took it personal, kind of like the Joy, how do I say this? The Joy Behar takes it, Mar takes it. It's personal. It's personal. Because we want to give you what may seem like the news, but it's not really. But what we make up, or what we don't have in terms of knowledge and perspective and history, we're going to make up with attitude and yelling and screaming and Okay, fine. You got it? Good. Now, what's important to note then is that this, after we were done, the perception was, and I guess the awareness, but the perception was, I'm watching a news show. I'm a part of this. Like my friend, the news junkie, he probably was saying, oh, look at this. I'm learning something. No, you're really not. You're really not. This is not a good show. This is not exactly a good show, and this has nothing to do with the issues. This is representative of that which people believe to be, dare I say, representative of the news. Because the news is far more complex than this. And it's deeper. And what happens is, here's the best part. You ready for this? When you get to the level that, and I know this sounds horrible, but I'm going to say it. When you get to my level of interest in this, you don't even participate in this. It's a joke. It is an absolute joke when you realize, wait a minute, hold it. I'm not even a part of this. I'm not even a part of this. I'm not even, so help me God, I am not even aware of what's going on here. Nobody seems to be talking to me about anything that anybody seems to be discussing. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that truly amazing? I think it is. I mean, it is. So, because nobody's talking about what I'm talking about, I'm not going to be a part of this anymore. I'm not going to be a part of this thing anymore. I'm not interested in this. I'm not. My involvement or lack of involvement or whatever it is, it doesn't. It doesn't. How do I say this? It doesn't matter, because what they're doing doesn't involve me, doesn't include me, doesn't even concern me. This election is a complete and total waste of time. It's about perception and mass psychology and our side versus their side. Do you like Hillary? Do you hate Trump? How much do you like Hillary? How much do you hate Trump? Doesn't he seem like a complete dick to you? Yes, and she's corrupt. What does she do? I don't know. Something about emails. I don't know. But I don't like her husband. I don't know. I don't like her. Did you see her? Her outfits? Those mouth. What's that about? Oh, and his hair. And Trump's here. Well, he's a liar. Well, he's married to that woman. I think she might have been a prostitute or something. I don't know, some escort or I don't know what her about. But then again, Hillary. I don't even know if Chelsea's really built. Looks like Webb Hubble to me. And meanwhile, we don't talk about anything. No issues. No nothing. And believe me, though I doubt it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Hillary and Trump talk in a secure line and say, thank God, let's keep this up. Let us keep this up, this facade, this illusion, this perception of substance. Let us do this. And that's precisely where we are right now. You have, going back to my analogy, is cancer environmental? Is it genetic? Is it this? Is it lifestyle? Is it? Yes. Your issues right now deal with, you look at the globe, and we can look at it in terms of the universal, so to speak, aspect of geopolitics, global politics, globalism, new world order, unipolar redistribution of power. That's one thing. Corporate oligarchies, corporate coup d'etats like Saul has suggested, inverted totalitarianism, all these wonderful concepts. We have that. We have neoliberal, neo-feudalism, anti-industrialist, yes. The end of the left, yes. The end of social, yes. A reconfiguration, re-amalgamation, particularizing, so to speak, of issues. I mean, it is beyond anything that anybody remotely is interested in terms of our electorate right now and what's going on. Now, that being said, the issue then becomes, and this is even more critical, well, what is it exactly that we as a voter, if you want to be involved, should look to? The answer is very simple. Turn off anything that is local, that is national, that is of the major networks. You are not going to learn anything. Going back to A-Rod. A sports person would have no interest whatsoever in hearing about A-Rod's personal life, his divorce. They say, no, can we please see him play? Oh, you want substance? Yes, we want substance. Don't you want to know more about who he's dating and what he did and maybe things he said off the color about how he insulted this particular... No, I want to see him play. I want to see him perform. Sports people are very funny in that respect. They really are very funny. They actually want to hear what is going on. Let me stop right now and remind you that this is a very, very complicated issue, and you are going to do just fine. I beseech, I entreat, I ask, I beg of you to continue to follow me here at LionelMedia.com. Don't forget, you can sign up for these. Just send this MP3 to somebody else. This is absolutely free. Go to iTunes, Stitcher, Audio Boom. Go to my YouTube channel at Lionel Y2K. Or it's actually called Lionel Nation, but if you hit YouTube/Lionel Y2K, there it is. Subscribe to my videos as they become available. And always pay attention. Also notice that these are made available Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays for your intellectual edification. Think of it as an amuse-bouche for the sentient American of the 21st century. And until you and I meet each other again, this is your new best friend Lionel reminding you to comment as you see fit.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way.
You can do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me. Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa. Hey. Who do you think you are? Excuse me.
There is no video or audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today. This is...
You ain't gonna make it.
Wait on account. Now. Wait a minute. Whoa. Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable! Why are you running from me? Because you scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men. change.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
For Bitcoin to be ubiquitous, people need to use it. For people to use it, they must have it. How can we get Bitcoin into more hands? Tipping. What if you could include a bonus Bitcoin tip along with your regular tip to a server? What if that Bitcoin tip returned to you if unclaimed after 30 days? An attractive business card Bitcoin tip that's easily claimed, gives instructions on wallets and spending, and returns to the tipper if unused. Tip.freetalklive.com. Tip.freetalklive.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
The latest edition of The Daily Decrypt is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. For more episodes, search YouTube for The Daily Decrypt.
Is spreading the message of liberty and peace around the globe worth 15 cents per day to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as sub-Saharan Africa. Last year, we did a fundraiser that successfully covered the costs of continuing our African channel. This year, we're hoping to raise enough to fund a new satellite signal that will cover Europe, North Africa, and much of the Middle East. You can donate as much or as little as you like via the Indiegogo campaign at fund.lrn.fm. And there are perks available like sitting in on your favorite LRN.FM show, exclusive shiny badges, or even naming a satellite channel. Please contribute now at fund.lrn.fm and help us continue our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. The fundraiser ends August 19th, so please visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. That's fund.lrn.fm.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.fm in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.fm. Download it now, free, at apps.lrn.fm.
We've all heard about blockchain assets like Dogecoin, Ether, and Ripple. Bitcoin isn't the only player in the blockchain game any longer. And for those of us wondering how to get our hands on these digital assets, finally, there's a solution. Shapeshift.io allows you to buy and sell between your digital assets and Bitcoin instantly between your own digital wallets. I've used it with ease. Shapeshift.io. There's no account or email address needed. You send them the crypto you want to sell. They send back the crypto you want to buy. It's that easy. Shapeshift.io.
You can connect with the Liberty Radio Network via our Facebook page at facebook.lrn.fm. That's facebook.lrn.fm.
The latest edition of The Tom Woods Show is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. Get more at tomwoodsradio.com.
The Tom Woods Show, episode 715.
Prepare to set fire to the index card of allowable opinion. Your daily dose of liberty education starts here. The Tom Woods Show.
Folks, one of the first things you figure out when you become a libertarian is that all the U.S. presidents your teachers told you were great were terrible. Learn the true history of the U.S. presidents and their crimes against liberty in our new course on the presidents. Check it out at freehistorycourse.com. Hey everybody, it's almost that time. Bob Murphy and I are hosting a cruise in October 2016. It's the Contra Cruise, named after our podcast Contra Krugman, and we've got a lot of terrific things lined up. How could this not be the best time you've ever had? Check it out at contracruise.com. Hello everybody, Tom Woods here. I'm talking to Leah McHenry by popular demand. I've had quite a few requests to have her on the show, particularly from my supporting listeners over at supportinglisteners.com. She is an independent musician and also a libertarian. In fact, I think I first saw her over on Anarchast, which is the program that Jeff Berwick hosts. So I thought I'd have her come on and talk about her story. I mean, it's great. It's an interesting thing about how somebody in the internet age is able to build a career, is able to create a following out of nothing, really out of nothing, starting at ground zero and building from there thanks to the different ways you can get your message out, and in this case, get your music out through the internet. So it's an interesting story, and, you know, I love entrepreneurial stories like this, and we haven't told one in a while, so I thought I would talk to Leah McHenry. Leah, welcome to the show.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much for having me.
The other day, I was in the car. We were listening to some of your music. And by we, I mean my 13-year-old daughter and I. And, you know, there are some great independent musicians out there that I've gotten to know and really like. And there are other independent musicians where you say to yourself, I think I see why this person is an independent musician. We listened to your music, and we loved it. We looked at each other and said, okay, she's good. So,
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to have to come on here and make things up. You know, I like to be able to tell people honestly, I really enjoyed what you're doing. Now, and I noticed that with quite a few of the songs that we played, you know, you've had quite a few listens and views on YouTube. So you've managed to make a bit of a name for yourself out there. So there are a lot of different angles I want to take here. I want to take the angle of being an independent musician in the age of the internet. Also, you and I seem to have very compatible political views, so I certainly want to get to that in a little while. But tell me, first of all, let's give us some background. How long have you been in music, and how long have you been in music where you've been really using the internet as a tool to become better known?
Yeah, so I've been a songwriter since I was about a teenager. I've done a lot of songwriting, but it's funny, I didn't really pursue music as a more serious hobby, which is kind of what I still consider it, until after I was married and had kids. And so it's funny because I feel like my whole career has been completely backwards compared to the typical progression of what musicians would normally do. Normally they, you know, tour while they're young and see the world and do all that. And then later on, they'll settle down with family life. Well, I've done it completely backwards. And so I just think, you know, that even I still pinch myself the fact that anything has even come of it. Like, it's amazing to me.
Well, tell us a little bit something about what your music is like. Assume you're talking to people who are unfamiliar with you. How would you describe it?
So my fans coined the term the metal Enya. And so I think that really summarizes the genre nicely, where it's like Lord of the Rings fantasy inspired stuff combined with some of the elements of rock and heavy metal, and creates kind of an ethereal metal experience.
Now, when you say metal, though, and you say there are some aspects of metal, you don't mean what a lot of people often associate with metal, which is the growling voice.
Right. So yeah, these days, so within any genre, you have a lot of subgenres and even subgenres below that. And so metal, just like you would say country music, it can take on all different kinds of forms. So when I say metal, I'm just talking mostly about adding the guitar and drum aspect of it. And my vocals are completely the opposite of what you would find in a lot of heavy metal, which is, you know, my vocals are very ethereal, very feminine, very angelic style. And so I'm combining that world with some of those aspects of heavy metal. So just my favorite parts, I'm putting them together.
So how much music have you produced that you've released to the public?
I've done 2 full-length albums, and I've done 1 EP and a few singles.
Okay, and have you just finished something? Are you working on something now? What stage are you at?
I'm in the writing stages of possibly my next album. I definitely plan on continuing what I've been doing. But because I have such a busy family life, I don't know if you knew, I have 5 kids, all under the ages of 10. So because of that, I chip away at things. And so because we've got lots of other stuff, lots of life happening. So, you know, I work on it as I can, and my fans are very understanding and they love it.
Well, I have 5 children as well, ages 13 and under. And we had 3 under 3 at one point, and all 3 of them were in diapers at the same time. So
I've been there.
I think we can share a lot of stories in that regard. All right, so that again makes you unique. I mean, you already said that you followed the career a bit in reverse, compared to how most musicians would. So, and you have a fan base that understands. You have 5 children. Now, typically, when you record an album, I mean, you've got to reserve a studio somewhere, and you've got to just go out there and bang it out as quickly as possible because you're being charged per hour to use the studio. Like, isn't that right? How do you make all that work? I mean, in other words, you can't just sneak away for an hour here and there.
Yeah, well, actually, I do a lot of it at home. And in fact, my last album was a kind of an international collaboration. I had players in Europe, and my mixer was in Germany, and I had a player in Holland, and just people all over. And so a lot of the writing we did at home, a lot of the pre-production. And then by the time you go into the studio, actually the drums were recorded in Germany, so I wasn't even there. And I personally went into a local studio here to record all my vocals. And for that, it was like three or 4 days of just actually, and I was like 7 or 8 months pregnant with my 5th baby when I did that too. So at that point, my husband took over the household. He's awesome with our kids. I just love him. And so I had his support that way. So I could just go in and really do my best job in the studio.
So now here's the big question. Being an independent musician in this day and age, I can think of ways in which that, today is a great time to be an independent musician because even if you get locked out by big labels, big deal. I mean, you have your own channels to reach people, but at the same time, on the other hand, the trouble with that is the supply has multiplied precisely because everybody knows they have YouTube and they have other ways of delivering their material. So the competition is more intense. So is it a mixed bag, the internet, or is it just overwhelmingly positive?
I am a huge fan of the internet for musicians right now. In this age where everybody says the music business is dead and all of that, I couldn't disagree more. I really believe that, yes, there is more competition, but all that does is really help the cream will always rise to the top. And there's a couple of things with that, though. It doesn't always just rise to the top just because it's good, and it's like any market, any business out there, you have to have a great product. So what it does is encourage people to get better at what they do because they've heard there's 100,000 other musicians out there all trying to do the same thing. They're all, there's a bunch of wannabes. So you have to have a better product, better quality, and you've got to actually start digging down into a niche. And just like a lot of other businesses do, you have to, hone in on a very specific target audience. And that's what I've done. And so I'm actually a businesswoman too. And I think you have to be, if you're going to be successful in the internet age as a musician, you have to be an entrepreneur as well. So that has really, really helped me, is being able to understand that, know that it's got to be good. In fact, it has to be the best that I can possibly make it. And I have to know my audience, and I have to have a niche.
All right, I want to go back to when you were releasing your very first album. At that time, did you already have a following, maybe from, I don't know, maybe more informal music that you had done? Or were you really starting at ground zero when you released that first album?
It was totally ground zero. I mean, I put my music up on YouTube and hoped for the best. That was my marketing strategy.
That was just what I was going to ask you. So then what? Then what happened?
So here's what happened. Nothing really happened, because it was the myth of if you build it, they will come. And this is where I see so many other musicians doing this, that, hey, if I have amazing music, something miraculous is going to happen. I'm going to go viral. Someone's going to stumble across my music. I'm just going to get discovered. And that is not true. It does happen to a very small percentage of musicians out there. But I take a far more strategic approach. And now, had I started back then, I would have done things differently. Well, first of all, you do need some music to work with. Like, you've got to, if you want to market your music in the internet age, you do need some good quality music to put out there to the world. But then I really started digging into my niche. That I just can't stress how important that was for me, was discovering that. Now, it took me a long process, but now that I've done it, you know, my niche can sometimes vary a little bit. I actually call it my micro niche because I'm going even deeper, and it can vary from project to project. But that was the second thing that really propelled me, was I started to know exactly the market that my music would best serve. And so I started looking at other bands that were similar to me. What do those demographics of people look like? What are they reading? What websites are they hanging out at? What is the subculture associated with that? And I mean, I started studying marketing, really, and it propelled the little success that I've had. And to the point now where I make a full-time living doing this. So, I mean, it really, really, I just want to encourage musicians out there listening to this that, like, don't abandon the business side. You know, art and business work very well together, and they don't have to be conflicting.
Was there a particular moment, a particular thing you did that suddenly just the floodgates opened and you said, okay, this was the trick, or this was the thing that really, really opened the doors for me? Like, what was it that was different from what you'd been doing before of just putting music out there and crossing your fingers?
There was definitely some layers to that, because I started studying a lot. I started studying a lot of business. I started studying a lot of marketing and things that were working in internet marketing. And I started translating that into what I was doing with music. And so one of the things I would say has been absolutely life-changing for me was not putting music up on YouTube. It wasn't building Facebook and all these social media platforms. In fact, I probably don't do enough of that. But what was really a turning point for me was building my email list. I mean, you would think, how boring is that? But I'm telling you, just like a lot of other businesses out there will tell you, that the size of their email list directly correlates to how much money they'll make. And it's still true. Email isn't going anywhere. And so the fact of the matter is that anything could happen to one of these social platforms, and you don't own those platforms. You don't own your page on YouTube. You don't own your page on Facebook. You could get hacked. They can do anything. A private website is a private business, and you could get shut down. You could get hacked. So the bottom line is, the only thing you really have is your email list. That's the only thing you can directly control, and they can't take that away from you. And so now I've really shifted my focus to doing that one thing. And there's a number of ways I do it, but that has really transformed everything, because when I went to go do my last crowdfunding campaign, I raised over $27,000 with just basically my email list and some social media. That was it.
I was going to ask you that because on my smartphone here, I knew I had seen that, and yeah, I just called it up. You did an Indiegogo campaign that was, as you say, more than funded. It went over the amount that you were even asking for, and I was curious to know how you did that. I'm so glad you said that thing about the email list, because I wonder if my listeners' eyes glaze over when I talk about stuff like this from time to time. That really is the key. Is building that, learning how to build a list, first of all, because a lot of people don't want to give you their email addresses. You got to give them a reason to do that. And then once you have that list, you have to know what to do with it. It's not enough just to have a bunch of names. Now what do you do? So let me ask you, how do you build a list? You don't just put a little form on your website that says, join my newsletter for updates. Do you give them a free song, or what do they get?
Yeah, so there's a number of ways you can do it, but basically what I teach, and I don't know if you knew this, but I teach other musicians to do what I'm doing right now. And there's a few ways, and one is everything you do on social media should all be driving people to your email. That should be the one call to action that you always have. And that can change from time to time, but that's really the one action I'm encouraging right now is joining the email list. And that's where you really want to build relationship. People are tired of being spammed in their inbox. What they want is an experience. And so my job as a musician is to give them that experience. And part of this is knowing my niche, because I know that my music is all about escapism. And that when they listen to my songs, when they look at the photos and all that, they're looking for a certain kind of experience. And that is going to vary from genre to genre. But generally, people listen to music to feel better and to stop thinking about their stressful day. And so I have to create that kind of relationship through email. I tell them about myself. I tell them my life. I'm open and honest about who I am. They know I have kids, and I used to shy away from that stuff before. I thought, well, that's not very cool. And now I realize, that very thing that kind of made me feel shy is the one thing I really need to incorporate into who I am, because in this internet environment, people just want transparency. They want to know who you really are. They want you to be authentic. And so I incorporate that into my email strategy, into my social media, but building relationship and community and actually culture is really what has given me any success at all.
Now, this crowdfunding, was that for your second album?
It was for my latest album. So yeah, my second full length. That's right.
All right. So by that point, you had built up a following, and you thought to yourself, I've seen a lot of people use crowdfunding, and by the way, we've all seen very worthy projects fail to meet the goal. And we've seen completely frivolous projects way more than meet the goal. So no matter how good you feel about what you're doing, you have to enter that with a little bit of hesitation. Mm-hmm. So when you clicked to start that thing going, did you have any expectation in your mind, or fear, or hope, or what were you thinking?
That one campaign was a total act of faith on my part, and I've learned so much since then. And I'll tell you something that I just actually am doing right now, because I'm thinking of doing another one and what I've learned about it. But with that campaign, I was terrified, and it was a huge risk. And I also set it to either to the setting where I have to raise all of the funds or I get nothing. So I was really going out on a limb there. But I was communicating with the fans. Hey, I'm thinking about doing this. What do you think? And I actually asked them, what do you think? What would you like? What are your ideas? Do you think this is a good idea? And I get feedback first. It's like, running a test market before you actually go create the product that nobody actually wants. And I think that's a huge important part of what musicians should be doing.
It's funny, before we went on, I left out another musician I've had on. I've had on a guy named Steve Hogarth from a British band named Marillion. And they basically, in the 1990s, when the internet was, nothing compared to what it is now, they pioneered the idea of crowdsourcing. They basically said, they said to their fan club, would you be interested in basically helping us fund our new album? And we'll put your name in the sleeve, and you'll get it before anybody else. But you have to buy the album before we even produce it. If you're interested in that, send an email to yes@marillion.com. And if you're not, send one to no@marillion.com. And that way, they didn't even have to read the emails; they just had to count them. And they got so many that they went ahead and did it, and the response was terrific. And these are things that now it seems obvious, but then they were just giving that a try, and it just worked astonishingly well. And that was also a case where they were a European band. They couldn't seem to make American tours work. So their American fans used crowdfunding to get them over to the U.S. And they said, here's the money to get you here. We'll still buy tickets once you get here. So if you are producing a good product, and you build up that fan base, and you know how to promote yourself, those three things, it seems to me that the internet is a tremendous tool, and that when you have these wonderful successes, it's it's one of these moments when you can just be thrilled to be alive at a time like this.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for the internet, nobody would know who I am. I'd still be writing songs in my basement, and that would be the end of it. So who would have thought that a homeschool of kids would be making a living from her music, and I don't leave my house. How is that? That would never have been possible even 15 years ago.
Yeah, totally not possible. Now, you describe yourself as a libertarian?
Yes.
All right. So tell me a little bit about that. And of course, to me, I personally see a link between libertarianism and people who become entrepreneurs and who work for themselves and who carve out some kind of a space for themselves. And they figure out how to do it, and they don't take anything from anybody. I see that there's a kind of commonality between those two things. In other words, the way you're living your life and your views about the way the world should be are not a million miles removed from each other.
No, I totally agree. I see that, and I think there's a lot of musicians out there who maybe they don't know they are kind of libertarian, but they're living the lifestyle, and they're making choices that kind of are.
So does that have any bearing in your music, or is your music just sealed off from your political views?
Oh, it definitely affects my music and lyrics and all of that. I believe that whoever you are, whatever your beliefs are, I do think that comes through your art. It's pretty hard to separate the person from the art that manifests from the person. I think that's pretty difficult to do. So yeah, you'll notice some libertarian themes in some of my lyrics. You'll notice my faith in my lyrics. I think all of that comes through the art.
What are some of the things that you write about?
A lot of times, I'm just going to a different place. I'm escaping from diaper land in my world. And so I'll go to my imagination. I'll get inspired. I'll do research on places or historical events. And I kind of use that as a springboard for lyrics. And so, yeah, I'll write about fantasy themes. On my last album, there was a couple of songs that were inspired by the Narnia series that I was reading to my kids at the time. We were going through that series. So just some of the visual pictures that I get will inspire a whole song. But it's not necessarily directly about the books or directly about a character, but it just inspires me beyond my normal, homework and washing dishes type of life.
Do you ever do live performances?
Very rarely these days, and there will come a day when I actually tackle that and I'll really be focused on it. But, I have to have priorities. And so right now my family and young kids are priorities. So I've decided to purposefully just be a recording artist at this time. And I will embrace that one these days.
All right. I think everybody acknowledges and respects that. It makes sense in your situation. Tell me about, let's say I'm an independent musician and I'm just doing it all wrong. I'm putting my music up on YouTube and I'm disappointed that I have only 10 views. What are two pieces of advice you would give me? What are two, and not too abstract, specific action steps that I can take?
I think, assuming that you're talented and assuming that you've got a good product, you need a marketing strategy. You need a plan. And like the very first thing I tell my students is they do need to be focused on discovering what their micro niche is, because until you can figure that out, it's going to be really hard to do any kind of promotion to the right kind of people. As I said, you can have a great product. You have amazingly talented music, but if you don't know your audience, you're not going to be able to connect those two things. So you could put your music up on YouTube, but there's a thing on YouTube called tags, right? Where you can tag your video with certain keywords. So one of the things that I do, and this is a tip that I teach, is you've got to know the keywords that your fans are actually searching for up in the YouTube search bar, right? Because YouTube is actually the second biggest search engine to Google. So people are looking for things actively every single day. So you need to know, what are they searching for that will rank my video at the top? And so you've got to know that. And until you know your micro niche of what they're actually searching for in a very specific terms, your music is just going to get buried. So that's a really big one to know. And the second one is direct all traffic to your email. You've got to start building that email list, building relationships with people. And it doesn't, there's all kinds of nuances in these things, but that's as simple and basic as it gets. It's not hard to do, but it does take time and effort to get all those things in place, and of course experimenting a little bit. So YouTube ranking and knowing how to tag, knowing your micro niche, and building your email list.
Now, if somebody is brand new to your music, is there something you'd want them to hear first that you think is the best or most accessible to a newbie? Where do you direct people who are listening to you for the first time?
Actually, all my music is up for free streaming on leahmchenry.com. And so they can browse all my albums and singles there. And I have options to purchase, options to donate, different amounts. And so, yeah, I'm kind of experimenting with that. But it's all there, and you can definitely browse through it.
All right. Well, how about this? Is there a particular – have you noticed there's a fan favorite among your songs?
I know that they like one of my latest singles. Okay, so if I had to choose from my last album, there's a song called Present Darkness, and there's a lyric video for that one, and that's on leahmchenry.com. This Present Darkness, it's from the album Kings and Queens. I'd say from my EP Otherworld, which is really popular in Europe, the song The Northern Edge is one of the most popular songs on that EP. And then from Of Earth and Angels, my first debut album, Old World is one of the most popular songs on that one.
So the website is Leah McHenry. I want to make sure people know that that's LeahMchenry.com. Of course, I'll link to it at tomwoods.com/715, this being episode number 715. Let's see. How else? Oh, yeah. Now, when you said homeschooling, do you mean you yourself were homeschooled or your own children are homeschooled or both?
We homeschool our 5 kids.
So that is, you must be extremely busy.
I am. That's why I don't tour.
Yeah, exactly. I was just wondering if maybe in the local area or whatever you did that from time to time. But so you homeschool them, and you're in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to know. I don't know anything about Canada and homeschooling, but my instincts would be that it's a little tougher. There would be more hoops to jump through in Canada than in the U.S. Or am I wrong about that?
Actually, it's quite shocking. Here in BC, we have some of the most open homeschool laws that exist. Like, we actually have a ton of freedom. So basically, all we have to do is register with a school here, just acknowledging the fact that, and it could be any school, it could be a private school. You can just acknowledging that, yes, we are educating our kids, and that's it. Total hands off. And we have complete 100% and have to report a number of days of attendance or anything like that. So it's actually incredibly, and I hope it stays this way, incredibly free. And there are government programs as well that support distance learning. But, I'm shocked at how much freedom we actually have here in BC. Now, the other provinces, they vary a little bit. And there was some attempts in Alberta to really start cracking down and regulating homeschool stuff. But there was enough homeschoolers that rallied against that it didn't work. So we're thankful for that.
Well, that's great. Now, I know this is sort of a personal question, but I can't help asking. In deciding to homeschool your kids, what were the main 1 or 2 motivating factors?
I'd say one of the main reasons was the realization, and this happened actually while my firstborn was still a baby. We just happened to hear some sermons and lectures on this that really opened our eyes to the fact that education is actually a parental responsibility. It's not the role of the government to educate. And that opened our eyes when we realized that. I mean, it completely affected every decision we made from there on out. So learning what proper roles are and why, and what is the standard for that and who says, and pros and cons of all of that, that informed our choices from there on. So from the time, our son was a baby, we considered, hey, we're homeschoolers.
Well, very interesting. And yeah, it is funny how sometimes you can just get a raw insight like that and realize, hey, wait a minute, if I really absorb and, internalize this insight, it really is going to affect the way I have to live my life. And that includes the way my own children are educated. Well, I'm thrilled for your success, and I think you have such a unique story, and you're right that letting people know who you actually are is actually something they want, and it's unique. It's not some phony baloney manufactured product, but it's a real person. So it sounds to me like you're going about it exactly in the right way, and I have no advice to give you because you already know what to do. So all I can say is thanks for your time and best of luck, and I'm going to try to drive you some traffic over at leahmchenry.com.
Oh, thank you so much. And I'm also would just love to add, too, that if there's other musicians out there who are wanting to do what I've done, I mean, I've been very strategic in this whole process and building a fan base to where my husband was able to quit his construction job. And we're doing this together. My music business, that's what we do now. And so now we're both working from home and we're with our kids all the time. It's amazing. And I never thought that would be possible in the internet age, but it is. So if anybody is wanting to be encouraged, I do have some free trainings over on our website at SavvyMusicianAcademy.com. And I also have a free webinar where I dig into the specific 5 ways that I actually have created multiple streams of income for music. And that is at explodeyourfanbase.com.
All right, we're going to put all those links up at tomwoods.com/715. So check those out there and pay Leah a visit. And Leah, thanks again for your time today.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, everybody, before I let you go, a few things. A debate that I wanted to have on the show looks like it has fallen through. I wanted to do a debate with Ed Stringham. Ed has been on the show a couple of times, and he just had an article in the Wall Street Journal on the subject of the police and is there really a war on the police and what do the numbers really show. I wanted to have him come on and debate Heather McDonald of the Manhattan Institute, who has a new book out called The War on Cops, and I thought that would make for an interesting discussion, because he isn't entirely convinced of her thesis, and I thought that'd be a good back and forth. And unfortunately, her people have refused to do it. They were not opposed to being having her be a guest on the show, but I thought it'd be much more interesting to have her talk to Ed. And of course, you guys know I'm a fair debate moderator. There would have been no problem there. But her side has refused to do it. So that's where the fault lies. Unfortunately, I wanted to have that debate. Looks like that's not going to happen. However, I am cooking up a debate so juicy that should be taking place sometime in the next few weeks that it is going to make you forget for all time the failed debate about the police. Okay? It is so juicy, I won't even have to tell you this is the debate I was talking about. You'll know, my friends. Oh, you will know. All right. A couple other things. There's another one-day sale. They don't usually put these back-to-back like this. I don't know why. Maybe people didn't respond to their first one. I don't know. But Bluehost, that hosting company, web hosting company that I promote, is having a one-day sale. Nobody else knows about it except me and the few other affiliates they have. So I'm giving you advance notice. This is, again, like insider trading. That's what you get when you listen to the show. It is this Wednesday, August 17th, 2016, and it'll be $2.95 a month for web hosting. That's just ridiculous. So if you're thinking of starting a website, don't start it till Wednesday. You know, hold your fire and then grab it on Wednesday, because that is a fantastic deal. And, of course, if you do it through my link, you get all my goodies, video tutorials, plus publicity on the show and a backlink on my site. This is worth its weight in gold. So check that all out, including the link, everything you need to get this super deal at tomwoods.com/publicity. And I will mention that there is a show listener who has just started his own website. It's humblehands.co, not .com, humblehands.co. It is a place where he's consolidating all his various family businesses. And as he said in his email to me, he said, "We started farming about 3 years ago here in Dresden, Ohio, when we saw how much government regulation was making our food unhealthy. We love raising all-natural, chem-free, pastured pigs and chickens for our community. We homeschool and sell barefoot books to support the kids' curriculum. We use and sell essential oils to support the health of our family. And they also help women with postpartum depression." So all kinds of different things under one umbrella, and that umbrella is humblehands.co, and I will be linking to that as the listener website mentioned over at tomwoods.com/715. So again, if you'd like this kind of shout-out for a site you have not yet started yet, check out tomwoods.com/publicity to get all the details of how to do that. All right, that's it for today. See you tomorrow.
Become a smarter libertarian in just 30 minutes a day. Visit tomwoods.com to subscribe to the show for free, and we'll see you next time.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
Does your basement or crawl space have a damp, musty smell? Well, watch out. That's a sign of too much moisture and not enough ventilation. And that can mean increased mold growth and the buildup of harmful toxins and gases. Don't bother with a dehumidifier. It just circulates the same unhealthy air. Now there's a better way to remove these dangers and odors. It's with the computerized Wave Moisture Control Unit that reduces moisture and expels pollutants.
We replaced our old dehumidifier with the Wave unit, and in only 3 weeks, our basement is dry and the musty smell
is gone.
Wave units require no maintenance, no buckets of water or filters, and costs only pennies a day to run. Breathe better, live healthier with an affordable, no-maintenance Wave unit. Call 888-618-WAVE, 888-618-WAVE, or visit mydryhome.com. mydryhome.com.
Ride the wave. Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
The three most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same great prices, and LRN gets a cut. Please do your online shopping at shop.lrn.fm. There's no better app for tracking the value of cryptocurrencies than CoinCap. I've had a lot of apps for tracking Bitcoin, but none that's ever been able to track 500 digital assets at once. Their best feature is the Altfolio. I love this thing. You enter how many Bitcoins, Ether, Dash, Doge, or whatever else you have, and it tells you how much your crypto is worth. You can watch yourself get rich. If you have crypto, go right now to coincap.io, or you can use the Apple Store or Google Play to get the app. I love CoinCap. coincap.io.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm. The latest edition of FPP Radio News is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at fppradio.com.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, August 15th, 2016. Silver is trading at $19.82 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,339 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $574. Antiwar.com reports heavy fighting was reported across northern Syria's Aleppo over the weekend as Nusra Front attempted to double down on last week's gains, attacking a pair of government districts in the western half of the city. The main fighting on Sunday centered around a cement factory in the city's southwest. The Nusra offensives began with car bombings, attempting to soften up the defensive positions around the key Jamaat al-Zahra district, which includes the army base as well as a substantial residential district. There was no confirmation of the casualty figures for fighters on either side. As usual, however, it's the civilian bystanders taking the brunt of the casualties over the course of the weekend, with over 180 civilians having been killed, overwhelmingly within Aleppo, where Nusra shelled government districts and the military airstrikes pounded Nusra-held districts. In addition to those killed in Aleppo, another 20 civilians were reported killed in Idlib province as the military pounded Nusra-held areas there as part of a campaign to try to prevent Nusra from getting more reinforcements to Aleppo. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. UPI reports the federal state of emergency in Flint, Michigan expired on Sunday, but city officials are assuring residents free bottled water is still available. Most of the 100,000 people in the city north of Detroit have been avoiding tap water because of the lead water crisis. Captain Chris Kalinsky, Deputy State Director of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, said in a statement, August 14th is just a date on the calendar, and Governor Rick Snyder has said we will make decisions based on science, not arbitrary dates. President Obama issued an emergency declaration in January, paying 75% of the cost of the bottled water, filters, and cartridges. Michigan Radio reported now the state will pick up the entire bill, which is about $3.5 million per month. Since January 9th, more than 2.2 million cases of bottled water, more than 130,000 water filters, more than 287,000 replacement cartridges, and more than 52,000 at-home water testing kits have been distributed to Flint water system customers, according to the press release. Kalinsky Kalinske said in a statement, until the water meets quality standards, we will provide water supplies to Flint water system customers at the water resource site. State officials said Flint residents will not notice any loss of water emergency services as the state takes on the additional cost, according to the release. Researchers said testing of more than 170 homes showed lead levels declined by as much as 60% below previous tests. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said on Sunday emergency crews have rescued more than 7,000 people stranded by historic flooding that has killed at least 3 and submerged whole communities as parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast brace for more rain and rising waters. Edwards, who has called for federal...
The Liberty Radio Network presents the latest episode of Free Talk Live, next after the news. Listen live every night from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern here on LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, August 15th, 2016. Silver is trading at $19.82 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,339 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $574. Antiwar.com reports heavy fighting was reported across northern Syria's Aleppo over the weekend as Nusra Front attempted to double down on last week's gains, attacking a pair of government districts in the western half of the city. The main fighting on Sunday centered around a cement factory in the city's southwest. The Nusra offensives began with car bombings, attempting to soften up the defensive positions around the key Jamaat al-Zahra district, which includes the army base as well as a substantial residential district. There was no confirmation of the casualty figures for fighters on either side. As usual, however, it's the civilian bystanders taking the brunt of the casualties over the course of the weekend, with over 180 civilians having been killed, overwhelmingly within Aleppo, where Nusra shelled government districts and the military airstrikes pounded Nusra-held districts. In addition to those killed in Aleppo, another 20 civilians were reported killed in Idlib province as the military pounded Nusra-held areas there as part of a campaign to try to prevent Nusra from getting more reinforcements to Aleppo. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. UPI reports the federal state of emergency in Flint, Michigan expired on Sunday, but city officials are assuring residents free bottled water is still available. Most of the 100,000 people in the city north of Detroit have been avoiding tap water because of the lead water crisis. Captain Chris Kalinske, Deputy State Director of Emergency Management and Homeland Security, said in a statement, August 14th is just a date on the calendar, and Governor Rick Snyder has said we will make decisions based on science, not arbitrary dates. President Obama issued an emergency declaration in January, paying 75% of the cost of the bottled water, filters, and cartridges. Michigan Radio reported now the state will pick up the entire bill, which is about $3.5 million per month. Since January 9th, more than 2.2 million cases of bottled water, more than 130,000 water filters, more than 287,000 replacement cartridges, and more than 52,000 at-home water testing kits have been distributed to Flint water system customers, according to the press release. Kalinske said in a statement, until the water meets quality standards, we will provide water supplies to Flint water system customers at the water resource site. State officials said Flint residents will not notice any loss of water emergency services as the state takes on the additional cost, according to the release. Researchers said testing of more than 170 homes showed lead levels declined by as much as 60% below previous tests. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. Reuters reports Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards said on Sunday emergency crews have rescued more than 7,000 people stranded by historic flooding that has killed at least 3 and submerged whole communities as parts of the U.S. Gulf Coast brace for more rain and rising waters. Edwards, who has called for federal emergency relief funds, said residents have been pulled out of flooded homes, swamped cars, and threatened medical facilities in cities and towns across the southeastern part of the state. While the brunt of the storm that brought torrential rains and flooding to the area was moving west towards Texas on Sunday, Louisiana residents should remain cautious, the governor said at a news conference. Edwards said even with the sunshine out today intermittently, the waters are going to continue to rise in many areas, so this is no time to let your guard down. Some 5,000 people were forced to sleep in shelters overnight. There were not enough beds to house all of those. Many had to sleep on floors. Emergency officials said they were still working on strategies to rescue an undetermined number of people trapped by the waters. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
In order to more accurately portray the risks of smoking, the FDA has approved putting a picture of Trish on the cover of all cigarette packs. Clinical trials suggest that images of diseased organs, corpses, and deformed infants all prove less effective than a single photograph of Trish smiling. Smokers can expect to see the graphic campaign as early as next month, paired with a simple line of text that reads, "Cigarettes cause Trish." In Science News, a new study finds that every style of parenting inevitably produces disturbed and miserable adults.
Despite a great variance in parenting styles across populations, from overprotective to permissive, the end product is always the same, a profoundly flawed and joyless human being.
One bright note of the study, adults can find temporary happiness when they're able to perpetuate the cycle of human misery by having children. In other news, the Pulitzer Board adds a giant pumpkin category, and a local man's utter failure in life is a bit of a sore spot. For more news, visit theonion.com/newsbeat.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live, and you may join us here. We'll give you the toll-free numbers and Skype username. You can bring up anything that you want to discuss, and, of course, there's always a bunch of interesting stuff in the news that we will bring to the table to talk to you about. In fact, starting out tonight, Darryl, you've got a story about the freedom in the 50 states. It's a study that's been done for several years now. And
they've done 6 of them since the year 2000.
Also, it's Ian here and also Melanie joining us. Hey, Melanie.
Hey.
So, have you seen this study yet of the freedom in the 50 states?
No, but I'm pretty sure what it's going to say, and I believe it.
Okay, take a shot in the dark. Number 1, most free state.
New Hampshire.
Okay, and number 50.
Mississippi or Louisiana.
All right. So I actually haven't looked that far down the list. I only looked up at the top of the list, so I don't know who rounded out the bottom this year. But I know previously it was New York at number 50, and I think California was 49 in the previous year. So we'll see.
Okay, that makes more sense.
We'll see if they've done a switcheroo at all or what has happened. And, of course, you're welcome to join us. Our toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733 and Skype username LRN.FM. So you've got, obviously, a lot that you can share here, Darryl.
Yes,
I know you've been digging through the depth of this study.
I skimmed through the 300-page PDF version of the print edition of the 2016 Freedom in the 50 States.
Okay, so this is 2016.
Put out by Jason Sorens and someone from the Cato Institute.
Yeah, I'd heard Cato was involved in this one. I didn't know they were before.
So at the very beginning...
I heard it was the Mercatus Center before that was involved in this.
I think so.
Okay.
At the very beginning of the book, they explain what they're trying to do here. Defining freedom. Freedom is a moral concept. What most people mean by freedom is the ability to pursue one's ends without unjust interference from others. Of course, reasonable people can disagree about what counts as unjust interference, and it is also controversial whether freedom in this sense ought to trump other desiderata. That's a word I've never heard before.
Desiderata? Spell it.
Desiderata.
That's desiderata. I don't know what it means. Is that a
legal term, Melanie? Any clue what
Not
that
that
means?
I know
of. Such as welfare. These questions cannot be answered in a value-neutral way, but citizens and policymakers must try to answer them nonetheless.
I have it. Desiderata is Latin for desired things.
Ah, okay. So what they did is they calculated 3 distinct dimensions. So they have the fiscal policy dimension that has several variables. State tax revenue, local tax revenue, and of course that's going to fluctuate, somewhat within states. So I think what they tried to do was get an average of what the local tax burdens were. Government employees, government subsidies, and government debt. That's under fiscal. Then they have regulatory policy that has 7 categories: land use freedom and environmental policy, health insurance freedom, labor market freedom, occupational freedom, lawsuit freedom, cable and telecommunications freedom, and miscellaneous regulations that do not fit in one of the other 6 categories. And then they have personal freedom versus paternalism that has 13 categories. Incarceration and arrest for victimless crimes, marriage freedom, educational freedom, gun rights, alcohol freedom, cannabis freedom, gaming freedom, asset forfeiture, tobacco freedom, travel freedom, campaign finance, and other mala prohibita and miscellaneous civil liberties.
Okay, this is pretty in-depth.
Very in-depth. The weighted sum of all of the variables is used to produce the overall freedom ranking of the states. The overall freedom scores rate states on how free they are relative to other states. And they rank these from a 1 to a -1. So a 1 would be a perfect score.
Mm-hmm.
-1 would be worst score. 0 would be average.
And presumably they're doing like 0.2 or whatever. It's just, you don't
Correct.
get 3 choices here.
Right.
Okay.
So, they're basically they're using the decimal version of a percentage, where if you
Gotcha.
turned it into a percentage, 1 would be 100,
Got it.
0.89 would be 89%.
Okay.
They're just using it as the 2-digit decimal instead of turning it to a percentage. According to where was I here? According to these data, California, New Jersey, New York, Hawaii, and Maryland are the most progressive states, while Alabama, Mississippi, Idaho, Arkansas, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, Oklahoma, and the Dakotas are the most conservative. These findings certainly do not beggar belief. The most civil libertarian states are found in northern New England, Vermont, Maine, and New Hampshire, the Pacific Northwest, Washington and Oregon, and the southern Rockies of Colorado and New Mexico. The most civil communitarian, i.e. authoritarian states, Hawaii, California, Missouri, New York, Alabama, and New Jersey. Now,
Wow, Louisiana wasn't in there. Kind of surprised by that.
Well, prison incarceration is only one factor. So.
Okay.
the top of the list, you already mentioned
New Hampshire, number one, which, by the way, it's up on the list. It had been number 1 previously in previous years, but not last year. It was, what, number 2 last year?
Number 2 last year. I think it was number 4 the previous ranking.
Okay, because it was 4 that I had remembered, and I'm glad that we've risen up the list.
Yeah. Alaska, number 2. Alaska being the state that I believe finished second?
No, third in the Free State Project vote for which state would be the Free State Project's destination state, which is a movement of liberty-minded people migrating to one place. New Hampshire was the chosen state for that.
Alaska came in second in the 2016 Freedom in the 50 States, followed by Oklahoma, Indiana, and South Dakota.
Now, I saw
for the top 5.
Alaska kind of jumped up the list a bit. They were not in the top 5 previously, I believe, and they came up all the way up to second place. So that's good for them.
Tennessee and Idaho followed closely behind, both of which in the top 10. New York is by far the least free state, followed by California, Hawaii, New Jersey, and Maryland.
Okay, so do you happen to have the little scores to where we can compare? It says by far, so meaning that there is actually a significant difference between number 49 and 50?
I will pull that up in just a moment.
Okay, yeah, because I always thought that they were kind of neck and neck, but I never looked at the
Yeah, and I should have said New York. I was just being biased.
Since the state freedom scores represent their situation at the beginning of the year 2015, they include changes made by legislatures that in most states were elected in November of 2012. The Granite State began at number 2 at the start of our time in the series in 2000, then narrowly took over the top spot over Tennessee in 2006. It slipped in 2007, 2008, made up some ground in 2009, and improved relative to other states while falling back in absolute terms during the PPACA implementation. That's what most people call Obamacare.
Okay.
The actual term for the legislation is the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act. So, I prefer using the actual term, not the derogatory.
Okay, gotcha.
Because when you say Obamacare, all of a sudden, half of the people that are listening are just going to tune you out because they're, you're conservative, la, la, la.
But doesn't Obama call it Obamacare? Or don't the Democrats call it that? Like, isn't that what it's kind of called? I don't know. Maybe
they may have, adopted it because that's just what people say, but the actual term is PPACA.
When the debates were going on, they were calling it the Affordable Care Act. Whenever I have to talk to people not officially, but professionally, I always type Obamacare/ACA.
Interesting. And you are a professional accountant.
Yes.
They continue, they say, in other words, New Hampshire improved substantially on policies under its own control following the 2010 elections, with further improvements in the 2013-2014 years. The state was able to crown...
Is this Jason Sorens who is writing this?
Sorens and somebody else. So it's credited to two people.
So it's two people from larger organizations. Sorens is in the Mercatus Center, and then the other guy is from the Cato Institute.
Yes.
It's not just a couple guys who are writing this. There's pretty big organizations behind this. 855-450 free. It's really in depth. We'll get into a little bit more, and you can share your thoughts on the rankings. Free Talk Live.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
Arcade City is a ride-sharing app built by drivers, not a mega corporation. As a driver with Arcade City, you can keep all of what you earn. Sign up now to drive for or ride with Arcade City at arcade.freetalklive.com. Arcade City is connecting drivers directly with riders and has been making headlines for disrupting the ride-sharing industry. Sign up now at arcade.freetalklive.com. That's arcade.freetalklive.com.
Did you know you can get news updates about what's happening with the Liberty Radio Network delivered in the way you prefer? You can sign up for our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. Plus, you can stay in the loop by joining our Facebook profile at facebook.lrn.fm or follow us at Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm. It's all free, so sign up now at updates.lrn.fm for news updates delivered to your email box, facebook.lrn.fm to follow our Facebook page, and twitter.lrn.fm to receive our tweets.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Monday, gold is $3 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 4 cents higher at $19.82 per ounce. Bitcoin is currently trading at $564 US. Here at Roberts & Roberts Brokerage, we've been helping clients buying and selling precious metals for nearly 40 years. To see how we can help you, give us a call today at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Now, more of the freshest episode of Free Talk Live, presented by Sekel CAI. Listen online at freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live, and you can join us. The toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. We are announcing the results, highlights that Darryl has pulled out of the most recent study on the freedom of the 50 states, or freedom in the 50
Freedom
states.
in the 50 states.
And the website is freedominthefiftystates.org. We put a link up on our Facebook and Twitter so you can check out and dig through this. And you said it's a 300. If you want to dig
299 pages, close enough to 300.
300 pages so that you can dig in if you really want to find out their methodology and how they determine the scores of the various different states. Study's been going on for 16 years now. I think you said early aughts.
Yes. They've done 6 of them since the year 2000.
Okay. And they've been every year for the last few years that they've been doing them. And so we're going to go through more of that here in moments. Also, I want to let you know about Liberland. We talked about the migration of liberty-minded people who are moving to New Hampshire. Well, there are also people in Europe that want to go to a more free place, and Liberland has been proposed as that place. It's a 3-square-mile plot of land between Serbia and Croatia, where neither Serbia or Croatia have claimed that plot of land. And so now a bunch of libertarians went there and claimed it as Liberland. And they recently had recognition proposed by 7 Polish legislators. This is something they're really looking for, is to get other countries in the world to recognize Liberland. In fact, the Chicago Journal of International Laws released a 35-page essay making the case for statehood for Liberland. Now, of course, you could argue that libertarians shouldn't be seeking statehood at all, and I would agree with you there. But in this crazy world where people believe in the idea of states, there's some benefits that could come from having other states recognize your fake idea of a state as well, because it's all fake. It's all just ideas. Just states and nations are just things in your head. Roger Beer is behind it. He's the owner of Bitcoin.com. He's not behind Liberland, but he's supporting Liberland. And about 100,000 folks have requested citizenship so far. So if you want to get citizenship to Liberland, you do have to substantially contribute to the growth of Liberland. So go and learn more over at liberland.org, Liberland, liberland.org. As we continue with you in studio tonight, it's Ian,
Melanie,
and Darryl.
Let's go to your calls and thoughts, and we'll get back into the freedom in the 50 states. First, we've got someone who's far, far away from the 50 states. He's Ian, and calling from China on Skype. Hello, Ian.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, what's on your mind tonight?
Well, this sort of ties into that freedom thing. I applied to get my wife an immigration visa a little over a year ago. And of course, we're still in a long queue waiting for the embassy in China to approve her moving to America.
Okay.
Would it be easier if I just put her in a burqa, screamed aloha snack bar, and came over the border?
I don't know
It's
why
making
that
me
would be
crazy.
easier. No. I mean,
I
the
can remember
bureaucrats.
when I was younger, you could marry a young lady, fill out some papers, 3 months later, boom, she's in America.
Yeah, well, it should be
They don't
easy
do
for
that
people who want to come here and make a better life for themselves. Unfortunately, a bunch of bureaucrats have gotten involved, and now it's costs.
I'm a U.S. citizen. My books are bringing me a very tidy income. My wife has a master's degree. She's a certified English and Chinese teacher.
Yeah.
We own real estate in China. And sure as hell, after jumping through all these hoops with a lawyer, we'll probably be 2 or 3 years in a waiting list.
How much money have you paid so far? Do you mind sharing that?
Paid? What do you mean paid?
Well, I mean,
Oh,
it's
my
not,
lawyer?
Well,
Yeah,
not just the lawyer,
no.
but there's application fees with the immigration.
Just under
services.
$3,000.
Now that's just the attorney, or does that also include the application fees?
That's everything.
Okay.
I've got a very good attorney who I did practice with her years ago. She's a great lady. And,
well, maybe for people who are fairly well off, $3,000 may not seem like a lot of money, but for poor people who are trying to come here and make a better life for themselves,
I agree.
That kind of sounds like
I've got a
friend
friend
prices
here.
anyway.
Oh, go ahead, Melanie. Go ahead.
That kind of sounds like friend prices to me. Because
Okay, you're right. Those are friend
Yeah.
prices.
What's a
The
friend price?
Would be about. We're
You're
buddies.
my
so it's
friend.
cheap.
I'm cutting you a break.
Oh, you mean attorney?
Yes.
You mean for the attorney?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Yes.
I used to work with a
Her
guy
fee should
from
be-
Malawi, and he had been going through, at the time that I worked with him 8 years ago, had been going through the process for nearly a decade and had spent, I think he said, about $15,000.
Yeah, it's
Now
ridiculous.
understand, if your Malawi guy married an American, it would be cheaper and faster. Now in my case, it should be about $5,000, but like you said, Melanie, is it?
yes.
They cut me a break. She cut me a break. I guess what's killing me is we're planning on where we want to live in America. I'm not tied anywhere especially. Keene, New Hampshire is on our list. Where is Alabama?
Oh, you're asking on the freedom
On
of the
the
50 states.
freedom
Yes,
in the
sir.
50 states,
Yeah.
Alabama is at 23 on the list.
So mid-pack.
Just ahead of
Okay.
Michigan, Nebraska, Pennsylvania.
Most of my family are at my age. Most of my family's already dead and gone. Okay. And about 40 years ago, I became a conscientious voter, studying the issues and realizing when I was and wasn't wasting my time. But all of this said, my wife is so gung-ho to be an American and one day be able to vote and so excited. And now she's being told we're sitting in a stack of papers. She got her exit visa. The exit visa took 4 weeks. It cost $100.
From China.
Yeah, to be able to leave. If you're a teacher, a scientist, a doctor, or a high-ranking party member, you need special permission to get out of China.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's a felony punishable by up to 30 years.
Gotcha.
She got her visa. I'm an American. I don't need a visa. And sure as hell, we're just sitting in a pile of papers waiting for some butt-lazy bureaucrats to finally get to our name. You know, they actually questioned. They said, do you have enough money so you won't be a burden on our tax system? By American standards, we're probably, you'd call us rich, I guess. Just my money alone could support 100 families. And my wife's doing very well. Her mother was Chairman Mao's doctor for 6 years.
Wow.
That means she's connected, go on C, which means connection, and she's not poor.
Well, I mean, even poor people should be allowed to come here, though, right? Like, I mean, that's the whole idea with the Statue of Liberty.
I have a poor American friend. I have a poor American friend in China who teaches English at some schools. Chinese wife, they had a baby. Baby's officially American now. He wants to bring her back to America. That dude is on probably a 4 or 5 year waiting list. I got him friend prices with my girl, so he's paying only $2,500. But still, he's not a rich man. My God, he has a master's degree in. Are you ready for this? Yeah, psychology. What a waste of his time and money. So he's got to try to find a job. And the government's saying, we don't trust your ability not to go on welfare.
Wow.
So they put them on this 8-year waiting list.
And no, was it the government that sold him the degree that's supposed to be able to get you a job in the first place?
Yeah.
Who is now saying you're unemployable?
Almost guaranteed to be a state school. Ian, thanks for the call. Good one. Appreciate it. Toll-free number tonight, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We got more on the freedom in the 50 states. Alabama mid-pack, according to the list at number 23. And where does yours rank? Toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. Of course, New Hampshire retaking the number 1 spot.
And how far behind is New York?
It's Free Talk Live.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit, did your nerves spike? You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those 2 tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com.
Free speech is protected on the internet, right? Not always. Government agencies try to limit free speech and commerce on the net. Luckily, when they do, the Institute for Justice is there to defend your First Amendment right to free speech. IJ helped set the first federal precedent for internet free speech in 1999, and ever since has worked to prevent unconstitutional roadblocks in cyberspace. Visit our website today at ij.org.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
This is the most recent episode of Free Talk Live, presented by SACL CAI. Get interactive at freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live. We invite you to join us here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We're talking about the freedom in the 50 states, the somewhat yearly study that has come out from this time the Mercatus Center and the Cato Institute, looking at how much freedom there is or is not in all of the 50 states. New York at the very bottom of the pack. We'll find out by how much. Apparently, there's a difference between New York and California, the number 49th and 50th states.
There's a huge gap. Huge.
And then New Hampshire at number 1. What was number 2?
Alaska is number 2.
That's right. So New Hampshire at number 1, retaking the number 1 position where it had been previously, but had dropped for the last couple of years, and is now back up. And hopefully we can keep New Hampshire at number 1 and have a nice big difference between New Hampshire and the rest of the states eventually, as well as far as the scores go, as we get more liberty-minded people to move here and get active to achieve more liberty in our lifetime. By the way, speaking of states, Bernie Sanders has been invited to go to any state, any city in America.
And he loves the state.
He sure does. To defend the state, to defend socialism versus voluntarism. He's going to be up against Adam Kokesh if he agrees to this debate, where if he participates in this 3-hour proposed debate, the charity of Bernie Sanders' choice will receive $250,000 worth of Bitcoin. Now, Adam Kokesh, the other participant, will also get $50,000 worth of Bitcoin for his favorite charity. The offer has been put on the table by Roger Ver, and so far, unfortunately, Bernie has not responded. So even though Bernie can go to any city in America, he can choose the objective moderator, and all he's got to do is talk about his favorite thing, socialism, for 3 hours in a debate where both participants get equal time. It's all he's got to do, and then $250,000 goes to the charity of his choice. He has not yet responded to the invitation. You can learn more about this what I think would be a really awesome debate by going to bernie.freetalklive.com. He's got till the end of this month to respond to get the $250,000 locked in. That's bernie.freetalklive.com. Let's continue, Darryl, with more highlights that you've selected from the nearly 300-page detail on the 50 states. I mean, you can go to freedomin50states.org and look at the chart and look at the basics.
Right,
on this.
You can download the PDF, which is what I've done. They've also you can download the Excel spreadsheet that has all of the data points. So, all of the information is available. I've parsed through a fair amount of it and trying to deliver the highlights.
All right.
Now, the question was asked about how far behind is New York?
Right.
Behind California. So before I tell you that, let me give you some context here.
All right.
So again, they're ranking the highest score that one could get is a 1. The lowest score is a -1.
Got it.
So basically, they're doing an average or not an average, but a percentage. So, if you had a 1, that would be a 100%. If you had a 0.89, that would be 89%.
And no one has a 1.
Nobody has a 1.
What is the score, just for reference purposes, of New Hampshire, the number 1 freest state?
New Hampshire and Alaska both have a 0.33.
0.33. So that's not a tie for number 1?
That's not a tie, and I don't know why that's not a tie. It might be something, like a couple decimals below that.
Maybe it's 0.333 versus 0.332 or something.
Could be. I have to, look and actually compare all of the numbers for the states to tell you why it's not a tie. But they're not calling it a tie, even though, that 2-digit decimal, they're both 0.33. Oklahoma and Indiana and South Dakota, the 3, 4, and 5 spots, all have a 0.28. Tennessee and Idaho both 0.26.
All right.
Let's see here. Texas, which is the number 28 state, has a 0.0.
Wow, interesting.
Meaning that, on that average sort of thing, they're right in the middle as far as, the...
Boy, that's going to The Texans aren't going to be happy about that,
-1.
man. The Texans just love Texas and think it's just the best thing since sliced bread. And nope, sorry, you're not even in the top 25.
Connecticut and Illinois both have a negative 0.26. And I mention that because Tennessee and Idaho have a plus 0.26.
Okay.
Connecticut and Illinois are the 44th and 45th states in the rankings.
Got it.
So, about consistent as far as the number 6 and number 7 state in the 45, 40, or 44, 45. Maryland is 46. So, like the bottom 5, they would be, the start of the bottom 5 with a negative 0.4.
Oof.
New Jersey, Hawaii, California are then 0.43, 0.49, 0.5.
So California is negative. What you mean is these are all negative 0.5.
Negative 0.5.
Negative 0.5 on the way down to the maximum negative of negative 1.
Negative 1.
And you said there's a huge difference between California and New York.
There's a huge difference. Guess what New York's score is?
Negative 0.8. I mean, because you can buy soda in California still.
Negative 0.75.
Negative 0.98.
God!
Wow.
So they are almost as bad as one can get.
Jeez. So like the North Korea, basically, of the United States.
New York is the North Korea of the United States.
We should do a study on North Korea and see if it's worse or better than New York.
And again,
well, you can escape from New York pretty easily. I mean, all things.
I don't know. It
there
costs
was
like
a movie about
$20
that.
to drive out of New York, though.
Well, it depends on which part. If you're already living in upstate New York, you don't have to pay a toll, I don't think, to get over to Vermont or whatever.
True.
Yeah.
And again, these are relative to the other states. So they did this sort of average thing to where a state with a 0 is smack dab in the middle as far as the statistical averages.
I had no idea.
New Hampshire, a positive 0.33. New York, a negative 0.98.
Wow. See, now I've looked at the freedom in the 50 states before, but I didn't actually compare the scores. I always figured California and New York were like neck and neck, duking it out for worst state, but it's not even close.
It's not even close.
I mean, that's several factors less free than California.
Yes. Like California would have to be twice as bad.
Wow.
To be worse than New York.
Wow.
Hawaii would have to be twice as bad.
Right. So,
and no other state would even touch it if they were twice as bad unless New York improved on freedom.
So, right. So if you were going to live in a statist hellhole, you would do much better at the very least by choosing the warmer ones, right? So California and Hawaii are terrible, not so free places to live, but they're nowhere near as bad as New York, which is a frozen tundra by comparison.
Yes.
And so New York not only doesn't have the freedom, it also doesn't have the weather. Because a lot of people are willing to stay in warm places even though they're less free because, well, it's cold up there in New Hampshire, so I don't want to come to New Hampshire. But people in New York, my goodness, I feel so bad for those. It's
right,
like an abuse victim.
Looking at this, the only state that has a temperate climate that is somewhere down on the list is Hawaii.
Wait, what? You mean the bottom of the list?
As far as the worst states, Hawaii is the only one that has decent weather.
California's got good weather.
Okay, and I keep forgetting, like California also has the mountains, so they get a lot of snow in a lot of the state.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it gets snow. But I know there's some really nice places in California that don't change from 70 degrees all year or whatever.
Right. So those are the two states that have nice weather and are also horrible. Then there's New Jersey, Maryland, Connecticut, Illinois, Rhode Island, Maine.
All cold places.
Kentucky, Vermont, West Virginia, Minnesota, Oregon. And then at number 36, you get Mississippi, which is the one that Melanie originally guessed is possibly number 50.
Wow, that is a real eye-opener. Okay, New York people. So if you actually claim to love freedom and you live in New York, why it is you don't just move a little bit east to... I mean, even if you can't get away from New York that much, you can still move to Vermont and probably do a lot better. Would you recall where Vermont ranked in this year?
Vermont was 40, number 40.
Wow, not so great. All right, 855-450
better than New York.
free. This is Free Talk Live. The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
Radio is the most personal of mediums. I exist right now in your head. If you listen to Free Talk Live regularly, you know me. Free Talk Live is on more than 160 radio stations around the U.S. and has been downloaded on every continent around the world. Hundreds of thousands of listeners with ad packages from $600 a month to $6,000 a month. Imagine what we can do for your business, project, website, or idea. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
For years, LRN.FM has had a listen line that you can call and listen to LRN.FM anytime. Now we're taking the idea to a new level with the LRN.FM audio on demand line. You can call 641-793-9660 anytime and listen to LRN.FM's live feed, and you can listen to a bunch of our original shows on demand. Long distance fees may apply. Just dial 641-793-9660 and choose from the menu 641-793-9660.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Feens radio show. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgoristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agorist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any tomfoolery. So go with AgoristHosting.com. And if you want to get your foot in the door with decentralized marketplaces, Agorist Hosting is now offering Open Bazaar hosting. Go to AgoristHosting.com, click on the button that says Get Hosted. Agorist Hosting, that's AGORIST, hosting.com.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit the Liberty Radio Network when you shop at Amazon via shop.lrn.fm.
This Your Family Today tip is brought to you by Juicy Juice, 100% juice, providing a full serving of fruit in every 4 ounces. Visit us at juicyjuice.com. When it comes to nutrition, kids need both fruits and vegetables every day to stay healthy and grow. For the ideal mix, your kid should have at least 1.5 cups of any veggie or 100% veggie juice, and 1 cup of any fruit or 100% fruit juice a day. For more tips like these, visit us at parenthood.com/yourfamilytoday.
You're tuned to the newest episode of Free Talk Live, presented by SACL CAI. Visit us online at freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up anything you want right here, toll free at 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. The Freedom in the 50 States for 2016 has been released. Now, of course, it came out in 2016, but it's really looking at data that's up to a few years old. Is that right?
Right. So it's data up to the end of 2014.
Okay. Right, and I heard you say something about 2012 as well, so maybe as old as 2012. Is that right?
No, so the policies that took effect would have been things that were being voted on in 2012 by legislators in 2012. Okay. So that's where the 2012 came into.
So yeah, all the data does trail a little bit just because of the nature of how long it takes to go through all this data and figure out.
Well, not only that, but the nature of government releasing information. So budgets,
sure.
The 2016 fiscal year budget. Yeah, the fiscal year ended in July or October, depending on which state you're in and which calendar they're using. But that data is not necessarily going to be available until the middle of next year. So, even by the time the data is available, it's outdated.
So we're going through some of these numbers here. There are nearly 300 pages in the full report. You've kind of dug through that to some extent. You're sharing some of the things you think are interesting, including not only the fact that New Hampshire is number 1. That's the biggest, most noteworthy thing about this. But as we just revealed, New York is not only number 50, but it's number 50 by a landslide, if you will. New York at negative 0.98, and the worst score you possibly could receive is a -1.
Yes.
I wonder what thing they did right.
What was the 0.02 New York got right? Apparently they haven't put up barbed wire fences around the entire state, just like, North Korea.
Well, let me actually go to freedomin50states.org and click on New York on the map. And I'll tell you.
What are the strengths? What are the freedoms that New Yorkers still enjoy?
Well, they, first off, have a net migration rate of negative 11.2%.
So does that mean that 11.2% of the state's population in the last year have left?
I do believe that's what that means, yes.
That's huge.
Did you say it was negative?
Negative 11.2.
Okay, so then that means people are moving to New York for sure.
No. The net migration. So New Hampshire has a positive net migration, meaning people are moving to New Hampshire.
Okay.
New York has a negative 11% net migration, meaning they are losing population. The analysis here says New York is again the least free state in the country.
Wow.
Its huge glaring weakness, its fiscal policy. If New York were to adopt a fiscal regime closer to that of California, New Jersey, or Connecticut, its overall economic freedom score would be closer to theirs. As it is, New York looks set to remain the least free state for many years to come. New York's local tax burden is twice that of the average state.
Now, by the way, before you go on, as things keep getting worse, meaning people leaving New York in droves, as it appears to be, they're going to have to continue increasing taxes if they want to get the same budgets year after year. Because if people are moving out, if houses are empty, then they're not going to get as much in property taxes, and they're going to have to increase them, which, of course, is going to drive more people out. And the only thing that can stop this cycle is if they actually make New York more free.
Yes. They say, however, New Yorkers have ample choice in local governments with 4.1 competing jurisdictions per 100 square miles of land. The state
Apparently
tax
all that
burden,
competition didn't do jack.
It doesn't. But
wait, how is that even competition? Because wherever you are, you don't have a choice of what local government I would like to live under. I can't be would I like to live under Keene or would I like to live under Swansea? It doesn't.
Well, you
work
can
that
do
way.
that. Yeah, you can.
I mean, you can move, but you can't.
Right.
That's not.
That's what they're saying. So, there are a lot of people that work in New York City that don't live in New York City. So you can live, in one place, work somewhere else, and then you're choosing governments of sorts.
This happens to
based
some extent
on your migration pattern.
Look at big stores, for instance, the Market Basket here in Keene is actually located in Swansea, which is the town to the south of Keene, and it's literally right next to the line.
Yes.
So the town line is where they built this thing so they could save on property taxes and pass the savings on to their customers. So businesses make these decisions all the time. Homeowners will also make these decisions. We have people who reach out to us here who are considering moving to New Hampshire. They like Keene, but they don't like the idea of paying the taxes in Keene, so they want to get a list of all the different tax rates in the surrounding towns. And turns out some of the surrounding towns are dramatically more affordable as far as property taxes are concerned. You can live outside of Keene